Okay. They think we're streaming. Let me call production staff. Okay, says he's away. Let's hope that's not the case. Okay, meanwhile I'll check the studio. Alright. There we are, good sir. We're live streaming right now. How are you?
All right. I just walked in the door. We had a very challenging day weather-wise.
Oh my God. Tell us.
You know what some of my duties are.
Yes.
And that's good to get all squared away before we do the thing. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. How are you?
Much the better for speaking with you. Soon as you get a chance, if you want me to, yeah. I'll burn some bandwidth while you get yourself together.
Yeah, about a minute or two.
Oh, okay. So I'll do that, and then when you get back, of course, the usual.
I'm here. I just can't click buttons, or just give me a minute.
Sure. So what I'll do is I'll let everyone know that we're going to what we're going to do is when we bring our dear friend T-Tank Barry on. Hopefully he responds. I just want to cross-reference between the twain of them, make certain neither one of them has purchased a toaster oven yet. Then we'll decide which one of them is going to go for that, because T-Tank Barry has hinted he might go for that. And what I'll do then is give him the link that I gave Aristides, and perhaps he can handle that right here in California. Either way, it's going to be fine. Either way, it would probably get here. Maybe with T-Tank Barry, it would be faster, but it depends on whether it shouldn't be too out of his way for him. But yeah, we'll talk about that when both of them are on simultaneously. Other than that, I do want people to know the toaster oven is just an example of another expense at a time that I could not afford it. I am paying back Amy Como, and she lent $300 for me to pay the rent the month before last. And so I'm paying her back about $100 a month. So mailed that money order out to her when I came home last night. Made certain that I finally got some sleep. Woke up in the middle of the night to text her that it was en route. And then I went back to sleep a little while again because of basically several days without sleep with all the activity going on with the holidays, if you could call them that. One of them was, of course, a very somber Memorial Day, the Armenian Holocaust Memorial. For those of you who do not know, the Armenian Holocaust was in World War I, when the Turks committed genocide and mass exterminated 2 million Armenians. And that was a Muslim versus Christian extermination campaign. And what I notice is every time that I place Armenian Holocaust, Native American Holocaust in the title of any of my programs, then what happens is, Aaron's saying it's an early bedtime for himself. We'll call it anyway. He says, until not be able to, just altogether, I don't know how public he wants me to be about the other message he wrote. But I'm hoping he can come back on with us as soon as possible. I think it is important because he is, of course, a treasured member of Team Dietrich, and without which much of Team Dietrich's very existence couldn't have paid off in the sense of accomplishing what we hope to accomplish with the, shall we say, how do we express this? You don't want to use a term like the great betrayal when it comes to Peter Moon, because it implies that he was at one point somehow trusted. There was
I'm adding people, by the way.
Yes. Make certain to add John Doe.
Yep.
Give it a try with Aaron. You never know, he might come on for a few moments.
Yeah.
Make certain all the rest of the usual people, Samuel Romero, George Knight, Heather Holman, Amy Como, Brooke Gibson, yes, John Henry McMills Warrington, of course. We can see if he's willing. Nemo, of course, and let's see, not to mention Brendan Zogit, and we could go on.
All those,
yes. And Troy Bellamy as well. I know he doesn't show up, so you have to kind of write.
No, he shows up, but it just gives me a weird option, like some binary. Just add him. I don't know what it is. He must have to. Like, I don't know.
No, it goes on until the system picks up that you've been adding him enough times.
No.
Or at least that's the way it worked with me.
2 or 3 people, when I hit add, it just acts different. And
okay.
But anyway, don't worry, I've got it handled. Then I go into the computer, and then I add them there once the group call is started.
Yes, well,
got it all figured out, man. Don't worry.
Excellent. Well, welcome aboard, Heather Holman, T-Tank Barry, and Brendan Zogit. Yeah. Wow, some great background noise with Brendan there. he's standing in front of Niagara Falls, and so dear Heather, say hello. Say good evening. Heather.
Hello.
There we are. No need to take it so literally. It doesn't need to be a single word. You can.
Good evening.
Yeah. That expands it a little bit. You've doubled your vocabulary. You can.
Oh, how are you?
Well, fine. Much the better for speaking with you. I assure you, we missed you in the last episode or two. Did we not? Were you okay? What happened?
The last episode, yeah, I was sleeping that day.
Oh, that's good. That's good. You need to sleep.
Yeah.
Yes. How is your sleep? How is your sleep?
It's fine.
What did they find out?
Sleep.
I'm sorry. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I said I like sleeping. It's the best.
It is. Yes. Yes. If I had a T-shirt made, it would say, "I'd rather be sleeping." It's so.
I'm sure they make them.
What's that, honey?
I'm sure that they make them.
Oh God, I doubt it. No, they need to start. They stole my idea that I had years ago for sleep vacations. I had a dream of, not a dream like I dreamt it, but a vision that, not a vision that sounds too mystical, but I had an idea for sleep vacations where people would pay to go to the North Pole, for instance, and just fucking sleep, in some place where it's always dark, 6 months of the year. And yeah, okay, all such things like that aside, I have these great ideas, and then other people capitalize on them. It's the
So I'd rather be sleeping.
Yeah, the T-shirt. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cute.
yeah, and yeah.
Before you get too far, you want me to do the blurb?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, no, but I can do it super quick. Just everyone make sure to hit the upvote, thumbs up icon. Yeah. Because it's important for the algorithm purposes to fight downvotes that are placed against Douglas that you can't see. Thank you. Important for several reasons. Also, make sure you hit the subscribe and notification bell. And if you're super motivated, go into your account settings, create sub channels to your account without a separate login and password. They can do separate upvotes. So I've just done 3 total upvotes, and you can too. So that's it. Short version. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Oh, go on. Was there anything else that came to your mind, Aristides, by all means?
No, that was it. Want to go on, Heather?
Hello? Yeah. Heather, if you'd like to continue, otherwise I'll. While Aristides is talking, let's cross-reference him with T-Tank Barry. Now, neither one of you, I presume, has purchased a toaster oven yet. I hope. Neither one of you has.
Negative. That's a no.
Okay, thank you so much. And say hello to Heather and everyone else, dear T-Tank Barry, if you would be so kind.
Good evening, Brendan. Good evening, Aristides. And good evening, brother.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if you heard it, Heather, but it kind of cut him off because of a delay when he said hello to you, but he did. So I hope you caught that.
I know. I said hello back. How are you doing tonight?
T-Tank?
I'm doing great.
Yes.
Good.
I'm doing really well.
Okay.
Good.
How about
Glad
you,
to hear
Heather?
it. I've been better. but it's okay. I'm okay now, and I can't complain. So
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get the quality of sleep that you deserve. At least on the last episode.
yeah,
And
yeah, sleep is important.
yes, yes. Don't want to dive too deeply into that. We don't want to put our
Yeah.
audience to sleep. So, so what I did was I just now put a link for the Oster toaster oven in for T-Tank Barry. Yes, T-Tank, if you would be so kind, my dear brother. Yes, let me know if you're able to pick that up. If there's any place in California that carries it, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll have Aristides order it if he can. It's this just let us know how that turns out. Okay, T-Tank.
I should be able to. I should be able to handle that with ease, brother.
Bless you. Thank you so much. I love you dearly, and hopefully you've been safe. And whatever you're comfortable sharing is there. Yeah, honestly, just as much as you feel comfortable sharing, how have things been? A bit of a personal status report, if you would.
Yeah,
TJ.
my security is always at the first and foremost of anything that I do. Of course, I always seem to have a keen edge or foreign aid, so to speak, on that. So
Wonderful.
I'm always usually aware of things that happen. Sometimes not always, like the knock on the side of my vehicle the other night. Of course, it was just a gesture from some other individual who had parked nearby where I normally would park, and they had given consent to kind of realize that they knew that they had taken my parking spot, but really it's first come, first serve, as you know. You usually have 72 hours in any given public parking space. So therefore, I'm not a cop collar. I don't boot people out of an area for no good reason or would want to, call it in on them, so to speak. That's not what I do.
Understood.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
And other than that, I'm still gainfully employed at a public facility, which seems to be getting more maniacal by the day. But, so be it. We all have to pay our taxes and stay out of jail, of course. Yeah. And, so I'm doing well. Otherwise, I'm doing well. I'm just always on the move, as you know, and waiting for what's next,
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that, and that alone is courageous and informative. I thank you, and and I take it by foreign aid you mean divine intervention. That would be a
100%. Absolutely, yeah. There would be no other way. Otherwise, I know for a fact I wouldn't be here otherwise.
That's correct. Yeah. Well, the same with all of us, really. Yeah. So thank you so much, T-Tank. That was beautiful. I appreciate that. And wonderful. And so, Brendan Zoget, nice little status report, update from yourself. I know you're in a wind tunnel right now, or in front of Niagara Falls or something, Brendan. Last time that before you meet it there, hopefully you didn't fall down that cascade. That was, I shouldn't say things like that with all the catastrophes that have been hitting California lately. We're caught between floods and fire. I'll get into that later in monologue a little bit. I'll touch upon it. So Brendan, if you are able to unmute, please do so. And yes, there we are. Oh God, I hate it when he does that. How is it that you can enter text if you can't talk? The only way I could imagine that would, be a legitimate way to communicate would be if you were attending a lecture or a presentation and you didn't want to talk, so the rest of the audience. So he says, yes, the struggle is real. He says it in German. Earthquakes in the mountains. Yes. Is that where you're at? Oh my God. Do come on, Brendan. Otherwise it gets very spooky. I feel like I'm communicating through a fucking Ouija board when you text. Like I'm using a fucking planchette and it's just going from letter to letter. It's because he worse yet, it's the Blue Lotus or something. He fucking will break his messages up so they come in fragments. So it's like talking to the goddamn dead.
Assembling.
Yeah, that's giving him too much credit for nuance. That's funny. That would imply a kind of like strategizing in his communications. No, he's not dissembling. He's just how would I say it? It's like somebody texting while they're driving or jogging, which for all we know he may well be doing. I mean, last time he was getting what he referenced as side stitches, which was kind of like because where he was at was so cold that it's just I wouldn't even put myself through that. Okay, all right. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, I want to thank Aristides for that link. I'm finally looking at some of the communications being sent by people, and there we are.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so yeah. What wonderful. Where there we are. He's getting his incoming communications from his fellow workers. It's yeah. And do they communicate by walkie-talkie where you work, T-Tank? No need to answer that, of course. You don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Identical. I recognize the dying Motorola walkie-talkie the last time the break was off. He's definitely a public worker, even if he's not union.
That's right. Oh my God. Yes, it's you've got it down. It is so true. It's so sad. As T-Tank says, the workplace is. You have no idea how violent the American workplace is. Workplace violence. It's like violence was the cause of death in the workplace that rivaled almost anything else. I think it was the highest rate cause of death for a long period of time. I remember. And T-Tank, if you have any observations about that you'd care to share, by all means. Again, no need to get too. Yeah.
I too got the mandatory random shooter training with the I think they call it not the safety officer, but the safety compliance officer. He had the bright fluorescent orange AR-15 that I had to rip out of his hands and then point it at himself and say, well, you're done here, buddy.
Good for you. I take it. How did they respond to that? How did they take that?
The secretary was clapping. She was ecstatic. It was a success.
Excellent. I'm so proud of you. That's delightful. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, you did well. Normally, that's not what they would encourage, I would presume. They would try and tell you to hide, run, fight at the last, only as an absolute last resort when you're cornered or something of that nature, but you showed them. Good man.
He was going to blockade the door. We were all supposed to blockade the door while he was outside and going to state that he was going to be outside with the gun. So, I mean, that's not exactly how a random shooter would, want to go about taking people out, single-handedly. But anyway, I could think of a lot better ways to do it,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Very well said and quite true. That is so odd that they would start with that approach. Probably, if I were to try and project some common sense into why he approached it that way, for training people who theoretically are not of experience to handle violence, I would presume that he would graduate and escalate his aggression in various scenarios. But you probably shut him down with what you did. And after that, he was demotivated. And the secretary felt safe enough.
It's just a matter of walking out the opposite door and coming around and flanking him, of course, grabbing the rifle out of his hand, which is, obviously bright orange and not dangerous at all. So
Understood. But still, I know you would have handled it even if it were a real and loaded firearm just the same way, because I know you. And that's why Yeah, that's why you're still alive. If you weren't like that, you would not be alive today. There, we have that. And so thank you, T-Tank. And any other observations on that are welcome as well. Thank you, Heather, as well, for her link on the latest earthquakes in North America. And whether that's what impacted Brendan where he's at. If Brendan is doing his usual work, perhaps he was impacted by the latest earthquakes. We'll get to that soon enough. But yeah, so Brendan, please by all means catch us up on tell us about these earthquakes in the mountains. And yes. I get the feeling that something else happened with your occult siege as well. You left a couple of sigils with me while I was gone.
Oh yeah, I was thinking all kinds of stuff.
You'll have to speak your earbuds. Earbuds are directly into your mic.
Yeah. Am I audible?
You're not audible. We have a lot of noise in the background. Sounds very much more so than usual. You sound like you're on the high seas.
Yeah. I might have broken.
We heard that. I mean, I can make it out. Yeah.
There are other headphones that maybe aren't broken.
Damn, is there something wrong with your phone? Try and communicate with your phone instead of the Motorola. The Motorola doesn't work well with the Skype. It doesn't interface quite well.
It's the headphones.
Okay, there we are. Oh, thank fucking Christ. That's infinitely better.
Yeah, because I'm literally making out with the phone.
Yes, yes. Well, stay that way.
Yeah, I can't just constantly do it like this.
Well, give us an update. You left me some sigils, so that gave me the impression you underwent some more developments in the ongoing occult siege. Anything like that?
Well, it's a constant struggle in general, but I'm actually breaking out of it due to various cosmic assistance, along with different things that I've done Ayurvedically to combat these things.
Wonderful.
But I'm doing much better, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing, of course. I mean, we're all pretty much aware of your family is, in essence, one of your biggest problems. And so, such being said, hopefully you're, doing as well as you can be considering.
Yeah, indeed. Now, 1 second. Let me test this.
Yes. Take your time while we're
How are
all
these?
pretty much
How are
aware.
these? Better?
Yeah, you sound good.
Like this is like an eye test.
Yeah.
Better or worse? Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, quality's good.
So then these other headphones are broken, which is
okay. Yeah, those other headphones suck. That's too bad. And that's what happens. They break. Usually they break out of rage. It's just after a while they entangle.
Yeah.
They entangle to the point where you finally strip them and rip them and strip them. That's how they die. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we need a Dietrich stip in for headphones.
Yeah.
Communication equipment.
We do. I do force people to use theirs to death. That is true. Oh my God! Shout out, by the way, to Eric Cradle, who has joined us, and with the people who are here. We'll have a lot to cover in monologue tonight. I am even concerned that they might kill our communications. I'm sorry, what was that, Brendan? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry if you heard a bunch of rustling. You guys traveled through my shirt for a second.
That's delightful. Oh my God. I've never seen you bare chested. Are you one of those white guys that's got hair all over his torso? That might explain why.
We'll leave it up to the imagination.
That might explain the sound effects.
Well, I'm also wearing like 5 layers because it's 30 degrees outside.
Yes, it's fucking freezing. Oh my God. It's only how was it? I remember Amy Como saying it was a balmy 40 degrees where she was at that one time, and it's like she can have it.
Yeah, well, that's warm to them.
Yeah,
they can keep it.
Yeah, that's right. They can keep it. It's bad enough for us here. God, 30 degrees where you're at. That fucking sucks. I would die. And does the activity help at all? Your being active helps, or?
Not really. It just blows a bunch of cold wind on me. Now, I personally don't mind it, the cold itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just having to work in it is the problem, obviously. That makes everything worse.
Yes. I don't.
If it was like, like I was having a snowball fight, I'd be fine.
Well, I think we're past those days, and snowball fights are not particularly fun anyway. It fucking hurts. Yeah, I mean, it's something that people...
Well, you must be doing it with a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, they put rocks in them and shit. Yeah,
ice fucking core. The ice core. Yeah,
yes. Yes, son. This is why I hate camping. This is why I hate the great outdoors. Yes, went with a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, don't tell me you went camping with Q or something. That's the last time I want to hear that.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Yes. By the way, that's one reason I'm sad that Aaron's not on tonight, because I spoke with him privately before Edbeth picked me up. And for those of you who don't know, Edbeth is a composite name that was actually created by Judith Ager, who I can still bitch about anyway, despite the fact that, there's always going to be elements that you remember from people that resonate in the positive, hopefully. There are some individuals, of course, where that doesn't exist, like Pete Moon, like Vinnie Parberik, who goes by the alias of Pete Moon. But that brings us back to Aaron Tice, who was basically, when I had the conversation with him before I left, he was like saying that he remembered distinctively that Peter Moon, when I brought up all of the state orphans in Romania, for those of you who do not know, Romania is an example of what happens when you render abortion completely inaccessible, when the state denies abortion to its population and polices them so that they cannot abort. The woman will deliver those babies, but then they will reject them. And the state wound up with supermassive orphanages where all of these children were supposed to be raised by the state, but the state did a piss poor job. And basically, they were like... not raised right. They were all malnourished. They were all AIDS babies, overwhelmingly, and then they spread AIDS among each other. So if they didn't have AIDS to begin with, they wound up with it by the time they left those state orphanages. But the point is, nobody knows where they went. We do know that there were literally tens of thousands of Romanian state-raised orphans that disappeared. No one knows where they are.
Well, now we know why Andrew Tate's there.
Yeah. Thank you.
People like that.
Yes. We
allegedly.
Yeah. Oh, forget the alleged. I mean, oh my God. I mean, why do we even bother with that term? It's almost offensive. But when it came to these,
I'm saving you a lawsuit, man.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Think of the money he could get from me. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But he's so desperate at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if he tried. Yeah, right. That's a good one. And
imagine them suing any of us. It would just be like, you open the wallet and the moth flies out.
Yeah.
The lawyer they would like buy us lunch or something. They'd be like, I'm so sorry.
Yes, I would just turn my pockets inside out so they can see the lint and maybe some of them stupid fruit flies that I still haven't eaten, even in the winter, because the stupid state of California talked me into trying to compost, and haven't gotten rid of them ever since. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck composting unless you're in, Amy Como country or where Victoria lives, of course. Then of course you can't be helped. But, so, like I was saying, when I brought up and challenged Peter Moon, I said to him, and people might remember this because on record, it was on an episode where I said, Peter, you know Romania so well, what happened to all these Romanian state orphans that were never integrated back into society. And we know they were never integrated back into society because nobody in Romania is complaining about all their co-workers having AIDS and being malnourished. A bunch of malnourished AIDS co-workers and shit. So he said without hesitation, and Aaron Tice confirmed this. He says, yes, I remember that distinctly. Peter Moon responded without hesitation. He said they all went to Jewish sacrifices, that they all went to Israel for mass sacrifice, state sacrifice by the Jews. And I was astonished that he would say something like that, just so people understand. I personally do not believe that. It strikes me as completely out there. Then again, I have been so shocked by what I did find out was true about Jewish culture that one never knows. But still, say for instance, if people are wondering what I mean by that, I never believed. I thought it was just an urban legend that a lot of Jewish kids, boys.
No, that's some shit that your Romanians would just make. They just told Pete that, basically.
Yeah. I presume they didn't even need to tell him that. I presume he's stark raving mad and has his own. I think his agenda was to discredit my show. That was just to make it sound like I would, that was my belief. That people would assume that just because I don't slam down on people and start a train wreck argument, that they would assume Douglas must agree with him. But if they do assume that, they're wrong.
Yeah, like when you were around, he would say stuff like that, and then when it was just him, he would be like, "No, they're good people."
Thank you.
I have nothing wrong with nothing against these people, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
So that actually makes sense. It was just kind of like a bait and switch.
Yes, thank you. And it was just to make it look like either I was bringing that out in him, as if, which
Well, they wanted you to go off, like
Thank you.
Wolf King style.
Thank you.
Or what they thought he would do. It's like he didn't have to do that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Excellent point.
They wanted to zoom in on you Nuremberg style and just have that in the background.
Thank you. That's right. That's right. That's right. And for him to go from that extreme to, as Aaron Tice said, say later on to Aaron Tice, "Oh, Douglas's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing." It really goes to show that was his linchpin all along, that he was the one who was focused on this, that in other words, trying to discredit me by saying what he was saying in this obviously Judeophobic stance, and then trying to say that, then he projects it on me thereafter and says Douglas's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. So this is like, there you have it. That's the goes beyond bait and switch. They've condemned me in their own minds with their own setup, which convinces hopefully only them. And if anyone projects that onto myself, they're an idiot. However, I will tell people something that angers me right away, and I will just post a link here just so people get an idea of what I'm talking about. I consider this to be one of the most important bits of breaking news that is going to be underreported, and it's just a crime that it is. But I'm going to put this inside of both my text box, and I'm going to put it inside of course, the chat. And this is what I suspected all along. What people might have noticed is that I'm really hard on Asian Indians. And I really use the term yellow nigger a lot when I talk about Asian Indians. And this is why. This is why. So the link is in the chat. It's in the text box. I live in the Silicon Valley area. San Francisco is both known as Biotech Bay, and the Silicon Valley area is incorporated into the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. And what I see in the technology industry that I'm familiarized with because of my son's marriage to his husband, what I see is that the Chinese who have been run out because of the Cold War between the Communist Chinese Empire and the United States, they've all been replaced by these Asian Indians. and they are making certain that no one else gets in. And it's not necessarily an Asian Indian conspiracy. This is by people like Donald Trump, like Elon Musk, like all the billionaires that are invading the Pentagon. And this is all those tech bros that are taking over our world. These people are making certain that they're instituting an American caste system. And the Asian Indians are teaching them how it's done, to fossilize and stratify us all in place, where we are have no capacity for upward mobility, where we're frozen in our caste. And this is what they intend America to become, is a North American Asian India. So this is and to do that, they're making certain that no other ethnicities from anywhere else get employed other than Asian Indians. It's not that these Asian Indian guys are necessarily the smartest. It's simply that they are they're mainlined. They're mainlined into America by the tech bros. The tech bros love them because they're any insights from yourself, Brendan? I don't know if you've had a chance to even look at that link or just give it a scan, but as familiar as you are with the culture and its corruption and how things can, is it bribery? The billionaires don't need money. I think it's the obsequiousness of the Asian Indians that, or perhaps because of the Raj, they speak English. That might be an enablement, but
it's because they look up to the West and they can. It's like beyond integration. It's like, yeah, like you said,
thank you.
Obsequious. It's like this kind of, the idol worship of Western people. I mean, it's hard to say, really.
Maybe it's their worship of money.
It's a lot of things.
Yes.
But what are you specifically honing in on is the question.
Were you able to take a look at that link? It's
Yeah, I see it. They're favoring, IT firms are favoring Indians, but it's also the education.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Things like that.
Which America is crashing on itself. America's education system is crashing. So. And
if you want, do you want me to give a biased answer, or do you want me to give a more balanced answer? Because I can give a biased answer.
Oh, by all means, biased.
To my view.
But yeah, please, by all means.
That vegetarians can function better in any environment, so of course they're going to hire. So not only do they have vegetarianism down more, but it's also they're more healthy because of the herbal supplements and the various Ayurvedic tactics that they're using. Mm-hmm. That, there are herbs that can make you smarter, and, certain things that they've done from birth that make them more intelligent in a calculating sense. Mm-hmm. Being able to calculate and function and make business work that is, more efficient in that way. Mm-hmm. And they also have, these, what's like a more collective consciousness. They can live together and stuff like that. Yes. So they're similar to China, but they don't have this antithesis to capitalism or the West. Like, they're not going to be fighting over that. They're going to be saving these companies money by, they'll bring their own chai tea and make it for the whole office. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know how I put this nicely. It's like they're the Mexicans of high education. They're more easier to work with, and they get things done.
That's
than,
what
say,
I was going to say.
Chinese or even Japanese people are very tough. They're expecting a lot more. So.
Yeah. No, that's appreciated, and thank you for your interjection, Heather.
Yeah.
But
I would just say the vegetarian thing.
Yeah, well,
they're more functional.
Well, whenever you bring up that angle, never neglect to bring up my biological father.
Of course, yeah. And they have so many things online about how, like, the misinfo, the disinfo about that.
Well, here's
they claim that he had no choice or something.
Oh, when they talk about Hitler,
and they try and say,
don't be afraid to say his name. So say his name. By all
I just can't be yelling it where I'm at.
I
you
see.
Know I
I
have
get
no problem
it.
saying that. There's nothing wrong with Adolf Hitler. You know? Like, look, I'll say it openly. It's just I can't sit here and be like, you know, stomping around in the back room saying Hitler and stuff.
I'm sorry, that almost killed me.
The optics, you know.
Don't make me choke. Don't make me choke on my tea. I'm drinking my tea. But such being said, I'll point
like
out.
Someone walks into a back room and I'm like, Hitler, yeah, and stomping around. You know he was the best because he was vegetarian.
Oh my God. That would be so funny if the Ukrainian woman caught you saying that and then fell in line with you. It fell in line with you, you know, because But look,
she's on vacation, unfortunately.
Okay, there we are. But you're cherry picking your information in one sense. You're neglecting to tell our listeners that the vegetarians are of the Brahmin and upper caste of India. So this leaves out.
Actually, I can contextualize, but yes, they're more strict about it. Let's put it that way. No. The Brahmin class is more strict about the diet. Yes. Yeah. Especially when they come here, they feel like it makes them, you know, it sets them apart from the Shudra. Yeah. The working class.
Well, one thing I know for a fact is that the way they'll weed out talented classless people, like they now have a name. What do they call the untouchables? They now have a name for them. I forget. Could you remember?
The Milaka is outcast.
Okay. That's.
But I don't know of a modern term.
Okay.
And they wear a green dot on their forehead.
Okay, the green dots. That would be an awful term for them. The green dots. Thank you, Heather. But when the green dots are talented and they're able to handle math and they want to move to America for upward mobility that they could never have in India, they run across these tests where they're asked what they eat, and this is the Brahmin caste, you know, weeding them out to find out if they're vegetarians, because that's one of the ways they can identify their own or weed out those that are not their own. So it's an important.
I think they can tell just by looking at them.
Oh, yeah, but a lot of the interviews these days, of course, are virtual or just by forms. And but I know what you mean, Heather. I would presume. Yeah. Yeah, I would presume so. Yes. And what would be, just by looking at them, aside from the green dot, would they be more swarthy or what would be you know?
I think it's something in their eyes.
Okay. Oh, an uncertainty. Probably an uncertainty.
No, like a bloodlust. Like they might have a crease on their forehead. I don't know, something like that.
Interesting, Brendan.
This is Heather's concept.
My
from
analogy.
The ISKCON people. Like they would say that they look like Klingons or something, you know. Like that's not the case.
You can tell just by the way that they sweat.
Yeah, no, they say stuff like that, like they smell different and all this, but that's not the case. I mean, it's just kind of that's the racism kicking in, because East Indians are very that thing. Yeah. So, yeah.
So another term for that would be, if not racist, it would be classist. That's the classism kicking.
It's classism, but they take it a little farther. I mean,
true.
It's stereotyping.
That's why North and South have issues, like especially in India. And that's another thing you should bring up is that so not only is it classes and castes, it's like there's like a three-way split. There's like class, which is money, then caste, which is birth, and then third would be geography. So it's north and south. So like even the Southies don't like the Northerners and stuff like that. So the Northerners typically come here and they open stuff like the convenience stores, gas stations, like, you know, we're talking like the Punjab region, those people, the Sikhs and the the Muslims and stuff, Pakistanis.
The Jains.
So they'll. No, Jains usually don't move. They're not very mobile.
I was about to say, I mean, their lifestyle is so specific. It would be it would be impossible for them to be very mobile, right? But go on. Yeah.
Yeah, to an extent. And then some of them come out here, but they're very rich. And then the people that do the restaurants are usually from the South or Nepal, I've noticed. So Nepalese. So in that case, the Nepalese are, you know, excluded from that system. And then, but when it comes to Indians, it's either north or south. And, you know, I could point them out easily. Like if you're familiar with the culture, you could just instantly say this is a South Indian place that I'm eating, or so these are South Indians. So most of the tech people are from South India, because Mumbai is a very big chip region. Okay. It's either, and then there's also a big engineering school in Delhi. So that's where they're coming from, is either that's specifically some schools in Delhi, or pretty much all other ones are Southerners.
Excellent, excellent observations. And my own stereotype would be, when I think South, I think Dravidian, and I think of the blacks of India. They're basically, you know, whereas the North is generally, certainly in its past, been Aryan. I don't know. So
no, it's different. Even in the South, the Brahmins are light skinned, like now, like more.
Okay,
yeah.
So they've really distributed.
Of course
Go on.
Yeah, they've distributed, but there's also, it's always been. That's, you know, they say the Aryans didn't make it south enough or whatever.
Yeah, that's what the Dravidians claim. That's right. I saw somebody on YouTube, some Dravidian, raving about that. Yeah.
No. If you look at like they're called the Carnatic culture.
Yeah. Okay.
They're like the high culture of the South. Like they're all very light skinned. Like people like J. Krishnamurti and Uji Krishnamurti.
Okay. Yeah.
You can see that. You know,
right.
They're like lighter skinned people.
But by the way, for those of you who don't know, what Brendan is referring to would be interpreted in America as a couple of New Age gurus. These are the kinds of guys who...
Yeah, they were theosophical society people.
Yeah. And but that's amazing that I even know that.
Yeah, well, very well astute. But Uji, like he broke out of that. He like made... Somehow he got some money when he was young, and then he said, "Forget about all this." He became this kind of like anti-guru. I don't know how to explain him. Where he was any conception, or he was just anti-conception.
Isn't he the guy who said, "I cannot help you, you cannot help yourself"? Wasn't he the guy who said that?
He said stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
He's like, "Why are you talking to me?" You know, and he would go for these interviews, and he would like travel, and he would live in Switzerland most of the year and stuff.
Of course.
But he was like, I mean, he had money, but he tried, you know, he would say like, "Oh, you know, I don't." He would have to get into his philosophy. It's very, what's the word for it? There's a word for it. Hold on, let me think of it.
It sounds almost nihilistic.
It's close, but it's the other end of it.
Yeah. Okay.
This kind of like, it's almost Randian.
Holy shit!
Only you can enlighten yourself, you know. But he didn't have like political leanings at all, really.
Understood.
I'm trying to think of what it's called. It's like give me a moment.
It reminds me of early Christian Gnosticism, where your relationship with God is your own, and you have to learn rather than, you know, it's.
But it would be called, in the Vedic system, it would be like the neti. It would be the negation.
Interesting.
Where everything is negated. Like.
Interesting.
He was so contrarian that like everything, he negated everything.
Okay.
So it was just, and it showed in his lifestyle. Like he just always traveled, and he, you know, I don't think that was an ideal lifestyle, but that was his choice. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree. I'm not much of a traveler myself anymore. That's for sure. I've had more than enough of that. But it reminds me kind of like, you know, Brooke Gibson was that contrarian for a long time. But I don't know.
Yeah, but this guy had like acumen. I'm sorry.
Got it.
He was well educated. Like this wasn't, I want to see the enemy's speech pattern just because I want to see my name. It wasn't. I want to get brainwashed by the enemy just to see my name. You know, it's just no.
Oh, I hope she gets angry enough to jump on at that one, if she's listening at all. Have you heard from her at all since the last time you and I talked to her? God,
no.
I hope I didn't offend her.
She tried to call.
Oh, she did. Oh, thank God. Okay, so she tried that.
But I didn't answer. Well, I couldn't answer. It's not that I didn't
answer.
answer.
Yeah, I was about to say. I didn't feel that you would, you know, fob her off. I didn't feel you would do that. You know, but we love you, Brooke. We love you. just hope what I was gonna say was I hope I ironically didn't offend her when I said she's a psychic vampire. Along with yourself, both you and I were making that joke that she's a psychic vampire because the irony of
well, that's true.
Yeah.
And like attracts like, as we saw.
I do get those. I do get. I hate that term though. I hate using that term.
Well, I wasn't talking about you, but we can go there.
Yeah.
I was talking about the other guy.
Oh, okay.
You have more of like a thraldom. It's like you won't let us leave. That's different. That's a straight thraldom. Like a true vampire in that sense. All right.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is a high compliment.
He was called Krishnamurti was called an iconoclast, which is, I mean,
there we are.
Anything.
There we are. For those of you who do not know, the term iconoclast means a breaker of icons, which were the Russian symbols for the saints, for Christ, even God. They would humanize them in very abstracted and very formulaic illustrations that follow a template that was a Byzantine Orthodox kind of format in which the character would be presented and hagiographied, meaning sainted, like in this saintly, beatific kind of composition. And so when the communists were taking over and they said all of this is superstition, all of this is religion is the opiate of the masses, they would break these icons to show that they did not fear God, that they did not fear damnation. And so that's where the term iconoclast
worked
comes.
out for them.
Yeah.
Let's revisit that, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's like I said before. There's this movie. You can find the whole movie on YouTube now. You can watch the entire film, which, by the way, I really don't decry the film. It's silly. It's super silly. But it's called Nazis at the Center of the Earth. And that was brought to my attention long time ago when it came out, like maybe 10, 20 years ago by now. But in the film Nazis at the Center of the Earth, I will say it is my favorite portrayal of Józef Mengele. And actually, Aristides remembered parts about the film that I did not. But Józef Mengele is shown to be a total badass in that film. And he basically confronts this he's of course extended his own lifespan, but he confronts this young Jewish man who dares to penetrate his realm, and he just leans over and sniffs. He just smells him and says, "You're a Jew." And then the young man responds, "No, I'm not religious." And that's when he pulls out this ray gun and disintegrates him. And I was watching it with.
Is this a parody or is this like an actual?
Oh,
supposed to be like a serious film.
Oh, you have to take it as a comedy, half a comedy. It's like an action comedy, but it's
right.
Yeah, but
sounds almost like Mel Brooks-ish.
Well, it's not, because the Nazis are definitely portrayed as something to be feared, but Hitler is brought back, and of course they show him in this completely silly, but at the same time, children would find it absolutely frightening. It would give children nightmares. But he's portrayed in this silly, like, they bring him back all mechanized and shit, so he's like an uber mech, but his head's clearly visible and identifiable. But
like in a jar or something?
It's like his head's in a bubble, but it's preserved on top of this mechanized suit of armor body that, and he's leaping about and cutting people's heads off. It's like, like the real Hitler would want to do that. But at any rate, the silly aspect is, of course, this blonde German Aryan chick is like always using the fact that she's blonde, German, and Aryan to get on their good side, and that's the weak point of the Nazis, is that they give her leeway because she's blonde, German, and Aryan, but she's American acculturated, which shows that Americans are irredeemable. You can take the boy out of the jungle, but you can't take the jungle out of the boy. But at any rate, the point was, in that film, I was watching it with my son and the Blood Boys, when the Jewish guy was disintegrated after saying, "No, I'm not religious." And I said, "I bet he wishes he was now." That's what you brought up with the the communists who were the iconoclasts. Okay, there we are with that. And such having been said, Aristides, you might bring up some of the things you remembered, since you had your memory was.
Actually, I don't think I watched through it all. I just pulled it up and kind of skipped through it just to see how gratuitous some of that was, like that you just mentioned, and I just happened upon that part, and it was just so funny.
Yes,
yeah, and a lot of it was just kind of slow plot, evil Nazis chasing them around, and a lot, But yeah, that was a pretty good point.
And tell people about the weather where you're at, because I'll touch on it briefly later. But
well, this is the time when it's normally quite cold, but we had weather system come through, so it got warmer, but it came with a lot of rain. So, and then whenever it switches between warm and cold, is obviously that's when you're likely to get rain. So on both ends, I think it got warm, rained, and it's getting cold again, and rain some more. So now it's going to be cold. So it's going to be below freezing. It was not below freezing for a few nights.
Yeah, yep. That's thank you for sharing that. How do you handle the cold?
Oh, I'm personally, I'm fine. It makes certain things difficult, but personally, I'm I stay warm, wear warm clothes. Been used to it. So it's funny because people that have say grown up in certain parts of California or Florida, it's like, it gets to be 50 degrees. You're like, oh my God. And I'm like, one guy, I was like, well, put some pants on, you fucking Floridian. Right. Take your flip flops off, put some pants on. I'm just making fun because they're so, they're so spoiled. But it does actually, parts of Florida do get, they can dip to freezing. Not at the southern tip, but.
Generally speaking, you're absolutely right. It's amazing. I see people come to California, well, specifically San Francisco, and they all have this total delusion. It's an illusory image presented by mass media that's warm, and they are never prepared, and they're freezing. You just see them come here not dressed appropriately for the cold. They have no idea how cold it is here, and they pay the price. But yes, by all means. So give us your own opinion of the link that you sent myself about the sympathy for the devil, so to speak. This young man who Luigi Manioni.
Okay, the one I sent you is that the one about the banners.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like starting a movement. Somebody dropped a banner off an overpass. Deny, defend, oppose. It's going to start a movement. And I'm sure we'll get into that guy. I have picked up a number of interesting developments. To be very brief, started more and more seeming like MK Ultra type patsy thing, but nonetheless, those could start movements. Whether organically or not.
My conclusion was a little different, but
yeah, go ahead.
It seemed if we were going by as what's presented, it's like he injured his spine, and then they did some kind of corrective surgery, and then after that he lost the ability. The way they put it was it affected sexual function, so he couldn't get his dick up, so he just got pissed off. I mean, it makes sense.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I what I would assume on hearing that is that I would believe that the injury probably happened, that the corrective surgery probably happened, but what I would assume myself is that they would totally make up the sexual dysfunction part to discredit him and emasculate him so that people would not follow him or be inspired by him. That's how they would say, oh, we got to make
that sounds likely.
Yeah. We got to make certain the public doesn't, take onto this guy. And so let's, fuck him over real bad and say he can't get it up. And that way, the ladies lose interest, the men, lose interest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because the chicks were up for him the whole time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They love murders.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they do. They do. Dude, he'll get the pen pals in prison. He'll get that.
Oh, yeah, that's what they were making meme. I mean, already the meme factory is going, but it's like they were saying Oh yeah, he's gonna be like basically the conjugal visit champion for the rest of his life.
Yes, yes, yes.
Just like they'll just be like, it'll be like the Beatles and shit, isn't they?
Yeah, that's right. Oh my God. And man, I feel so bad for him that they're already, fucking him over with that. And it's so tragic.
Yeah, and McDonald's is getting flack even though they wouldn't have wanted it. But look, it's just gonna cause a spiral. Like everyone's gonna hate the corpse. They're gonna blame it on McDonald's that he got caught.
So how was McDonald's involved? Provide the details there, please.
Well, basically he was caught. Like the person that turned him in was a McDonald's employee while he was eating.
Oh.
And so that McDonald's is like gonna have to shut down because they're just getting threats and so many 1-star reviews. And,
well, who turned him? I think turned him in at the McDonald's. It was some like ancient like boomer woman working there because young people wouldn't have done that. They
the younger kids were telling her not to or something.
Yeah, the younger people. I think he's a hero.
Yeah. So she was like the fucking, what is it called? In the army when you're like like an officer, what is it called?
Oh, she was a manager.
When you have stock in the company.
Oh yeah, some bitch who was old, almost. Yeah, she had stock in the company at that point. Got it. Yeah.
What is it called? Like when sorry for my terminology is losing.
Yeah, no worries. I get it. I'm the same.
She's one of the do-gooders. She's a do-gooder.
I wouldn't say that, but I know what you mean.
When you're an officer, when you're an officer and you're commissioned, she was like a
commission. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Like a commission.
She was like the commission officer equivalent of a McDonald's employee. Like she was like thinking that it would be her fault if he left or something.
Oh God, that's so fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid.
But now she ain't gonna survive. I mean, unfortunately.
Thank God. Yeah.
At least career-wise, she'll have to retire.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's also another factor. She was ready to retire. She didn't give a shit. I don't think she thought it through that far ahead, but, there's probably some subconscious.
That's all I know. That's pretty much all I know is that's what happened. And now it's going to make all the corporations look bad, just as a whole, whether it's, Someone the other day said the only CEO that's safe is the Costco guy. Because someone tried to raise prices of the hot dogs and they were like, he kicked them out of the board meeting or something. And he's like, someone made a meme. They're like, that guy's going to live. He's the only one. That and the Arizona tea guy, like they're safe for sure.
What's with the Arizona tea guy? What was his claim to safety?
Oh, he came on air on like 60 Minutes or something, and they were trying to press him like, why don't you raise prices, And he's like, well, because I like my customers and everything's paid off and I have no debts, so why would I raise prices, So they were trying to like pigeonhole him into raising prices. Like, how they always pull that shit.
Yes.
But he basically said, fuck the shares and the stocks. I'm just going to keep producing and make whatever little bit of money I have. It's not a big deal.
Thank
God.
So
he's like, like a healthy capitalism where like, you go through the process, you pay off all your debts, then you just maintain your business instead of juicing every freaking penny and killing people and just doing fucked up shit.
Yeah, it says right on the can, 99 cents.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's
he's vowed not to change it unless he has to. So, and I've seen it go up as much as $1.29 because of the stores.
Yeah.
Well, the stores can change the price, but he said he'll never like raise the price unless he has no choice. So same with the Costco hot dog guy. It's like they have that to get people in the store so you can have a nice shopping experience or whatever.
Yeah,
like Americans are that simple, and it's going to turn into Panem Circum where they just have to do concessions now.
I would hope
unless they want things to go down.
It's a good term, Panem Circum, and Latin. What's the Latin transliteration of that, please, for our listeners?
Panem Circum, bread and circus.
Yeah, there we are. Okay, so
in the English translation, bread and circuses.
Yeah, but
so they'll have to like calm the populace down, but because Americans are so at this level that it's like apparently hot dogs and sweet teas, like that's working, but everything else isn't working.
Yeah, but here's where all of that crashes is Trump, and he's gonna tank the economy with his tariffs. And then they'll all have to raise their prices. So all that goodwill is going to go out the window anyway. whatever goodwill there is now, it's all going to disappear.
But if they have no customer, like if people can't buy their stuff, what is the point of having money? You know, having these businesses.
So there
has to be someone has to come in with the tempering and, you know, quench the sword and all that.
Well,
you know,
this is the point that I was making about the impossibility of the 80s and the 90s vision of future dystopia. Was I said these visions that they had of this post-apocalyptic world where it's like it took Blade Runner to an extreme, and because people couldn't afford the matte painting backdrops of Blade Runner, which Blade Runner at least had all of the matte painting backdrops so they could give you an interesting urban environment, but most people who are like Italian spaghetti zombie directors just couldn't afford that, so they would just give you industrial wastegapes. And so most of the post-apocalyptic films that they endlessly churned out to the point where you could like make your own YouTube channel that showed nothing but those. You could stream them, but it was always the same template. And I said that it's just economically impossible. And these were films made in the U.S. as well, where you just had the cheap spin-offs, you know, starring the Carradine brothers and shit. But the whole point is that always these mega corporations were running this post-apocalyptic world full of impoverished, homeless hordes of people that were setting trash cans on fire to keep warm, and, you know, roasting marshmallows over them and shit. And but the whole point is, what's the economy? If these corporations have to have some level of employee and staff, they have to have. Who are they selling to? I mean, what are their products? These people obviously can't afford any products, so who are the corporations selling the products to? There was no middle class in any of these dystopias. So when you take a look at
their fantasy is that all the rich people will just buy it, but that's not how that works.
Yeah,
like it would be like a patron system, like these billionaires would just buy people. Is that what they're trying to go for?
It's never displayed in those films. That's obviously impossible for the rich to have enough, you know, of a population to keep an economy going at all. So the films were intrinsically impossible. But the horror is, this is what they're going for. They're going to try to make that work. That's the horror of where it's coming from. I disagree with you. I don't think that they have the foresight or the common sense. What you might be saying, I think what you're saying is that organically some entrepreneur might come in and try to fill that vacuum, but you can't do that without a middle class. I mean, what they're going to do is they're going to eliminate the middle class by what they're doing. Yeah, and you know damn well what I'm talking about. I mean, for one thing, no matter how hard you work, you can't make it to the middle class, which these days, I mean, so it's just where we're at. So so how does a system like that work? In India, the economy was such, from, you know, thousands of years of stratification, they basically worked, you know, in a sense, but it wasn't the kind of lifestyle we would want. And but here in America, they're probably thinking they can rebuild that. They're try and rebuild the Indian caste system here because that's the only way they could make it work. So, like I said, in San Francisco,
but without people to buy the computers, there's no one. Like, look at what happened to Intel. They're closing these factories. Even the Intel here in Folsom they basically have to sell their building and then rent it from a bigger corporation because they can't afford all the workers out here, because their stock fell apart because they weren't making good products. And so no one's buying them. And now there's just, you know, what are they going to do? What's the way forward? It's like,
thank you. Yeah. And it's like, Aristides, what do you think with that? I mean, please, your input, if you would be so kind.
I think makes sense. Your insights. I like the they're just moving the caste system here.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're bringing in all the Asian Indians just to show them how to do it, just to show them how it's done.
Yeah. I see some of that too. I mean, I think.
Yeah, and such being said, it's with that, what are you willing to share about what you see? Are you willing to share a little bit about how you train some of these Asian Indians and Pakistanis, educate them? You kind of like test them at least.
No, I do. Not classroom stuff. I help out in research stuff. But they do. There are a lot of them, and they can range from director to guy slaving away in the lab. So, there's your caste system.
There we are. And with that, Heather, come on, Heather, you have some insights to share here. Your own impression, and bring Vinny on if he's willing.
He's busy doing something with his computers.
Yeah, probably.
But I think that the people that are buying the Arizona iced tea, the majority of the people are buying Arizona iced tea for 99 cents are people that are counting change to get something to drink.
Yeah, that's my level.
And that amount outweighs the amount of rich people who could buy up a whole, whatever, buy all of it. They don't buy it. I mean, the people that are buying it are the people that barely have enough to buy it. They're dying of thirst.
Which is why the guy said he didn't want to raise prices, because he knows his demographic.
He knows his demographic, yeah.
Oh my God.
And they don't have a choice. That's basically what he was saying, is that it's for like when they're leaving school and they don't have it. They have like I had to do, scrape change and
and
it's like you look forward to that. That's like the only drink you could buy. So.
It's just that it's not gonna fluctuate. That's what you get. It's not just soda out of some soda fountain, that's gross.
Well, soda's on its way out. Soda's age over. Like,
yeah, even I stopped drinking soda. But go on.
The can actually looks bigger than a regular can of drink, so it's like you feel like you're getting more for your money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still high fructose corn syrup poison, but it's cheap. Yeah. Guys, like,
it says it right on the can, and I know people like my neighbor. We were talking about this actually the other day. He says that he'll go into a store if it's not 99 cents. If they're trying to charge $1.29, he will complain. He will be difficult. I mean, he'll start a riot if it's because he's only paying 99 cents. That's all he's ever paid, and he depends on that to never change.
Jesus fucking Christ. If I ever get to that point, I'll just give up.
You'd think, but it's not that easy.
Oh my God.
I should ask for a toaster earlier, but
yeah. I mean, yes, literally. I mean, just so people remember, I am 3/4 human, really half human when we count the nanoplasma. Do you know what? Another aspect of Peter Moon that really shows through here is one thing I pointed out about Judith Ager was that Judith Ager obviously never truly believed I was a vampire, because she said one of the things she wanted to be a definitive end statement, like when she was severing all the time, and as her threats of severance got more and more severe, she basically said at one point, someday you're going to get really sick and die from drinking other people's blood. And I'm like, well, no. And but it went to show me she never really believed all the time she was involved with me that I was really a vampire. And when you think about Peter Moon, when he actually thought I was going to die from the surgery, and then after I came back and I said, oh, I'm disfigured, and my nose, as T-Tank Barry can testify, was severely disfigured, where it looked like it had been broken, like I had been in a professional boxing ring and somebody had just smashed it repeatedly. He thought I would kill myself because of being disfigured. But you might notice I never went in that direction where I was morbidly saying, oh, I might do something like that. And the reason I never expressed something like that was because I had faith based on experience the nanoplasma would somehow heal it. As impossible as it seemed, it's what happened. And so
it fixes you every time.
It does. and
it fixes me every time.
Well, there we are, honey. Yes. Yeah. Though you know, nothing against you. Your I think you got like some downgraded tech version of what I got.
Yeah, well, it still have, you know, tendencies.
Still has some punch to it. Yes, I know. It still serves you well. Still serves you well. It does its job. Well,
as far as it's pretty hard for me to die. Just put it that way.
Yes. Let's put it this way. What Heather Holman's model is in terms of whatever they put into her, it's like you want to get across the desert and you're in a Jeep that may not be pretty and it may be jury rigged and heavily shall we say worn, but it'll get you across the desert. You don't care about its looks. It'll get you there. That's kind of like the model she's got. Not talking about your physical appearance, honey. Just talking about...
No, yeah, it's like a Volkswagen. I'd like to consider it like a Volkswagen.
Yes. I got the Formula race car model. And so it kicked in and just fixed my nose in an impossibly short period of time. Literally physically impossible by any normal human standards. And to the point where my MD, Dr. Victoria Epstein, was thought that I had somehow fixed my nose myself. Like, so did you keep pressuring it with your fingers? What did you plaster cast it? Did you, take two pieces of wood?
In their notes, they're like, healing remarkably well.
There's
no explanation for how well you're doing, but.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, that was what she said, and no, it just does what it does.
It can't be explained.
It's explicable, but the explanation is not necessarily accepted. You can explain something. That doesn't mean people accept your explanation. But obviously, Peter Moon thought first I was going to die, then thought I would kill myself because of being disfigured and not being able to afford a plastic surgeon for reconstructive surgery. And he truly never believed, all the while he was dealing with me, that I had nanoplasma, that I was basically cyberneticized to a degree that was renders me something other than human. So we could say that I'm half human, since that would be maybe a quarter, maybe I'm only a third human. But maybe that's a better way to put it. The other part is the cybernetics, and the other part is the vampiroid aspect genetically. But that would combine too with the healing and everything else. But still, yeah, so he never really believed. It really betrays the fact that, but yet he believed in the Vox Arca to the point where he damns himself, exposes himself by copywriting it as the title of a book he never intended to publish. So he believed in magic. I know I'm speaking of him in the past tense because he's dead, at least to me, and he's, on the way out anyway. But he believed in magic, wanted the Vox Arca, yet never accepted that I had nanoplasma or was vampiroid and would survive grievous injury, such as what was obviously an attack on myself, not by my doctor, Epstein, at all, but by a member of the staff when I underwent endoscopic surgery in my skull, which is no small deal. Just anybody who thinks this is procedural, you don't understand. It's right near the brain. It's right behind the eyes. I could have lost eyesight.
I could never understand why they even wanted to do that. I mean, that's so dangerous. Why they would even suggest that?
Because the right cavity of my sinuses had so much inflamed tissue that, as they said, even though it was contained and it wasn't manifesting overtly to the point where it deformed my face. It was,
and so someone might ask, why didn't the nanos fix that problem?
The nanos were probably containing it and dealing with it constantly. In other words, that was the question that she had was, how are you even breathing? Her question when she first met me was, how is it possible for you to even breathe? Because she said that it was such that a normal person suffering what I was suffering would not
pass out.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to breathe at all, and they would also be in terrible pain to the point where the pressure behind the eyes would have created enormous headaches that would be splitting to the point where they would have entered the hospital due to the headaches alone, if nothing else. Etc. It would even have interfered with the eyesight. So they were containing it, but it was something, the bots were containing it. But beyond that, it was probably re-inflaming chronically. It was a chronic re-inflammation. By removing it surgically, then the nanopods could swarm and then contain it more effectively. It may rebuild up again after a period of 10 to 20 years, but that's why we're putting me through the dust mite injections now for the next 5 years, so that this will not happen. That the
dust mite injection?
Yes, they're injecting me with a witch's brew of dust mite, ground up dust mites.
What?
Yeah, dust mite shit, ground up dust mites, dust mite fecal matter, because what I'm allergic to is the fecal matter of the dust mites, not the dust mites themselves. Very few people are allergic to dust mites per se. It's the fecal matter. But
it's like the dander.
Yeah, it's the literally the shit. Dust mite shit is what people
So
are.
they're putting it in you to make you non-allergic to it?
That's correct. And they're combining it with other toxic elements, like ragweed, some kind of plant, gypsum or some shit. I'll get them to write it all down. Yeah, just
that could be poisonous.
Yeah, just a bunch of shit that would boost my immune system against all of those elements, so that I'll have less and less allergic reaction across a broad spectrum of things. But
I think what it's trying to do is more reprogram your immune system. Right?
Thank you. Yeah, over a period of 5 years.
That can happen.
Yeah. And so and that will prevent it from re-inflaming to the point where it had before. But bear in mind, look at where I was raised, in the Tenderloin of San Francisco. So you're talking about something that built up while I was a child, before the nanobots were injected into my system. So that didn't happen until I was 16 years of age. So when you're talking about till that point, I was raised in the Tenderloin of San Francisco, where, as I said, the roaches were just crawling over us in our sleep, in our hair. They were coming out of our, we'd pour our cereal in the morning, and all these roaches and roach eggs would fall out with the cereal. You couldn't keep them out of anything. You'd open up cosmetics, jars of Vaseline, Noxema. It'd be swarming with roaches feeding on it.
Now, you think that would contribute to preventing any kind of sickness, because they are the most sustainable organic things. Like, don't they say that cockroaches will live past a nuclear war because they're so, they'll never die?
Well, they're the filthiest things in the world. They live in
but they're so immortal, they'll never, they'll be the last things to perish.
Well, it's not because they're immortal, it's because they reproduce in droves, and they're highly resistant to damage. Of course, you can squish them and kill them, but they're highly resistant to a lot of environmental damage. They're disgusting, yes. But no, that doesn't help you to live among them and to grow up with them everywhere. I mean, if you've ever seen army ants just swarming all over the veldt in Africa and over enveloping larger animals that can't escape. I mean, if you staked out a human being in their path, they would devour him or her. Now imagine that as being the norm in the apartment that I grew up in, where it's like a swarm of army ants constantly seething in a tsunami wave, just overwhelming everything, except they're all roaches. That's what I grew up in. That was what I was blanking.
How do you not have nightmares?
I just compartmentalized that. It's not like I didn't have nightmares before. Remember my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, with the one with the napalm burns all over her body that wore a porcelain mask. With everyone except me, with her other patients, so as not to disturb them, but with me she was comfortable in my company. She's the one who compartmentalized a lot so that I didn't have the traumatic nightmares that were causing me to scream myself raw in my sleep. And gradually over many years now, it took over 500 years before my quality of life was improved by things such as that, in steps such as like the steroids that were originally used nasally to non-anabolic aerosolized steroids that would help me, along with the steroid pills, the Sudafed made in Germany. One of the elements to manufacture speed with, they helped me with my nasal symptoms that were resultant from growing up in that environment, and then finally the endoscopic surgery, which cleared out all the inflamed tissue that had started producing before the nanobots were even introduced into my body. That's an element that we can only speculate about, but I would dare say, if I had to guess, that the nanobots contained the inflamed tissue without really eliminating it, because it was probably identified as a part of my body when they were injected into my system. That's what makes sense to me. And of course, research on that, we're still in the pioneering stage of such things. And I'm not going to be dissected alive or vivisected for the sake of science so that they can find out if that's the case or not, but that's what I would speculate. When they went in surgically and took care of it, then the nanobots just maintain my body as it is now, hopefully, but we want to prevent it from happening again anyway. So I'll nanobots or not, I'm going to try and further immunoboost myself is the term they use. So I'll subject myself to the immunobooster program with these injections for the next half decade. So such being said, in terms of other people joining us, don't be afraid to give another round of calls to the people we originally called. Call them again for a second round, Aristides. See if they respond, and that way we can see if we can maintain a round table for a little bit.
Anyone in particular?
Yeah, just everyone who's not on that you've already. Yeah, and thank you for remembering to call Crystal River. By the way, I really appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, always remember to call her. And Amy Como, if she's awake. Amy Como, if you're awake, don't be afraid to join us. And all
right, Amy, Brooke, why not?
Marina Sarin, you don't need. Yeah, not that I expect her. I mean, this.
No, she's left us behind. I've not heard a damn thing. She's still out there. I see her like on her Instagram, and but she's just.
Well, her time, she's like, by the time she comes on at the beginning of the show, it's 2 or 3 a.m. where she's at. If she came on at 6 p.m. here, 9 your time. It's. Yeah.
Well, I feel like she'll be back. She'll always be back. We'll tell ourselves that. We'll take comfort in that. We'll lie to ourselves.
Yeah, of course.
Lie to ourselves if necessary.
No. No.
Okay, who else do you want me to hit again? Real Tag?
Yes. There we go.
Victoria. Yeah. George. Why not?
Yes.
How's George?
Yes. Last time I spoke to him, he seemed all right and doing better actually than before. Yeah. In terms of what I'm going to try and do now is here we are. Just going to try and keep myself. Okay, now let me see. What was I going to do here? So I'm going to be multitasking, and while I'm doing that, of course, I hope somebody can start a conversation. Heather, let's turn towards yourself. You're good at speaking. Tell us about,
thank you.
when you were speaking of how tell us a little bit about this physiology, this phrenology is what they used to call it, the skull reading or face reading, when you were saying that the Brahmin caste could probably tell.
Yeah, they could tell by looking at you. It's because they stereotype or they judge. Like they'll say like they could tell by the way that their health looks. They could tell if they eat meat. You could tell, because they're sweating excessively, or if they have a furrow in their eyebrows, like they're hungry for meat.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do believe that you can have tendencies to display that you're a meat eater.
Wow.
I mean, maybe it has to do with their complexion or something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating.
Yeah, well, just like the guy that said smelled the guy, he's like, you're a Jew, like the same kind of idea.
Okay, yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah, like giants smell blood of an Englishman, right?
Yeah. That's I always thought that was cool. Yeah. It's fee fi fo foam. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Yes.
Yeah, because they have such good noses because they're so big.
Yes. Not only that, but Englishmen were supposed to be a special treat.
Yeah, the giants are carnivores of people, so they eat people.
Yes, so the Englishman would be a delicacy because I guess most of the time they're eating, I don't know, ethnics or something.
Yeah, well, they come from where all like grazing cows and everything's all plush and pasteurized. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh,
when I was growing up, I always thought that it was the fear that they were smelling.
Interesting. Okay, well, that would make sense. Yeah, but that would be more the sweat. And
the fear, the adrenaline.
Yes. Yeah, well, fear is, I guess it's somewhat adrenaline, but it's, is that adrenaline that's associated with fear producing? Yeah, has to be because of flight or fight. Yeah, flight or fight response. And it's what kills us, of course, is that flight or fight response. It leads to bleeding ulcers and stuff. But like I said, doctors have been noticing an evolution or a de-evolution in humanity that is truly alarming, where more and more people are like worse than cows. They're non-responsive. What do
you mean, like they'll like drop dead on sight because they're so scared?
No, one wishes.
I know, right?
Yeah, no, it's what MDs have noticed, and this was taught to me at a lecture at UCSF through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's program for extended education, which I've always bring up, and like I said, it still gropes my ass that I have idiots out there trying to like catch me in a lie in anything I say. And the thing is, why does that bother you that I attended a fucking bunch of courses in medical education? Why does that disturb people? Why does that bother them so much I have to say shit like the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Education for Adults is you have to be over 65 years of age to attend that. Yes. Normally.
Oh, like you're not smart enough.
No,
to understand it.
Most people don't grow smarter as they get older, honey. I don't think that's the logic. The logic is they're trying to catch me in a lie. And I say, yes, that was the requirement unless you're a healthcare provider. And since I was a care provider, I could attend those courses without being over 65 years of age. So this is like... You just shake your head. It's kind of like Peter Moon with, you couldn't be a cop, after years of hearing that I had been a San Francisco Police Department officer. And
what's the point of teaching people about health when they're like almost dead?
Yeah, no shit. Why? Yeah, no fucking shit. Since your average person dies at around that age.
Yeah, I would want my doctor to know all that stuff while he was young and being a doctor to me. it's privy knowledge.
And it sounds like they were teaching some like actual real medical knowledge compared to the other shit.
Yes, that's. Oh, thank you. And yeah. Such being said, yes, by all means, Brendan, join us in further conversation. Like I said, I'm warming up to monologue. And once I do jump into monologue, of course, everybody dies because I suck all the oxygen out of the room. But, I usually do that 4 hours in. I'm happy to start early tonight. And I may very well do so at the top of the hour, 2 hours in. But let's try and get a little more roundtable in before then. We could do so by asking our man Aristides for some more of those tips on what could really... I don't know. How would you describe it, Aristides? When you describe the use of a lot of melatonin at once, you were saying obviously it helps you sleep, but you almost described it as if it was also getting you high.
No, it does not. I'm just writing the rest of a note here. Do you take notes? All right. No, it's so like normally, I think a normal dose of melatonin is,
inadequate.
No, it might be fine for some people. In fact, I mean, there are people that are actually against the use of it at all because the body, the range of what the body produces itself. Brendan probably knows, has some perspective. You're talking like milligram, or sub, like around something like that. So there are people that are like, oh, you're taking 5 milligrams. It's like, that's really messing up your circadian cycles and stuff like that. It's like, I mean, okay, or who are these perfectly, synchronized, pure people, like, that have never had their it's like, well, you probably never did drugs either, right? Like, oh, but but for most people, 10, 5, even 10 would probably be a lot. And I didn't usually take it, but then I started getting into like 5 or 10, and I did notice a difference in sleep. It seemed like more dreams, seemed getting more restful. But then I guess my body got used to it. It's not like addictive. You don't get messed up. And then the one place I get it, the guy, he's kind of a proponent of real high doses. He's actually got a lot of interesting research on it. And he also always experiments on himself first before advocating for anything. So he actually sells like a 5 and like a 50. Some people will be like, oh my God. But here's the thing. It's like if you take 50 milligrams or milligrams of melatonin, it's not like it makes you sleep for 16 hours or something like that. Here's what I find now. Of course, it's probably going to vary widely with people, but I find that I just sleep solid for like, okay, let's just say it's not on a night like tonight where we're doing this, but just a regular night. But I'll sleep solid for like 6 hours, probably even deeper. So not even so much in that dream state, but just like really deep sleep. And I'll sleep for like 5 or 6 hours and feel like I slept for 8. It's just, it makes
and you go to sleep faster too, I think.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
But I mean, sleep deep, it makes the sleep like more productive is what I'm saying. And like, especially more like when I even went up to a higher dose, like I'm serious, I wake up after 5 hours and be like, wow, I feel refreshed. Like, what the fuck is that? Holy shit, like, so.
Yeah, that's the best feeling.
It varies. Some people, I had another guy say, oh, my wife tried it, gets her sick every time. She takes melatonin, and it's like, oh, that sucks. I mean, so it varies. And there are those people that say, oh yeah, don't mess with your body's natural cycles, and like, well, some are too far gone for that. So
that's awful. Oh my God.
No, it's up to, hey, maybe you don't need it, what I mean? Maybe, but it does seem to help some people. So, and it's not like you're gonna, you're not gonna do some, it's not like you're like getting addicted to kratom or something, it's like, don't worry. Like you're not gonna.
It's like a vitamin. You can take it or leave it. It's not going to really.
Yeah. You're not gonna do like real bad shit to yourself or get addicted or crash your car. The next
be
day.
narcoleptic if you don't take it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So okay. I mean, does that help?
Of course, you're still going to have to carry on a conversation when I take my break. So prepare to talk about something. And...
Okay. Well, here I'll talk to Heather. That's fine. If Brendan can chip in, that's good.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he can. I presume so. God, I'm banking on it. And but by all means, you were doing so well there. Continue with along the lines of, say, for instance. Kratom, forgive my ignorance.
Yeah.
Or at least, yes.
Kratom is it's in the opiate family. Is it called? It's a mild opiate, I think. And some people use it, find success with it for pain, but they do get addicted to it. And that I would not look at as like melatonin. That I would not take a whole bunch.
It's the leaf.
Huh?
Kratom is leaf from Southeast Asia. That's related to the coffee species that antagonizes the opioid receptor.
Yeah. Right. I don't know if it is an opiate itself, but it does work.
It's not an opiate.
Okay. It's not an opiate. Then.
Okay. But it works on the receptors, and it can be addictive.
Yeah. Okay.
It's super addictive.
Just like milk and cookies.
All the gangsters in Thailand apparently use it.
Okay. Cool.
Kratom?
Yeah, no, not me. He's
smoke?
not talking about milk and cookies, Heather. That would be cute.
Well, no, because milk and cookies, there's something in the gluten and mixed with milk, the casein in the milk that make morphine naturally for your body. So when you have pizza, anything with dairy and bread put together, like milk and cookies, grilled cheese, it's so satisfying, and you feel so good after you eat it because you've made morphine in your brain, or maybe the receptors are affected, the same receptors that you guys are talking about.
Cool. All right. Hear that, kids?
Yeah.
All right.
Hear that, kids? Milk and cookies.
That's
for
right.
everyone.
Notepad, yeah.
I mean, well, that's how I felt the other day when, I came on and both Brendan and Aristides were practically checked out, and I was, beseeching them for conversational help to burn bandwidth, and, then found out what they were on, valerian root and melatonin, and I was like, oh my fucking God. Reminded me of when my dad was a child and they had wooden toys back then. And one of the toys, they actually gave to kids was like wooden pipes. They could pretend they were adults. And he and his friends had these wooden pipes, and they went out and smoked corn silk. I mean, it's just something totally benevolent, but it was just gave them a feeling that they were adults. That's what I was reminded of when I encountered, Brendan and Aristides in that condition on such benign substances. But then, of course, when I was telling Nemo about this, Nemo got all defensive, like Brendan was mixing it with other elements. And I was like, I would fucking hope so. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, because if valerian root knocked him for a loop like that, damn, these guys truly are a couple of cheap dates, Heather. They're lucky I'm not gay. I'd just give them valerian root and melatonin, and I'd be butt fucking them all night. But hey, there you go. Had to get a little vicious there. Just in my nature. So
I have to take trazodone, melatonin, Sudafed, because the Sudafed somehow acts with putting you to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just because I'm, ADHD or whatever. It's antihistamine or it's opposite.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, trazodone was originally developed as an antidepressant, but I've never seen anyone use it as such. They use it to go to sleep.
Yeah, I take every kind of sleeping pill I can find all at once.
Oh my God! It's how are you still
every night. It's just what I do. It's the only thing that'll like help.
Wow.
I'm so high strung.
Wow. Have you seen a counselor about why you're so high strung?
Oh yeah, I've seen a counselor. I've seen doctors. You know, it's just nerves, anxiety, and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And how about yourself, Aristides? How are you so laid back? You're one of the most laid back people I know. What's your secret?
Because we develop our ways to deal with things so that we don't die of stress. I guess I don't know.
Oh,
I wouldn't want to see him mad though.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah, I can imagine him mad. Yes,
No.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. I don't want to imagine him mad, actually. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So
it took a long time. It took a long time to be, so laid back.
Yes, but I can assure you, Aristides is a normal human being. He does have flight or fight response, which is what I was going to say about these people that I learned about at the when I was auditing all those medical courses, and one of the doctors, because we would have a different medical specialists, sometimes doctors, sometimes herbalists, sometimes nurses, sometimes technicians that worked with imaging. But in the one case of this one MD, he pointed out that doctors have been noting an evolutionary or de-evolutionary development in humanity, where more and more patients are coming in that do not have the fight or flight response. They're like human cows. You could one of the ways that they abused people on the screen of The Exorcist was they basically, to elicit a scream from one of the actresses without her knowing. They couldn't do this legally these days. In the time they were making films like The Exorcist, we didn't have all the laws in place for staff safety we do in this day and age. But one of the things they did to elicit a scream from one of the actresses was they blew off a gun behind her head, a live gun with a live round. They just pointed it not at her head, but fired it off directly behind her head so that she would scream.
When she wasn't expecting it.
When she was, of course. Of course. And you see this scene in the movie The Deer Hunter that puzzled me greatly. I couldn't understand it. But the Vietnamese are torturing an American prisoner by firing a gun off repeatedly near him. And he's breaking down and crying. And I guess when you have post-traumatic stress disorder based on combat, some men respond by developing a fear of the gunfire. I myself would think I would not respond that way to somebody firing off a gun repeatedly near me because I'm half deaf anyway. But with somebody like that, some people just, for some reason it's frightening. But with these patients, MDs have noted that you could do something similar, like take a live round in a live firearm and fire it off behind their heads, and they won't even blink. And they just sit there like cows. And it
could be something as simple as sleeping with the TV on that makes you like that. We don't know, what triggers or untriggers it.
Well, you mean like a traumatic response?
Okay, if I hear an explosion next to me, I really don't get scared. I just carry on because of the things and the trauma that I've been through. And nothing frightens me except for things that are in my own mind.
Well, hey, that's I can buy that. That's very astute. But when it comes to these individuals, that they're becoming more and more common, doctors say that this is a response to the fact that flight or fight syndrome is literally killing us. So people are evolving so that they don't have it. But that means they will be unable to survive when society collapses. You see, that people like that need the buffering of a society. What they're perfect for is working in the office, but we're no longer working in the office. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when society collapses, people like that who don't have a fight or flight response, are they food?
Yeah, they better be able to run.
Well, they don't, because they don't have a fight or flight response. You get the point? You see, that's the point. So guys, what do you think of that? Heather as well. Please, your thoughts.
It's going to be something that happens when you're little.
Yeah. I think they're different. If you're talking about, like, say, a war veteran versus, it might be a little different than some of these kids that have just grown up so desensitized and so, I don't know, vegetabilized by, not going through anything as traumatic as war, but just like a constant stream of just viewing anything on media, where it could be anything. Sex, murders, all this stuff, stuff that people would never see in real life, like biologically for most of human history, except in very extreme circumstances, right?
Right. Sensorial input, sensorial overload.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I guess it all comes back to that.
There has to be a breaking point. There has to be, like, when they see blood, they finally, like, realize or something. Like, there has to be a breaking point to being, unaffected.
Well, this is what the doctors were saying. That's not what they see in these people. These people are like human cows. They're just not. Yeah. They're
like the whole response pathway just isn't even there.
Yeah, it's not working. It's not biologically intrinsic to them, and for that reason, they're not dying of stress. Therefore, they're having less heart attacks, and they can live and survive. But where that's an evolutionary advantage is strictly in office work. It's people who are forced to go work in the office every day are stressed out relentlessly. So and eventually they stress out and die. They call it burnout, but they're just stressing out and dying. So these people don't do that. But once we suffer a massive dislocation, a truly apocalyptic scenario, these people are toast. They're cooked. They're just they'll be standing around blinking. Well, those of us with the capacity to run or fight will survive, but those people are just like, I hate to use the term, but food.
So are they going to lose their cool, or are they just going to stand there looking stupid?
They just stand there looking stupid until they die. That's
that's okay.
Yeah, and that's okay. I can't imagine.
They didn't die in a bad way in terror.
Yeah, there's that. Yes, there is that. But terror serves a purpose. I mean, there's a reason we've evolved to have.
It's like a defense mechanism for you.
For all of us, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, without fear, we wouldn't be here. Even vampires feel fear. They can be stressed out. They have been hunted throughout existence. That was another stupid thing that Peter Moon said at one time. I remember when now everybody knows this. Everybody knows I've never brought up vampirism as a flex. I've never brought it up as, hey man, I have at times said, yes, I am superior to the general humanity, but not in the sense where it's a constant. It's obviously not the foundation of my identity. But at one point, when I was bringing up advantages of vampirism, then Peter Moon said, as if there were a counterpoint, as if it disproved everything I said, but people hunt them, like with this triumphant note of, like, gotcha. And I was like, people hunt sharks, and they've hunted sharks throughout the ages. That doesn't make a human being better than a shark. And if the human being fell into the shark's element, the human being's at a distinct disadvantage where the hunter becomes the hunted. So, yeah, with that idiot Moon, again, it was just an element of what it betrays a disbelief as well. So Peter Moon probably never believed in the vampirism or the nanoplasma, the cyberneticism, but he believed in the magic. It is so bizarre when you try and, shall we say, splice and dice a person's pathology and where they're coming from. By the way, I do want people to know that when I do go into the case of Luigi Magnoni, tonight. I'm certainly on his side. I am sympathetic to him. And when I was, of all things, went to get my injection, dropped off by Eebvryeet, my son, again, a composite name that was developed by Judith Ager between Elizabeth and Edward. She, you know, that's another element of her. Oh God, when I just reflect on her, I can get so annoyed as well. And it's healthy. Honestly, it's healthy that we can get annoyed by people. Just like it's healthy that we feel elements like rage or hate, unlike some of the people who have been on this program in their phony haughtiness, like Daniel Arola, who was this, you know, pretend martial artist who basically said a true warrior never gets angry. Which is, well, then he wouldn't be a warrior. It'd be like,
Exactly.
yeah, he wouldn't even pursue the martial arts because there would be no point. He'd be one of the bovine cow people. But when it comes to my point with, I got into the cab to go get that immunobooster shot. And on the way, I was picked up by a really weird cab driver. And it happened twice. Yesterday, the cab drivers called immediately after I called the automated system. They never used to do that, and it's annoying as fuck. And it serves no fucking purpose. But they called me twice yesterday, like, "Oh, this is your cab driver. Where are you?" And it's like, I told the automated system, like, is it not working? "Oh, well, I know. I just want to make sure you're there." Like, oh, well, fuck, you know, if someone comes before you, I'll take them and bolt, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. What do you think I'm going to be loyal to you because you're bothering me? But at any rate, so this guy calls, and then when I get in the cab with him, he has some fucking accent. There's no way he was born in the United States. And so when I usually ask a cab driver, I present the question as, "Oh, I was born in Taiwan myself. What country were you born in?" And most of the time, everyone will respond, you know, with the country they were born in, because I've contextualized it that I also am foreign born. When I said that to this motherfucker, he said, "Oh, I was born here," and I'm like thinking, why do you bother? You know, why do you lie when you have an accent that it gives you away? But at any rate. The fucker is probably almost certainly Middle Eastern. I'd say somewhere from Southwest Asia, meaning the Middle East, as Americans call it. And he asked me two political questions. And the first political question was about Luigi Magnoni. Was, "I cannot believe." He obviously listens to a lot of conservative radio, or what they call conservative radio. It's really just, you know, I don't even call it reactionary radio anymore. You say it's not conservative, it's reactionary. I mean, fuck that. It's just plain hate radio. He must listen to a lot of hate radio. And the first thing you find out from hate radio is how much people hate themselves. They are full of self-hate. And it reflected itself in what he was regurgitating. "I cannot believe all the people siding with this killer because he killed a man for just doing his job. Doing his job." I said, doing his job? I said, this individual is a mass executioner who it works for an industry that thrives on death. The structural violence that they impose on us.
Doing his noble duty. Killing the plebes.
Yeah, thank you. And so then he says,
basically what they're trying to say.
Yeah, and so he was saying, "So you're saying you're surprised that there's not more of this kind of violence?" And I said, "Most certainly I'm surprised this hasn't happened before. I personally hope it'll happen a lot more."
No, wait, I have a question. What kind of person? I mean, I've heard of it before when they carve names or they put your name on a bullet. Where does that come from? Is that something from like Viet Cong or like the Vietnam War, or or cowboys? I mean, who makes it a habit of writing on the bullet?
I think it's just primal. It's a cult way to hope that the bullet takes a message with it. That's all. And Brendan, I mean, further insight in that regard.
It's just, yeah, that's just a message. It's just a way to send a message. That's all.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
But why? Well, why? Who would think of that? Or I've heard of that before, but I've never like.
It's from like the assassin times. I mean, they're like actual the Hashashin. These people, these groups.
Which, by the way, is ironic because Luigi Magnoni is very much has the Assassin's Creed character look. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the Assassin's Creed character is actually Italian, who somehow became involved with the Hashishin.
He had Italian descent, but through the Crusades, he had the Hashashin dynasty
essentially adopted
in his DNA. DNA.
Okay.
The memories were in his DNA. That's why they recruited him.
Got it.
In the first Assassin's Creed, if you see that.
Right. Okay.
So it came through like Spain and Italy, like the Arab blood from those countries. Yeah. When it was called Al-Andalus, when there was like the Islamic influence.
Yes, Andalusia.
So the assassins lived in Europe.
Thank you.
That's what people don't realize. They think it was they were like in Jerusalem. No, they were actually here.
That's right.
I mean, in Europe.
So
is that some way of programming your DNA?
Honey, you mean like say how?
No, it's just lineage. It's
for
just
him to remember those things.
Oh well,
they had a technology.
Yeah, the conceit of the games is that the so-called trash DNA was discovered to actually be racial memory. So the so-called trash DNA was recovered in his case, and they were able to reanimate or re-trigger his racial memory. So he was able to, through his blood lineage, actually genealogically remember his ancestors' memories. Correct?
Yeah, I believe in that.
Yeah, through technology.
Yeah, but in this case,
they made it more technological. It's not done like that, but yeah.
What Brendan is saying is that in the conceit of the game, they utilized technology. So it was technology, what I'd call technological intervention, that enabled him to do something that no normal human being would be able to do without some kind of extreme trauma or some kind of
electricity.
Yeah, like sometimes with some people, an electrical shock, like a lightning strike or something of that nature, would traumatize their body so much that they'd suffer something very similar to clinical death or a near-death experience, at which point, in some cases, that so-called junk DNA is triggered because, in a very real sense, the person does die, and then there's kind of like a walk-in soul that reanimates their body. No medical doctor would ever agree with that or condone that interpretation, but that's because of professional constraints. Their relatives would agree with me that this happens to some people because people change so radically after certain things like a car accident that it puts them in a coma for a period of time, or something like like I said, a lightning strike. But in the case of the Assassin's Creed character, it's more done with surgical. Instead of like working with a hammer, like a lightning strike, like a sledgehammer, they're working with surgical scalpels, and they like.
Well, yeah, if they're in surgery, then they would lose consciousness, so there would be a vessel.
Well, I don't mean literally. I don't mean literally, though that can happen. That would be like bad surgery. What I mean is that using genetic manipulation, which is even at a more microscopic and fine level than surgical scalpels, you're using at that point microscopic instruments. You're working at a nano level. Then you could, in the case of Assassin's Creed, they reanimate or re-trigger his junk DNA intentionally so that without all of that trauma, this man regains his ancestors' memories. Correct? Is that how the game went?
That's something that doesn't happen naturally?
It can. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Take it from there, Brendan. Yeah. And how can it happen naturally? So tell us, Brendan, how can it like, can a person seeking to do it? Yeah, can a person seek to do this?
Through like purifying, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is this something you would try?
I mean, it's happened. It just happens. Like if you clear yourself and your heart, if you clear the heart space, then yeah, you'll get more access to your genetic capabilities, and it won't be stifled by the bad karms and stuff of now. Because, like, you know, it's like it won't get influenced by the overlay of the psychology. You know,
That's deep.
Of your consciousness, right? Of your consciousness.
consciousness, intellect, they're all separate things. But we can go into philosophy later. I mean, I don't have the stomach for it right now.
Yeah, I haven't been feeling good either
Just know
lately.
that it's possible, and it can be. You can look into concepts from these people like Bruce Lipton stuff, where he talks about the epigenetic factor and how it works on a scientific level. And he was actually basically excommunicated from the
Scientific
microbiological
from
community. Yeah,
or the medical community. Wasn't he an actual medical doctor, if I remember correctly?
he was a medical doctor, but his main study was microbiology, and he was really big in there. I think he worked in somewhere in the Caribbean, somewhere in one of those very high level facilities, and he tried bringing this forward about the epigenetics and how a cell is actually basically an antenna for the cosmic energy, and each person has their own signature and all this. And the genetic code is just
the mitochondria or mitochondrial DNA that is activated or whatever?
No,
No.
it's just all of it. It's your whole entire genetic code can be activated. But like I said, I'm not able to talk about it right now. But at some point, maybe. You know.
Okay. Yeah. And
It's not flowing easily, so otherwise I would.
Okay, no worries. But you're able to hold the conversation when I take a short break?
Not particularly.
but please try.
All right, take your break now.
Soon enough. Well,
how long do you?
So I gotta finish this tea. When I finish this tea, I'll take the break. When I take the break, it's going to be a good 10, 12 minutes. So just want to make sure everybody's prepared for that.
Well, so maybe I should take a break now.
Oh, well, if you take it now, make sure you come back. Oh, okay.
Kidding.
Yes.
I'm take a break from what?
Yeah. Yeah, so such being said, with the other things to speak about until I finish this first cup of tea, then when I take my break, I'll be blending a second cup of tea, and it takes a little while.
Don't wait too long because of some timing and some stuff with me. Sooner would be better than later.
Oh, okay. So a few minutes then. Give me a few minutes. I'll finish as much of this tea as possible.
Okay.
Do you need to? Just curiosity. Didn't you walk the dogs earlier?
I did. It's not that, but something else is going to happen briefly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, so.
How long will what you have to deal with take?
Probably just a few minutes, but.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He's got to go load up on belly.
Then he'll be speaking with a different tone of voice after that. Yeah.
So does
What do
the
you do? Like snort it?
Is the kratom something that someone smokes? Does it make you like wired out, or
No, you can
do you
drink
drink
it. It's like a drink. Yeah, that's the best way. I don't think you should smoke it.
So it's like a jolt cola?
No, it's like it's like a drug. You get narcotized. It's a narcotic.
You drink it, huh?
You keep going back to that.
No, you can drink it. I'm just joking. But I'm saying, like, just not worth trying.
My experimenting days are over.
Yeah. Because then you'll end up like these people I knew that they would like buy like a kilo. They would literally like drink like it was something absurd like an ounce a day or something ridiculous.
Oh my God!
It's like you're basically drinking like green smoothie juice like just to feel normal, and it's just not worth it.
Oh, what?
Ew.
Wow! And this was kratom?
Yeah.
So Heather's right.
Not to be confused with kava,
Oh, okay.
because people sometimes confuse the two, but it's not the case.
What is it confused with?
Kava.
Kava. Oh, okay.
Kava is the southern Pacific Island drink.
Yeah, because kava they sell in stores, right? You can buy that off the shelf, right?
Well, you could buy both of them in stores, like
that's
at the right store. Yeah.
That's right.
And
so,
is
I'll
cod
bring you some,
something that
Douglas.
you would
could try
eat?
it.
cod
That's
you
harder
can
to
eat.
get.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard
you
to
don't
get.
eat that either.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm counting on Brendan Zoget to become my contact after my other contact runs out. Yeah, I'm kidding, but but he went
It's
seeking
still growing.
It's still growing. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
isn't it quite an enterprise?
Oh yes,
No,
yes. I
no,
mean,
it's tough to grow out here.
no. She means the business of selling it is
Well,
expanding
yeah,
into
I thought it
Europe.
grew on trees in a certain area, and it gives like that nation an
Yeah,
economy.
but the fresh
Yeah.
one is what they want
Yes,
mostly.
yes,
We're just the scrubs that buy the dried one
yes. The
because you can't get it, you can't grow it out here. Yeah.
yeah, the Catha edulis is native to the Horn of Africa, and there they get it fresh, and there they put it in their tea, they smoke it, they put it like you would oregano on your pizza. But
It would be called like a mastication. They're doing it via mastication, which is like
chewing
chewing tobacco style.
And it's really fucking gross. I always preferred to smoke it myself. I was never one to masticate or chew it because it's like chewing tobacco. It's really fucking gross. And so it's like is what it is. So okay, now I'm going to get ready to take that break for the sake of. Well, should I wait a few more minutes? Because I'm not really finished with my tea yet, so I'm just making.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'm just doing this for the sake of our man. I better wait a few minutes. I want to do it for the sake of Aristides as soon as possible, but,
I'm the one who ends up talking anyway.
So, okay, I'll
Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just what it is.
but this means that I'll have to take two breaks. Basically, what I'll do now is take a break, and then later on I'll take a short break to make the tea because I have to come back and finish the tea because like the croc's still pretty full. So in other words, I'll take a break and I'll take advantage of that break to take my vitamins and stuff. Or actually, I was really I should finish the sandwich before I take my vitamins. So yeah, I guess I'll just take a short break and then come back and talk for a while. Get started towards the monologue, but then. Eventually take another break to make my tea and take my vitamins, my supplements. So, okay, I'll take a short break now. I'll be back in a few minutes, basically about 7-ish minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, you people have got this, right?
Yeah, we got it.
Excellent.
Wait, what?
Excellent. You tell him, Aristides. Tell him what we got.
Yeah, this is you do the first one. I'll do the second one.
All right. Wait, first what?
You do the first break. I'll do the second break.
What do you mean, man? We're doing this together.
What do you mean? I have nothing to say at the moment.
Okay.
Except that it's cold.
Here?
Well, I know what we can talk about.
Heather. Okay. You got Brendan.
she'll
I
say
see.
Okay, the last time I was on, I mentioned the ice cream man and him being a bad guy. And then I was trying to find evidence of the origin of the ice cream man and how he was like maybe like something dangerous or something like sinister. But I did find out that the ice cream making started, and that's when sugar was entered into people's normal diets. And I think that sugar is actually evil. It's just the pure form of evil is sugar.
This is definitely another drug. That's for sure.
It's just like, look what it does to kids, and it makes people, it's just like, it's evil. It puts bad thoughts in your head, or it makes you like things come out that aren't good from
That makes sense.
it. Yeah. There's a lot of the origin of ice cream and the ice cream man, and that's where all of the bad rap comes from, is because sugar in itself is just bad. It's the bad guy.
True.
Yeah.
It can be.
Yeah. Well, the
excess.
the processed sugar or whatever.
Processed sugar. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the key. Because like regular sugar's been around for thousands of years. I mean, there's like jaggery and like beet sugar, honey. That stuff. Like when it's in a complex form, it's less dangerous.
It's okay, but the processed sugar, I think it even started at the World's Fair. when they started giving out ice cream and stuff.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. That'll jive with the Tartarians, like theorem, conjecture.
It just hijacks your whole system.
Yeah, I mean it's another drug. Like white sugar is dangerous. Yeah, like that's clear. White sugar is super dangerous. That's how I would put it. Yeah, because it's like anything else. When you refine it, it becomes addictive. Like that's why cocaine is dangerous, but the leaf is not.
Does it make you crazy?
Yeah, of course. If it imbalances. So it can make you crazy. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what the problem is, and where the problem lies. It wasn't the ice cream man himself. It was his whole MO.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Who knows? Yeah. What are they up to? Right? Why are they spreading the sugar? Who's really funding them? Because you can't be making enough to live off an ice cream truck. I mean, can't imagine that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, ice cream men always look like they
numbers.
Don't have any money.
You
know?
Yeah. So then why are they doing it? Because those begs the question.
Maybe they're being driven by their parasite from their own sugar intake. Maybe it's a parasitic thing.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. What, that you have to spread it out, spread the sugars.
Yeah.
That's a fascinating concept. Perhaps it's true.
So, Brendan, are you of the the all sugar is bad opinion, or are you it's like contextual?
Well, I kind of said it just now, like that, like the refined sugar is the real enemy. No, you're good. The refined sugar is the real problem.
To like three different things, but that'll get better soon.
You're all good.
Yeah.
So the refined sugar is bad,
more refined.
Some
people just think any kind of sugar bad. I don't necessarily agree. I think
no, it's natural. It's not.
Yeah, there's a reason
glucose is what your brain runs on.
There's a reason it's appealing. It's because, like, when you're out there foraging for the berries and stuff, that they were a concentrated energy source.
Yeah. And your body runs off glucose. I mean, that's that's like a biological fact.
Anyway.
Yeah, it has to. Your brain, without it, your brain would stop functioning. So it's all there for a reason, but it has to be in moderation. And like I said, the ancient sugar was always in a whole form, like what's called jaggery, which is like just sugar cane that's boiled down, and then whatever's left, that's like it's the whole plant. It's got the fiber, it's got the juice, it's got the minerals. It's like the ultimate brown sugar. So you can find that in Indian stores. It's called jaggery. And then you also have like beet sugar, like you like boil down beets and then extract the sugar. So those were like more natural. Honey, of course, honey is like going to be the most healthy thing you can eat, of course, in moderation and all of that.
Is molasses a form of honey?
Molasses, no, is a product of refining sugar. It's what's left over. So.
Ew, it's the gross stuff.
Well, it's the stuff that makes brown sugar brown. That's
okay.
That's what
so it's actually okay. It's what they're taking out of the sugar that's enabling.
Yeah, the molasses is actually all the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's why people say the blackstrap molasses is a very healing. It's full of minerals and magnesium, and like you can put it on your plants and it'll grow your plants and stuff because it's got so many trace minerals, because they're just stripping it when they refine sugar. It's like stripping everything but the fructose.
Yeah,
so of course that's dangerous, and that becomes like a drug in and of itself. That's why white sugar, candy, all that stuff is like really toxic. Like,
yeah,
because
that's why kids get so wicked. I think is when they'll kill for candy sometimes.
Yeah, or they don't, or they eat it. They eat it and then they become like bouncing off the walls and yelling and screeching,
uncontrollable.
Yeah, so you could see that. Anyone could see that. Like modern children are all doing that stuff for no reason at all, and it's the sugar mostly. So
sugar will make me a monster.
Yeah. So but all of that comes from because it's actually toxic, just like anything in excess is toxic.
Right. Well, I'm sure you, Brendan, about isn't it the was it specifically like the Ray Peat community or offshoot of that was like sugar's not really that bad, and sugar's actually good for you and all this. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the candy kids? Are you talking about the candy kids?
No, I think it's there's some people actually think it's even if it's like it's not so much that it's refined, even as long as it's like organic.
Okay,
sugar.
Yeah, sugar's fine. I mean, sugar's fine.
Right.
If you go in excess, then yeah, it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the reason why is because it's toxic.
Yeah.
So in the case of diabetics, speaking of Douglas's back, in the case of diabetics, like the reason why diabetes is dangerous is because when the sugar builds up, it starts killing your nerves. So that's why they like get glaucoma and they lose eyesight, or they lose the feeling in their feet. So the feet get infected.
Oh,
so that is coming from excess glucose, which kills your tissues.
Oh,
because it snuffs out the nerve endings, and your body can't. Basically, your body stops, taking care of that area, and you die. That's why diabetes is dangerous. So it's actually the sugar is the toxin in that disease.
That makes sense. So please keep talking. What I'm going to do is chew on this sandwich, but I think Brendan and Heather have got this. If you want to take that break now, Aristides, so I can take the second break later. And so take your break now, Aristides.
Well, he was chatting.
Oh, yeah,
what was the rest of the question?
So, yeah. So what was the rest of the question? And then I'll ask my own to get everybody talking again while I chew. With the rest of Heather's question, I presume? Something about sugar?
No, Aristides.
Oh, well, could that be what is like the onset of Parkinson's?
That's a neurological where the lining of the that's different. It's different. That's like the actual sheath of the nerve cell is peeling off and it like degrades over time. That's different. I can't specify the cause, but I know part of it is actually a lack of minerals such as copper and stuff like that. Being exchanged for aluminium.
So if you're predisposed to having Parkinson's, it's just a natural thing that happens. You can't stop it from happening.
I mean, Parkinson's is hard to say. I mean, it's one of those mysterious diseases. It's like some say it's genetic, but I don't think they've ever pinned it down what it is, really.
What gene?
It's like, huh? What?
They've never pinned down what gene?
Yeah, I haven't heard any. I mean, I'm sure I'm not like looking into it, but I haven't heard anything solidified where they said this is where it comes from. Like I've yet to hear that.
Yeah.
So they just say, oh, it's mysterious and it's,
neurological
slow onset disease, neurological. Yeah, you get effects from it and all that. So.
But by the way, just so people know that this has long been something that was stated by the Allies. Most of the time when they're not saying he had venereal disease, which was the theory for a long time about my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was that he had contracted venereal disease. And most people have the classified documents that I was ordered to collate. The OSS, the Office of Secret Services, the forerunner to the American CIA, had amassed whatever they could on Adolf Hitler for obvious reasons. And one of their factors, they said there were two factors that they concluded went into Adolf Hitler's behavior. And one of them was they concluded that during the time that Adolf Hitler visited Paris after the conquest of France, they were told by their Maquis connections, their networking with the French resistance, that he entered into a bordello and had sex with a prostitute in Paris to celebrate his victory, and that this young lady had VD, and she slept with him as an act of resistance, that that it progressed, the venereal disease, and then affected his reasoning and behavior as it progressed throughout the war. This, of course, is just one of these things the Allies stuck with, and it could have been something they were convincing themselves of. But I'm bringing this up as what they were amassing.
I mean, come on, a world level celebrity comes into your city. I mean, they're going to be chicks.
What if it was like
groupies are going to show up. He doesn't have to pay for anything.
Yeah. It's not that he, say for instance, it's not that that's impossible. It's one of these things where I could understand the bordello option as being actually safer than, just hitching up with a groupie as actually considered a better security, because you can surround the bordello, you can have it secured, as opposed to, just going out and meeting random chicks is going to be dangerous. It's your security is much more permeable.
I mean, like, what do you do? Like a strip search on the prostitute? It's like, it could be the same either way, right?
Yeah, it could be. Well, I'm certain a strip search was done, but
what about the Vishakanya or the methadriism, when they introduce the poison into somebody and throughout their lives they become immune to the poison and poisonous?
Well, that's a very erudite subject. Brendan can speak to that at greater length. I'm just saying that this is just a precursor to what I'm saying about Parkinson's. It's in direct response to what you had brought up about Parkinson's. So
who knows?
Well, the allies under the OSS, the American Office of Strategic Service, claimed that the two allies treating Hitler became more famous towards the end of the war. Bear in mind, by the time the OSS had amassed all of this intelligence, quote unquote, meaning information overload, and was trying to sort through it all to ascertain Hitler's behavior patterns, then it was a late stage in the war, very late. And so at that point, the two primary physicians that the Allies knew of treating Adolf Hitler were Dr. Morell and Dr. Schenck, who, based on what they were able to steal from their intelligence networks, essentially were treating him for Parkinson's disease. Now, by 1939, prior to 1945, we've got a space of around 9 years. And at the time, if they had inherited Hitler's case and he had it in 1939, that was considered a death sentence within a few years in those days. So this is what the Allies concluded motivated Hitler to, quote-unquote, start the war insanely early while he was still alive and mentally alert in September of that year, even though by all intelligence reckoning in 1939 the German army was completely unready by normal military analysis of the industrial capacity of Germany to support a war machine. Of course, if anything,
they still did pretty well.
It was all due to the military brilliance of Adolf Hitler and his generals. Secondarily, people will always try to say that, he had great generals. It was great generals. No, it was Adolf Hitler.
Even a half-assed German is pretty efficient. So
yes, there we are. Of course. But
they're very rare, these half-assed Germans.
Yeah.
I've never seen them.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Most Germans, thank God, take
the half-assed ones they sent over here.
Yeah. But this is the Allies based on what information that they were being fed. And don't forget, there are also counterintelligence measures where information is being misfed to the Allies. But bear in mind, Adolf Hitler did exhibit symptoms of Parkinson's, but I pointed out that he was trained by the master Jewish thespian who trained him in stage acting, where he learned his melodramatic performance techniques in terms of how he behaved on stage. A great deal of that was from Hannesen, who was also a magician, that Hannesen taught him how to fake Parkinsonian symptoms, which is what he was doing towards the end of the war to give people that illusion that he was the sick old man of Europe as he was getting ready to check out. And bear in mind that Dr. Theo Morell was not worried if indeed he had Parkinson's. It didn't matter because Theo Morell was replacing all of his blood with regular transfusions, which is a historical fact. People don't need to think I'm pulling, if anybody assumes I'm pulling this out of my ass, all you have to do is look up Hitler blood transfusions and the Bulgarian cure of Dr. Theo Morell, and he underwent massive blood transfusions, so much so that there could not have been left within him any of his own normal blood. Whatever blood he was getting into him was being processed into his body by his bone marrow, of course, just like my bone marrow ultimately processed and normalized the nanoplasma. but he was being given massive doses of vampire blood, which is ultimately what vaporized him. So that's what rendered the Parkinson's a moot point. The Parkinson's was overridden by the vampire blood transfusions. People know that historically he got these supermassive amounts of blood transfusions, but nobody knows why in the conventional historical sense. They think it's all just quackery. And so my thanks to, of course, these images put in by Aristides. And
maybe he had diverticulitis and the blood just disappeared and they didn't know what happened to it.
It's not a case of his blood disappearing, but I appreciate your input on that. It's a case
My
where
grandpa had that too, where all of a sudden his blood was all gone, and they're like, "Where'd it go?" You know, there's no explanation.
Oh, so they had to give him blood transfusions as well?
They had to replenish his blood, yeah, a couple times.
Okay. Well, here's the question I'll ask you, and then I'll take a second break before I take a third, because I got an eye wanker. I have to wash this eyelash out of my eye. I have distichiasis, so I shed eyelashes a lot, and they go into my eye, and it's excruciating. So I'll leave you all with this thought, and if Aristides is still with us, he's welcome to respond as well, but I certainly would appreciate Brendan Zokit's input. The other political question the cab driver asked me, and as I said, I strongly suspect he's probably Syrian, was based on the fact that, why did people in Assad's regime not fight to the death when these Islamic fundamentalists taking over are going to wipe them all out and put them in the very prisons that Assad maintained for the enemy? And in terms of Assad's help, we know now that many of Assad's staff went to the enemy. They turned traitor on him. That many generals who were called to battle simply did not respond. And he was saying, but it's against everybody's own interest. Anybody in Syria who had a job, anybody in Syria who was part of the system, their entire life depended on Assad being in power, because the moment the Islamic fundamentalists take over, all that's out the window, and they all live by the Quran, which means they all live like, just pigs and shit, basically, from that point forward. Why would anyone not fight to the death to prevent that? Why would anyone who had a job and depended on, obviously, Assad being in power to maintain their job, no matter what they were doing, a general, a nurse, anyone in any capacity? Why? So, yes, Brendan.
First of all, they were under orders.
Yeah. Okay.
They were under orders. Like, Assad ordered them to stay as an interim government. That was in the early news articles. They mentioned that.
Yes.
So it was under orders. They were told to stay there. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it would have been like, what happened in Sri Lanka, where all those fools instantly took all their money out and left, and the whole country's all fucked up.
Oh God, yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah. So let you guys continue talking about that. I'll be right back. Got to get this eyelash out of my eye. Heather, please continue talking. Yeah. As well as Brendan, of course, and Aristides if he hasn't taken his break yet.
Yeah, so that's it. That was all I had to say.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna be hit or miss depending on.
No way.
A couple things, but so okay. I'm here. Go on.
Yeah. So that was it. That's all I had. That early on, they just said it was an order. Otherwise, it would have ended up like how those other countries had emptied out, like right. Lebanon and these things. So whatever I presume is backdoor deals, like
there's always backdoor.
Yeah. Like it was already in the books, like ready to go.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been like more panicky. It was almost like he just was ready and then he left.
Uh-huh.
So it happened, and it's not like they didn't have surveillance where they saw and it was very strange. Like the actual geography they took is like they went from Aleppo all the way to Damascus, which is it's a long way to take a whole army. So it was bizarre that it happened very quick. Like it happened so quick that it was just it was too abrupt. Because Aleppo is very far from the capital, so I don't know. It's closer to Turkey, so I don't know how. It was almost within a day they just went straight through with no resistance. It was zero resistance. So I would presume that there were some backdoor deals is why he ordered them to stay put, because then, you know, theoretically they could keep whatever they had, or, you know, their land. That's probably what the deal was. If you stay through the transition period, you can keep whatever you had. But, you know, who knows how much they can guarantee that. There you go. That's what I would say about that.
Have we talked about King Vena?
Who? You spell it?
King Vena. King Vena, Vena. He's in the 4th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam.
I
He's,
don't
I
believe
guess,
so. Is there anything you can bring up?
Well, I don't know. I just figured you might know more of the story than I know. I just king who had a lot of sacrificing going on, and so he had full reactions. So when he died, they churned his leg in the bone marrow, and it produced a pygmy, or a little man, which we'd think of as like a pygmy with copper hair.
Yeah.
And it was just the result of his sinful reaction. It was a little devil.
Yeah. He's just like an example of, you know, like in unrighteous rulership. That's all. Does that make sense? Yeah. Hello?
I'm here, but I can't really respond to
Maybe
that.
her thing has, yeah.
Other wolf.
Yeah, but it really happened. It wasn't imaginary, right? It wasn't like a myth.
No, these are like actual histories, yeah.
Well, then
But
why
they're
don't
like,
people do that now?
Do what?
Churn people's legs after they die and produce like whatever? Is it just like a form of
'Cause
surgery?
We don't have the technology. That's why.
We've
The
lost
technology
it.
was on a different level, yeah.
Yes, I just got back in time to hear what she was asking. Well, but what were you talking about that we've lost? We've lost quite a bit. So when I say come back and just say that, it's just given.
There was this king.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go on first, Heather. Actually, finish what you were thinking, Heather. Then Brendan will go on.
I
Heather?
think it was less of a technology, more of just a procedure, like making a vimana. It's just like it's very intricate and very precise, and it's like on a spiritual level. I don't know.
It's a technology. I mean, it's a technology. There's no separate. You can't separate that.
Okay.
I mean, just 100 years ago, our cell phone would be considered magic. I mean,
Yes.
but on, if you want to go quote unquote spiritual, which you can't, mundane and spiritual can't be separated, whether like no matter what. So that's just the basic. But like to even be able to take sand and metal and then stack it in such a way and have all these circuits going in a certain way as per the principles of nature, and then using electricity, like all of that is like, I mean, it's beyond magic. I mean, it is magic. It is magic of sorts. To have this little
Frankensteinian
device. No, it's beyond that. It comes from the rishis. I mean, all of our technology comes from rishis ultimately. These
So they
high
had a little black
sages,
box
these
or-
higher beings.
So they had a black box or something?
No. They know the knowledge from like the basic level, like whether it's material science or anything. Someone had to tell humans how to do it. So, like,
Well, it'd be like a god thing, wouldn't it?
yeah, the rishis are above the gods. Like the rishis are like the sages, the celestial sages. There,
Ah.
like the like gods bow to them and stuff because they're so on like such a level. Yeah, like a rishi level is like they can create ecosystems. Like,
Wow.
they can act like all the ecosystems on Earth were designed by beings like the rishis. This is what, yeah, that's what the beings on that level can do.
Cool.
You know? So, it's
So-
more than technology and it's more than magic. Like,
Yeah.
it's like pure knowledge, like pure knowledge.
They're called
And power.
Rishi. What is it? What is the name? Like if I was gonna take a note.
RISHI.
Yeah.
Yeah, rishi. They're called like, you can start with like the Sapta Rishi, the 7 main sages.
Okay.
But it's all there. I mean,
Yeah. But by the way, to people who have sent me emails, yes, I will speak to Syria at some length during monologue tonight. That'll be inescapable. But I definitely want to get input on from Brendan in particular because of his Levantine background about what this cab driver
I don't think you heard when I was gone, but I was saying I presume that it was you know, it was a backdoor deal, to keep it simple.
There we are.
They had already known,
Okay.
like someone had already known, obviously.
Okay.
Like this was all prearranged because
Okay.
there was no like, they didn't pull out all of the like, because what happened with like Sri Lanka and Lebanon is like all the rich people left overnight and just like the whole country's in shambles,
Jesus
like
Christ.
economically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's awful. It's so sad.
So it destabilized the economy for like months and years. Whereas this was like he told them to stay because presumably whoever was coming in had already, like, the transfer of power was already brokered essentially.
Got
So
it.
that's the only thing that makes sense. Because what I was saying is like how they made it from Aleppo all the way to Damascus in less than a day. I mean, that's actually impossible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like the way the way they claimed it happened, where they said, because I just remember seeing, oh, they're in Aleppo, you know, and then like within 24 hours it was like they are in Damascus, you know. It's like that's actually not possible.
Thank you.
It's too far.
Yeah, in
For
other
a
words,
whole column, for a whole column battalion or
yeah.
whatever.
yeah, just to explain to our listeners, that would be a long ass trip and a hard one for even a family on a picnic in a SUV to go from Aleppo to Damascus, and
Yeah, because Aleppo's near Turkey, up north.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, we're talking like 1,000. I mean, it's like 800 kilometers or something. It's huge.
Thank you, and therefore
Maybe
for
they time traveled.
I love
No.
that. That's cute.
These people can't even regular travel.
Yeah. Yeah, they can barely make it to the bathroom without a guide, these motherfuckers. Yeah, it's all they got is the Quran, and that's all they've got. It's like and believe me, when practical terms, that ain't much. That's
Yeah, so it's like 350 kilometers, so approximately a 4-hour drive. So you might as well double that for a whole battalion, like a mechanized column. So it's like, you know.
Oh,
I guess it's
dude,
plausible.
you'd quadruple it at least, quintuple it or sextuple it. You saw what happened to the fucking Russians. You can see what happens to a mechanized column. I mean, one breaks down, the entire
Where
column.
it takes 8 months, and they have to, and they have to call in freaking the North Koreans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh god. Yeah. It's just columns can be taken out by a single sniper just by boxing them in. You take out the driver in the front vehicle. You take out the driver in the last.
Yeah, exactly.
Vehicle.
That's another. Thank you, Douglas. That you needed the tactical mind. That's another absurdity. Is they could have just mined the road.
Yes.
You know, like there's, like, that area doesn't have freedom of travel because it's a war-torn region, especially outside of the capital. So it's like none of it adds up on paper, anyways.
Thank you. So that makes perfect sense. I will be slightly more conservative in my analysis, but definitely what you say is quite compelling. But what would you?
And presumably, wait, go ahead.
Oh, presumably first. Tell me, presumably, what were you going to say?
Presumably, Assad was definitely paid by the Israelis and the Russians, basically.
Got you.
This is my presumption.
That's what I was going to say. What would have been his motivation? So please continue.
Because they probably sat him down, or they've always been talking, but they probably straight up just said, look, either you take our money and you leave, or you're not going to be able to fend off, because it's like dominoes. It's like once the Gaza thing is done, it's like they're just going to keep going. So he was told that. He was like, yeah, if you don't get out, then we're going to come after you next, because you're the next, literally right above us. And the Golan Heights is like, they need it back because it's not, like, on paper, it's not anyone's territory. So it's eventually it's going to get handed over. So it's really all about the southern territories of Syria and stuff.
No, I think your original analysis was even well beyond that and quite correct. Just so people know, I had my own skepticism when Brendan talked about the Israelis really are going from the river to the sea, from the greater Israel all the way, where they're trying to re-establish the biblical boundary lines in their own mind and beyond. And So they're
and it's not just the one river. It's like they're gonna take both, just because they can. Like that's what I was joking. I was like both rivers, and all the rivers, like and the Red Sea. Like the joke would be they'll just go straight to the Red Sea or the what's the other one? The Persian. Yeah, the Red Sea.
Persian Gulf, Red Sea. It will all be connected under there.
It's like they would just move the goalposts. Oh, it actually meant this one.
Yeah. And I was skeptical because of logistics for exactly the reasons we've just articulated.
Yes.
But honestly, I will mention this in my analysis that Israel has begun to attack Syria excessively, intensively, to the point where the United Nations has tried to intervene at this point diplomatically, of course, because they're impotent militarily against the Israelis.
Yeah.
But
the hot war is imminent.
Yes. Thank you.
And unfortunately, Korea is going to be part of it because they're going to jail all those guys, and it'll just literally be a world war instantly. It's already there. It's like the embers, or whatever.
Yes. Oh God. I mean, the fall of Assad is not. It's like all I can say is I certainly wasn't happy with the fact that he was an asset for the Russians, providing them a warm water port, which I will go into in my monologue. But his collapse also means that world war happens inevitably a lot quicker because the Israelis are filling in that power vacuum aggressively, I would say with insane aggression. And they're empowered because of Trump. They know the Americans will back them. And they wouldn't be that aggressive under Biden, as bad as Biden was. I mean, they call him Genocide Joe because he allowed...
Well, hey, Douglas, I did have a thing for that. What are your thoughts on that? Someone, whoever that is, rushed this Assad thing to preempt like Trump being there, right?
Well, that's what happened. He was told he was basically told, look, if you don't leave now,
right?
That's because of that guy.
Yeah, but I think it directly depends on that. And it's like, what do we got to take care of real quick here?
Oh, so what you're saying, Aristides, is that with Trump's pending ascension to power, they wanted to get rid of Assad before he even became president.
Right. I think that was a timing influence. Yeah.
But do you think?
And I would even take it a step further. But finish this thought.
Yeah. Are you thinking it was Biden or Trump that arranged for that?
No, actually, I think it has nothing to do with America. It's actually the Europeans.
Okay. So continue.
Because if a hot war is to start, which they're prepping for, like Germany and France. That's why they did the Gothic fugue, and they like repowered. They basically restart. Like they used Notre Dame as a geomantic point to power up the energetics of Europe again, to restart Christendom, because they need it as a front because of the hot war that's starting. So they're basically allowing Syria to be quote unquote freed so they can send all those people back to Syria that they don't want in Europe, especially the Germans. Germany's already sent Syria about 8 million euros in a bid to get them to take people back, and they've already sent people back. When this first happened, there was like some story that said Syrians are returning, so the Europeans are going to use that as, look, there's no more dictator, you can go back, and we'll pay for your reconstruction. Just get the fuck out of here. Because when a war starts, they can't have a bunch of Muslims in Europe like causing ruckus. I'm presuming that's what they're trying to do. It may be too late to do it, but I'm saying that's their plan. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
that's what I think is happening. It's just
if that is the motivation, however, I'm rather disappointed or saddened only in the sense, not from any humanitarian perspective, you know me better than that, but only from the sense that I always felt that Syrian population would be a wonderful population by which to repopulate a reestablished Ost or Eastern Prussia. Once the Russians are vacated out of Kaliningrad.
But they have the Turks for that. The Turks are much more established.
Okay, in Germany. In Germany.
The Germans are much more favorable to the Turks because they have basically proved themselves as European. They consider them European.
Okay, I understand the Turks would be the first to argue that, or at least used to be before they realized they were never going to be allowed into the European Union, and then started going into the, pan-Islamic trip.
But Germany's always been favorable to the Turks for the last like 50 years or something.
Yes, there has always been
huge Turkish populations. Yeah.
Yes, that's quite true. That's starting from the days, certainly during World War I, that Turkey was an ally because of the idea of Berlin to Baghdad, the Berlin to Baghdad railway. Well, these Syrians might help to establish that because they would be part of that movement towards a Berlin to Baghdad railway if that were to ever be realized. Yeah. But, for those of you who don't know, there is no Berlin to Baghdad railway. It was the
Orient Express.
Yeah.
The Orient Express.
No, there is.
It stopped in Port Said.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And so it never went.
It stopped in Istanbul. Sorry.
Thank you.
Istanbul.
Thank you.
Yeah. Port Said is the Suez Canal city.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
That's by boat.
Got it.
It's different.
Yeah. And so all such being said, I'm just finishing up the sandwich, preparing the intro monologue. Do keep talking. You're doing great all by yourself. And
So
go on.
Well, I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say, but
you were talking about
basically they're expecting.
Yeah, well, you were talking about Notre Dame as this geomantic ritual, which unfortunately was desecrated by Donald Trump. What do you feel is the occult impact of Donald Trump's desecration of the Notre Dame ceremony?
Well,
and I use that ceremony in a
magical
magical sense.
Yeah, no, it was a magical ceremony. They even had like the boss. I call it like the villain boss music, from a Japanese video game, where they did like the organ,
cool,
like,
yes,
the Gregorian
yes,
chants and
yes,
the organ.
yes.
That was like the boss. That was the villain music of any Japanese video game. Anyone who saw that would know that. So they did the ritual and did the boss music. So that means shit's brewing.
Yes.
So there you go.
And again,
basically they wanted to close that wound. It was a wound that struck at the heart of Christendom, whatever that fire was. That in itself was an occult thing.
Absolutely.
Whether it was accidental or not, they had to close that gap because they saw it as the end of Christendom, or some people were saying that, right?
Absolutely.
So they had to, they had to invert that, by restoring it, because that was the fastest restoration in all of history, by the way.
Yes, it was incredible. It was
like that. The work they did originally had taken craftsmen
hundreds
of the
of
same
years.
caliber,
Hundreds of years.
Yeah, 50. We'll give it 50.
Well, it was generations. It was definitely generations. So it was beyond 50.
The whole Middle Ages generation.
Yeah.
I think, they were comparing it to the 1850s when France was very, a lot of what was in there was updated then, in the Napoleonic era.
Right. Okay.
So that's what they wanted to bring it back to.
Yes.
And they went leagues above that in less than 5 years, which is, that's what I'm saying. It's the fastest reconstruction.
Yes.
They brought people from Japan, from, obviously Italy, like the Vatican, everyone. Yeah. It's like a huge undertaking.
And,
but that's showing that Christendom is fortified.
Yes.
Like they had to fortify the idea of Christendom before this. And this is why, because my conjecture is that America is going to turn into a hermit kingdom. And that's what they're assuming.
Yes.
Is that under this guy, we're going to pull everything.
Yeah.
That's what they're basically assuming the worst, that it's going to turn into like Tokugawa era Japan, where he's going to pull everything from everywhere.
Yeah, the better comparison is Stalin's hermit kingdom when the world rejected Bolshevism and he was stuck trying to make it work in Russia all by himself. That's the comparison.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So they're expecting that. That's why they have to do this now.
Absolutely.
Fortify Europe. Get rid of some of these extraneous foreigners, which they really practically can't keep. Mm-hmm. Practical. It's nothing racist. It's literally practicality. So
tell Victoria to jump on call before she goes to sleep. Jump on call, Victoria, please, by all means. Jump on call, Victoria. You're already on the call. Jump on call. So let's see if she responds, because she is in the chat. And if she can grace us with a few moments of her presence, that will be important. And that'll give us somebody else to speak to while I finish chewing the sandwich before I can take my
And they basically
supplements.
just invited him. Yeah, they just invited him just to have him there.
Okay.
Because, you know, it was just like it was their way of saying, like, yeah, don't abandon Europe. That was like what they're saying.
Right. That's
Yeah.
right. Though, of course, you know, it's like, that's just no point.
It's like dealing with a crazy person, but you have to still pretend. Right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, I mean, well, look at me and my dealing with fucking Peter Moon all those years. Same shit.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's like a dilettante. Isn't that what it's called? What is it called?
Yeah, that's one word for it. It really is. Yeah, it's just.
Like a treaty where no one gets anything. What is that called?
Oh, I forget what
the name
that.
is.
I forget, but it's. Honestly, whatever term you
Basically, it's like a wash.
Yeah. It's just.
They know it was worthless, but they had to just to make him feel,
Yes.
you know, you stroke his ego or something.
Yes, it's still a shame. It's still a shame. His
Yeah.
So.
And then didn't he also went somewhere absurd, like, or one of them. They like went into one of these hermit kingdoms, I thought, recently. Forgot which one it was.
Oh God, yeah, I can't remember. There's so much shit they pull. I have trouble keeping up with it all.
Right.
Yeah, and yeah. By the way, there was another Russian who fell from an 11th story window. So you know, it's just like, and they keep doing this. And then Fetterman, what the fuck is going on with? Anyhow, continue.
Yeah, what happened to him? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
He's finally losing it.
Oh, well, he lost it a while back when he supported Israel, when he said, I stand by Israel. I remember when I brought that up with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was like, oh, he's doing the right thing. Just like when Peter Moon, remember, said, oh, Aristides, help us out here if you're here. Remember, you heard Peter Moon say, as well as I, we heard him say, oh, Jordan Maxwell, blessed be his name.
Yeah, he did say that once. He did. He
Yeah.
really
No,
did.
not Jordan
I
Maxwell,
remember.
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Sorry about that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, Doug. I had to correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
No one's bowing to.
Poor Jordan Maxwell.
Maxwell.
Yeah, poor bastard. Poor son of a bitch.
Be
Yeah.
better than Peterson.
Yeah, yeah. By leagues. By leagues.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. It was Jordan Peterson. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. And for the correction.
Well, JP was bought out by the Daily Wire, which is, I mean, we're talking Jew Central.
Yes.
Like, it's owned by, what's that, Shapiro kid. Yeah, Shapiro.
Yeah. Yeah, there we are. Well, basically what happened was Fetterman signed up for Truth Social. But, you know, not that I have a problem with that. Keep your enemies closer and all that
It's almost
philosophy.
like a waste of time.
But
No one goes on there.
yeah, but my mouth actually dropped when I read his first truth. Basically, Fetterman advocated for Trump to be pardoned from the New York hush money case, for which he was found guilty of 34 felony counts, by comparing the case to Hunter Biden's and saying they were both bullshit. So he
Dang, this guy has, like, literally, like, his frontal lobe is dead.
Thank you.
I mean, like, you can't really listen to this guy.
Yeah, thank you. It's just.
But I agree, that's absurd. I mean, it's just like, really.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, when
At this point, they just need to come out straight with it and just say, "Yeah, I'm a criminal. So what?"
yes, thank you. That's
like, I would respect that much better than just like pardoning in a backroom deal.
Thank
It's
you.
like, all right, cool. You know, like
Thank
Wild
you.
West, cool.
Yeah, you might as well just say that's why you're voting for me, is because I'm a
Yeah.
better criminal than you.
Yes, I respect it. I'd be like, that's fair.
Yeah, and
Because they're on this, like, they're on the Nixon, what is it, like the fantasy, like, oh, he's gonna get impeached. It's like, nah, dude.
and of course it's impeachment don't mean shit. Clinton was impeached. Clinton was impeached
And
twice.
Nixon just quit because he was, Nixon just quit because he wanted to or something.
Yes, thank you, and
He couldn't handle.
yes, and At any rate, I'm gonna go mute for a few moments there, chew on the sandwich, just to make certain I have enough gopher wood inside my system, enough calories to burn.
I ain't gonna be able to say much. All you're gonna hear is this industrial door open.
I think you can go on about this. I can't believe people are complaining. I mean, this is the shit I'm getting. This is why the Democratic Party has issues. The Democratic Party has issues because of shit like this. There's this Democratic individual saying, I can't believe why Christians are so fragile. Another satanic temple display was destroyed. And first of all, I think the Satanists destroyed it themselves so they could claim the Christians destroyed it
of course
and claim that they're persecuted, But just because the Christians welcome the destruction doesn't mean that they're the vandals. And so when you've got these Democrats saying, the Christians are so fragile, I'm sickened by this defense of Satanists as some kind of like, fair and balanced, like, let's give brand X equal time. This is like,
Stupid.
This is why the Christians all ran to the Republicans, is based on shit like this.
Yeah.
And
it's like they're obviously not doing these guys any favors,
Yeah, thank you.
The Satanists.
Thank you. Yes, they aren't
They're
helping
too
democracy.
cheap to pay taxes, right?
Yeah, most of these aren't even fucking pay. Oh yeah, that was the other funny thing when I went to get my immuno booster before I start chewing this sandwich again. The nurse says to me, we're on our holiday hours, and after the holidays are over, you can come in, before 6 p.m. I said, oh, you're open till 6 p.m.? And she says, yeah, we maintain that schedule after the holiday season for people who work. And I was like thinking, wow, really, thanks, bitch. I was like, she's implying that I don't work. I was like, wow, that just fucking blew my mind. It's like, does she think that about everyone who comes in during the earlier hours? That we're all a bunch of... It reminded me of, not that I took offense where I was rankled, but you get my point.
She's probably telling you so you don't have to wait in line or something.
It's just, whatever it is, I'm assuming she assumes I don't work.
Let's put it this way. I take time off for any doctor's appointment, and that's why I have my sick pay.
Yeah, there we are. But remember that other bullshit Peter Moon pulled? He says, yeah, I was talking to this woman about you. He said this on air. It wasn't private. He said this on air. I was talking to this woman about you. I was like, oh, what did you say? I told her you were on disability. Yeah, it's like, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a shitty wingman. We already knew that.
Yeah. He said, he was always telling the girls, don't go near Douglas, that kind of shit, because he wanted me for himself. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just so, and enough. It's one of these things, I just got to purge it. It's like, it's like having turds inside of you. You can't keep them inside you.
Well, let's not go to Pete's zone.
Yeah.
You don't need a colonic.
Yeah, colonoscopy, but it is kind of like that. Actually, it's fitting. It's a fitting analogy for Pete. Yes.
No, don't
Pete
go.
Turds.
Don't.
Pete turds.
You can't defeat your enemy by becoming him. That's not how that works. Don't start telling people to get colonics. It's actually good. I know I was talking about Pete, but it's actually good. Gotta cleanse it. No. It's like the classic, like you become what you hate the most, or something.
Yeah. Well, this is what galled me the time when I was talking about all those people having to move because of Hurricane Helene and not being able to move back. And you were saying, oh, don't give Pete that power. Purple Egg Pete, you were saying, don't give Purple Egg Pete that power. But remember, Pandora was no great sorceress, but that didn't prevent her from opening the box that unleashed hell on earth. So Pete's along those lines. He was helped, of course, by the big guns, Peter Levenda and Don Webb, who are the same guys attacking Brendan Zogit personally. I can guarantee you that. Those two guys have it in for Brendan Zogit personally. They hate you in the same way that Pete hates Brooke Gibson. They consider you the source of much of my power. That's the only conclusion to be drawn by their chronic siege of you. And oh yeah, that was another thing about that Judith Ager. That time that she was saying, when she was like she always was, she was just ragging nonstop. And you know, that's the point. Was I always took it and did my best to just prostrate myself before her, and she wasn't satisfied with that. She still ultimately
prostrate, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Did I say it like the organ? Like the organ? Like
yeah.
prostate?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, unless she was hitting you with a dildo or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's fitting. It's fitting. She might as well have been. Jesus Christ. Metaphorically, she was shoving that dildo all the way up my ass. Yeah, spiked. It was spiked. That bitch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm lubricating it with your blood, Doug. Yeah. And but anyhow, I was so lost in that vision.
Let's not get Trampus excited.
Yeah, let's not get. That was the other thing. Trampus's tentacular fucking dildos. The ones that he had purchased that he showed me were the kind that were double-headed, so the woman could fit them vaginally and anally. How did he use them? I try not to think about it. I know he was.
Let's hope for the best. That he had a partner.
No. He was using it himself. He had no partner. I know that because he told me that because he kept wanting me and you to join him. That was
yeah. He straight up told us, "Hey, Brendan, I told Doug to come over, but you can too.
Yeah.
It's not gay. Don't worry." And I'm like, dude, I didn't say anything about that. And like, it's just pizza, man. Like he was like Michael Jackson, just come for some Jesus juice.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, remember when he said, yeah, room temperature beer if you like it, Doug. Beer, but beer was always a part of it, even though he claimed he was an alcoholic.
Yeah, he said, I've been sober for months. And I'm like, what about the beer you've been offering me and Doug?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to watch you guys drink it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. He wants
but
to
your
watch
fridge is full of it.
Yeah, he wants to watch all right. Yeah. At any rate. So with Judith Ager, she wants, while she was shitting and pissing all over me, doing her usual, while she was bleeding all over me, she was like telling me, yeah, I don't need your show. Miguel Andahar has invited me to be on his. And I was like, fuck. And Miguel Andahar was sending her illustrations, too. And it was like, stuff that he drew. You could tell he drew it. He actually had some basic modicum of illustrative skills. I give him that. But when it came to, she was like totally seduced by him. Though apparently she never followed up on it, but in terms that I know of. But the stupid thing was that Miguel Andahar, his channel isn't worth a shit. And it wasn't like she could reach anybody through that, but I don't even know if he's putting shit up anymore. But maybe they finally got him off YouTube for violating community standards for showing all those baby bones he stole out of the children's graves from the Philippines and shit. The mass orphan graves that they had no parents claiming them, and he was getting all the children's bones from those graves for his occult rituals and shit. So, the fact that she could even think that was an option is just bizarre. It goes to show you how these people aren't thinking at all. But at any rate, with Miguel Andahar, his trip was definitely anti-Brendan Zogit. And then, do you think that he's still active against you, or you feel that he's kind of died off?
Well, I mean, I think it's like, yeah, no doubt, but it's just that he doesn't have an attention span. So he's in my opinion, he's less of a threat. And then we exposed him so much that he's probably just moved on to other things that are easier. That's the assumption I have. I don't know if that's true, but
thank you. And
but whatever he sent against me, I had completely broke the curse. So
excellent.
There's not much he could really do.
That's true.
But I did detect many times that they've tried to recast it, but it doesn't do anything if you've done the right steps. You know? But it's like the Morgul blade. You could feel like the resonance, them trying to recast.
That's almost permanent. Yeah, that's like a permanent scar. Yeah. It's like a permanent old wound.
Well, the scar's permanent, but I could feel when they were attempting a recon.
To reactivate.
It's like
to reopen the wound when they were attempting to reopen the wound. Go on.
Exactly. It's like a modem. They're like trying to call it up again. But the firewall's up, you can't.
Got it. And so in that sense, your experience was similar to Brooke Gibson's in that there was the first phase of attack. In her case, it was the Aquino attack, literally shortly after he died. And then it was
via the Horcrux, presumably in Jameson.
Yes. And then
or wherever.
Yeah. Or was that part of the second wave of attacks? I guess that was.
No, that was I think the first.
That was the first, I guess. That was part of the climax of the first, and then there was the second wave. That's right. You're right. So you had two waves of attacks. The first one was the Miguel Andújar-centric phase, and then the next phase, they pulled out all the big guns. Was after that. Whenever. Yeah, got it. Excellent. So let me see. Did Victoria ever join us? Let me see here. No, I guess not. But yes, Aristides, if you've come back from doing something, talk with Heather for a little bit. If you
I'm
would
here. I can start rejoining. Yeah.
Excellent. Heather, can you talk, darling, so that I can freely chew?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I don't know what to talk about. I'm really wiped out. I had a rough day.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? Talk about that.
Oh, okay. So, as you know, my car is, well, maybe you don't know, my car is in the shop. It's getting repairs. And they said about 5 more days. So, we have some appointments and stuff we need to go to. So I tried to rent a car through an app on my phone that I've used before to rent cars without a problem. But when I was selecting the dealership or where I was going to get the car from, they tricked me by giving me a lower price. So I'm like, okay, I'll pick that one, thinking it was the same rental agencies that I've used before, and it was a different one. I go down there, I take a lift. The lift takes me the wrong address. I have to reroute the Uber or whatever twice and pay extra. And then I get there and they tell me, oh no, you need $500 and a credit card. Well, I don't have a credit card, and I was by myself, so they needed a licensed driver with a credit card in order to insure me renting this car. And I'm in a really bad part of town. I'm by the airport, and I'm just like, you know what, fine. And I leave, and just to find out that it was not refundable. I had to take the bus home.
What?
Yeah, it was not refundable. And so I had to take the bus home.
That's some scam shit.
It is some serious scam shit because I had to pay insurance on it too. The whole thing, it was just messed up. So tomorrow morning, I'm going back down there. I called the place. They said that I have 24 hours to pick up the rental. So technically, I still have till tomorrow afternoon at 3:00, according to their customer service.
Take the sheriff's department down there. Really scare their ass.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I asked them if they took Bitcoin, and so they said they wish.
That probably didn't help your case.
No, they said that they wish. So I definitely know they'll remember me. And I'm going down there with my dad, and he loves to raise hell. So I'm just, he's going to fork over his license and his credit card, which is something that my dad does not do. He would not do this. And he's only doing it because we're paying him. Well, so nice, I can get this car rental.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah, it was a long day.
I had no idea your dad was still participating in your life to such an extent. That's incredible. By the way, I want to welcome Samuel Romero, who joined us for briefest of moments and then disappeared. So welcome back, Samuel Romero. Whenever you're welcome to, whenever you are able to jump back on, you're always welcome. And by all means, what happened to you is oh my God, that's just horrific, young lady. But the fact that your dad tells a bit more about, it's like I remember you never speak of him.
Well, because he's a tyrant. And the only reason he's helping me is because he likes Vinny, and Vinny's the one that called him and to propose that he goes down and helps me out of fun. That's
outrageous. He's helping you because he likes Vinny. Oh my God!
Yeah, no, he wouldn't even answer the phone if it was me.
He won't loan money to Heather, but he'll loan money to me.
Yeah, he'll do anything Vinny asks him to.
Oh my God!
So
what? Why?
Oh, he will tear me a new asshole the whole way down there, though, and he will not let me live it down probably for I don't know how long, but he's doing it.
Well,
I
thank
think
God
he's
for
doing it
Vinny.
right.
Oh my God, you're so fucking lucky you got Vinny. I mean, is this like a man crush your dad has on Vinny? Like some kind of bromance or
I don't know. He just because he doesn't have to deal with me as long as Vinny's around. So he wants to keep Vinny around, so I won't be calling him with my problems.
Oh, got it. Oh wow, holy shit.
Yeah, well, my dad wanted to disown me a long time ago, but he can't.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I'm glad Vinny's there so that your father can be brought into.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to work out the right way or work out the way that we'd like, because my dad does.
Yeah. Well, I'd like you. Because your dad what? Does
he likes to start? He just says things that are out of
context. Right. Got it.
He'll threaten him. He'll probably threaten him and have a gun or whatever. Like, my dad is no joke. Like, he brings his gun with him everywhere he goes. He's just trying to fight everyone.
What? Whoa! No wonder you're traumatized.
My dad was a biker. He was in the Dirty Dozen. So that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's just an old, mean,
cantankerous. Well, the Dirty Dozen was a film. Oh, you mean Hell's Angels or some other?
No, he was in the Dirty Dozen in the 80s and.
The Biker Gang. There's an actual biker gang by that name. Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was the first phone tap indictment where they used telephone calls and they went in and tapped your calls, went in on the lines and listened and did their investigation.
Why? Because they assumed he was dealing drugs or human trafficking.
Well, yeah, it was organized crime.
Oh, incredible. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. You never speak of your father. That's
it's not that I'm not proud.
Well, I don't blame you. He would probably say the same thing, but we take your side.
Thank you. My dad, he'd ride or die, so he'll always be like right next to me just to help me, but he'll be bitching me out the whole time.
Oh my God. Well,
yeah.
Well, thank God that Vinny's there to help placate him. Now, I put a link into the text box, and I'd like all of you to weigh in on this. Aristides, Heather, but especially Brendan. So, Brendan, have you been able to take a look at the link that I put inside of the text box? Basically, people in San Francisco are attacking Waymos on site. They don't care whether there's people in them or not. They are attacking Waymos. It's gotten to the point
because they're homicidal. They're fucking homicidal.
Tell our listeners. Tell our listeners. Yeah. But take a look at some of these
because
links.
they maliciously malfunction. It's not even like a malfunction. It's like literally it tries to kill you.
They are the real life Terminator. You're telling us these are the real life Terminators.
Yeah. They'll run you off the road. We were in a turning lane, and there was a Waymo that wanted to get in front of us in the turning lane, and they just caused so much congestion. It's like if they're trying to bully their way into the turning lane.
Yeah, it's like they were trained on LA drivers or something. That was the main data set they put in fucking LA drivers. They're just they're literally trying to
Hope Sammy Romero's hearing that one.
Oh, anyone who's been there, it's like you have to drive like that when you're there. There's no choice. Or you'll die.
In San Francisco, weren't we talking about how people just put cones in front of them to stop them?
Yeah, they've done that recently too. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, Doug, do you hear that? So.
I hear noise.
Traffic cones.
That was traffic cones. But have you took a look at that link? It leads to all these other links, and take a look at those headlines. They're pretty, shall we say, alarming. But look at this: San Francisco woman's viral video shows her trapped in a Waymo by men asking for her number.
Oh, there you go. Was she hot?
One presumes. I doubt she looked like Roseanne Barr. I mean, that's a rhetorical question, isn't it? Come on. No, but look at these losers. Oh my God, if you go on that link, you see these couple of losers. These guys couldn't get laid in a morgue. And,
that's what.
And so
like they're pulling the freaking Calcutta method. Hello, baby. You know, because she has nowhere to run. It's like, that's sick, man.
And then here we are. Vandals attack driverless Waymo car with passengers inside. Vandals swoop down on a car filled with young
they
women.
like spray painted it. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, well, yeah, they swoop down on a car filled with a young woman riding in a driverless taxi in San Francisco. So, see, if there's no man in there, these women are just open game.
They were scared.
Well, I thought that was implied. That's why they're such a bad idea. There's no one that, you know.
Thank you.
There's no one there to protect you. And then on top of that, like when the police try to pull them over and shit, like they don't stop. They're gonna get you shot up. Like I don't know if you saw the photos.
I think the girls called the Waymo company or whatever they were getting their ride from, and they had them on the phone, and they're like, they're attacking us. They're like, well, hold on, and then all of a sudden the car just kept driving. They're like, okay, you're safe now.
Really? I mean, well, what if they surround the car? I mean, I'm sorry, did Vinny say something?
The Waymos pull over for police. They're trained to pull over for police, and then they roll down their window and you talk to someone on the phone. The Waymo calls it if they don't have anyone in the car. So there's all these videos of the cops walking up to the cars, and the Waymo rolls down the window. And it's like, hello, this is Jessica from Waymo Customer Service. How may I help you?
Weird shit. But look at... Yeah, go on.
I think we're the only two places, San Francisco and Phoenix, and maybe LA, that has like the fully driverless ones. These things just cruise around.
They're everywhere.
They're down the alleys. They're going down the alleys and stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. But take a look at this one from Reuters. A crowd sets Waymo self-driving vehicle ablaze. Videos went viral showing people putting orange traffic cones on top of the vehicles to obstruct their sensors and forcing them to stop. At which point they burn them. They burn the
They are some. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a bummer because I mean, like, I take a lot of Ubers, and you know, it's I mean, I feel for it, but you know, it's one of those things. There's a lot of people that really survive on making the pay with Uber and Lyft now.
Yeah, that's how they make ends meet.
You know, but then again, I guess there's a lot of taxi drivers before that you know, no single woman under 50 who had more than a beer was safe with, at least in Kansas City.
Okay, got a point. Yeah, your point's well taken. But apparently they're just as endangered being in these driverless Waymos. Listen to this. Terrifying footage shows gang attacking driverless car. Waymo Jaguar taxi was torched with fireworks by a mob of Chinese New Year revelers in San Francisco. The car became confused and ran into the crowd.
Oh, no.
Well, that brings up the interesting question, Douglas. The question is, you have to program the car so if there's two old ladies on one side of the road, you can't stop. You can't defy the law of physics. So you either have to hit 20 little children or two old ladies. Which one do you hit? A human actually would make that decision. A Waymo would have to be programmed to make it, which direction it would go.
Yes, that's.
So I mean, that's the whole consciousness that I mean, because that's what they're tasked with, making. You know, literally, if you can't, I mean, you can't change gravity, you can't change the law of physics.
Yes, no, they're dangerous. It's
that's the Isaac Asimov example that he brought forward in iRobot. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's no solution to it, really.
Yes.
Because there's so many nuances in human, like it shows it in that film. You know, it's like in the new. I'm talking about the newer iRobot film. I don't know about the old one. I never saw it. Mm-hmm. But in the new one, it's like he feels guilty because the robot saved him and not the little girl, because he was closer and he had a higher chance of probability of survival and stuff.
I don't think there was an original iRobot movie. Was there an original iRobot movie before the?
Yeah.
I think so.
Wow. Okay. I'll have to. Not that I disbelieve you.
Or maybe it was the book or whatever.
Well, the book was the book was titled Caves of Steel. That's what was. One time I was dealing with this poor idiot who was a genius in his own right, but one of these really he lacked common sense and to a level of intelligence. It just
like Sheldon Cooper or something.
Yeah. So I don't know who Sheldon Cooper is, but I'll agree with you. Yeah.
He's a fictional character.
Okay. Yeah. but this guy.
Just these like nerd types that have like they're
Got it. That
almost
was
autistic.
Yeah, that was Richard McGuire, all right. That was Richard McGuire, the guy I'm talking about. And this poor fucker had an old ratty pulp magazine he had found, and he was reading The Caves of Steel. And because they were always in parts in the pulp magazines, he said, damn, I got into the story. Now I'll never know what happened. I said, dude, that was the short story novella version of I, Robot. You just buy the fucking novel, which is just available anywhere. It's like ubiquitous. But at any rate, when it comes to these Waymos, what do you think about what I said about the car got confused and then ran into the crowd in San Francisco during the Chinese New Year's? I mean,
there you go.
it's like, so, but why are people, okay, so you said the people are attacking the Waymos because they're dangerous, but that means a lot of people must be experiencing this. Shouldn't people, why is Waymo expanding? How can Waymo be expanding when everybody's having such a negative experience?
Because they're invested in. It doesn't matter. It's at whatever cost. They don't care if it kills people.
It's because
And
it's
people
AI.
are stupid enough to buy it, you know? That's how they see it. I mean, because once it's trained, like they're dumping money in it, because once it's trained fully after like 10 years or whatever, however long it takes, then it instantly becomes a boon to the economy. You don't need all these drivers, you know? People don't have to drive themselves. Like, so they're banking on it, even though it's probably not going to be successful.
You're not going to be paying taxes either.
Because there is no solution to the gangsters, like the the highwaymen, the literal highwaymen now.
Yeah.
Because what is it? What are they gonna like arm it? Like once they arm, like it's gonna have missiles or something.
Oh fuck! Yeah. Oh, that would be.
Then that's when the iRobot question comes in. Is like how many people is it allowed to kill? Before it's like it's too much.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Well, it kills a lot of people just by running into a crowd, like we just saw.
Yeah.
But this is like I'm just I would not get into one. I don't do it. No, well, especially someone like you and I, facial recognition technology, as soon as we're in it, the Waymo will just drive off a cliff. We'll be locked inside, and the Waymo will just
you get in and the door's locked.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And then they'll just say, "Oh, it was a malfunction."
Yeah, and they'll just write
Mysterious
off.
Malfunction.
Yeah, they'll just write off our death. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were just paranoid. It was just it was a little bug in the code, and it just.
Yeah, it was the RFID interfered.
It drove, it drove straight to like Highway 1 and flew off a cliff. Like beeline. It just would beeline it.
Oh, I like what. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I was just gonna make another joke.
Well, I like what.
I don't know how it drove into
a wall,
a military. It just like goes through the gate at a military base and you just get lit up. Like,
yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah, that's right. That's where it would drive me to, a military base. Yeah. Yes, just so I could be killed by a bunch of troops. Yes, and I like what Heather said. My RFID chip would set it off.
Yeah, it interfered.
Yeah. Well, let's hope not.
The robotic vacuum.
What was that, Vinny?
The AI chip actually was the hacked robotic vacuums in order to gain internet access.
Wow.
Like one of the Silicon Valley companies.
Okay. Incredible.
Actually, a robotic vacuum that we had basic Wi-Fi access. It was able to gain some level of Wi-Fi access because it didn't have it.
Jesus.
Yeah, those are all Chinese malware. It's like Chinese spyware. And this is a fact. This isn't like xenophobia. This is like like even like these they were like little toys or something that were connecting to the web and like sending info back to a Chinese server. So
yeah, it's true. Yes, it's true. They have a insatiable appetite for information. It's a greed.
It's like, what are you gonna get from someone's house? It's like sweeping a floor. Their dog.
Their dog
walking around.
Well, they know how Americans live. That's how they find out how Americans live. That's how they realize how stupid we are.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it actually makes me sick when people post stuff like that, where they're like, those like candid moments that that you used to be able to just, you just have between you and your pets. When people post that, it makes me physically ill. When they're like, "Oh, it's come here, they do all that." It's not for other people to, that thing.
Yeah. But by the way, Bob White in the chat says, "DD, what happened with Rev Radio? Is that Noreen? Oh, hello, Heather H." That's cute.
Hi.
Oh, someone that knows Heather. Maybe.
Yeah. So
I'm back in the double R days.
Yeah. Do you know this Bob White character, Heather?
Bob White?
Yeah, Bob White.
Well, if I knew his screen name or something, I might recognize him.
Okay. Again, keep talking. I'm going to finish this up. Almost done with the sandwich. Then I'll have enough, gopher wood to keep the fire stoked.
We might as well start at 9 o'clock then.
Yeah. Dude, I try to give it. I usually do 4 hours a round table. Sometimes you guys keep going for 5 or 6. It's no big deal. What the fuck?
Yeah, when I'm in the mood and not at work. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And we used to have a real round table instead of just me talking and droning about nonsense.
No, you're not counting back to the days when J-Mo and Dan Arola were here, I hope. That was no real round table.
Well, but like J-Mo, he was like a top. You just press one button and he's just going. Yeah. And I would just hang up.
Yeah, he would just spin. Tell people about what it was like when you try to talk to him in any normal sense. Just his responses would be gibberish.
Oh, yeah. I don't even remember. It was like mundane. I tried to have mundane conversations with him, but it just would devolve rather quickly. And that's like, I'm not complimenting Pete, but that's the only thing that he could do is just blab, That was like, If I could turn back time, I would have kept Pete, honestly. Yeah, it's like, why did he have to go crazy? Goddamn.
Well, if we could just keep his head alive on a platter, and just have.
Then he could talk about Romania for 3 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the cow. It was a big cow. It was in front of the car. And it's like this was like the most exciting moment of his fucking life. Was the road was blocked by a cow, like something like, oh, that couldn't happen anywhere else. I mean, oh, whoa. I mean,
it happens all the time here.
Thank you. I was about to fucking say. Oh,
yeah, it's like he never leaves Long Island, except to go grow bass or whatever he's doing.
Which is where the other criminal lives. I'll get into that. The fucker who choked some black guy to death was a Long Island motherfucker. Choked some black guy to death recently. I'll give their names out in monologue.
What is the difference between that and Staten Island? Is that like New Jersey? Like, what? I never got that.
Staten Island was Jambo the Reese Monkey. Long Island's Peter Moon.
Right, but are they connected somehow, or are they like completely separate locations?
I think they're supposed to be part of New York City, right? Except Long Island.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. But wait a second. Bob White in chat says, at Revolution Radio, Heather, he was Toys, T-O-Y-Z. Does that bring up a memory with you? T-O-Y-Z.
Oh, yeah. He was always there.
He was what?
Yeah, I remember Bob White. He was always there.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so.
Nice to say hi.
Yeah. How many years?
Glad that you tuned in.
How many fucking years did it take him to find Douglas Dietrich and then come to me and say, hey, what happened with Rev Radio? Like, I mean, are they gone?
It was like 12 years, like 15
Ask
years.
him.
Yeah. Well, are they gone, Bob White? What? Yeah. I'm asking you. What happened with Rev Radio? Right.
But he's a really nice guy. I remember he's very non-combative. He's just
cool.
A nice guy.
Normal person.
Normal person.
Cool. Yeah, unlike anyone else we know.
Well, they used to tell me, you know what they used to always tell me when I first went into the chat room, all of the old timers, they'd be like, I think you're in the wrong chat room. You think you're in the wrong chat room. Like, I found them on accident.
Oh, that's funny. By the way, Bob White says, long time, life happens. I mean, that's
Yeah,
a lot
well-
of life. That's a lot of life, Bob.
Here we are.
He says, no, Rev Radio
Yeah, Doug,
still...
but we have to work.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, he says, no, Rev Radio still there. Meaning Rev Radio's still there. He's saying Rev
Yeah,
Radio...
it's all listener supported, so.
Yeah, well, if it's listeners... well, they probably are finally starting to support it, or started to support it after Mike Ringley left. That's what happened. Once Mike Ringley died, then they all started supporting it. That's what I would believe.
Yeah, I know Kathy Bilski. I remember her name. I think it was from Revolution Radio. She put something on Facebook today saying she was going on. She's going on live tonight. So I guess it is still going on.
Mm-hmm.
Or she could have another channel. I don't know.
Bob White says,
So it's sore.
yeah. What the fuck? What did you say?
I said, yeah, it's still there. I was just yawning because I have to work and I'm tired.
Oh.
I didn't take a bunch of melatonin like Aristides. I just disappear into the darkness.
I have not taken any melatonin tonight. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. What about the
Thank
kratom?
you. Thank
You're
you.
hitting-
I'm here. I mean, what was this? I'm like,
You're hitting the juice bomb.
I'm
full of
lucid.
kratom, huh?
I'm lucid. It's
You are.
30 in the morning. How can I help you, sir?
Yeah. No, you're doing great. You're doing great, Aristides. We love you. And Bob White says, owner passed on. It's like, well, Bob, that like happened the time that I
It was Doug's
left.
fault.
Yeah, that like happened when I left. It's like,
Doug kept giving him Coca-Cola.
yeah.
Well, somehow he must have popped up on his feed, his YouTube feed or something. So it must
Dang,
have
this
been
place is infested with roaches and shit.
Oh, disgusting. I spoke of roaches earlier.
Yeah, well now I'm living them.
They are disgusting.
Oh, I know. And they don't die when you kill them.
Yeah. So, Bob White says, glad you all are still rocking. Great to hear everyone. Well, welcome aboard. Honestly,
Thank you.
I should bring Eric Cradle and Bob White onto the call at some point. I forgot. They may have given me their... it was at such a bad time they gave me... Eric Cradle gave me his contact number on Skype that I, have since lost it. He'll have to give it to me again. Oh, Heather says, my phone's gonna die! Gotta plug it in for a minute. Why don't you just tell us that?
Well, because I don't want to
phone's
interrupt. It was that, Oh, by the way, my phone's gonna die.
Well,
I'm just gonna be away. I'm gonna be away from the phone for a minute while it charges, and I have to go pick up a mess I made.
Okay. Dare I ask?
No, I was doing Vinny's med sets for his pills, and I gotta go put all the pills away and make sure that I got it right.
Okay.
I'm gonna choke to death.
Is he
on
okay?
that. I'm gonna choke to death on that
Yeah,
one.
he's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
No, she's like setting up his goddamn pill organizer. Like, Wednesday, this pill, Thursday. Believe that shit?
Yeah, I gotta pay attention.
Why else would you have a wife? Come on, Doug. Jeez.
We take care
Not
of each
everyone's like, scraping out of a toaster every night.
Well, I don't know. There's kind of a. I think I bamboozled him into thinking that he was gonna be under the care, and he's ended up being the one that's providing more of the care.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
It's give and take.
What is it like? Are you doing them like Tic Tacs? One for you, one for me?
Yeah, no, so I have to go down the list, and then I have to make sure that each AM and PM have the correct medications.
The fact that
we get it.
The fact that you can remember that impresses me. I'm sorry to say this. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm surprised you can remember.
I write them down. I write down the ones that go in there, so I look at the list every
Yeah,
time.
she can read. Jeez.
And I still get
It's
it wrong
written on the
sometimes.
bottle.
So no one's perfect.
Most
Well,
of the time,
I wouldn't blame you if you were, taking them, like I said, one for me, one for you.
Oh yeah. Well, I take his trazodone. That's about it.
So,
yeah, well,
so you're
but
trying.
that's like, I mean, that's like tea. That's like drinking tea. You might as well. What a waste.
Yeah.
What a waste your liver on that shit.
Yeah.
I'm talking like the good shit.
Oh. Yeah.
We can't. Let's not. Don't bring it up on air.
It's what I need to be prescribed. But
Theoretically, in theory, we're saying this allegedly.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's one thing that's good about the VA is they send you your medications every month, and you know there they are in the mail.
Yeah, that's there you go. I mean, yeah, VA is like that's drug abuse central. I mean, have him get some prescriptions for me, honey. Jesus Christ, add double up a bit. Yeah. And
well, actually, we found that it's probably more of an advantage to decline certain medications, because in the long run, you know, when you get into some kind of a pinch, you're like, look, I don't take those. I refuse those. So don't think I'm a med seeker or something, you know?
Yeah. No, it's true. Yeah. It'll help.
That VA doesn't give a shit, honey. VA don't give.
Oh, I know, because then they have to call someone from downstairs to come up and destroy them, and they have to sign off on it, and it's just it's more of a chore for them to, when you deny them, they're like, oh, great. You know, my job is never done.
Yes, that's right. So here we are. Bob White says, I looked for you. I liked your shows. Just took me a while. Mwah! Are you still in the Bay, DD? With an upside down question mark. Yes. Yeah.
I wonder if he realizes that you do this for 12 hours at a time.
Yeah, do you know, Bob, that I do this for 12 hours when I'm at it? Yeah, and that I'm no longer limited by Revolution Radio's chicken shit 2 hours. And, yeah, that, the main reason... Ads. Yeah, what's that, honey?
And the ads.
Yeah, and their stupid ads. And, the main reason that Mike Ringley died was after I left, the whole thing went to shit. Then he was like, oh, I lost Dietrich and Sean David Morton. Oh!
Which, by the way, he's not doing very well.
Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. Oh, I want to hear more.
I'd probably give him till Christmas. I mean, he's hanging on, and he's got so many people that are loving and supportive. And it's like, I don't know. It's like he's scared. I think he's afraid to die.
Yeah, of course. He knows Satan's waiting for him. Satan's right now. He's got that pitchfork. He's shoveling the coal, saying, I'm keeping this spot hot for you, Sean. Sean sees the vision. Oh, here we are. FBI Director Chris Wray is resigning under pressure from Trump. Yeah. Oh, God. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not surprised anymore. I mean, it's like, you know.
I mean, the guy's not even president yet. Not even president yet.
He's like, I mean, it's like honorary at this point. They're letting him do it. I mean, he's going to international events already. I mean,
outrageous. Outrageous.
Ever since he left office, he still has thought he was president.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. And,
what is he gonna want back pay for that shit too? He's gonna be like, "You guys owe me
he'll sign it. He'll sign himself that back pay. He'll sign himself that back.
You owe me 4 years because look what happened.
Yeah, he'll cut off Social Security people and just to get his back pay.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't doubt it.
Yes.
Well, I meant like, I don't think it's the money. I think literally the 4 years he wants back. You know?
He wants people to like him. That's all.
He wants nothing
typical
but
megalomaniac.
Yeah, he doesn't want people to like him, Heather. He wants people to worship him. That's what he wants.
There's a difference. Yes, that's
right.
Yeah, he wants to be king.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he does have Magha placements, so.
He does have what?
It's a star sign called Magha.
Interesting. Tell us about that.
And it's the sign of the king. It's Regulus, the heart of the lion, Regulus.
Oh.
So he has like prime placements.
Yes.
So he wants to be king.
There we are.
That's his personality type. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the star of the king. It's one of the royal stars that denotes, it denotes kingship, or the desire to become a king.
Interesting.
Like what is it in English? Like Leo. You know Leo?
Yeah, Leo. Got
sign.
it. Got it.
Sign
Interesting.
of the lion. And it's called, in Sanskrit, it's called magha.
Wow.
So, where do you think he got that word from? Like it.
Oh,
nothing to do
MAGA!
with what he
Oh,
says
got
It's
it!
nothing to do with what he. It's nothing to do with the acronym. It's something else. Magha
Excellent.
is MAGA. Yeah. But
You.
Americans can't say magha, so they MAGA.
That's right. That's how they got it. Hell, that makes it makes so much fucking sense.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why he's hanging out with all
there's
these.
truth in the star sign.
That's
Yeah,
what. Well, not only that, it explains why he keeps appointing all these fucking yellow nigger Asian Indians. That why his coon cadres are all these yellow nigger Asian Indians.
Yeah, because he uses Vedic astrology. I mean, that's clear. I mean, it's clear.
Got it. Yeah.
And I showed you. He also has the feng shui mistress, the dowager of feng shui, doing his building. So it's like these people are like they're not as dumb as you think. You know, like not you, but I'm saying in general, as people think they are.
Got it. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he operates at a subconscious animal level of cunning that is like a serial killer. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, well, that comes with other placements. That's like the Rahu. He has Rahu in first house and stuff. So it comes with, you know, he knows the truth, but it doesn't mean he's going to tell anyone, you know.
Right. By the way,
it's just for his own uses.
Yeah, and quite so. Bob White says, I did see that long shows. Very nice. Sean is still around, but very close. He says he didn't rake any pay. He's nuts. It's a Truman show for him. I think he's talking about Trump there. He didn't take any pay, but rake is just as appropriate. Raking pay for him is more appropriate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't care about the money. I mean, he was born into money. But that's what people don't understand. This isn't like the petty criminals. This is like these people they were all born into money, and money is irrelevant to them.
Yes.
And like you brought up the example about when they took, was it George Bush Sr. shopping or something?
That's right. They took him shopping.
He's trying to buy socks, and he like just walks out of the store, and they're like, "Sir, you have to pay."
That's right.
Like, what? You know what?
Yeah.
So that's what they operate like. Yeah.
Thank you. Which is basically to say that they really don't operate at all. And the incident that Brendan Zokin is referencing was that at the time George Bush the Senior was trying to prove that the American economy was okay, trying to motivate the American people to go out and buy. So they said, somebody in his staff gave him the brilliant suggestion, let the people see you buying something, sir. And so he said, oh, good idea. Then he went out with his Secret Service and shit. And then when he was at the store, just started walking out with the shit. Believe it or not, it's not because he's a compulsive thief, which, we could easily believe. But no, it really wasn't that. He really didn't know you had to pay for this shit because he's never personally purchased anything in his entire fucking life. So when they said, come here to the cash register, and he didn't know what to do. And then finally, one of the Secret Service men just took out his credit card and said, I'll buy this, because it's nothing but a pair of socks and some T-shirts and stupid shit. And, so he ran through and purchased it for his president. But just so they could get him out of the fucking store. But there you go. This is how they operate. They have things given to them all their lives. They don't know about this, purchase and shit that your average person does.
Or beyond that, like, right? You were saying, like, they have so much money that, you wake up and your stuff's already folded. Like,
thank you.
Folded and shit. Like,
it's true. Yes.
They never have to think about, like, mundanities, like regular stuff.
No, literally.
Like doing laundry or buying, like, you don't have to go to the shop for milk or something.
Yeah, no.
That's how they grew up. Like, the money is irrelevant. Like, they have trillion, and also even above the public level. Yeah. There are beings that have so much money. I mean, it's like, even the amount that Musk or the other guy have is like, I mean, to them it's nothing because they own everything. Like, I'm telling you.
No, it's true.
I saw it in England.
Yeah, you're talking about
the amount of
rich.
real estate and land that they know. Yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah. They don't care. They don't think on our terms about. Oh yeah, I just won $1 million. Like, no, They own half the planet. Like, they don't care.
Yeah.
Once you own the resources and all the mines, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, money's irrelevant.
It's so true. It's
like
so
a money
true.
machine, like money printing machine. They don't have to do anything.
It's so true. But there are people who operate at a much more petty level who are just plain spoiled as well. Somebody like Peter Moon, remember when you told him, hey, Peter, all these people are making money off you. I can show you how to set this up so you'll be making money off it. And he was like, I don't need the money. Which makes it, which makes it even more offensive that he denies the money to me, and it runs off with, Aaron Tice concluded. Aaron Tice said, when I was did the last interview with Preston Nichols, I realized that Peter Moon never paid him either. That he never paid him any. That's why Preston Nichols didn't care when Peter said, sign this over and I get like a few more pennies, and Preston Nichols just gave this laugh and this kind of like eye roll and just signed it over because he wasn't getting any money anyway and never got any money from Peter Moon. And it was like, so Peter Moon's never paid anybody, and claims the money doesn't matter to him, but wants to deny me getting money from the sales of the books. And well,
they're all assigned to make your life tougher than it already is.
Yeah, there we are.
No one's ever just given you cash. Like, I've never understood that.
Thank you.
No offense to anyone that's, I mean, well, obviously no one here, but
Yes.
But in the past, people were like sending you weird stuff, and just no one ever actually tried to help you.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, there's never been like a time when these so-called benefactors would like give you a savings or something, like, here's $1,000 to save.
Yes.
I've never seen that. Yeah.
Or sponsored me in any sane way
long-term. Every time we tried to get someone long term, it immediately imploded.
Oh yeah. Or when they would offer it. And of course the idea was just a psyop. Remember how I was about that? Who was that? Zachariah Garrett, or what's his name? What was this? Yeah.
Zach Garrett.
Zach Garrett. Yeah, there we are. That's son of a bitch. Yeah, Mr. Truth Bomb. What was it? Truth Bombs for your mom, or something like that. Something really stupid, crazy. Yeah. That might still be up there. His YouTube channel, for all I know. Okay, so I'm gonna start monologue at the top of the hour. Aristides, can you join us, Aristides, just to keep the conversation going till I return?
For a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
for a little bit. Yeah.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make my tea and take my supplements. Right. Heather is away from the keyboard.
I have to go.
What?
Yeah. Because I have 1 hour to clean this whole gym, so.
Okay. Well, Aristides, can you read something? Okay, let's get Aristides find something to read.
I'm gonna be alone.
And Brendan,
I can come back after 11, 12.
Let's leave Aristides alone. He can handle it. Let's give him something to read.
Come on, I'll do this right now. Yeah, I just dropped my notebook. Please, you got me all fucked up.
Oh my God, so let's. I want to try and start at the top of the hour. So let's see. So our man Bob White was talking about Trumpanzee. He said, I'm done ranting and distracting you. Carry on. Happy to be here. Gain more knowledge. Well, bless you, sir. We're happy to have you here with us. And what I'm going to do right now is try and find something for our man to read. How about just pick up an article on the, Ray, the FBI Director Ray saying he's going to resign, and great, Trump is lauding the way he's resigning, saying it's a great day for America. This is so sick. Yeah, so let me give you the link to this and just read this article out loud, and then after that read other connected articles, and then okay, here, how about this? I'll send you this. This will be more your speed. All right, so I'm going to send you something in email. And is your screen open where you can get an email, Aristides?
Yeah, I could get an email.
Okay, great. So let me send you something in email. Give me just a second to call my email up. And so here we are. Here's an email. All right. And now let's do a compose thing here. I'll compose something right away. Let me look into my notes, and here we are. This is it. And so here we go. Let me cut and paste this. Okay, close that. All right.
Doug,
Yeah, honey?
before you start monologue,
Yeah? Yeah? Honey?
yeah,
Honey? Yeah. Before I start, what?
hello?
What? Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, before you start your monologue, how are you doing on your donations?
Horrible. I need money this month. Yeah, in order to make rent. I haven't spent the amount of money that I'm going to spend this month, but I know I'm going to spend much more than I have.
Okay. Let me put the link in the chat. And okay, just for a second, who the fuck is Bob White just like clogging up the fucking chat?
He's fine. He's cool. He's
okay. Hey, guys, put it in like one paragraph, man. Like, easy. All right.
Yeah.
You're cool.
So what do they call that?
What's
He
that?
used to have a name for that. He's just excited because he found Douglas after so long.
It's all right. We all get excited.
Yeah. There we are. There's Aristides's. Here we are. So I'm just gonna press this button here, send button. Okay, so you should have that. Let me know if you got it. And okay. Okay. Need to reset your page, refresh your page.
Let me get a look. Yeah.
Oh.
So wait. Okay, you're sending me.
It's titled "Read This." It's an email that says "Read this."
It usually takes. Okay, there it is. It must have already scanned it.
Okay, so what I'm going to do?
Computers.
Yeah. I'll take a break now. I'll take a break.
Shit! The entirety of the thing seems to be about quantum computing, which is very fascinating. That's just one thing I wish I knew more about.
Yeah.
If I had infinite time to study everything, which doesn't everybody wish, right?
Yeah. So this should help. So
very fascinating area.
Yeah.
So okay. So
I'm going to take a break.
Wait. Okay. I say me and you, and everybody else is on mute. That's not a great sign.
It's I'm not on mute. Can't you hear me?
I know. How soon are you leaving?
I'm leaving now, and you can read this, and I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah.
I can be ready for that's actually I like that. I like that.
Yeah. So
that'll be enjoyable for me.
Good.
Let me okay, wait. I'm heading to get another drink. Gotta stay hydrated.
Okay.
I keep my my thing on mute because I want to avoid background noise.
No.
But
I mean, if you can hang, Heather, that's totally cool. Like I'll even start reading from the thing, but if you can hang.
If you can hang, Heather, and interject.
Sure.
Yeah. Let him get his drink first. Get your drink, Aristides, and there you go.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm just getting another.
Yeah, no worries.
Another drink, because.
Cool.
Yeah,
gotta stay hydrated.
That's part of why, you're always staying hydrated when you're talking, but when your mouth is dry, you just talk fucked up.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I'm there. So I'll start monologuing as soon as I'm back, but Aristides has got this as soon as he gets his drink ready. His hot toddy. What is a hot toddy anyway? Anybody know what a hot toddy is?
I think it's hot alcohol.
Some type of cocktail.
Mm-hmm. No. And
my grandpa used to say that all the time.
Interesting. Yeah. Classic hot toddy recipe. Looking it up. Also known as hot whiskey in Ireland. Also occasionally called Southern cough syrup. Within the southern United States, or the Confederate States, is typically a mixed drink made of liquor with water and honey. Liquor and water with honey, lemon, herbs, and spices, and served hot. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. And you'll just need hot water, whiskey, honey, and lemon. There. Hot toddies are so easy to make. Warm up with this classic hot toddy. There you are. And
day or night?
Shit, I'm sure whoever's drinking this shit doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. Learn how to make a hot toddy. Made with hot water, whiskey, honey, and lemon juice, this classic drink is a famous home remedy for a cough or a cold. I'm sure the people drinking this don't need to have any cough or cold to be motivating them. But they add cinnamon sticks for the best. I notice all these pictures have cinnamon sticks. 1 tablespoon fresh lemon juice, lemon slices, and cinnamon sticks. 2 ounces of bourbon.
Oh, wow.
We've been and tea bags too. Yeah, and we're inspiring our man Aristides. He's brewing one up right now with lots of
hot
melatonin.
toddy.
Yeah. Is he okay there?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Coming alive.
Yeah, you ready? I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, good.
I'll either go ahead. I'll either talk with Heather or just read from the
Sounds good.
quantum computing thing. Yeah.
Sounds
Go
good.
ahead.
So
Go.
I'll be gone for 10 to 15. All
Yeah,
right, be
good.
right back.
You got it. Yeah.
So are you talking about quark physics, quantum computing, or is that something else?
He sent me a whole thing on quantum computing. It's not really something I've really spent a lot of time. Like, I get the essence of it, but like I haven't spent a lot of time looking into particulars. But it's basically like a little different. Uses quantum states of molecules, which like normal computers are binary. They're like basically everything 0 or 1, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas like the quantum states are like 4 states instead of 2. I don't know.
And what does it, because they have extra GPUs or something like that?
It's just a whole new level of like computing. It's just using like basically, I don't know, the quantum aspects of molecules instead of like just switching between like positive and negative, you know?
It's kind of intimidating, but if you want to read
It
about it,
is.
I'll listen.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my
Sure.
gosh.
I can try to start. Quantum computers are here, and radical quantum computing theory could lead to a more powerful machines than previously imagined. A new quantum computing milestone has already smashed the entanglement world record. Wow. If there's a world record you're going to break, it should be the entanglement world record. Right?
Mm-hmm. Still threatening.
Yeah, right. Google's new quantum Willow chip has solved a problem the best supercomputer would have taken a quadrillion times the age of the universe to crack. So it's like somehow the allure is that it's like just orders of magnitude more powerful. So scientists have theorized how to connect quantum processors over vast distances, form a giant quantum computing network that acts as a single machine. It could, because you can like communicate through quantum state across the universe like instantly. Like if you have 2 particles that are like quantum entangled, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you force the one particle to flip, if it's on the one side of the universe and like they had been previously entangled, and you move them to the other sides of the universe, as soon as you flip the one, the other one would flip. You know?
Yeah.
Like, and
Well,
there was like, I mean,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, but it's like instantly communicated. Has nothing to do with the speed of light across the distances or anything. It's because they're quantum entangled.
Sounds like the Beast. You know, like there's like the Beast computer or the Antichrist or whatever. Isn't that
kind of?
Yeah.
It starts to sound like that. Let me see what else. Quantum computers will one day outpace the fastest supercomputers. Yeah, that's the implication. Why do we need them? What would they be used for? They could be beyond the most powerful computers we have now. Become
taking
much
over the
larger
world
and more reliable first. Yeah, sure. Fault-tolerant quantum computers entangling the most logical qubits on record. Oh, wow, that's a mouthful. They've achieved a large number of entangled logical qubits. So it's like, I guess, however many entangled states you have is like the processing speed of the thing. Huh, that's kind of new to me. Google's new 105 qubit Willow quantum computer processor has surpassed a key milestone first proposed in 1995. With errors now reducing exponentially as you scale the quantum numbers. Okay, so it's just it's just a whole next level of.
Why do they keep pushing it to the next level? I mean, isn't it fast enough? What are they trying to
Right, but it's like, okay, so it's like if you have a sense of what takes computing time, like I know guys that run like simulations, like in computers of some type of like, engineering part, like an engineering part, like undergoing, use or something, like and like it takes it so much time to crunch. But if you could crunch things like the minute you can figure out things like 100 or 1,000 times faster, it's like, whoa, what can I do with this? Like,
you can recreate a whole new reality.
Right. Yeah. You could have a simulation that was
and then you can't even tell what's real and what's not.
Right. A simulation that was so elaborate that you couldn't tell from reality. Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah, and they have those walkthroughs. You know, I don't know if you have people that do this. They have these walkthroughs when they walk through a place, and it's a place that really exists, but it looks so real. It looks like the place is abandoned, but you're like, oh, what happened over there in China? It's all abandoned. No, that's just like a walkthrough from a quantum computer or whatever. I mean, you could tell because there are no birds.
Right. And then like with unlimited processing power, the only limitation is then like knowing how to program it for something useful. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like, I'm just thinking of shit like, you know, kind of out of nowhere, but like, oh, like what if you could finally, you know, with that much processing power, 1,000 times more than normal, like, oh, could you figure out like what the next lottery numbers were going to be, or like something completely
time travel?
Yeah, time travel or something completely like that was out of reach before.
Xanadu.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Xanadu.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I walked away from the computer. I'll go back and read more in a minute.
Yeah.
Step away from the computer.
It's hard to wrap your mind around it. But then if you go to like into the CERN, like if you start learning about CERN, it's like they're already doing it. There's no stopping.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck they're doing? They're doing something shady there.
I mean, was it already existing and we just had to find it, or are we creating it?
I don't even know if we're there yet.
It's there though.
Like I kind of agree with you. Like it's not intelligence if it's just a complicated algorithm to impersonate intelligence.
It needs to hold a consciousness.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, as we said. But something I should bring up with Doug again. But like I heard some information that like, you know, certain types, real black project types are researching basically growing brains in jars, and then you could you know, once they got thinking enough, you could say maybe do some ritual to imbue them with some consciousness that, you know, of your choice. Like you see where
what if they were able to put like a consciousness of a person onto a thumb drive?
Not a person, but what if they grew brains in jars and like invited demons to come possess them?
Oh, what a
waste.
That's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they grow babies in jars, right?
Right, but I don't know, some guy knew, I got an anonymous tip that you know, it was like 2016 and like DARPA's research into like growing brain cells went dark. What did they do since then? That's the question. What did they do since then? And who did they invite to inhabit said brain cells?
Yeah. Well, people donate their bodies to science all the time. And a lot of times when they do, you have to like harvest whatever they're, you know, within 24 hours. Sometimes it's within an hour for the heart. You know, they have it all down to science. And then all these places are getting busted. All these donation centers are getting busted for just the way that they're managing their business. Here they found a bucket of heads, and then there's a place in Colorado that they lost their contract with the crematory, so anyone with prepaid cremations, they just got stuffed in the mortuary until the mortuary was full of people. They didn't know what to do, so they just abandoned it. Yeah.
Abandoned mortuaries. Wow.
Yeah, filled with people, the clients, and so they tried to save it with some natural burial plan where they bury you or sit you out in the woods in a basket, but I don't think that flew very well with all, because they'd already gotten such a bad reputation. So maybe pre-planning isn't the best. People want to always be prepared, you know, and they want to have everything figured out so their families don't have to worry, but it doesn't always work out the way that you planned.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not responsible enough to go as far as to plan for after I'm not here anymore. I can't even plan for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's hard enough, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
especially
know.
now.
You're supposed to plan such like complicated, whimsical things when like it's hard enough to fucking plan for tomorrow.
I can't even do the dishes. Okay.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Are you like doing dishes and laundry or not? Like these are the questions, right?
It takes a rigid person to be able to follow that. The simple things in life.
Right.
Just because everything's so upside down, nothing is right, and I don't know if it's the planets right now and the way that the planets is retrograde or something, but it just seems like everything is so just. I can't even figure stuff out, and it makes me feel like I'm crazy. But maybe I am. But if I am, it's because of it.
Yeah. So. All right. Let me see what else let's see. Where did I leave off of this? Yeah. Google first tested their Sycamore quantum computer in 2019. In 2019, it did a thing that would take in a supercomputer tens of thousands of years to do. How long did it take you to do that? Briefly. Let's just say briefly. Error correction technologies. 5 qubits again, whatever that means. That's like the size of the processor. Okay, so to build a really ideal quantum computer, you need 1457 qubits, not how many did they have? So they're still at the like 386. Like, when you first started having PCs, like, man, it was just like, before there was like a Pentium processor in PCs, it was like we had even older shit. They're kind of in that stage with like the quantum computers, and they're only going to like scale from there. Companies are pouring, tech companies are pouring billions of dollars into it, despite it being years away from practical applications. I guess it's that huge. Building a computer that harnesses the unusual properties of quantum mechanics is an idea that has been bounced around since the 80s, but it's been hard to build large-scale devices. I'm just scanning over the email, so we're not reading every bit of it. It's a completely different paradigm. Saying they can solve some tasks efficiently that classical computers simply cannot do. So it's like, there you go. It's like they can do some really fucking intense figuring. Just major horsepower. Let's see, largest quantum computers of today have crossed the 1,000 qubit mark. But most of them just have a few tens or hundreds. So like they need to scale them up. That's what they're saying. They're just kind of,
Well, will it even work if there's no electricity?
Probably not. They probably need power turned on in the place for this shit to work. I'm guessing that.
Or they might be able to generate their own electricity so that a power outage wouldn't affect them.
I'm scanning through email here. Okay, so they're just basically in the like working in technology stage, because kind of like they were in like early computers where it was like just figuring it all out. Now the only limitation with your desktop PCs is they've like packed so many circuits so close to each other, they're reaching that like nanometer limit of like how many little wires they can fit next to each other. Yeah, and not necessarily how to do it. They're facing like dimensional challenges, not like figuring out challenges like they were in the beginning. Like in the beginning where it was like the 90s, or like, oh, how do we make a computer that does what people need? Like
maybe a 3D printer could resolve that.
Yeah. I don't know. They don't print circuits too well, I think.
No.
You need a real factory for that. Yeah, you can't just print anything with a 3D printer. Yeah.
Technical stuff just is not my cup of tea. I don't understand it. I don't even understand why we would, not just be satisfied with the technology that we have.
I know, right? But I mean, it depends. Like any advancement in technology is like, what are the implications? Number one, and number two, is it going to be used for like good or not? Is it going to be used to benefit me or you or not?
Yeah. And the whole Bitcoin, I don't understand that either. I mean, maybe
I don't know. It's just like how many little quantum states they can keep track of. Those is this like the processing power? So they're just trying to build a facility to keep track of all these like little quantum states of like molecules or whatever.
Weird.
Yeah, but it does a lot more figuring than like regular computers. So,
I know that if you can compute. If you can compute fast enough, you could make a whole reality. So you just get one of those like meta masks and you're in this whole other reality. People aren't even going to be living in the reality of this timeline, like where we're at right now. Lose touch with reality, and then the whole world goes to shit.
Here we go. Google scientists have created a new quantum processor that can in 5 minutes crack a problem that would have taken the world's best supercomputer 10 septillion years to solve. Like that's the jump in processing power. So it's just like the challenge becomes not anymore the processing power, but figuring out what to do with it, like how to use it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Let me send a message real quick. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just had to return a text message that I had. I mean, it's kind of scary, like Vinny was saying earlier about like somebody hijacking our vacuum, because we have a robotic vacuum. If all of the things that are connected to Wi-Fi or, run from our phones, like we can hook it up to our phones to operate them. I mean, they could take over in theory.
Yeah.
There was a movie like in 1996 or something. It was called.
Quantum computers
like
are
all the appliances.
Go ahead.
No, I finished what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Quantum computers are inherently noisy. 1 in every 1,000 qubits fails. So it's like, 1 in 1,000 failure rate is actually horrendously bad for a computer, I would judge, because you're doing millions of calculations a second, and 1 in 1,000 failure rate is not good. Still, they're working on it. Again, they're working on the ways and means, and it's like it's exciting because it's a new realm. Like I said, it's like back in the 90s.
But they've been working on it since the 80s. They've been trying.
Yeah, right.
Slow steps, baby steps.
It's a like beginning state where it's like, back in the 90s we had the like beginning state of like a Windows computer, and now it's almost like they know how to do Windows so well, but they just don't know how to put enough circuits close to each other within 5 nanometers to like do enough calculations, to make the processing better. But they've already established and it's a well-traveled field now, like versus like a new.
Like they're gonna need computers to create those, because just the human error and just like humans, I don't think are that like. I don't know what word I'm thinking of, but they aren't that precise. Like their precision isn't that on point. No matter how little your hands are, or no matter how big the microscope is that you're looking under when you're making it. Very precise. It just seems like that's like what the Bible warns us about the end of times.
Yeah. Well, let's see how I could, tie in here. Well, I mean, if you have powerful a computer, it's like almost like you have access to God, like, but you just need to know how to program it.
or you're trying to be like hijack God or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, I mean, what people make to be used for evil, you know, God will use for good. So you don't have to really worry about it, you know. Good always wins in the end, but what the hell you're gonna have to go through, it's just not necessary.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, pretty soon we're going to be having machines do everything for us. We're going to be worthless.
That's another whole, area of yeah, right. When your machines are too smart, does it allow you to be like a fucking useless vegetable?
Yeah, well, they're having robots to take care of you. Well, it's like if I can't wash my face, the machine has to wash my face for me.
Yeah, it's like I can't wash my face because I have like some dumb, like an emotional disability. Like I need my robot to do it for me.
I mean, and that's when Neuralink. What's Neuralink going to do? That's going to just hijack your mind, so you're like a slave to the robot, or you are the robot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I like automatrons, or what, moving machines like people. I think the automatrons are interesting, but the AI Tesla is, I don't know. There's something about it that is scary.
Yeah.
And it's not innovation that's frightening about it. It's the what ifs.
Yeah.
But all the microchip technologies and Palo Alto networks, they're all just like booming. Their business is booming, and they're not slowing down with these microchips, these fry burgers. I only know what a fry burger is because my brother worked at Intel. He did microchips.
Yeah.
And they're even getting shut down. So it seems like it's already happening, the takeover.
Yeah.
Is Brendan still with us?
I don't know.
He's probably not
no,
with us.
actually, he's not even on the call. So I'm glad you're hanging on with me.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
What is the thing? Did you see in the news something about FBI warns people about their Apple to Android?
Yeah. Oh, it was cross-platform messages. They were like, "Oh, if you're talking Android to Android, you're probably okay. If you're talking Apple to Apple, you're probably okay. But if you're going between, something about the in-between thing had been kind of intercepted by Chinese hackers or something." At this point, if I got to text somebody who has an Android, I'm still fucking texting them. Like, I don't care. I don't care. It's like, fuck you, China. Watch me. Like, I'm right here, motherfucker. Like, go ahead and watch.
I mean, but what is? I don't even want to dare I say.
Yeah.
What could they do? I mean, could they?
Right. Exactly. If we all say like, fuck you,
like replicate us and steal our identity and ruin our lives.
Yeah.
I'm like, take my debt. Replicate me how you want to. I don't have good credit.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm used to everything going wrong in my life. So when things go right, and things are okay, it's kind of scary. I don't even know how to respond.
Yeah.
I haven't had much love in my life.
Yeah. I feel on it.
I feel
on that. I feel you on that. Yeah.
It sometimes makes things a lot better.
It does.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not like you got to be constantly spoiled. Like you need the not having it to know what it's worth, but
Well, I'm just to the point where like I can't even appreciate it or enjoy it when I have it a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm used to being under like pressure and the stress of not being able to, do anything.
Yeah.
Because I know how hard it is to come up once you have nothing. You know, it could all be taken away from you so fast and just like that overnight. And then it takes a lot more than overnight to build it back up.
Yeah.
Wow. Such an unfair distribution of wealth.
Yes,
but
am I interrupting something?
Oh no.
How did we keep the numbers? Oh my God, we still have good numbers. Okay.
No, it was interesting. Yeah, we started talking about quantum computers, some implications there. Then it got a little more, you know, esoteric than that, but very interesting. So.
Yes.
Well, if you think about this, if you take all of the money in the world and you distributed it equally, okay, eventually what's going to happen is 95% of the people in the world are going to have all of the money, and 5% is going to have nothing.
Right. Okay. And
What?
yes. So you mean just reverse the distribution. You're talking about not redistribution, but reverse distribution, where
listen, this is how it goes.
Okay.
If the thought is that if you distributed all the net worth equally within 20 years, 5% of the world's population would have 95% of the wealth again.
Right. Okay. And so, thank you for that, Vinny. And so it's quite. I can imagine that easily because of. And do you feel it would be the same 5% or just a new predatory class?
New predatory class, probably. I mean, because there is a lot of old money, but you know, and it just depends on where it is. But just the amazing thing is, so I mean, it comes down to certain people are born with certain skills. Some are born into it. Some have a natural gift, and some work really darn hard to
they're go-getters. Some people are lazy
to get it, and other people, you know, just want to have it as easy as possible. And they're both valid. It's both valid situations, but you know. When you spend your opportunities to have fun, and I did that in my 20s and 30s, and I'm just lucky that, I mean, I have the pension that I have, or else, I mean, I would be working at Costco serving food samples to the day I die.
God, that's so awful. I'm so glad that you're in a better situation, but I would assume that the reason you've given this thought is because of your own experiments and your relative success with cryptocurrency. What you are basically thinking ahead is to the point where cryptocurrency would become more normalized, and that this would be the way the redistribution would manifest to a great degree. Is that not what you're thinking?
Definitely, but I made a conscious decision in my 25 and 30, you know, in my early times. I had a lot of fun. I went to the Playboy Mansion. I had a Ferrari. I spent every penny I made in a lot that I didn't. And I knew I was doing it, and I knew it was probably going to affect my retirement at the time. It seemed like I'd rather be that. I was actually racing in motorcycles, and I was racing against people that their kids had just graduated college so they could do what they'd always wanted to do. So older people, and they were kids like me, and I'm glad I did it because if they were my age when I was racing against them, and I couldn't do it now. So I made a conscious decision to do it. And I started regretting it about 5 years ago.
Yeah, because tomorrow's never promised. You know, we can never be promised tomorrow. So
that was my life. I just got really, lucky with some things and everything else. But that was really my whole thing. But I made a conscious decision to live my life while I was able to enjoy it the most.
Well, I appreciate what you did, and I think that you, in the end, did the right thing. It didn't turn out so bad. You might have regretted it at a time when things were a little more precarious there, but it all worked out well enough. I certainly think your life is one many people would envy at this point.
I agree. I agree. Thank you so much for that, Douglas. And, I always say there's an old Yiddish proverb, and I've really lived my life by it, and that's man plans, God laughs.
Yes. No, it's true. It's true. And I think that we should live while we can. And honestly, I, of course, would bring up object lessons in people who did not, how would I say it? They did what you did as well, but it didn't turn out so well for them. But I think there's a real difference in the innate attitude. It really has something to do with someone's intrinsic personality. In other words, you're the kind of individual who it would have worked out for, whereas other people who did not plan ahead and just kind of lived in the moment, so to speak, they did so by borrowing against their homes, for instance. It was silly things like that that I saw people do, make really incorrect decisions based on borrowing against their homes. And then they wind up essentially with their lives basically destroyed by that decision. Your decision was not on that level. Your decision was far more, I think, organic, and it was far more sincere. You had a far more sincere. You weren't. I mean, though what you bring up adds a lot more questions than it does answers, but perhaps I'll find out more about it as time goes on. But what you say is certainly fascinating when you say I was spending a lot of money I made and a lot of money that I didn't. It does make one wonder about, your parents and your family situation, what you were born into, or whether you were involved in certain activities. But we'll leave you to share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I certainly hope to have the advantage to speak to you privately at some point. We'll find out more, because you are, it sounds fascinating, and it does pique one's curiosity. But I'm glad you did everything you did. So when would you say that, was there a cumulative effect where you were accumulating injuries that just kind of built up the wear and tear on the body, or did something happen all at once where there was
affair? It was cumulative, and some other things. And going back to the one subject for a minute, I have a stepsister who did the exact opposite of me. She graduated #2 from a huge school back east. She did her internship over junior and senior year for the #1 accounting firm in the nation, and then was hired. They sent her back to get her master's while she was hired, and she's like a very young senior vice president. Never took a risk in her life, and it's worked out very well for her too. She did it in a totally different way, and I don't think I would trade with her, but she definitely has 3 living servants and a nice house. So, but she worked really, really hard, and I think that's the thing. Even when you're having fun, you've got to do everything with. I mean, if you aren't enjoying what you do, you're never going to be that good at it, and
you're going to regret something.
Yeah, and I enjoyed everything I did, and I have very few regrets in life. Most of them are how I treated other people, and I hope I learned by them. Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupt your show so often, Douglas. You have a great night. We'll talk again soon.
Oh, you're always welcome. You're never interrupting. I assure you, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us.
Wait.
Okay.
There's one other thing, that if you're 25 and you start working at Costco and you work there for 40 years, you'll be a millionaire just on the stock that you get.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you're presuming a maintenance of a static economy where the economy is essentially still growing, not static, but actually growing. And therefore, that's not an equation that I feel is necessarily, shall we say, a valid one. It is one that has
a long time, as we all know. But I mean, for the people that I worked with that had been there since they were 20, I mean, the cool thing about Costco is the CEO of the company started pushing carts there when he was 16.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's situations like that. If you apply yourself, then generally speaking, you put your all into something. I mean, anything. It's generally everything. You get out of it what you put in, generally. But I can personally attest to the fact that I, burned through 3 careers, and I put my all into each one of them. And in the end, say, for instance, the mercenary and private contract work that I did in security enforcement, I saved up enough, as I said, to come back to San Francisco. And this is saying a lot for San Francisco. I could have bought a real small home, or I could have bought a really big car. Of course, if I purchased a really big car, I would have wound up living in it. But I wound up expending all of that on care provision for my parents over the next 11 years. And after that was left with nothing. So I mean, you know, mitigating circumstances. You can work and risk your life, and profit is directly proportionate to risk, always. When this is why our man Vinny understands what he's doing with the Bitcoin. He understands the profit is proportionate to the risk. So understanding that, he succeeds. Yeah, I succeeded, and I did risky work, and in the end, of course, it was, some could say, for nothing, because I had nothing by the time my parents were dead and was flirting with homelessness.
You know, it's just the opposite. You got to do that for 11 years with them, and without your hard work and everything, I won't call it experience, but
what would have happened?
It has to be so satisfied that you were able to do that and know that your hard work got that, even though it, you know, just like working at Costco till the day you die, sometimes it's like that.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't pay off. Yeah, there we are.
Maybe your parents didn't have a chance to thank you, and that, you know, I'm sure that they were grateful and they would thank you if they could.
Oh, they did while they were alive. I appreciate you saying that. Of course, I appreciate that. There's some people where maybe it wouldn't have been like that. Yeah. Yeah, and I could give stories again, object lessons, but no, in my case, I guess it worked out as well as it could in that regard, most certainly. But my love to both of you, and thank you both. We're gonna bring George Knight on. Feel free to stay on with us, of course. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, love you dearly, Heather, and thank you so much, Vinny. Stay safe and be well, both of you.
All right.
Yeah.
You too. Hi, George.
And so, dear George.
Douglas, thank you for having me on.
By the way, say hello to everyone, George, and say hello to Vinny. He's in the background, so say hello to Vinny. Yeah, not hello, Vinny Barbaric.
Yeah.
And
hello, George. Thanks for joining us again.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on, Aristides and Douglas. Thank you. It's such an honor. Thank you. It's been a while. I do apologize. I'll stay on as long as I can tonight. So thank you so much.
Okay.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
And so, what is so tonight? I didn't get a forewarning of that. So, does this just happen that you suddenly had some free time? Did you take some time off? Or?
Yeah, I've only got a short amount of time, so unfortunately, what we'll do, we'll arrange a schedule for me and yourself, Douglas, to have a show together, like we've done in the past. So I will let you know the dates when I find out.
Oh,
it's just,
okay.
We've had this storm recently. I don't know if anyone's aware of it, but it's called Storm Dara, and we've been hit by 90-mile-per-hour winds. So at this moment in time, we are basically overloaded with work, overwhelmed, and we're basically sunk under. And so they are demanding all this overtime that we can provide. I
hope they're paying you for that overtime. Are you?
Yeah. Yes. Oh God. Yeah. Do you know what? None of us will just stand our ground and say no. We're not doing it voluntarily. Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
We're not risking our lives. But yeah, this storm has hit us really hard. So a lot of our network has been damaged quite significantly. So we're trying to thousands of people have been knocked off and affected by it. So yeah. We've been busy, swamped under.
Believe me, you've always been in my thoughts and prayers. I can guarantee you that. This storm, what do we know about the direction it came from? Did this come from the Atlantic, or not from over near the south? It didn't come straight up from North Africa. No. Was it from the Atlantic then, as opposed to North Africa, from the direction of Ireland it came in? Or
I believe so. I believe so, Douglas. I've not even looked into it, unfortunately, but I believe it's either from the Atlantic or the Arctic Circle, one of those two directions. But it hit the West Coast really, really hard. It was given the Metropolitan Office, the Met Office, gave issued this red warning that it's life-threatening, and we have had several deaths in the UK from trees falling down on top of people.
Oh my God!
When they took the risk of travelling, which they warned us to stay at home. Even with me, the south centre of the country, they told us to stay at home. We didn't even venture out. It wasn't worth the risk. Yeah. Right. So it was dreadful. It lasted for 4 days. It was the beginning of the Saturday, and the early hours of Saturday, and it lasted all the way to the later hours of Sunday. But it still proceeded into the Monday and the Tuesday. So it's just been horrendous.
Oh my God! I again. So were there any power lines or telephone poles taken out? By that I mean literally falling over.
literally fallen over. Yes,
Okay.
with the heavy the waterlog and the rain lately, it's sunk into the roots and it's derooted a lot of trees. And then when the 90-mile winds hit, it just took them all out.
Whoa.
And so yeah, it's taken down poles, it's taken down power lines, telephonic lines. You know, the fiber. It's taken down a lot, so we've been busy lately.
Yeah, that's historic. This is historic.
Yeah, so my company, they said, you have to work. They said, if you want to work the bank holidays, this is how generous the company is. If you want to get some overtime over the bank holiday weekends over Christmas, you have to work the 2 consecutive weekends preceding, prior to the bank holidays.
Oh my
so that's
God.
how generous they are. You have to work. You do that, and in order for you to get granted that exception to work the bank holiday weekends, oh my God, so you can earn triple money. And so that's how generous they are. You have to work it.
Man, it's like voluntarism at a gunpoint. Yes.
Yes, exactly. It's all voluntary, but here's a gun to your head. That's exactly it.
Well, you have to give them credit. That's how they keep staff operational. You got to give them credit. It's that they are keeping staff operational that way. So and you know, the people do need the service. Can't deny that. So
Thank you.
but well, you're definitely on the front lines, as I've said, of just in this time of war. And so certainly your own opinions, please, on current events. I don't know what impression you have of so much that's going on, but by all means, share whatever direction you want to go in for the time that we're gifted with you. And again, how much time do you feel you have with us tonight?
I'm hoping for us. I'm going to say I'm going to say a good half an hour, Douglas.
Okay.
A good half an hour, but if longer, then that is just that is just extra. That's just a bonus. So yes. So please bear with me, and I will let you know. But I'm just grateful to be on.
Well, we're grateful to have you on. I mean, certainly people have asked about you. And I let them know that I spoke to you privately for a bit of time, and that you seem to be doing quite well at the time. I hope things have continued to be positive. Yes,
that was very much appreciated. Appreciate your time, Douglas. Thank you for reaching out to me. It was good to speak to you, and to know that you're all right. And I do, listen in when I can, but unfortunately, just with circumstances, I haven't had much time to invest in listening to reviewing a lot of the transmissions. But even though there's so much currently going on, like you just outlined, but it's so important. But I had to come on just to so we could discuss things and just let people know that I'm still around and I'm still here, and it's important to do that.
Well, you're a vital member of Team Dietrich. You always will be. I mean, you're one of our foundations. And,
appreciate that. Very much appreciate.
And so in terms of continue, by all means.
I do have something to share, actually, a personal thing. Actually, I thought this is important to bring up. It was so we had our staff party. This is the weekend prior to the storm Dara hitting us. So luckily we had our party before that weekend, that detrimental weekend. But I was asked by a colleague of mine, because he knew I was writing the book. He asked me after a drunken state of toxicity in our mental state, he decided to ask me a personal question. He goes, when is the book going to be published? And I said, I'm hoping to get it out as soon as possible, either next year, or I'm hoping not to not even to the early, I'm hoping next year. Hopefully that will be a miracle if I get the time to actually write it and publish it. And so he asked me about what's the book about. And I don't know if he's been told anything, or anyone's ever mentioned anything to him, other than, I know I've not spoken to him personally about it, but he asked me about it, and then I go into some of the details. In a toxic state of mind, so I'm not even coherent. I'm speaking just by going by at my, the state of level my mind was at the time, going by just regurgitating the imprinted data. So what's embedded, it comes out incoherent. So I started going on about daylight saving time. I started talking about excise war taxes, and I said that we're still legally at war with the Third Reich. And it was just his reaction, which in the normal state of mind I would tolerate it, but with this case I literally just said to him, these are facts. I was like, these are facts. And he was like, I don't believe anything you're saying. I was like,
oh God.
Really? He's an older generation as well. He's a much older generation than I am.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm outlining verifiable facts that is government documented, and this is what your government knows. Yeah. And oh my God, it was like you're just crashing against a brick wall where you're not going any further. It was just like pound.
He shut down. He shut down.
Yes.
Oh my
he
God.
Literally. But there was no attack. There was no dispute. There was no refuting anything I was saying because it was factual.
Right.
And so yeah, and I had this other individual next to me, and they were like, "There is such thing as life out there." That took it to another direction, and yeah, it was just the most. You know what? Because yeah, I've decided now not to tolerate these sort of people. I don't tolerate but
by the way, when the other person comes up with there is life out there, it's not necessarily taking it in another direction because it's all conflated. It's all it's all conflated. The allies, of course, are have their public married to that concept, so that the public is not aware of how dire their situation is concerning their ongoing war with the Third Reich.
Yes,
yes. Do continue by all means.
Yes, I did. Yeah, and I said, well, because I could qualify it. I could have gone into the qualification of relic population, but I didn't need to at that point in time. I could have qualified, but I said to her that there is no such thing as fire beyond the region of Earth, beyond our own realm, beyond Earth, there is no such thing. And they obviously said, yes, that's true. There is no such thing as, and I said, no. And so if you think of, if there is intelligence out there that capable of manifesting or comprising a mechanical craft that are capable of interstellar travel, they would certainly need that fire element in order to construct that. Mm-hmm. And so where would it exist? It's concluded with heavy depth research and with government's own due diligence that there is no such thing as fire beyond our own, beyond Earth itself. So that's going into the realm of extra terra. So beyond Earth itself, it doesn't exist because you need the three elements. You need the three components: fire, which is heat, fuel, and oxygen. Of course, there is no such thing. And beyond Earth itself. Yes. You need. Yeah, and I could have gone into that. I could have gone into it much more depth, but there's no point. But then that shut down. That person shut down completely. Went right, stone cold, and right. There's no more talking about it now, because it would conflate and it would contradict their thesis, their consensus of there is life out there. So yeah,
their own personal reliance on that. Yes. So continue.
Their own investment, their own married paradigms, their own and so with this other individual, he was, I think, I just kept saying to him, look, you're still legally at war. You're still in a state of war. These wartime emergency statutes are still in effect to this day, like daylight saving time and excise war taxes. And the other factor is you cannot declare a state of war because you're still legally in a state of war ever since World War II. And oh my God, that was it, Douglas. It's just popped in my mind. Do you remember? I remember what he said to me. He said to me, daylight saving time, didn't the Romans invent that?
Oh, good God. It's like...
I was like, are you kidding me?
That's...
At that point, it was just so ridiculous, so preposterous.
Oh, that's just like, there's no hope. By the way, I'm going to give you a link here. So I'm entering this link in your private messages. And this gives you an idea of they're selling this through the name of Bob Lazar, but it's all the Philip J. Corso propaganda. And here's this dead old man, and in order to program it into the idiots that are at the intellectual level of the two that you were dealing with, they have basically taken their mythification of Bob Lazar's actual experience and wove it into the experience of Philip J. Corso, whose experience is entirely fictive and fictitious. And therefore, they're linking Bob Lazar with Philip J. Corso. And these two individuals, so far as I know, have never met. And so they're portraying Philip J. Corso as the narrator. So via the graphic storyboard, meaning the comic book, then they further indoctrinate people. But the interesting thing is, when you look at it, it's just a fucking comic book about boring old men. I mean, who the fuck? You take a look at the comic book and it starts with this, old fucking dude. Your average young person is not going to turn on to this comic book. There is nothing in this comic book that's going to grab the eyes or the dick, the eyes or the crotch, I should say, of some young man looking for tits and ass and a woman dressed in spandex, along with, muscle-bound, rippling muscled superheroes that go out and kick ass. No, this is a comic book for old people who are already buying into this paradigm, but further imprinting into their minds. This is what you're contending with when you're dealing with people like that. They are, ultimately going to be exposed to propaganda like this that further embeds in their mind. But as you said, you're dealing with somebody who just shuts down. And like you said, when they come up with, didn't the Romans invent that? You're left not only educating them, you basically have to take them back to school and take them on a history course that would get them a healthy perception of history to contextualize everything else you're saying. It's an impossible task. So this is but by all means go on.
No, thank you, Doug. I appreciate it. And as I found out a few years ago, I remember when I did that on Facebook through one of my posts, the comment I got from a guy I went to school with, he was referring to me as the teacher. He was going, "Thank you, teacher. Oh, you're such a nice teacher," being patronizing.
Yeah. Oh, what an asshole.
Yes, exactly. And so there you go. And when I go down that road of educating people, that's how they perceive it. That's how they view it. And so with their stubbornness and their ignorance, that's how they respond to it.
What I'm wondering about is, like, first off, you've got these idiots who, like, and I'll mention them and contextualize them when I go into monologue tonight. But we've got all these, do your own research conspiracists. And so these do your own research conspiracists obviously have a problem with authority. Yet when you try to educate these people, I'm presuming one of their problems with you is that you don't represent an authority figure to them. If you were an authority figure, they'd be telling each other not to believe anything you said because you're the authorities. So you can't win. You're in a catch-22 situation where, now I try to hope that when we experience what I know is going to happen, a supermassive social dislocation because of Donald Trump and his misadministration are just going to take America burning down. I'm presuming, or I'm banking on the fact that I am not an authority figure, in a sense, gives me a kind of credence with people when the power vacuum opens up and I do my best to try and attain some secular power in what will essentially be a civil war or even anarchy state America. So when I go for that, I would think that being free of the official status taint would be a credit, would be to my credit. We'll see. But when it comes to, at the moment, obviously I've dealt with this just as you have, and all you can do really is kind of put your information out there and let people come to you. And that's the whole point of the book. But when people ask you about the book, it doesn't hurt to tell them about it. But when the individual is beginning to shut down, then there's no point in wasting your time further.
No.
So was this in a bar?
Was this in a bar? Oh, it was in a bar. Yes. Okay. We ended up going out for just some food, a bite at a restaurant, and then we ended up going to the bars afterwards. We started off in the bars. It was quite a long, heavy night of it, and it was a staff party. And it was about a dozen of us. And then, we ended up in a bar later on. And then, the individual asked me a personal question. So when they came to me and asked me a personal question, but then I give them an answer, and then they respond the way they did, I didn't appreciate it.
Of course not. I mean, for one thing, yes, it is so offensive.
It was like someone come up to me, "What's your name?" And I say to them, "My name is George Knight," and they turn around saying, "I do not believe you."
It's on that level, but it's almost as if it's how would I say it? It's invasive. It's invasive, and so when by the way, explain to our listeners what a staff pie is. That's a British term. Many of our listeners won't understand this side of the Atlantic.
Oh, right, yeah, Douglas, yes. Well, a staff pie is obviously with my profession, in my organisation, we have once a year we have a Christmas staff pie just to celebrate the year before the year is out. And so this happens annually, and most companies do it within the UK. So they gather, congregate to celebrate the year. And then it's just prior to the year is out before it ends, and then a new year begins. So that's essentially what the party was. It was just a celebration. But it was, because what it borderlines reminds me of, Douglas, is when, like, with the gang stalkers, when they turn and said Douglas Dietrich isn't who he says he is, and it's like, yes, he is Douglas Dietrich. If he's not, then who is he? And that's why it was like, I was giving this guy all the facts, this verifiable evidence. And as you said, Douglas, people were saying, do your own research. But me and Douglas have always said, don't take our word for it. Just look up what we are saying.
Yes.
We're not telling you to do your own research. We are giving you the information. Take what you will with it, whether you uphold it or condemn it, or, but observe it, simply observe it. But you can verify what we're saying is true. Vet it. And that's what we say. And I just looked at it on par. That was the level on par with the gang stalkers. When I was dealing with him, I was like, you're just as mentally as insane as these gang stalkers are. I'm giving you verifiable evidence. And it was like,
And like, worse yet, what makes it more offensive is the fact that they asked. Asked. They approached you. By the way, welcome to Brendan Zogit, who has rejoined us. And what I'm trying to let our audiences understand, when you're speaking of the gang stalkers, by the way, and the way I will qualify what you've said to our listeners is that the way I've always presented it is this way. The greatest problem that our public presents through its attitude is they feel that they can pick and choose the reality that they want. And that's not how it works, because it's like with physics, if you're going to design a ship or a vehicle, a building, whatever you're designing has to follow the law of physics. If it doesn't follow the mechanics or the laws of physics, then you're going to crash and burn. A disaster will follow. Well, that's exactly what has followed. When you take a look at that link I sent you for the failure of the National Health Service under austerity in England, for instance, when this is because they're operating on a fallacious social principle that if you just deny people everything, somehow they're going to thrive. This is, of course, not a social equation that is ever going to work. So when it comes to the way these people are operating, it's what I tell them is, don't take my word for it. You can look it up yourself. But what I don't tell them is you can do what you will with it, because you can't. In other words, what I've always told people is you have to accept what I say, because there is no alternative that explains the situation that you're in. The one thing all of these people will agree in is our present situation, our present circumstances are untenable, inexplicable, almost unlivable. How did we get here? And this is what prompts people to do this research, is how did we get here? Why are things so fucked up? So, well, they can pick and choose all they want. The answer will not get them out of this situation unless they listen to what we are saying, because we are offering the way we got here, and that way we can build a viable solution to get out. And the only way you can get out from the situation you're in is to understand how you got here. And so our answer is the answer. I just sent Aristides a essay that I compiled on quantum computing, where they're talking about just astronomical computing speeds. And as a matter of fact, Aristides, you can read the opening line because it's relevant. But no matter how fast or powerful these computing speeds get, they're not going to come up with an answer about life in the universe that's any different from what was already calculated by the Cray supercomputer.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
I was working on that a bit. You could have all the processing power in the world, but if you don't know how to like direct it, what are you doing?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, there's that. But if you read the opening line, it's the point that's made is pretty mind-blowing. What exactly does it say again about the computing power and
that's huge. But it's like, okay, granted, like you can compute 1,000 times faster than we're used to. It's like, okay, can you figure out something way smarter than we're used to do with that, or like,
Yeah. So here, I'm just cutting and pasting that line. I'll enter it right here in the text box, your private messages, George, because Aristides already has it. So let me put this right in front of you, George, and here you go. This is the opening line. I'll send you a copy of the rest of the email later, but if you look at what it says, it's basically Google's new quantum Willow chip has solved a problem the best supercomputer would have taken a quadrillion times the age of the fucking universe to crack. I mean, that's beyond mind-blowing. It's simply incomprehensible. The human mind can't even process that. Can't even, but like I said, even with that power, it's not going to change the equation. Whatever equations you feed into it are going to be calculated with the same answers that the Cray supercomputer in its day would have come up with, just a lot faster. And so the point is that knowing what we know about the universe, say for instance that idiot who says, "Oh, there's life in the universe," the onus of proof is on him. Tell him where is.
Well, here,
yes, go on.
Here's the thing. It's like, okay, you're 1,000 times faster, but does that mean you're being stupider 1,000 times faster or smarter 1,000 times faster?
There you go. Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, of course. If somebody is just processing garbage, ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. But you take a look at what is it they keep talking about now, the James Webb Telescope. The guy who says there's life out there, you could say the James Webb Telescope is pursuing the outer limits of the universe. We are finding nothing. There is nothing out there. So it's there's no signals. If there's no signals, there's no intelligent life. It's logical. As simple as that. We not only would have gotten them by now, our biggest problem in the world would be blotting them out. They would be interfering with all of our signals. But so do go on. I mean, it's just these people are operating on a. But anyhow, continue. What else comes to your mind after this experience? Do you feel that thank God, at least you don't have to work with these people on a daily basis. At least there's that.
Well, yeah, thank God for that. I would be grateful about that, Douglas. Yes, otherwise I would be going insane just like that. Literally. But yes, I was going to say, I did respond in my coherent state of mind the next day, and I said, I will discuss this with you when I am sober. I will go into depth when we've got a good hour or so, and I'll go into Taiwan, the situation in Taiwan, the Nationalist Republic of China, and I'll explain that situation with them regarding the United Nations. And so you just bring you're just going into basically a historical aspect of history. You're going into that realm of just exposing reality, something that people aren't aware of when it comes down to regarding the situation with Taiwan. Most people aren't aware that they're a fascist nation state, a government in exile. And so, yes, this is how you, this is the usual route when I bring in this situation with the Third Reich in exile. I bring up with Taiwan and that they're a fascist nation state. And when they swear their officials into office, they perform the Ad Crucio, the Roman salute, where they take oaths. And so, they are a fascist nation state. They are a democracy and a thriving democracy. Yes. And they've been some of the most prevalent nation states on earth, with one of the largest economies on earth. In previous decades, they have been the top 5 economic powerhouses on the global scale, on the global, how would you call it? Just the most one of the most economic powerhouses on earth, just globally, internationally. So yes, and regarding anything else, thank you, Douglas. Please interject.
And the way to explain that to people so that they understand it, this is the way I explain it to our listeners. When I'm speaking about, say, for instance, what Marina Sarin said on our program, Marina Sarin has taken the stance that, and I've always done my best to validate what she says, because what she's saying is not exactly wrong when it comes to social dynamics. Obviously, when she's experiencing these MyLab abductions, that was probably the most productive thing we got out of Vinnie Barbaric just before he truly, basically expressed himself as being the enemy, which he always did. So you can't say we didn't expect it. But when it came to when he was talking with Marina Sarin and really just kept wanting details in this lascivious, lewd, and just plain disgusting manner of voyeurism, he wanted to know about her MyLab abductions. It really clarified whatever much of her memories, her cascade memories, really do source from these MyLab abductions. So this many of them, and I would have to go into detail about what I separate from that. But in terms of Our Lady Marina, she said that democracy can never work because you will ultimately, like capitalism, get a monopoly on power. That whoever has the most money will literally purchase the votes by purchasing all the campaign. Yes. Well, there you have it. I mean, thank you.
Votes.
Yes, you literally buy votes. It will get to that point inevitably where they will suffocate the competition, stamp it out, and it ultimately becomes a monopoly. So she's absolutely right. And so the reason that the way I explain it to people is that they need to understand that when I say that I can help America, it would be through a century of progress, as I call it, in which for 25 consecutive presidential terms, that's 100 years, 25 consecutive presidential terms, it would take that long to educate successive generations so that they're trained in critical thinking so that they can afford to be trusted with self-governance and a democracy. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You would, of course, during that period of time, graduate by allowing them with county level votes and then ultimately state level votes and then finally federal and then ultimately executive level votes for the public. But the way that it happened in Taiwan, this is what I used as the parallel. The parallel social model would, ironically enough, unexpectedly you might think of the greater Soviet Union. They understood Lenin and Stalin, all of these people in the greater Soviet Union understood that they were nowhere near a collectivist ideal. And because of that, their very name for their nation, Union, USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, it's Soviet, of course, is the Russian word for collective, but the very name does not include the word communist. They did not name themselves Communist Russia because even they admitted they had not attained true communism. That was an ideal that they were simply aspiring toward, but they left themselves in this kind of gray status because their logic was, we will start with a dictatorship of the proletariat, are the peoples that will ultimately become a voluntary collective. That was what was pushed on their school children. That was how they rationalized their totalitarian dictatorship. But the way that, while that never manifested, and ultimately why the Soviet Union collapsed was that promised communism never came. So ultimately the Soviet Union collapsed because they were unable to deliver. in Taiwan, Taiwan started with a military dictatorship and pure fascism in a state of war, which gradually, after Chiang Kai-shek's son inherited the power, literally dynastically, basically had educated through his regime, through his administration, if you will. Other people would call it a reign, as in a reign of terror. But Chiang Kai-shek's son basically used his generation, the time he was in power, to educate the Taiwanese in critical thinking to such a high degree that he could trust them with democracy. And that's when they transitioned into fascist democracy. They have the fascist background and they're fascist acculturated, but Taiwan is functionally a democracy. And that's but it took the fascism to get there. Without that fascism, they could not be trusted with a functional democracy. That's the model to use for the United States. United States needs to go through a fascist period. You wouldn't be the United States anymore. It would be a new America. And then only then, after 100 years, could successive generations finally be educated to the point where they could be trusted with one vote each at all levels. So that's the way to explain it, but that's the fascist democracy of Taiwan, which when Brendan Zogit worked with a Taiwanese individual at UPS, and he even told him, hey, Doug, there's this guy I know named Douglas Dietrich who says, you're a fascist democracy. And the Taiwanese guy responded, yeah, that's right. I mean, so Brendan can interject if he wishes. Yeah. So there you go. That's the way to explain it to people.
Yes. I remember at the hotel, Douglas, as well. I remember performing at the ADOLFUS show in front of two Taiwanese, and they both performed it back to me.
Yes.
And it was like, but there you go. And there you go. And I actually got a tip. They actually tipped me because I understood their culture to a degree.
Yes, that was wonderful.
Time. But it was beautiful. And then I exposed that to one of my friends. Sort of an acquaintance back then. And he goes, I've got friends from Taiwan. And I explained that to him. He goes, you can't say that. I was like,
really? He thought you were being offensive. No doubt he's ignorant. He's so ignorant.
Like, I said, look, they've just tipped me for what I just did. I helped him, and then I performed the ADOLFUS show.
How do you respond to that?
No, it shut down. I had nothing to say. I remember it so well.
Did you ever share that with Sarah?
Oh, I believe she must know. It's not something I've sat down and had a conversation with her about, but it's so true. Most people aren't aware of that with Taiwan. They don't understand the situation with Taiwan. They don't understand
and explain to them
mainland.
Explain to them that its fascism is what allowed it to become the most technologically advanced nation on earth.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. And this is and this is why it's so important that we protect Taiwan, because of the situation with the semiconductors. All our semiconductors are produced in Taiwan. The majority of the world's semiconductors are sourced from Taiwan, and this is why Ukraine is so significant. This is where the black soil is sourced from, which is one of the elements that go into semiconductors. Neon gas.
Yes, that's it. It's neon gas. The black soil is important.
Did I say was on about the agricultural side of it?
The agricultural side of it is important.
Neon gas.
Yes. But the agricultural side is important because Russia wants that bread basket so they can dominate the world's food supply. But when it comes to the neon gas, the neon gas, and then of course the quartz was coming from. And the quartz was coming from,
and the quartz was coming from,
our girl Brooke Gibson's own South Carolina.
Carolina.
Which guy? Go on.
I was also going to say, Douglas, earlier on when you were saying about how to, with this, with this shift, with this transition, one of the problems that the general populace have is overworked. They feel like they don't have that time to invest in education, in critical thinking. One of the solutions to that, like you outlined before, was a universal basic income.
Yes.
UBI,
universal basic income.
Yes. And so that's another important point to add, just to add to what you were qualifying earlier. This is what's necessary and required in order for people to have that time to become educated in that to get a sort of like a qualification or degree in critical thinking, which is something that's completely absent from society in our social structure. It's so important. This is why I outlined why you're so important, Douglas. introduce yourself to people in conversation. So yes, and and I don't know whether or not to add this to the matter, to the
feel free,
to the mix.
Please do.
With because you were born on Taiwan, and when you were born in '66 and then you moved in '68 to Taiwan, to San Francisco. Before in your previous transmissions, go back years ago, it was classed as enemy transmissions because the Taiwan is the enemy of the United Nations as the organization of war, and the original Nationalist Republic of China was one of the founding member states of that United Nations.
Yes.
And to this day, Taiwan doesn't even exist according to the United Nations. They're not even recognized as a nation state. They even exist.
That's right.
And even Taiwan under their map, under their chart, it does not exist. There's no such thing as Taiwan, even though it comprises of 100 islands, over 100 islands, and it has a population of over 25 million. What they refer to as Taiwanese, nationalist Chinese. And they do not even exist according to the United Nations, which still exists as an entity to this day because it's still legally at war with the Axis.
Yes. which means that it's legally at war with Taiwan.
And it's still legally at war with Taiwan. Yes, I believe now in the charter it's 194. The last time I checked, it could be 93, could be 95 nation states.
It just keeps growing. We're going to have a new one soon enough. Somaliland, I'll touch briefly on that. So there'll be a new nation in Africa soon, which is different from Somalia, but Somaliland, it's broken out of Somalia. But and as a matter of fact, that's an important point. Let me see if I can find a good map of that. But anyhow,
just to bring up something else to throw in is yesterday I got asked by a colleague yesterday about because they were talking about with all this this Greg Wallace that's in the press lately. It was only because of his innuendos and his subliminal messages he was sharing on air with these women, because he was like a host. He was a host for this show that was presented on TV going back over a decade ago, and all these allegations have come out recently. But he asked me about Benjamin Netanyahu. He was like, "Oh yeah, who's that guy who's Prime Minister of Israel?" I said, "Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu or Benjamin Milikowiecki." He was like, "Yeah, why is he in? What's going on with him?" And I said, "Well, he's sought after because he's a war criminal."
Yes.
He's a war criminal.
But by the way, I will be touching on him during monologue, but it makes certain to explain to everybody that everything you and Brendan Zogit said, I honestly was skeptical that Netanyahu was still trying to realize this insane dream of from the river to the sea, but with the collapse of Syria, the Israelis are expanding into Syria. They're literally taking land. They are doing their best to realize this greater Israel from the river to the sea is and beyond. They will become more of an aggressor state. And so please continue. I don't know if you shared any of that with this individual, but tell me what you did share by all means, because I know you shared the Greater Israel map with some people, and when you share that Greater Israel map, and how do they respond?
Yes, well, with that Greater Israel map, before I discovered yourself, Douglas, I was aware of this ERET̶, the Greater Israel project. That was an Odinion plan that was comprised in the 1980s, and it's for the expansion of the Greater Israel project from the Euphrates River to the River Nile. And so this was obviously, there are these people, in the past we mentioned about the Israeli flag. What does it mean? What does it mean? Because some people conflate it with the two rivers, but of course it wasn't. It was to do with the Tekla blue. And we could see, from the sea to the sky.
Oh, it's that and the rivers. It's both. It's both.
It is simply both. Yes. But I certainly agree with you, Douglas, with that, with the original, what the map represents. It's you can see God in the center. And when you take a picture, when you look at the dividing line between the sea and the sky, you see God in the center. It's a whole. And so, but when it comes down to the Greater Israel map, one of the Greater Israel project, it was a plan that was outlined by Odinion in his book, that Israel must expand from the Euphrates River in Iraq to the River Nile in Egypt. And so it's a case of basically getting the United States to balkanize several statelets to basically separate them, to create civil war. So there's, like in Iraq, you have the you have the Kurdistans, you have the Kurds in the north, and you have the Sunni and the Shia, all divided. And this plan was outlined that they were going to use the United States to manipulate them in conducting warfare, and basically in the name of democracy, which never came of any of these nation states post 9/11. They were going to basically break up several statelets, and the plan that was outlined originally was to overtake Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and then you've got finally ending with Iran, the Golan Heights, but that was not a nation. That's not a nation state. But they gave several states that they were going to balkanize, and that was the term they used to destabilize and to basically incite basically anarchy or chaos throughout the nation states, so that Israel become the aggressor and expand the nation states outwards to these two rivers. And that's just a basic summary of that, Douglas. But yeah, Brendan, please interject. Thank you for coming on. But yeah, that was the Greater Israel Project. But the map was shown in the terror group Irgun, the Irgun group, which was headed by one of the former prime ministers of Israel, Menachem Begin. The Irgun group, you have the map that's outlined on their sigil, on their basically their what's the other term for it, Douglas? On their badge.
The shield.
They've flown. The shield, yes. That was outlined then, and so yeah, they're just following this plan, this insane plan that's been around for 100 years or so, since the age of since Zionism became into existence under Theodor Herzl. And so, yeah, but please, Brendan, if you're there, please interject, just whilst I take a sip of my liquid.
Okay. Well, what I'll do then, all you need to do is explain. I would have done that. Yeah. That's I had no idea.
Yes, I've done it.
That you were dealing with some dehydration there. All you need to do is say it, and I'll be there for you. I'll burn bandwidth. Yeah, it's as he says, for him it might be 10 minutes or so, but what I'm going to do now is just show you this map. I'm going to do a screen share, and so here we are. So if you can see the cursor moving, then I'll show you this map, and this is why this is important. This is Somaliland.
Oh, yes.
And
yes, Somaliland.
So this is Puntland and Somalia. I have a much smaller map, which is shows the disputed territory. This is disputed territory between Puntland and Somaliland. For those of you who don't know, look up Somalia, and you'll see this unwieldy nation that is completely unnatural in its borders, and actually has Somali tribes that are take up a large part of Ethiopia, but Ethiopia occupies much of the Somali tribal land. In other words, there are many Somalis living in Ethiopia that are under Ethiopian jurisdiction and administration. The Somalis would like to have a united Somalia, and therefore that's one of the reasons for so much war in the Horn of Africa. But they're extremely outwardly projected in terms of their economy, which is based on piracy, and as we're all well aware of. So when it comes to Somaliland, Somaliland is now probably going to be recognized by the United States when Trump moves into office. And this strategic reasons is the Chinese bases in Djibouti. Djibouti is a total whore. It used to belong to France. Now that it's independent, it just leases out its bases to anybody, and it's obviously in one of the most strategic portions of the world. They can block off the Suez Canal. So yes. Obviously all these militaries, China, America, France, they all have bases in Djibouti. That's an untenable situation, and at some point these bases are going to start shooting at each other. But yes. In the meantime, a strategic position would be with whoever's friendly with Somaliland. But what really makes Somaliland important is that, as you know, when the Third Reich was in power, the Jewish people were not the only people to suffer a Holocaust. The other people were the Romani of Europe, the Gypsies. And many Gypsies died in camps or were slaughtered in the campaigns. And after World War II was over on the surface world in terms of persecution of proactive hostilities, the Romani wanted to sue Germany the way the Jews did. The Jews had an extraordinarily powerful international lobby, and when the Jews sued Germany, it's one of the reasons they got Holocaust money that was been paid out to them, in perpetuity. And so Israel thrives off that. The Romani didn't have the legal capacity or organization to do the same, but the Gypsies were hoping that they would get their own nation in Somaliland, which realistically would be in this disputed area between Puntland and Somaliland core. So, but a Gypsy nation in this area, at the very least, was what they were hoping for to be called Romanistan, and Romanistan, as in the Romani people. I still hope to see that realized geographically, and that would, of course, be a strategic advantage to whoever sponsors that nation state as well. But such being said, this has a very strong World War II connection that had to do with the Holocaust. Somaliland, of course, is their indigenous people would be different from a resettled Romani population, but that would certainly, I think, make everybody happier. The Romani wouldn't be persecuted in Europe, which they are, and the Europeans would be happy to be rid of them. But all of that being said, so just want to bring that to your attention, catch you up to date on that, and other than that, by all means, continue with what else comes to your mind, and anything else that you wish to bring up, because I was going to bring up what else about take it from there. I was
going to say yes, thank you for that, Douglas. No, very much appreciated. And I mentioned the fact that Elon Musk has met up with the enemy more times than the president of the United States.
Than his own president, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, not to mention
Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal. He is recognized as a war criminal at this point.
Yes.
Finally, after all these years.
Thank God.
After all these years, we've been outlining his atrocities committed against the Palestinians, against other Arab states like the Syrians. And that's the thing that I was going to bring up, Douglas. Bashar al-Assad. Yeah. We've not heard anything from him for years. Yeah. And I remember, if you review some of Douglas's old interviews he was conducted, people were asking Douglas about Bashar al-Assad. And he was born on September 11th. Yes. And I think the same year you were born, I believe, Douglas. Is that correct? Was he 1966?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Yes, if I can remember correctly. But he was definitely born on September 11th. Yeah. We've not heard anything from him. But he's on the newspaper. Yes, thank you, Brendan.
What did Brendan say?
You've aged much more gracefully than him. He has no chin and shit.
Oh well, poor guy. He had a bad genes to start with. Poor guy. It's hard to do much with that. Yeah. He was born in 1965, September 11th, 1965, the year before I was born. So it's 1 year older than myself, but he looks well, look, he's been under a lot of stress. It's let's put it that way.
At least.
Yeah. He doesn't look that bad, considering.
He should have just stayed a dentist. It's man.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, you would take a plastic surgeon for jaw reconstruction like that. No, he would need to see a reconstructive surgeon for that.
No, I'm saying he was the dentist.
Oh, he was a dentist, yes.
He's a doctor. He's a trained doctor.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, he's just a plain Joe in so many ways. Yeah, and it was really weird because Radovan Karadzic, the Bosnian Serb leader, was also a dentist, a former dentist. Yeah, so just really weird. But please continue by all means, George. Say what you were thinking that we hadn't heard from this poor bloke in what felt like forever. Yeah.
Yes. And some people even were asking the question, is he even alive? Because we've not seen him do any public speaking, but
But like you said,
but
back in Revolution
believe-
Radio days, I was talking about
Yes.
it. So continue.
There was that discussion. There was a topic of discussion about whether or not he's alive or whether or not he's in hiding. And obviously, both could be logical conclusions to either one. So yeah, it's just the fact that I've not seen anything of this man for literally years, or it feels like decades now. But yeah, you won't hear of anything because the original intervention, the coalition went in 2011, I believe, into Syria, and it's been in a dire strait ever since. So that's over a decade ago.
Well,
we've not heard anything.
But I think what you mean to say is that Syria's situation was so complicated. When I was talking about it at Revolution Radio, here was my biggest issue. I don't know if you remember the precise details, but I'll tell you the precise details were this.
Yes.
What happened was Laura Lee Solomon. I don't know how many people remember this. I don't think many people cared, so I never really spoke of it. It was something that didn't really matter to me because it was just like an embarrassment that was in the past. And but Laura Lee Solomon became, during my time she was working with me, more and more of a right-wing, Russo-radicalized rightist, is what I would call a Russo-radicalized rightist. And she began becoming an ardent Putinista, and she basically took up the Syrian banner. I mean, just this side of, I don't know if you remember this on YouTube, there used to be this hot chick called Syrian Girl. You remember her, right, Brendan Zoget? I mean, Syrian Girl used to be on YouTube. She was this sexy little thing. I hope she's all right. I sympathize with her.
She moved to some Western spot.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I would hate to see her, fall to these bastards. But at any rate, that poor dear, Laura Lee Solomon was like Roseanne Barr version of that. It would be like if Roseanne Barr tried to portray Syrian Girl. Yeah. And, yeah, what a horrible vision, right? I mean, but she was absolutely on the Russian side, and because this poor bastard Bashar al-Assad became basically a Russian dependency, she was on his side. And the point is, I was ambivalent. What I detested, what I found so reprehensible and disgusting, was their propaganda against the white hats, which were, of course, the white helmeted medics, that they would propagandize against them. The Assad regime propagandized against them as being a bunch of murderers when they were paramedics trying to help people in their bombing situation and everything else. This was the precursor of claiming there were biolabs in the Ukraine. It was the precursor to that, something just as sick and ridiculous. And what happened was she fell for that completely. And so I was ambivalent, however, because I knew that Bashar al-Assad was the last of the fascist party leaders that were motivated by Germany during World War II to rebel. And they were the legacy of that rebellion against the colonies. And then because after World War II was over on the surface world, in effect, it went into quiescence and literally went cosmic. Then at that point, they were left with the Greater Soviet Union to turn to as a client state, which was anti-colonial. And they all became client states of the Greater Soviet Union. And as a result, they became somewhat Sovietized. But these were people that were obviously a better option than ISIS and the Al-Qaeda and the Islamists. So I didn't want Syria to fall to the Islamists, but somehow something happened where they did. And it was just, understandably, it was because Russia's so involved with the Ukraine and Iran's practically impotent that there was no one to support him, and the rebels took advantage of that. Brendan Zoget has compellingly provided a scenario which seems the most logical as well, that Bashar al-Assad struck a deal, and it was thanks to Trump or Biden or both basically told him before the new presidency steps in, get out of Syria, and then America can re-involve itself. But for people who don't know, the civil war never ended in Syria. And what happened was that you had the Russians and the Americans involved in Syria. That's what our man George Knight is referencing when he says the coalition went into Syria. They weren't invaded like Iraq. It was rather that they came in as peacekeepers, but the Americans and the Syrians would fight each other, except when they were fighting ISIS and the Islamo fundamentalists, at which point they would unite with each other to fight them. It was a very bizarre, secret, covert war situation. So before...
about that is that the FSA, the Free Syria Army, they actually, after Kurdistan was recognized, they just pretty much didn't care about the rest of the country, because there's like an empty quarter where Palmyra is and stuff, where there's no way you could use any of that land. The main area is on the coast, the Mediterranean coast, so, and Aleppo, of course. So I think pretty much when they were granted Turkestan, it was like a moot point for the rebels, the FSA. And these other group, I noticed that they had some other weird name they were just called like, what were they called? Like,
I'll remember it when I enter that trance state I get into, but they had several. HTS you might be referring to, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham?
No, this was the most recent, whatever that group that went through the coast.
Well, that was definitely one of their components, the Islamist HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham.
So there you go. It wasn't the same Free Syrian Army, the rebels from before. So.
No, not at all. No,
totally different group.
Yeah, no, and those were supposedly democratic. These guys are just pure Al Qaeda. You know, they're just Al Qaeda under another name. So,
I mean, they're given the guise of some kind of, like, they're using the prime minister and stuff. So they're trying to kind of fake it till you make it. But so I had. I follow this Babylonian astrologer, Crossi, and she did a chart reading of not only Bashar al-Assad, but the whole country of Syria as well. And basically, it's going to remain fragmented for the foreseeable future. So whatever this peace, quote unquote, lull is going to be, it's not going to last long. It's going to fracture more. So unfortunately, that's just the case.
Yeah, it's what's going to happen is Israel's going to fucking invade to fill in the power vacuum and expand.
She's Bulgarian, so she couldn't say that. She totally ignored that part.
So take it from there, George. Thank you, Brendan. George, by all means.
Oh God, no, Douglas. God, where to expand on it all? It's just, I don't even know where to go, Douglas, to be honest with you. There's so much that comes to my head about it all. But we're just seeing what's developing at this moment in time, and it's, they're basically following protocol. They're following the plans and the original strategies that was outlined years ago. So this is what Israel's doing. But I just mentioned to my friend yesterday that we've got this man. Benjamin Netanyahu, who's a sought after war criminal, and he's basically been demanded by the International Court of Justice to be trialed for war crimes. It's like we've been saying this for years about this individual. His father, Ben Zion Milokolisky, was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky, the most radicalized of all Zionists. And so, this man is just an insane war criminal. And it's great that people are finally starting to realize that, because they can't, it doesn't.
Well, they've always realized it, but it's great that they're finally recognizing it. In other words, they've realized it, but now they're officially recognizing it. There we are.
Do you know what, Douglas? Because whenever I bring this up with people, and I bring up this, linear city as well, people have said to me, especially the older generation, they're like, you can't say those things. It's like, why not? They're like, censorship. Why can't I say this about? Why can't I be critical? Why can't I criticize Israel? They're like, oh, no, because that's anti-Semitism. This is not.
Well, they put it on their website. It's not like we're saying anything against.
Tell them that the Greater Israel's on their own fucking website. Tell them that.
Their mission statement is their manifesto, if you want to call it that. Their mission statement is outlined. They have boasted about it, and it's just like with World War II about how they boasted after World War II that more Germans died in these camps than Jews ever died in Totenschlag. Yes, it's so preposterous. And you outline this, and it's undeniable, and yet they shut down, and then they say you can't say these things. That's what I find so offensive. And this is, it's just, I'm literally just shuddering. I'm just literally, this is just so maddening. I don't tolerate it anymore. My tolerance has just gone off because it's just, I literally cannot stand anymore. It's just makes me want to churn. My stomach just churns. It's disgusting. But like, thankfully, I think like, especially the younger generation, they are certainly more acquainted, certainly more aware of this, and they're certainly taking stance against
they're less brainwashed because it's the problem is many of them are borderline illiterate. But maybe that's for the best. At least they're not brainwashed to the degree that others are. Unfortunately, they're reflexively trying to train them to kill Germans on sight through video games. You know, and they keep calling them Nazis, but they're German. It's just another name for Germans. Yes, it's and of course that's the Jewish control of the media. So by all means, continue. Yeah. By the way, you know, Brendan was jealous of the fact that you were exposed to all those horrible propaganda films as a child, because at least they were entertaining. With us, they just made us watch a bunch of boring ass Jewish dramas like Fiddler on the Roof and shit. So you got to see supposedly Germans tossing babies into the air and shooting them like they were skeet discs.
Yes, exactly. Yes. It's so insane. It's so insane. And yet we've never seen that footage ever since. I've never seen it since the days of being in secondary school. I've never seen them. I don't know where it is.
Because they don't exist. I mean, they existed then. But I mean, it was false. It was false. And
talk about form of indoctrination. This is true. Like, this is abuse. That level of exposure, that's trauma. And so that's how they bide it. That's how they bought all the generations ever since preceding World War, ever since. But this is the level where we're working on. And like, I have outlined many times, like, with when it comes down to Germany during World War II, with the demographics and the population. If you count all of the Baltic, if you count the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Austria, Hungary, Germany, it comprised of over 180 million Germanic peoples. Certainly from the descendants from the Teutonic Order, the Knights of the Teutonic Order. So they were true Germanic in their ethnicity, and the demographics, where it comes down to the National Socialist Party. Under National Socialism, it comprised of around 10% of the population. But to this day, people think of all Germans during that period as all Nazis. Yes. That is what infuriates me when people say they conflate Germans with Nazis. They think all Germans are Nazis. And of course, we could qualify some of that, we could qualify the rationale reasoning behind that. But it's not accurate with the fact that 10% of that population were actually they were card-carrying members of the National Socialist German Workers' Party. And when we come down to the people who were perpetrating the genocide, the persecution of European Jewry, it was such a minuscule population, but they, to this day, they blame it on all of Germany. And it was just the same with when it comes down to 9/11. People would conflate that all 1 billion Muslims in this world are all that diabolical. The entity that was responsible for 9/11, they were against the West. They are antithetical towards the West. They are jealous of their freedoms. And so I had that online the other week, Douglas. This is the reason why I'm saying it, is because people blame all of Germany for the Holocaust. And it's like, when you outline the demographics, that it was such a small percent. It was like a 10%, like you said, outlined in the past. It's like a 10%, 10%, 10%. We can go into, you know.
Oh yeah. So just tell everybody. Yeah, it was only 10% of the German population was ever held membership in the Nazi Party. Of those, only 10% were SS. And of those, only 10% were Waffen SS, or mechanized SS, weaponized, where they're actually in the field and able to do some hurt. And only 10% of those were the Totenkopfverband, the SSTV, meaning Totenkopfverband are death heads units that were responsible for maintaining the concentration camps or the death camps. In particular. They also formed the elite combat units. The camp guards were the most elite combatants. And so when you're talking about, by the time you get to the SS Medical Corps of the Totenkopfverband, meaning the death set units that comprised people like Dr. Josef Mengele, that was only 10% of the camp guards, of course, because these are highly educated officers and doctors. So you're talking about from the party to the SS to the Waffen SS to the Totenkopfverband to the medical doctors, the Nazi doctors that everybody points to when they say, oh, these are real badasses who are ripping off Jewish faces without anesthesia. You're talking about 10% of 10% of 10% of 10% of 10%. So that's 5. Exactly. Just multiply it by each of the fingers on your hand. It's 5, you know. Yes. It's multitude of 5, going down from that. So, so there you go.
That's an important point to make. Yes, that's a very important point to make. And it's just outline the gravity of the situation, what we're dealing with when we're contending with these individuals with that level of insanity. It's pathological. Yes. And so we're like the Eli Roth individual who starred in Inglourious Basterds.
Oh, it's so disgusting. Go on.
When he fantasizes about killing Germans, and he refers to them as Germans.
Yes,
it's like that. When you sent me that article about the Jew after he was a Holocaust survivor.
Tell us about that.
A German family.
Yes, tell our listeners about that.
Brendan, I did listen that you read it out. What Douglas shared with me, and so that's how insane. That's the level. That same level of pathological behavior. That level state is still embedded in the minds of the individuals that I'm contending with today. That's the level they're at. Is that if they're presented in a household, if they're taken in and they seek refuge and they were taken in and they were sheltered, they were clothed, they were bathed, they were fed food. That's the response.
Yeah, that was the worst part, right?
Yes. That he took this individual, that Holocaust survivor, took a hatchet and he butchered an entire family. He killed in their sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
After they invited him in, it wasn't like they put him outside in a tent or something. It was like
that family had no connection with the Holocaust. That family had no connection.
Don't forget one of his victims was this young daughter. How old was she?
The daughter.
Yeah. It was very young.
Could have been no older than my own daughter. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Truly horrendous.
That's right.
Yes.
And
something like that.
It's disgusting. Of the bloodline, as Brendan said, of the bloodline.
Like, with this Joe Rogan as well, this Joe Rogan individual, when he was, he had the guy who was the producer of Hunting Hitler.
Yeah.
This multi-seasoned or multi-series.
It feels like it must have been hundreds of episodes.
Episodes, yes. Comprises of, at least, Douglas, thank you. And when Joe Rogan when he went to Argentina, Buenos Aires, where Liam Payne was tragically thrown out of the hotels.
Yes.
Story
yes. But by the way, are you familiar with how Ian West? So bizarre. What do you think Ian West's game was when he was like trying to deny this guy's murder of all. He's number one conspiracy theorist, but suddenly when you brought up, hey man, this guy was murdered, then he tries to portray the guy as a drug abuser who got everything he deserved.
He'd take anything we threw at him.
Yeah, and then both of you pointed out something I never would have known. He couldn't have taken anything from you because he lived in fucking England where he was raised.
Exactly. The majority of his life. Yeah, exactly. He did, obviously he had a child with Cheryl Cole, who's known as something else now. But, I didn't understand when he said that. He goes, oh, yeah, I used to hang out with this guy at Walt Disneyland. I was like, what? And I swear he mentioned he hung out with him.
Yes, he claimed he knew. He grew up and went to school with him. He claimed he grew up and went to school with him. I was like, what would compel him? Yeah,
he had no idea.
Yeah,
because I just brought up it was an important point to make because he died on October 16th, which is Michael Aquino's birthday.
Yes.
His solar returned, and it was a.
That's why Ian was trying to defend him. And shit.
Yeah.
Even after he's dead.
Yeah.
By the way, just to update it, 3 people were detained in conspiracy in suspicion of his death.
Yes.
And so it brought credence and validated it.
It proved what you said was true. It proved what you said.
Yeah, everything you said was validated, George. Yeah.
Yes.
So you said it first.
Yeah. I mean, it was like James Forrestal.
Yeah.
Could you have just? How can you jump? How can you just throw yourself out of a window?
Yeah.
How have you got the momentum to throw yourself?
That's what we were talking about with trying to throw yourself out of the hotel window. Yeah,
that's the oldest trick in the book. Oh, he just fell out. You know, he was drunk or something.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, another one of Putin's enemies in Russia fell out an 11-story window. It's like it's like an epidemic in Russia. But it's like, but again, George, what do you feel was Ian West's motivation for trying to discredit this victim of a satanic sacrifice when this is supposed to be his crusade? This is supposed to be his crusade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what, Douglas? I've heard you say to him. You've said this directly to him on air about. So you don't deny this, Ian. You don't with Satanism. I mean, you're the what would you call it? You are the there's a word for it. You're the person who takes the torch.
Yes.
You are the what I'm trying to figure the words. Excuse me, beg your pardon. You're basically the Lord and Savior against Satanism.
Yes.
But yet you do not deny these people conduct any form of sexual ritual abuse, like what you call satanic ritual abuse. Sexual SRA, I believe.
Yeah, SRA. Yeah, think of Sarah Rachel Adams. That's how you remember it.
Yeah, Sarah Rachel Adams. Yeah, you don't deny it, Ian, but yet it was kind of like that. He sort of denied it, but he doesn't at the same time. It's contradictory. I was going to say it's contrarian from his start.
No, I don't think that.
I don't know what his motive.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what his motive is. He's a fucking Satanist, and he's on their fucking side, and he's working for them.
And he was trying to deny magic too. Right?
Yeah,
wasn't that him?
Yeah, that's right. But beyond that. Samuel Romero is convinced he cast a magical spell on Brooke Gibson because Brooke Gibson wound up, attacking Brendan Zogit and I in a sense. I mean, she basically talked to us for hours and then it was unaware of speaking to us, hung up in a very hostile fashion when she began spouting off Richard K. Cole Jr. Propaganda. And I just said, I can respond to that. But she wouldn't let me respond to that with even
She was yelling at Doug and I for like hours. And then the next day she's like, I don't know what I even talked to you guys about.
Yeah. And that
was after talking to Ian.
Yeah. And it wasn't drugs. It wasn't the drugs, even though drugs have been an element of what she's been through. It definitely wasn't the drugs. It was after talking to Ian because she couldn't remember anything Ian called her during our phone call. I don't know if I told you that, George, but Ian, during our episode, when he was trying to attack Brandon Zogit and he was attacking myself, then for 2 hours he let up. And in those 2 hours that he let, he was calling Brooke Gibson. And basically she couldn't remember any of it. She only remembered she hung up when he started talking like Richard K. Cole Jr., and then only when I brought up certain elements, like he called Brendan Zoga to come hungry power bottom. Then she said, I remember that. I remember he said that to me. So that was like a trigger word. That was like some kind of trigger phrase he was using with her. He had her in like this hypnagogic state. So yeah, when she started talking to us, it was.
And then it was like after that Liam Payne thing, he hated me and George.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
God, yeah.
yeah. He did. No, you know why? Because you
because
guys.
we exposed his lie.
Yeah, and beyond that, remember how
Yeah.
he tried to cover his ass? He backpedaled and said, "Let me call Steve." Steve was.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said he was going to call his
Yeah,
friend.
and then
At 2 a.m.
Yeah,
That's what
I said he must really love your ass for calling him at 2:30 a.m. And he says he's not answering. I said, of course not. It's 2:30 a.m. Yeah. And that was his excuse. Then he backed off. Then after that, he became more hostile. It was like he lost any. But the funny thing is that he even thought it's bizarre that he even thought he had any cover. What on earth made him think he had any cover or credence when he's taking Michael Aquino's child porn and putting it to music?
Oh, it's insane. Do you know what? His name on Facebook is Black
Frank. Frank Black. And Black Frank, he has two separate accounts. One's Black Frank and one's
He's got
Frank.
a pseudonym.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
he's got
Rick
this-
Gibson says, it's to emphasize the fact that he's half black and half Jewish. Himself, Ian West, is half African American and half Jewish. But he tries to infiltrate us by coming off as this big I hate Jews, you know, and but it's all bullshit. It's all cover.
And to this day, he's the only one that almost got your channel taken down.
That's
almost
right.
Successful. He was the most successful attack.
Yeah,
really,
yeah,
in that
working
sense.
in tandem with the Bulgarians, with Peter Moon's Bulgarians. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
But his was worse because of the copyright thing. It's like, and he knows, and he knew that that's how you get taken off Facebook because he was complaining that's why he can't post videos.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't the copyright thing. It was the deep fake against transgenderism. He had Joe Biden deep fake talking against transgenderism, you know, so that was it, you know, which of course is their way. They want to try and have the channel taken down for, you know, bigotry against transgenderism, which is the attacks have been consistently around those grounds.
Because it would be the inversion of what you're talking about.
Because it's the inversion of my defending.
the cross-dressers anti-trans.
Yes, the insanity of their position. That's the power of inversion magic. That's the entire point.
That's what the point is.
Yes, absolutely.
Which he kept denying it was even a thing. He was like, it's not magic. And then he'd show us like a severed wax head in his basement with a candle in front of it.
That's why Sammy Romero...
And he's like, it's not magic, guys. This isn't magic.
Sammy Romero's convinced he was conducting a spell in front of that thing, that he brought it with him to his new home and was conducting a spell in front of that when he called Brooke. So that's what Sammy Romero is convinced of. And Sammy Romero's absolutely right. I'm certain of it. It makes perfect sense. But yeah, George, so there you go. And the important thing is they're trying to kill Brooke before she can report her ex-boyfriend, who has become more and more involved with this crowd. That's what's going on. As her ex-boyfriend has revealed himself to be more and more a tool of the Edomites, they're trying to kill her before she can report him enough to stop their plans. But at any rate, but you seem, what do you attribute you seem pretty immune to occult assault. And so what do you attribute that to?
Yes, I think it's basically, I truly believe that because in the past they've gone, oh yeah, you know, with that, what's his name? That individual who used to be the the executive producer. I forgot his name.
You're not talking about Miles Johnson, son of a bitch, are you?
No, not him not him, Douglas.
Bobby Seville? Bobby
Seville. What's his name? Pavel Edward Privalo.
Oh yeah, that son of a bitch, Pavel Edward. Yeah, the man who was using my son's face to befriend young boys in Europe. Yes, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And so yeah, when they said, oh yeah, don't believe what Douglas is getting his information from this, I was like, well, prove to me he's a liar then. Prove to me. I gave him the chance. Prove to me Douglas is a liar, because I've vetted everything he says is true. And he goes, oh yeah, this is with not the African swine fever. Sorry, Douglas. With
it was
the American
it was the weaponized African swine fever that was. But you're talking about the American Army and Navy flu.
Spanish
Yes,
flu,
thank you.
Yes. Yes, I remember now because I've purged all this because it's just ridiculous. He was saying, yeah, he got it from this individual, and it was an actual German weapon. I was like, this is just ridiculous. You really are insane. And I was like, no, this. And so I believe they know they can't do anything to me because it's impossible. And I'm never ever going to back down because it's one of those things. I know the reality. I know Douglas is 100% genuine. I'm never going to betray. I'm never going to once go, yeah, Douglas lied about that, because it's impossible. Because there's, like you said, you have to follow reality, facts. Yes. You cannot go by what you make up in your own head. It doesn't work. Otherwise, you just fall down, you spiral down into a cluster, and you collapse, and everything just falls. So if I turn around and said, change my paradigm, my thesis, going, oh yeah, there is such a thing as extraterrestrial life, that would conflate or contradict everything I know about the Third Reich and exile. So it just doesn't work. It's not contuitive, and it's not functional.
It's a sandcastle. It's a sandcastle or a house of cards. Yes.
It would just collapse. Yeah. And so, say for instance, Douglas, if I just stopped talking to you and stopped listening to what you said, everything in my future, I can see my future just being dark. How would I ever progress? Yes. It would just be a lost cause. There's nothing to live for. I'll just be like the rest of them. And so, no, it's just impossible. They know they can't convert me to their level of insanity. It's because it dwells down to the realms of diabolical, the diabolicon. And it's like, then you're like Peter Lavinda and Michael Aquino, that's what they want. And Michael Aquino, he's publicly stated before that he goes, I could rule the world, but the problem is the world is full of idiots.
Yes. Yes.
And so I am certainly not one of them. And so, yeah, it boils down to that, Douglas. That's the reason why I feel like they just leave me alone. I'm just left alone on that. And, I'm fully aware of their existence. And even when I bring up with Sean Stone, when he interviewed you, Douglas, he had a 3-part interview with you. And then immediately after your interview, Michael Aquino came on.
Of course.
To conduct an interview to refute everything Douglas was saying, but without mentioning Douglas's name regarding the Weserberg Castle.
Though like I said, there did come a time when he was on with Sean Stone, and he did bring up my name, and
yes,
and that's
Sean brought you up.
Oh, that's right, Sean. And then but the way Aquino was, I think it was Aquino, if I remember correctly, because Sean might have brought it up at one point, but I definitely, the way I remember it, because Aquino, he responded by saying, I've never met Douglas Dietrich. He was like saying that by bringing me up himself. In other words, when Sean Stone, it was too sensitive a question for Sean to have the guts to broach. He didn't have the guts to broach the topic. Aquino had to bring it up himself because Sean was just so suck-ass. He was just softballing him. And so when Aquino said, a lot of people are asking me about this Douglas Dietrich, he brought it up himself in one interview that they later scrubbed. But Aquino was embarrassed by his own performance because, he brought me up and that showed a weakness. Yeah, so when he brought me up and said, I never met Douglas Dietrich, a lot of people asked me about this Douglas Dietrich. I never met Douglas Dietrich, slamming his fist down. And then when they got all these responses in the comments section saying like, man, you sure expend a lot of energy denying that you met somebody you never fucking met.
Exactly. He just exposed himself. And people are quite clever now. You can see when people are lying. You can tell by just their facial expressions. And like some people point out, why does Aquino always flicker his eyelids? Why does he blink all the time, like uncontrollably? It's just like fallacious. Yes. And it's just sporadic all the time, and it's like that's one of his mind control techniques.
Yes, that reminds me.
Remember,
yes. While you're here, let me see if I can bring this up. I'll take a look for it in my files here. But let me just look this up. And I'm looking now.
Douglas, with that interview with Sean Stone, and by the way, the son of Oliver Stone, who's Vladimir Putin's propaganda.
That's right.
Who rendezvoused with him millions and millions of times, just like Steven Seagal.
Yes. Oh,
yeah, and
now
they're all in Moscow, like the anti-justice league. They're like forming an anti-justice league over there.
Yes, it's true.
It's like some that supervillain shit that came out of the water. What was that thing called?
Oh, I forgot. But I know what you mean. They're
like the league or something.
Yeah. They're like the Legion of Supervillains and shit. You know, the Legion of Doom. They call it the Legion of
Doom.
Yes.
Yeah, so like there's like some freaking icy lake in Moscow where there's like a building full of these villains, like Assad and Snowden and fucking these dictators and shit.
Yes. Yeah. And this is the part that makes it so bizarre is there, you know, when, oh God, what was it about the idiot Ian West and his defense of Aquino? He'll be right there with him someday. You know, he's not necessarily at that. Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to, I feel bad for Bashar Assad. They say he went to Moscow, so he's stuck with all those idiots.
He won't come out. Yes, he'll stay there.
Yeah. That poor son.
The go.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, here we are. So this is it. Here we go. So let me give you guys this link. I'm gonna put it in the call first, and I'll give it to both you guys privately. So here we are. Let me enter this here. Now, look at this shit. If you guys would be kind enough to click on that link, look at that. There's no mention of Douglas Dietrich. What is the point of talking about Michael Aquino without mentioning Douglas Dietrich, who brought his ass down? It's like, this is like, so what is this? It's recent. It's recent. I don't understand, like, why are they suddenly doing this? What brings this up? I mean, so it's not like you know, these guys.
They called him Aquino.
Yeah. And of course, the world of Michael Aquino, and it's like Satanism and psyops, and they mention Mind War, which is a book that fuck George. How long did that girl have your book before you finally asked for it back? And Sheila's like trying to read it.
Yeah, she couldn't understand a single word. I asked her, what was your impressions? What did you think? Give me your analysis on it. And there was no response. And I said, did you even read it? She goes, yeah, I read it. I said, did you understand what? Did you understand any of it? She's like, no, I couldn't understand. Well, there you go. It's just completely, that's the whole intent of it. You can't read it. You don't understand what he's going on about. But the Russians, they've adopted mind war in their campaign against the West.
Absolutely. Through Alexander Dugin.
Yes.
Yeah. But what do you think motivates?
Now, Putin,
what do you think motivates them producing this now?
Yeah, sorry.
What do you think?
Yes, and I guarantee, Doug. Putin knows who you are, Douglas. He knows exactly who you are.
Definitely.
He knows exactly.
Definitely.
Yes.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, oh my God! And that's why I outlined that connection, because you had Sean Stone bring up Douglas Dietrich to talk about Michael Aquino. Then Michael Aquino appeared straight after, and then you got Oliver Stone that rendezvous with Putin and Alexander Dugin, and it's just you have to you just roll your eyes back. Your eyes just roll back.
It's incestuous. It's incestuous.
Yes.
They're all an incestuous family.
It's a response to Douglas.
Yeah.
It was a response to Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, just exposing. Oh, and I've actually, Douglas, the other weekend, I found all the newspaper articles regarding Gary, Willard, Hambright, and Michael Aquino at the Presidio. When you shut them down, I've got dozens, and I have to share them. I'll share them with you. But I've got all the newspaper articles outlining it, what was going on with the scandal at the Presidio military base. I've got so many articles and documents regarding it. The UK government's response to Michael Aquino. I've got so much evidence on this piece of shit.
No, excellent. And remember that idiot Peter Moon said, I couldn't write about it because I was getting nightmares. And I'm like, what about me? I lived through it, you dumb I mean, there's just the shitty chicken shit, the chicken shitty nature of his.
He actually put that in the book.
Yeah.
He put it.
Say anything about Doug. He was like, He was like, I have no choice but to talk about Doug's life story because, you know, I wanted to do this other book, but I just couldn't handle it. That's literally what he said.
Yeah, yeah. As
if you were just like some fodder for the story, like you weren't a person or something.
Yeah, yeah. Which is exactly what Noreen Helphand told Heather Holman. Remember, Noreen Helphand said the only reason he started hanging out with me was he was hoping I would go postal, and then he could like write about me going postal and conducting some kind of horrible deed, where I pulled a Tim McVeigh or took down the
first scoop, or something.
What a
the comments are funny in this photo or this thing that you sent me.
Yeah, what are they saying?
There are people that claim that they lived right there by the record center. They're like, and then they never reply to the comments. When people are asking questions. And then someone else said, the temple of blinking incessantly.
Yes. He just constantly does it. Yes. Yeah. Bear with me. I might have to just disappear for 2 minutes. I'll be straight back. But I was going to bring up with Christine Joanna Hart, Douglas.
Sure.
Because I was having a conversation with her on Facebook, on a Facebook public post timeline, on the timeline, on the public post, and bringing up with the Third Reich in Exile. And I had to screenshot Michael Aquino's YouTube playlist. I said, look, he's got videos saved to his playlist regarding German UFO craft, German flying saucer craft. And I said, look, Christine, here's a video he saved about you shitting on him. she was oh my God. He even heard me shitting on him. It's like, yes, there you go. The man who's the PSYOP expert in the United States Army, he is there saving videos about German UFOs, not about extraterrestrials.
Oh, that reminds me. It reminds me of something else to send you. No, please keep talking. And how is your experience with Christine Joanna Hart? Because, Nemo was trying to talk to her. And of course, people get very open to her because she'll ask questions with sincerity. But I did warn people, I don't feel she's evil at all, but I do warn people it gets very frustrating because she becomes, it's like you don't really progress. I don't know. Do you ever feel you're making progress with her, or it just kind of
exactly?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like you're hitting a brick wall. You're not getting any further with her. And I am just aware of her because she's a former journalist. So she's on that Miles Johnston trope. She's on that trip with what's his name, Stephen Greer. She's very much an advocate of Stephen Greer's is just insanity of fantasy as a propagandist, charlatan. So she's on that path. She's on that level.
I remember she was so offended by Stephen Greer. She goes back to the same people she's offended by. It's her programming.
Yes, it's the form of programming, Douglas. Thank you. Yes. The same with when with her son. It was the same with her son.
Yes.
Who would say that he would speak about. I won't even go into it because it's actually disgusting. When she was saying, I had George Clooney arrive at my front door when she was in London, when she was residing in London.
Right.
Oh, it was George Clooney at my front door and she'll let him in. And no, it was Michael Aquino.
Yes. Yes.
George Clooney, the man who starred in. The men staring at goats. The men who stare at goats. Yes.
Yeah. No. Go. By the way, so I'm going to send something to you right now, and it's going to source from. You're familiar with this name. Let me give you this name in the key box here. So I'm entering this name right here in the text box, this is. Believe it or not, this young Japanese lady whose name you see in the text box, can you see that? That's when Pavel Edward had a fucking crush on. And because she retired from the porn industry and gave me her timeline on Facebook. Remember that? That was the only timeline I had for a long while. And for a long time, Pavel Edward was writing me thinking it was her. And this is how stupid this son of a bitch was. And sending me dick pics and shit. Anyhow, so you can see the name in the text box, right? Just want you to know because your email is going to come from this account, okay?
Hey, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. Okay. So
he had to step away.
Oh, okay, that's right. So I'm going to press that send button now. Yeah. Okay. And so at least he could hear me, I presume.
Yeah, this whole video that you sent about Q.
Yeah.
You're not in there. The Nazis are mentioned, and none of the comments mention that you even exist.
They probably scrub them if they do.
More information about this.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's like, yeah. So again, both of you gentlemen, what is
You've been talking for what, like 20 years now?
Yeah. What is their motivation for bringing this up now?
Mm-hmm.
Is this
just like clickbait? Just clickbait, because.
Well, it might be to people say, it might be when people, I'll tell you why. It's because when people finally do hear about me, they'll say, well, I just saw a recent video on Michael Kino, and you weren't even a part of it. Like, that's what it's for. If anything, I could easily see that the people behind it are the same people, probably that Daryl Johnson motherfucker handling Peter Moon probably produced the fucking video. And Peter Moon probably thinks that this is high-grade, virtual reality shit. Anyhow, did you get my latest email there, George? See if you can recover it, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Of course, Douglas.
And tell us what you think about it as soon as you open it. Yeah, tell us what you think is going on with that. This would be at the level of something real, unlike what that idiot Daryl James was talking about, where he's just making shit up. Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid to look at the comments in there because they'll just make me angry. Because, like you said, it's a bunch of stupid idiots saying something like, "Yeah, I wish I had more dope on this, dude." Well, there's this dude named Douglas Dietrich's been given the dope for how long? But of course, Peter Moon didn't want to put it to print. No. Sick fucks. I mean, they're all.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I'm still waiting for it just to drop into my
reset the page or refresh it, then it'll drop in.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, I left
that drop in.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, it might have went to your spam. Check your spam.
Because the latest one I got was the quantum computing. That's the latest one.
Okay, so this one's from a different account. Like I told you, do you see the name in the text box right here in the text box on the call? So if you look in the
Sorry, yes, here it is. It is in the junk. It's in the spam. How the British Army failed. Yes.
Why would that go to the spam box? Why would that go to the spam? Yeah, it's no fault of yours. I'm asking because what does it say?
We know why.
Yeah, we know why. Tell them why. Tell them the title. Thank you.
They throw you straight in the recycle bin.
That's right. That's right. But tell them what the subject is, George, so everyone will know why.
The British Army denied justice to a child abuse victim for 22 years.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. British Army collaborating with Michael Aquino. Remember he had that British intelligence guy working with him who was a friend of Stephen Outram's? Remember that dude? I can't even remember the fucker's name. He actually called into Revolution Radio saying, Douglas Dietrich's talking about me in front of my son, and my son's a child, and he's traumatizing my son. I said, at the time that I'm on, it was like, 4:30 a.m. in the morning in Britain. What the fuck would his son be doing up? His child's son. I said somebody should call the social workers on this guy. At any rate, so there you go.
Wait, who?
It was when I was on Revolution Radio. There was this British Army intelligence officer whose name I've got in my files. I'd have to look it up, root around for it.
Yeah.
But this British Army intelligence officer, look, it's our man, Magnoni. He's breaking the prison mail system.
Yeah, the girls are commenting. He's so fine. I can't wait to write him love letters in prison. And then some different chick. That's what my sister said too. And then they're like, let's make the cute stationery and stickers and snacks and shit. Like, this dude's gonna be getting so many conjugals they won't know what to do with this guy.
Yeah. This guy, he's shit, and he's already cut and buff and ripped. Jesus Christ. The prison, he'll be happy to maintain himself in there. He can maintain that shape all day in the pen.
Well, apparently after his spine surgery, he's all fucked up now. That's why he's got beef.
Oh, okay.
They probably they fucked up his spine, and then they said, "Oh, you're not covered anymore." It's like shit like that.
There you go. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the dude's a hero. But when it comes to what was I talking about? I was talking about just moments ago something. I forgot what. It was something.
Talking about Q, and then
yeah, we were talking about Q. Yeah, you also distracted me with the Legion of Doom's headquarters, right? out of the lake bed. It's a lake bed. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, the Legion of Doom headquarters in the lake bed. Didn't that belong to the what's his name? The black guy with the helmet. Black Manta. That looks like a Black Manta.
Yeah, it was Black Manta's house.
Yeah. His digs. That's right. Oh, that's so funny. And but there we are, coming soon to Moscow.
Like they're just gonna collect all the supervillains and they'll all be there. Trump will be there when he retires too.
Yeah, that's true. They'll all be there. And yeah, if Putin knows about me, Trump eventually will. If he doesn't already. You know.
Yeah, we were talking about how people don't know about you, but that thing.
Yeah, that if
we
they
can't
if
your name, and then
right.
You sent something to George about from the one thing.
Yes, that was right, and that went to spam. It was basically like George read it aloud. The British Army denies justice to a child abuse victim, a girl, for 22 years, and that gets thrown into his spam. That gets thrown into his spam.
And the guy. Oh, that's what I was asking. What that guy was. He was like, "You're exposing my child to this shit." That guy.
Oh, that dude, the British intelligence officer. Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, he was a friend. He even wrote a job reference for Steve Outram when Steve Outram is supposed to be a multi-billionaire. It's like, what the fuck does he need a job reference for? Why does this guy have to get a job reference for a British intelligence officer? That's he's a member of the Temple of Set and shit like that, because they're like fronting for each other and all that crap. I'll see if I can find that guy's name inside of my files. But yeah, he was calling up Revolution Radio saying, Douglas Dietrich, my son heard him over Revolution Radio and he started crying. He's only like 6 years old, and started hearing, "Yo, Daddy, are you as bad as this man says?" And I said, "Dad, your son's up at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. They ought to be calling the social workers on you, motherfucker." What the hell? That's like having your son up and forcing him to listen to Howard Stern. What the fuck? Because I was swearing so much. And that stupid Mike Ringley, first of all, wanting us to scream and shout and swear and do what he called a network, meaning just an Alex Jones all day, and then coming down on me for swearing and shouting and you're different from everybody else. Yeah, you're not. How you're against the white race. And why do they always get this? Like, they don't hear me abuse other ethnicities as well. It's talk about single.
That was the bootlicker guy. Him and his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's right.
What was his name?
Oh, Ahmad Painter.
Kelly.
Was it?
No, Kelly, David Kelly, Stephen.
Oh, Stephen D. Kelly. Yeah, that's right, Stephen D. Kelly. That's right, Mr. Truth Cat. Yeah.
And the chick, they were like.
Yeah, she was Freedom of Joyce, Terry Joyce. She was the handler of Stephen D. Kelly.
Yeah, so they were both on the opposite time slot saying, "Yeah, don't go over to that guy's show. He's got these platform shoes with like silver laces, and he wants white genocide. He wants to white genocide all the whites." He's advocating for that. That's what they were trying to say.
Oh, I mean, really? Yeah. Yeah. It's it sounds like a lot of work. At any rate, right. I think it's like this. It's kind of like James Bond. If he were assigned to save Western civilization, I think his impossible mission would be if he were assigned to save Western civilization from itself. There's an impossible mission for you. It's like, why would I need to promote white genocide when the whites are killing themselves off faster than I could fucking dream of? That's that's kind of fucking redundant. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Why?
Yeah, thank you. And so
I wouldn't even. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
But like America, I wouldn't even count America. It's like
it has a white culture. Yeah, that's America's not even white. It's God knows.
Like you said, they're just ready to implode. We're just ready to implode anyways. You don't have to advocate that.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to figure out
how do
I stick an image into the I might not be able to stick. Oh, that's right. I can't stick an image into the live stream. I have to stick it into our call. So let me see if I can turn on the image thing here on Skype. Skype has that capacity. The other one does not.
You can put it into the OBS if you want to, but it would take some time.
Oh no, yeah, no need to do that. I'm trying to find the picture of this British dude who was involved with British intelligence. They called it human intelligence, and he was the fucker who wrote this referral for Stephen Outram. But, I'm just trying to bring it up to remember his name. I'll see if I can find it first, but I want to be able to at least load it to where people could see it when I found it. So I'll be looking for that for a second while you guys keep talking, while I multitask, because, I don't have enough brain cells to do too many things at once. There was a time when I could do that, but, I did as many drugs as I could so that I would lose that capacity and not go nuts. Aside from all of that, yeah. Okay. So go on. What else comes to your mind? Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, Douglas. I was going to say about earlier on when you mentioned about the quantum computers. There's not enough, equations you can deposit into the computer that cannot do what the Cray supercomputer could do back in the the late 1970s to the early 1980s. The Cray supercomputer, which mapped out all the using on the molecular level, using the equations that they deposited based upon on the molecular
the components level. Of life. The components of life.
Yes, exactly.
That if the components of life were universally available in such abundance that they all had an equal chance to develop in a Goldilocks zone that was similar to Earth's. Yeah, how long would it take for life to evolve? And the conclusion was it could not. It's that life itself was simply impossible. But it's not so much the it's basically, obviously the computer can process more faster, but the point is no matter how much more it can process or how much faster it can process, it will draw the same conclusion the Cray supercomputer did, because because the components of the universe have not changed and life is no more possible now than it was then. Yeah.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. And I was going to say that was when, with Steven Spielberg, the propagandist who, that was when they released E.T., the beloved family watched movie E.T., the extraterrestrial. Once they realized that life was impossible, where life simply did not exist anywhere else apart from, it couldn't exist anywhere else apart from
the solar system, or the solar system is the best way to express it.
Outside the solar system. Yes, thank you, Douglas. And that was after the Cray supercomputer calculated the equations that was deposited into that computer system to work out whether or not life was even possible. When they found out that life was impossible and it could not manifest anywhere apart from this solar system, that's when they released the propaganda movie E.T., which represented a Filipino. And then a decade later, that was in 81, I believe, when E.T. was released. But then a decade later, in 93, 94, they released, the same director, Steven Spielberg, released Jurassic Park, where they used the same computer, the same supercomputer, the Cray supercomputer, to bring back the dinosaurs based upon DNA.
Oh, were they portraying the Cray supercomputer in that film? I didn't know that.
In that movie, yes, in the beginning opening scene, they show you the Cray supercomputer that is bringing back the dinosaurs based upon extracting dinosaur DNA from tree sap that was that fossilized mosquitoes that drew out the blood samples from dinosaurs. And that was when they brought up that most beloved franchise that everyone in the West loves, that they think that, oh yeah, we can bring back life using DNA, using the Cray supercomputer. And these are both produced by the same director who was basically funded by the United States government to produce these two propaganda movies, which everyone loves.
Yeah.
Both E.T. and Jurassic
Well, hopefully
Park.
nobody, at least E.T. is very dated. E.T. is very dated. New kids don't like E.T. I mean, that's just that thankfully was just pure generational bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, when it.
I always thought E.T. was boring.
Yeah. What was that?
I always thought E.T. was lame.
Oh, it's beyond lame. It's simply repulsive. It's just There's nothing. I don't understand. Who could like E.T.? Is a disgusting looking character.
Yeah.
And then the lore.
You'll notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all the ET movies that they ever produce, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they always portray the Third Reich's craft as their vessel for traveling interstellarly. So they're just it's just
the flying saucer has to be there, right? Yeah.
It's always a flying saucer. It's always a Third Reich craft. They all portray it. They all have it in their movies, and they're just And so unfortunately, you get these young kids nowadays going, "Oh yeah, look at that! It's an alien ET craft." No, it isn't. If you already knew. But anyway, that was just me farting, Douglas. I had to add that in there, go on a little tangent with that, because it just outlines the gravity of the situation. How people are indoctrinated. But yeah, please continue.
Oh no, I'm fine with both of you talking. I'll probably take another short break soon, just to make certain that before I dive into monologue that I've relieved myself. Yes, I'm definitely, how would I say it? Trying to look for this dude, and I should be able to find him. But if I don't find him, it's no big deal. He's definitely in my files.
Yeah, British intelligence. Yeah, thank you. No, take your time, Douglas.
Yeah,
thank you.
I mean, do you remember this character at all? Am I talking about him in the past?
I believe, peripherally, probably, but no, not consciously at this moment, Douglas.
Okay, no worries.
But it will probably jog a memory once I've seen it. But it doesn't matter. No, but thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I was going to say,
go on.
Yes. I was going to say, to go back to earlier when I mentioned Joe Rogan, because then we went into Liam Payne and then Ian West. But with Joe Rogan, when he was interviewing the guy that produced Hunting Hitler, he said to him, well, if these are all descendants from the Nazi regime, what are we going to do about them? What are we going to do? We're going to have to kill them all.
Right. That was the first thing.
Future generations. These are like third, fourth generation children.
Yeah.
No affiliation. No involvement with the Holocaust. Yeah. And yet this is their
response. Yes. Reflexive indoctrination.
I never understood that.
Yeah.
They say,
he said that.
Oh,
Joe Rogan.
Your grandpa was a Nazi. Fuck you. It's like, okay.
Oh, here he is. Christ. Yeah, I found it. Well
done, Douglas.
Yeah, Nicholas Davies. Well, I don't know if I deserve well done, but it's definitely okay. So
well spotted. Yeah, thank you.
Here we are. So let's open this up. So let's see if this loads, and gonna load that here. But that means you're gonna have to go back to the call to find it later. I see if that, it seems to be okay, gonna load up in a while. There's so many images it'll take a little while, but there we go. Let me give them to you again in your private messages so that you have that. But this way Brendan Zoki can easily go back to the call to download it if he needs to. But in your case, I know it'll be easier for you in your private messages. But there, can you see that stuff on him? HUMINT is the real evil shit. It's where, they're basically gang stalking. Human intelligence is just a military term for gang stalking. That's all it is. That's what I was bringing up on the... So Nicholas Davies is the guy. You can see him writing a reference for Stephen Outram. That should be one of the screenshots in there. And it's bizarre enough in and of itself that Stephen Outram, like I said, being somebody who is a multimillionaire, why does he need a reference? It's very bizarre that that alone shows how weird their whole incestuous situation is. He needs a reference for fellow Satanists, basically. So here we go. Let's see if we can get this. There we are, Temple of Set. Okay, and I like the one guy, the Temple of Blinking, Endless Blinking. You said it was that?
Incessant blinking.
Incessant blinking.
Yes.
Yeah. Because in that interview where he has the weird bowl cut, he's like blinking like crazy.
Oh yeah, poor bastard. Yeah, that's right. The crazy bowl cut. I got so used to stuff I shouldn't have been used to. It's remarkable what.
Yeah, what was that? Looked like fucking Spock or something.
Oh,
Like,
he was trying. He also had a fascination with Spock. You know, he wanted to be a Spock type character, so.
But that was like I mean, that looked bad even in the 70s or wherever he was, the 80s. Like.
Oh yeah. It was just pathetic, just really sad. Here we are. Should have been able to have gotten that out of there. At any rate, can you see that, guys, in the text box? Are you guys?
Yes.
Okay, you're looking at all that.
Yeah, thank
So is
you.
that bringing back any memories? I'm going to put that in your private messages. So. Okay.
I've definitely seen that guy before, Douglas. I've definitely seen him in the past. Yeah, that
Interesting.
picture
The name
there on
rings
the left.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely seen that before. I've come across that before. But yeah, no, it says it right there. Douglas just wanted to point out, wow, your recent post with Stephen Outrim Aquino. Well, he called him Outrim Job Aquino.
Yeah.
I mean, Stephen Outrim Aquino. Aquino mentions his development, which is the same school in which Nick Davis was literally endorsed by well over 100 separate people on this LinkedIn profile. So yeah, it's just, yeah.
Why does a military intelligence officer have a LinkedIn profile?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when you're in military intelligence, you found your job. I mean, it's like...
Yeah. I would have thought it would be prohibited to have that. Yeah, especially a public profile, but it's, yeah. Obviously, they have their motivations for it.
Yeah, but so I've entered them now into your private messages, George, so that way you can download them easily. Yes. So it'll take a while for... There we are. So it's finally linked into your...
Okay, now I can see them.
What's that?
I can see them now.
Okay, good. And so there we have that, and that and the let's check in now. I'll probably take another short break soon. How much more time do you think we have with you, George, before you have to?
Oh yeah, no. When you come back, Douglas. Yeah, no, that'd be just perfect. So
that'll be when you take off for the day.
I'll take or I can stay on for a few minutes longer if you need me to speak with you. A bit longer before you go into monologue. I'm more than happy. Yeah, no. So.
Well, always happy to have you, and we certainly want to
thank you.
Take advantage of your being here to speak. We're just glad to have you back. I mean, obviously we were concerned, and I'm not surprised to hear how dangerous your job has become. But then again, you always knew that. How did I did something with the... How do I get... Oh, close that. There we are. Thank God. Okay, that brings me back into the chat. And so Heather Holman said hi to that Bob White, but he kind of disappeared. It's touching, of course, that Aristides was very protective of me and was like, who are you in the chat? That was nice. But people tend to do that. They get in the chat, they just start entering, and they can't stop. They get in a like a zone. Look, Syrian rebels vow to punish Assad. It's like, so what are they going to do? They're going to take guys that used to work for him and stick them in those same jails he had people in, what they call the slaughterhouse. There's some people they took out of that slaughterhouse that are so traumatized, they don't even remember their own names. I mean, that's awful. That's just bad. But
that's what I was saying. Like, they shouldn't have stayed. I don't care what he said. Oh yeah, we made a deal. You guys stay, and I'll leave. Fuck that.
Yes. So that's what you meant by that. So explain to us a bit about. You said they should not have stayed. Are you talking about who exactly are you talking about? Those victims that were in Assad's slaughterhouse? Are these people who are now going to be persecuted by the rebels? The officials.
No, the government that he left behind. He basically ordered them all like, oh, you guys stay, and he basically said, make the transfer of power peaceful.
God, they should not have
as
stayed.
If all these militias were gonna just be like, yeah, it's cool, right?
Yeah, thank you. No, it's out.
And these idiots, like, I don't know, maybe they just didn't have money to leave, but also they probably thought, yeah, we're good,
I mean, that talk about naive.
Yeah, I hope they didn't like that, but yeah.
That's outrageous. Here we are. Let's take a look at this. What happened to the pictures? Did I? This is not what I sent you. How did you wind up with these stupid images of the stupid? What about the? There we are. Oh, okay. So they're like in separate reels or something. I sent you like a number of images of this idiot, and for some reason the images I was clicking on were not showing him. So it's like Skype arranged them in such a weird way that some of them were inaccessible unless I closed it and opened it again. Very strange. At any rate, so here we are. Nicholas Davies, Risk Solutions, Defense Academy, United Kingdom. Then it goes over to this weird DOMINT or domestic intelligence stuff because he was involved with the gang stalking. And these were some of these connections. Wolfgang Christoph, personal life coach. Look at this. A personal life coach and motivational speaker has a LinkedIn connection with a human intelligence officer in the British, military. Like, who would need that? David Love, like this commissioned officer at the British Army with no profile whatsoever. It's like, why does he bother? And here's where he's talking about Stephen Outram. He's talking about Stephen Outram. I first met Steve when I was just starting out my current career. Yeah, you were both cultists in the Temple of Se. That's when Michael Aquino was helping you move through the ranks in the British Army because of his connections with the Hellfire Club. Usually people do not connect easily after jet lag, etc. Yeah, but we were both horny and fucked all night. I have no doubt that's what happened. However, when individuals are capable of speaking sincerely, I mean, what the fuck is this? This is a military intelligence officer talking about meeting some random dude on a jet and says, oh, he and I fell into this sincere conversation. Sounds like love at first sight. That sounds really fucking gay, guys. Anyhow, pathways can be identified. I bet. Yeah, right up the shit chute. I mean, really? I mean, look at this language. This isn't for a job. This is for a dating service. And sometimes forged in partnership. What the fuck is forged in partnership? Like an alternative lifestyle? What the fuck? I had immediate respect for Steve, a quick and deep thinker who has vast capacity to comprehend the creative interjects of those around him. Like we're all numerals and shit. I mean, what is this? They meet on a plane. He writes a reference for this guy, and this guy's a multimillionaire. Why does a multimillionaire need a stranger on a plane to write him a reference? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no fucking sense. Yeah, the fact that he is prepared to take that extra step. Yeah, we know what extra step they took. Is the difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Yeah, a force for the future. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Nicholas was with another company when working with Steve at reallocate.org. Yeah. Before he became... How does one transfer from another company into military intelligence? It's like, when you get into something like military intelligence, usually you join from the get-go. It's like you join the military as a commissioned officer, and it's not like you transfer from a company into military intelligence unless they like... It doesn't even make sense because when they're working with the companies, they're just contracting you. They're just contracting you if you're working with a company. Yeah, strange shit.
The only explanation is like this guy is like, this is like his side job where people pay him to talk good about him.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that makes sense.
Like, yeah, and he's the guy who called into Revolution Radio saying, "Does Dietrich traumatize my son?" Yeah, well, don't have your son up at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. George, you've got this with Brendan? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back soon enough.
Yeah. No, thank you, Douglas. Take your time. Brendan, hello. Can you hear me?
Greetings, George. Yes.
Yeah, it's greetings. Yeah, nice to speak to you. Yeah, I did see what you entered earlier, so I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, I liked your anecdote earlier of when you were talking to your coworker at the Christmas party.
Yeah. Oh yes, that as well. Yeah, exactly, Brendan. Yeah, it's he asked me about the book, but he asked me like what is it all about? And then of course I went into, in the toxic state. So I wasn't in a coherent state to give a comprehensive explanation about what the book's about. But I was basically going by my intuitions, basically reflexively speaking what, just going by what's imprinted in my mind. Just saying to him, you're still legally at war. Daylight saving time's been there since World War II. You're still in wartime. You're still legally in a state of war. And of course, this individual just couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend what I was saying.
Hey, by the way, before I go, I had to show you this in case sometimes the ads disappear. I want to show you guys this ad before it might disappear. So let me share this. Can both of you guys see the movement?
Cursor, yeah.
Okay, the cursor. Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without. Look at this shit, Brendan. Yeah, George, look at this. Oxford Summer School for girls ages 13 to 18. How do you and I get in on this shit? Okay, what is this? Oxford Summer School for... This is fucking Hogwarts. This is fucking Hogwarts.
It is Hogwarts.
Study in the historic colleges.
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, enroll. I'm enrolling.
J.K. Rowling endorsement.
Yeah. Sponsored by Oxford Royale. I mean, those dirty old professors have got it good. Right. Holy shit. Hey, let's start something for girls ages 13 to 18. Yeah, they got to be under legal age. Man, they're awfully tall. They say girls grow first, but isn't she kind of tall for someone 13 to 18 years of age? Damn, willowy, I guess is the word for it. It's, well, I mean, I could get really dirty and rank with this, but man, I should take a screenshot of this. This needs a screenshot.
That's funny.
Yeah, if Aristides were awake, he'd be taking one. Okay, I'll load that up when I get back. No, it's beyond funny. This is suspect. It's not funny. It's fucking sus. It is funny. It is funny. It's sus. But yeah, this Hogwarts shit. Okay, I'll be back. Give me a few minutes. Thank you for that indulgence.
No. And when I went to Oxford, they wouldn't even let my ass in. They were like, you have to take a shuttle. Like, we won't let people drive into the city anymore. Like, into the old town. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
It's like completely barred from visitors unless you're on the bus. Yeah. Like... and then I'm sure they just take you to the gates or something.
Oh, yeah. They let Kay Hopkins in, and they let Tommy Robinson speak at a panel on a stage, in front of all the Oxford students. It's crazy. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Yeah, they allow them to appear on the stage, but they won't let you in, Brad. Right. Yeah, that's just awful. But But with so that the individual, when I started speaking of that, it just automatically went into like a denial mode. Just automatically went into this this state of this is just ridiculous. I even asked him as well. So so you don't believe in I even said to him, you don't believe in UFOs? He was like, no. And that's when the other individual said, oh, yeah, there is such thing as life out there. It's like, and then they're conflating the two together as if they're the one thing or the same thing. It's like, no. But it's just this, the level of, it's just that level of indoctrination.
Super indoctrination, denial, no open-mindedness. At all. Yeah, like here they get mad if you say like, we lost the war. Like I've had people just like literally start twitching and shit.
Like, you're
what do you mean? We beat the Japanese, and I'm like, dude, are you kidding? Just look around you. Like we don't even make cars anymore that are worth anything.
No, exactly. And it's just like that level. When you're speaking of that, you're literally, you can see their soul shattering. You're breaching the essence of their soul, and then you're watching them just self implode on themselves. Because it's so contradictory to what they believe. You're literally triggering cognitive dissonance, where they go down into a state of a rationalization. They try to rationalize and comprehend things. But they can't fathom. They basically go into a state of automatic denial to try to comfort themselves. And so you can see that when you present it to them. But it's the only thing that makes any logical sense. It's the only thing that is that makes any perfect rational sense, is the fact that they lost the war and you're still legally in a state of war. But they don't deny other nation states of being in a state of war to this day, with North and South Korea still legally being in a state of war. Communist China, mainland China, being in a legal state of war with the Taiwanese, the Nationalist Republic of China, which established themselves on Taiwan, and Russia and Japan being in a legal state of war. People don't deny that, but they deny the fact that, because I feel like they have a sense of, there was all that self-sacrifice. But if people take a look at the demographics of the losses during World War II, it was insignificant compared to World War One. There was hardly any losses on the Allied side in terms of British or American losses. But it's always the Russian front. They always portray themselves, oh, we suffered more casualties than anybody else. But then the Chinese were the ones that lost the most during World War II. They lost hundreds of millions of people. And so they always portray, oh, this mass, self-sacrifice, but yet they're still legally in a state of war. It's just like they use that as a front to justify them so-called winning. Their so-called their propaganda of saying that they won the Second World War. But you would think, like, in the sense of casualties and losses during proactive prosecution of belligerent hostilities, you would think, well, the side that lost the most men surely should be the losers, and the men who pay reparations to the victors are the losers. And so during World War II, the Russians and the Chinese will both say that they lost more men than anybody else, but yet they'll portray themselves as the victors. And yet it was the Allies who had to pay reparations to the Axis nation states. And it's so preposterous. It really baffles the mind that people can actually like say that, have the audacity to come up to you and say that we are the victors of World War II. And yet it makes no sense.
Yeah, with like some stupid pride. Like,
yes.
Like, we showed them, like there's so much fakery with it. It's funny.
Yeah. And why with the antithetical behavior towards quote unquote Nazis or Nazism to this day, why the campaign to still, this propaganda about them 80 years after the fact? Why, if they do not exist to this day, why is it still an extant? Why is it still existing today if they do not exist and if you were the victors of World War II?
Yes.
Why would this anti-Nazi campaign still existing to this day if you won the war? It makes no sense. And I guess when you ask the normal average layman or the average person about what's their impressions of World War II, especially, when you speak about the end of in Germany or in Europe, they'll say Hitler killed himself. And then what happened?
Yeah.
Then we won. It's like, what?
Yeah,
That
wait,
makes
what?
no sense. Yeah, it's like Franklin Delano Roosevelt died before Hitler did. That's a fact. And yet he died before. And it's like, well, you don't conclude that you lost because you lost your president of the United States? And it's like, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, it's not like a chess game. It's not like a chess game where
when the king is dead,
is gone.
When you take out the king, that's it. The most important piece on that chessboard is the queen. So it's like, oh my god.
But that just goes to show their level. It's like a game level, game board level, like Risk, like you're playing Risk or something.
Oh, what are we speaking of? Just got back.
Oh my god, Douglas. Yeah, we're speaking of. Excuse me, I've just caused. Let me just.
Oh no worry, I can burn bandwidth while you clean that up.
We were talking about
the
nonsensicalness of when you bring up facts, like what George did to a coworker, and these people just can't like absorb it. And I was telling him like here, like people will get mad if you say we lost the war. They'll be like, no, we didn't. And like you can bring up stuff like, well, American cars aren't worth shit, and no one buys them, and they'll still be like, well, we did this and we did that, and it's like just denial mode.
Yeah, and they'll go into factoids, all these little factoids that are scattershot. They're scattershot and they're not connected in context. And but then that's the problem of reality. Reality takes context. And
we were talking about the game boardifying where they're saying, well, Hitler killed himself and then we won. It's like,
and
he's a chess piece. Like
and I brought up that Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he died before Hitler died.
Yes.
Nobody remembers that.
Nobody remembers that. Or that Churchill was voted out of office.
In the middle of it, right?
Yeah, before the war ended. Yeah, and it's like they couldn't vote him out fast enough. It was like that was before the atomic bombs were dropped. He was voted out of office.
Yes. you had this vice president under Franklin Delano Roosevelt in January 1945. He was kicked out of office. Henry Wallace, because he was a traitor, because he was a treasonous card-carrying member of the Communist Party.
Yes.
And he was kicked out of the Oval Office and he had to relocate himself. I think, where was it? Where did he have to go, Douglas? Yeah, please.
I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But do you remember that his was it his grandson? It was his grandson that started writing me on Facebook and attacking me on Facebook. Remember that? That was...
Oh, yeah. Wallace. Yeah, he's had a surname Wallace as well, didn't he? Yeah, it was so insane. And yet, this guy was kicked out of office. And then they brought in Truman, who never met Roosevelt, who only met with him twice for photo ops, to have his picture taken with him. He followed up on that insane executive order of unconditional surrender. Followed up on that insane order, which no sane nation state would ever submit to those terms and conditions of unconditional surrender. It equates to genocide. And yet people will say, oh, well, Hitler died. And we're just using the analogy of a chess piece board game. When you take out the king, that's the end of the game.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, what that makes me think of... Stratego! Like Stratego, capture the enemy flag and win the game.
Yes, capture the enemy flag, like... Yeah, search and destroy, like capture the flag. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And it's like, oh yeah, you take out the main man, you take out Hitler, then the war is over. And it's like this, they use that in Inglourious Bastards when you had the SS officer goes, but you can't win the war without taking out Bormann, without taking out Hitler, without taking out Goebbels, without taking out Himmler. And it's just like, what? And this is their thesis, but yet in the reality, Roosevelt died before Hitler was supposedly killed himself. And then you had this man, Churchill, voted out of office before the atomic bombs had dropped. And yet they don't know that. They don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And then you had this... Then you had, the Grand Admiral of the Navy, Karl Dönitz, who was appointed the last Fuhrer of the surface world. They kept him alive in West Germany to the year 1980. He didn't die to the year 1980.
Yes.
That was the last Fuhrer. Yes. And you think, hang on a minute. How is that even possible?
Yeah, not to mention, of course, Himmler rendezvousing with the head of the World Jewish Congress in Germany, right, on Hitler's birthday. So they can arrange for the escape. I mean, so all credit to the Zionists. They helped Himmler and Hitler escape. That's along with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church and the Zionists were both involved in that.
Yes.
And that was in exchange for Hitler having lived up to his part of the bargain, which was in making Europe unlivable for the Jews so that they would ultimately forcibly relocate to Palestine, which otherwise they would never want to go to. So that was...
Herbert Master.
Yeah, in that sense, in that sense, the Zionists deserve their winning streak for at least up to this point. But yeah, there has to come, an end to most everything. Most everything, I'd say, most. In that case, their winning streak is just becoming, shall we say, monotonous for the Jews in terms of Zionism. And that's why, of course, oh God, what's her name again? The Scandi chick who all the, she inflames all the retards like Andrew Tate. What was a Scandinavian chick again? Andrew Tate got into a flame war with her, and he's the one who burned out. What was it? What was it again?
Greta Thunberg.
Yes, Greta Thunberg. She came out and said Zionism must be destroyed. Are you aware of that, George?
Yeah, they took her off air real quick. She hasn't been back.
Yeah.
That video where he basically he reacts to her, he attacks her. He had a pizza box, and that's when they raided his hotel room because they found the delivery.
Right.
Because he had a pizza box. He was eating pizza, and that they saw the number or the premises that delivered the pizza, and that was how they found out where it was delivered and where his location was.
Yeah.
And it was because of that attack on Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Yes.
Though, in all fairness, they always knew they were just waiting for an opportunity to, slam on him. Yeah. And it was like that was... there was something about the way she drew him out that gave them the opportunity. But when it comes to Greta Thunberg herself, once she said Zionism must be destroyed, they took her off the circuit. Yeah, we haven't heard from her since. So
they use that term a lot lately.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just basically took her out, so to speak. And that was What was the other thing with so they're all linked. You had Alex Jones, you had Andrew Tate, you had Elon Musk, all appear, all in the same call. And
get this shit. Speaking of incestuous, my God. Yeah, speaking of incestuous, when Elon Musk was being interviewed by Jordan Peterson, did I get that right? Yeah, I said Jordan Maxwell earlier in the show.
The one that Peter Moon listens to.
Yes! So you know
Jordan
about
Peterson,
that.
Who has all these Soviet relics in his face. Yes, carry on, Doug. Sorry.
When Elon Musk was being interviewed by... what was that, Brendan?
Oh, Jordan Peterson, he said all of like these rare propaganda posters from Soviet Union. He said, I wake up to them and they're all over my bedroom and shit. Literally, I'm not joking.
Oh, it's just disgusting.
He collects like Soviet propaganda posters.
It's just how do I say it? There's no words. I mean, you just
what was that?
But anyway,
what was that guy? Do you remember that video that you showed me, Douglas? Of that guy who was interviewing Andrew Tate, and then we got up and he just sniffed the seat of that
that's
chair.
right. You remember him, Brendan Zoget? Who was that? Who was that guy that you said that guy was a real rank kind of one of those losers, trying to be like one of these bros, and he sniffed the seat of that idiot Andrew Tate when Andrew Tate got up. And yeah, Brendan wasn't even shocked when he saw it. It was like, but he knew who it was. I forgot the guy's name.
I don't even remember. That's how lame it was.
It was. Remember, it was on a Tesla video talking about how lame the Tesla car was, and they were showing this the kind of people who drive Tesla, the kind of white guy who sniffs a black man's ass. Andrew Tate gets up, walks away, and then the white guy's sniffing his seat and shit. Literally, it's just hideous. I'd have to look up that Tesla video, but. What happened was Elon Musk was being interviewed by Jordan Peterson, and then he started dissing his son. So I don't know if you're aware of this, George. So it turns out that Elon Musk has a trans daughter that disowned him. So basically, Elon Musk had a son who became a girl, and then Elon Musk basically was claiming to Jordan Peterson, oh, my son died in that sex change surgery. He was claiming my son died in that sex change surgery. Now, he might have been implying that his son was dead to him after undergoing that surgery, but he was, it came across that your average person would think his son was dead. But his son spoke up after that, now a girl, so his trans daughter's name is Vivian Jenna Wilson, and she came out and said, she said the muskrat shared her dead name with the world, which she did not appreciate. A trans call it a dead name when you're sharing their original name with the world. So she said, basically, Dad outed my dead name, and she said, go sniff some fucking grass. That's what she told him. Go touch some fucking grass. That's what she told him. Go touch some fucking grass. Yeah. She said, go touch some fucking grass. And she said that she had disowned Elon Musk, not the other way around. And that Elon Musk offered to pay her literally hundreds of millions if she would just stay a boy. And she just told her own dad to go fuck himself. And so there you go with that. Imagine giving up that amount of money just to be yourself.
And the name. Yeah. That's the amount of resentment she has for the man. Yes. To give up the name and to give up all that money, fair play to her.
Yeah. That was probably the easy part.
Fair play to the girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
awful.
He must have raped that boy all the while he was growing up. That's almost like certainly what happened, because that's often when a boy decides he's going to be a girl. It's what happened to Bradley Manning when Private Bradley Manning was constantly raped in the military. He just finally just said, I'll become a girl. So that must have been what happened to Elon Musk's son. Let's see if Elon Musk sues me over that. That'd be that'd be
hilarious.
That would be the best publicity I can get, right?
You hope to get millions, Douglas. Yeah, for that. Yeah, let's hope. Yeah. Oh God, I was gonna say, whenever these musketeers come out and they start praising this individual, I always bring up his father. His father, who obviously
married his own daughter, is effectively what his father did.
2 children with his own daughter. It's disgusting.
Yes.
It's
like
absolutely
literally his own daughter.
Degenerate. Yeah.
It is his daughter. Yes.
Incestuous. It's just
For some reason, I thought you said it was like an adopted daughter. Is that the case?
No, it's his biological daughter.
Fuck. Yeah.
He legally married her. He legally married her and had 2 kids. Remember?
Yeah, do you know what? This guy I know, he went, he was so poor, Elon Musk. He was so traumatized. What his father did.
I've heard that shit too.
You fucking kidding me?
His dad owned an emerald mine in South Africa. You want to talk about human rights violations?
Yeah.
That's the premise of their dynasty. It's all based upon stealing diamonds.
Yeah.
And
but
like with Trump, Donald Trump's dynasty.
Yeah, but that was based on stealing fucking not only a whorehouse. The original name was
Japanese. Japanese property.
Yeah,
real estate.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's just one of the factors. That's just one of the factors. Yes. The original family name was Drumpf. Drumpf, Drumpf, and the original Drumpf came out here to the West Coast. He was a German immigrant, and he opened up a series of whorehouses during the gold rush. So that was the original source of the Trump dynasty fortune, where with that money, they sent Dr. John Trump to school. That's how he became an engineering doctor. And this Dr. John Trump was the guy who was sent in by the federal government Office of Alien Property to confiscate Tesla's property. The original Nikola Tesla wound up stealing a bunch of the shit himself and telling the government, it's all shit, it's all worthless. He was crazy. Took a bunch of that Tesla tech and the blueprints, and as an engineer, slowly leaked out that technology to amass a fortune for himself and the Trump dynasty. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just a dynasty of theft, theft. Yeah. And, but in all fairness, I will say this, I can easily believe that Elon Musk was raped by his father and carried out that cycle of violence with his son, who decided decided to become a girl because she was raped so much as a boy by her own dad that she said, fuck you, I don't want any of your money. None of your money can heal this, and I'm going to become a girl, and you can go fuck yourself. And but in terms of his dad, it seems like the kind of guy who would do just that. But that does not justify anything about Elon Musk. Just because he suffered that does not alleviate his responsibility for being one of the most dangerous men in the world, abusing his power to buy a presidency and just insert him and his tech bros into our government without being elected. That's outrageous. And nothing.
And I think that, sorry.
Go on. No, please continue.
No, I was going to say, I think that's why Elon Musk is following that same suit as Donald Trump to buy himself into the presidency. I think that's what he's trying to. That's my
constitutionally he can't, because he was not only not born in the United States.
Yes, that's true.
He came in as an illegal immigrant. Did you know he was an illegal immigrant? Did you know that?
He was. Yes, no, thank you for reminding me. That's true. And so, he's advocating for this anti-immigration policy in the United States. And, but he's an illegal immigrant himself.
Yeah.
And he rendezvous with the enemy more times than his own president.
Yeah,
so,
he's a fucking traitor. Though, of course, that becomes rather technical because we have to...
Yeah, George.
What's that?
I was going to ask George, did you hear when I brought up that in the 90s, or it was early 2000s, he was trying, before he formed SpaceX,
and PayPal,
after he did the PayPal sale and he started forming like the space agency shit, he was trying to buy an ICBM from the ex-Russian military for like 5 or 6 years and he would regularly visit Russia, talking to the generals trying to buy this missile, and they wouldn't let him buy it. So that's why he actually ended up making SpaceX.
Yes, you're correct. Yes. No, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that is true. I did actually read about that actually, going back a little while ago. Yeah, that was his foundation of creating space. Yeah, SpaceX. That was.
So he'd been in Russia from day one, basically.
Yeah, he's basically from day
he got rich.
Yes, effectively since the day, since the start of it, the beginning. But yeah, he's been a traitor ever since.
Yes.
Yes.
Though it's hard to call him a traitor when he doesn't really have a nation. I mean, what would his nation be?
No, that's true.
It's like he's like a man without a country. It's as far as I'm concerned, I have more roots than this fucker. Elon Musk does. He's just like a foreigner who's pretty much not wanted anywhere. I mean, you notice there's no. Yeah, thank you. It's not like there's any nations inviting him to come stay with them. It's not like communist China saying, "Oh, come stay with us, Elon." It's like nobody wants this fucker. Except maybe the Russians. The Russians would accept him, but who the fuck wants to live in Moscow unless you're in exile? You know, that's hopefully he'll get to that point someday. I mean, this is, like I said, would be ideally, I'd like to deport a lot of these fuckers to Russia because, you know, they're so pro-Russian, let them live there. And that's what I never get. If Russia's so great, like they say it is, by the way, I should bring that up. That's true. There are a lot of wealthy people relocating to Russia. That's how fucked up they are. So it is a thing now. But they're usually wealthy people you've never heard of. But a bunch of reactionaries. It's okay. By all means, anything else that comes to your mind, certainly you're welcome to spend as long as you want, George. I'll just kind of breathe, center myself before, tapping into the Fugé state and going into monologue. But, I'm glad you guys reminded me of that scumbag Elon Musk. And I take it you never knew his son was a trans girl at this point.
No, but thank you for enlightening. Yeah, thank you for enlightening.
You can hit your friends with that. They'll think differently about Musk after that.
Yes, and what's the other factor as well? He was on the Guinness Book of World Records of losing more money in a single day than anybody else in human history or recorded history. That was reported by. I'm trying to think of the outlet. Forbes declared it. That's it. It was Forbes that declared him. Yeah, he's the Guinness Book World Record holder for losing more money in a single day than anybody else. Yeah, that's Elon Musk's success.
He's no example of such. What do you remember? Did I catch you up on that whole Brandon Young fiasco?
Not lately, but obviously we've gone over it, I think, multiple times. I do remember it was on the 13th of March episode. I believe, I've got the date in my head. That was when he went off with that Sid individual. Yeah.
Right. You're talking about Trappist Nicholson. That's right. He had that other name he was using. Was Sid. Yeah. And Sid.
Yeah.
And as soon as we knocked out Ian West, then, he sent me another email trying to get back in my good graces because that's what these fuckers...
Yeah, within minutes.
Yes! Yeah.
While we were talking to Brooke, it was, weird.
Yeah. They know. They know when we're on, and they, when we're on call, and then they'll... Yeah.
And I thought Doug was just assuming it was Trampus, but he literally signed it.
Yeah.
It was like an anonymous email, and he signed it. Trampus, I miss you, Doug. Literally said that. Miss you guys.
But did I tell you that my cosmetologist V not only met and worked for a long while with Brandon Young's wife, but that she set it up so that Brandon Young's wife could be brought into the salon at the same time as me and observe me throughout the time she was working on me? Did I tell you about that?
No, Douglas. No, I'm not aware of that. Thank you.
So here's the whole story behind what happened with Brandon Young. Do you remember that he said that he had an arranged marriage with a rich girl, and she was Canadian, and he basically had a child with her, said he had impregnated her, was prepared for, you know, this child to come into the world. They had purchased, like, for instance, a baby crib, and then after that, the girl went back up to Canada and then came back. She wasn't pregnant anymore. And he figured it was to a satanic sacrifice. And we asked him, did you ever pursue that? And he said, no, I never pursued it. Just accepted that his child had been sacrificed in a satanic ritual. That's what he told us, not what we...
Right.
Yeah, do you remember any of this? From long time ago?
I don't. No, Douglas. No, thank you so much for bringing that up. Yeah, no, because I'm not. No, I'm not aware. Thank you.
Yeah, so... Okay, go on, Brendan. Yeah.
I just said it gets worse.
Yeah, it gets worse.
Oh, God.
So you brought up Forbes magazine. So,
Yes.
yeah, there was this wealthy guy named Arthur Middleton Young, and he invented the American helicopter, just like the Germans had their own helicopter in World War II, and the Japanese had theirs.
Correct.
And then this guy named Arthur Middleton Young invented the American helicopter that was purchased by Bell Company, just like Bell Telephone Monopoly Company, and then they named it the Bell helicopter because they bought the rights to it. And then once he had all that money from that, he was a multimillionaire, and that's when he threw away his wife named Priscilla Page, who he married in 1933, the same year my father Hitler and Roosevelt came to power. He had married this high school sweetheart named Priscilla Page, but soon as World War II's proactive prosecution of hostilities ended and we were into ceasefire, he kicked her to the curb and said, now that I'm a millionaire from the war, I don't need you, bitch. And in August of 1946, he married this woman. Within weeks of kicking his ex-wife to the curb, he married this woman who was named Ruth Forbes Paine. She was the heiress to the Forbes dynasty fortune. And so she had just an incalculable amount of money. And when he married her, then her name was hyphenated because she had been married to another guy before him named Paine. And Paine. But their son was named George Lyman Paine Jr., and that was Brandon Young's father. But George Lyman Paine Jr. had a wife named Ruth Hyde Paine, who was the gay lover of Lee Harvey Oswald's Russian wife. And so Lee Harvey Oswald, who killed President Kennedy, or at least was framed for killing President Kennedy, his wife was approached by them just before the hit went down. They said, hey, all the shit's going down. Come stay with us. So she stayed with them, and Lee Harvey Oswald was framed or did the deed, whichever way you know about it. They knew it was going to happen, so they were obviously involved, in it up to their necks, and they gave her shelter and what's called an alibi, so that when the feds came forward, now remember this, that the American government, when it chooses, it can be very vindictive. And the American government, when that Jewish married couple, Jewish couple, the atomic bombs, I always forget, Rosenbergs, I think is their name, Jewish couple hanged,
Rosenbergs.
Rosenbergs, yes, thank you. When the Rosenbergs spent all their time in World War II helping to develop the American nuclear weapon, they kept giving all the info to the Russians. And then before the war was even over...
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Spying for the Soviets.
Thank you. The Rosenbergs. And then what happened was, after they gave all this crap to the Russians, they were found out, and before the war was even legally over, before 1952, or in 1952, they were hanged as a married couple. No, or was it the electric chair? Either way, they executed them. So when the U.S. government really gets vindictive, they'll follow up and they'll kill you. They don't give a shit. Whether you're a married couple, they'll take you out both together. So they were going to bring Oswald up for execution, and they were going to execute his wife, Marina, who was obviously a Russian spy, along with him. They would have done that, except the people who protected them was Brandon Young's family. Brandon Young's family gave her an alibi and paid for her legal defense and said, oh, well, you see, she's my gay lover, is what Brandon Young's, I guess, what would you call him? His mother said that. And so his Brandon Young's mother was the gay lover of Marina Oswald, the man framed for killing Kennedy. And that's why Brandon approached me saying, hey, Peter Levinda's writing shit about my family killing Kennedy, and I need your help, Doug. And Brendan, you can testify to this. That was all true, right? He came up to me saying that. That was how he approached me. And
on in the Revolution radio time, yeah.
Yeah, that was in the Revolution radio days. And then, so then what happened was this woman I know, who served as our correspondent in various parts of California. She lives in California. She was the lady who drove me down to that stupid presentation in Arizona. Remember I told you about that? And then, yeah, that lady was the care provider for Brandon Young's grandmother, the heiress to the Forbes fortune. So after World War II, these guys, Arthur Middleton Young and the heiress to the Forbes fortune, they moved to Berkeley where they started this satanic cult. And in Berkeley, they were like hunting down young college kids and killing them in these satanic rituals, luring them into Satanism, then sacrificing them. And then what happened was when the husband died, you know, she was taking care of the husband, this lady that I know who asked not to be named. And she then hung on because her husband told her, take care of my wife now that I'm dying. And so then her son walked into the estate in Berkeley, fired everyone instantly, said to all the security, all the groundskeepers, you're all fired, get off the estate. And then he proceeded to start beating his own mother up, saying, sign over your power of attorney to me. Sign over your power of attorney. And so this lady said, hey, I'm a witness to this. I'll call the police. He said, go ahead and call them. See what it'll get you, because he had already bought them off. So when she ran to tell the police, they told her, you better get out of Berkeley or you're going to disappear. And then she later on learned that the woman had been beaten into brain death, but obviously after she had signed over power of attorney. So once she signed over power of attorney, that was her death sentence. After that, he beat her into a coma, and then she wound up in a care facility where she died very quickly, almost immediately. Doubtless he paid people to kill her. So that was Brandon Young's father. Then Brandon Young told us, oh, I was forced into this arranged marriage with this other wealthy young girl. We had a baby that was killed in a satanic ritual. Well, then later on, V finally cops to me, oh, yeah, I know Brandon Young's wife. Her name is Ariel, just like the mermaid in Shakespeare's The Tempest, Ariel. Yeah. And she said, oh, she has a tattoo of one angel on the back calf of each of her legs. And you know, fucking, you know, my cosmetologist V has practiced witchcraft. She swears she knows a lot about angelology, and I believe her. And she said, she asked, you know, Brandon's wife, who are those two angels? And she gave him a name, two names, one name for each angel, and she didn't recognize either of them. So they weren't fell angels, and they weren't part of the angelic hierarchy. So not of the heavenly hosts or of the damned. So she figured they were like lost angels. What was your term, Brendan? You had a special term for these lost angels or entities that this girl had on the back of her, tattooed on the back of her legs.
I forget what I said.
Yeah, but at any rate, so this girl started opening up to V and said, oh, you know, because she started working with V while she was pregnant with Brandon's child. And she said, oh, I need to see Douglas Dietrich. And she says, you mean meet him? And she says, no, just look at him. So she arranged for her to be in the salon the same time she was working with me, and said that the girl was just staring at me for hours with a laser-like intensity, like she could burn right through me into the wall, like she was trying to photographically memorize everything about me, how I moved and everything. And then she said shortly after that, she delivered the baby, and she told V, yeah, I gave it over to my mother to satanically sacrifice. And by the way, I found this out at the Presidio, of course, because at the daycare center where they were raping the infants even, what happens is this was part of like their initiation ritual for their elite. Yes. And when they were raping the infants, when a man's penis penetrates a female infant, he basically breaks both her hips. And that is how this wife of Brandon Young told V that her mother was killing her baby. She said, oh, she's killing Brandon's baby and my baby in a hotel room right now with a strap-on dildo. So you can imagine that if a man's penis can break an infant girl's hips, a woman with a strap-on dildo is going to literally kill her. It'll pierce right through to her heart. And so she says she's fucking her to death by a dildo that's going to, you know, tear her heart to shreds. And so, you know, V's the type who just grew up with a criminal background. She just rolled with it. And so she finally shared all that with me. And, oh, get this. Yeah, Ariel told her that's how Brandon wanted the baby to die. The whole reason that this all came up was because I found out from V when I was talking about Judith Eggert and bitching about Judith Eggert. V said, oh yeah, behind your back, she was talking to Brandon Young, who just said, you're a piece of shit behind your back, and told her she better get away from you because he was saying you're a serial killer and shit. And so it turns out that Judith Eggert behind my back was talking with Brandon Young, and that Brandon Young was feeding her a line of shit about me. And and he's the guy who had his own baby daughter killed by a satanic sacrifice in unspeakable circumstances. These are the people that we're dealing with. These are the kind of people that are the enemy. And to think that Brandon Young was on my show for years, never contributed a dime, yet his family's one of the wealthiest in the world, part of this dynasty they call the Boston Brahmins. And so wealthy that when I called the police to do a well-being check on them, they said, we don't do well-being checks when we get calls from another city. And I said, but it's Brandon Young. And they said, oh, of the Young family? And I said, yeah, oh, we're on it. And they went right to him. But what was the other thing about this son of a bitch? It was, what was the other tidbit about that son of a bitch, Brendan? Aside from what I've already said, it's already horrific enough where I tend to forget the other shit about him. Dion Lapierre. Get this shit. Yeah. So Dion Lapierre was this woman in Quebec who became a big fangirl of mine and was hot on me, but she got chased away by Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Eggert. They both got together and bullied her till she ran away. But the biggest problem with her was she wasn't getting any from her husband. And so her husband, get this shit, she had 3 boys, 3 sons with this husband. And after that, he stopped fucking her. And he was banned off Facebook for 9 months. Now, one time during there was an awareness day sponsored by the United Nations for child human trafficking and sexual slavery. And I produced a poster of awareness raising for that day, that awareness day. And I posted it on Facebook. I had drawn the picture myself of a young girl who had been raped by an adult male, made certain not to show any genitalia. She was just crying, and the adult male was smoking, obviously aftermath consummation, physical consummation of intimacy. And there were all these bloody rags beside him to show that he had wiped off her virginal blood. So that delivered the message. But they banned me for 24 hours. They said, oh, you're banned for 24 hours for this. So this guy got banned for 9 months because he was sending dick pics to kids and shit. That was her husband. And what she told me was, oh, my husband, obviously his name would be Lapierre. She said, he used to live in California, and he lived in the same apartment building as Stephen Outram, right at the beginning of both their computer careers. And she said he used to trade and sell used computer parts to Stephen Outram. And when I brought that up to Nemo, he was right on it. He understood right away. They're trading the pedo porn on the hard disks, just the hard drive of their computers. That's why they're selling used computers to each other, is all the pedo porn was on the hard drive. And that's how they maintained the trade with each other. So that's what they were doing in California. And here her husband had a brother in jail, and the brother was moving in with them and her 3 sons. Anyhow, amidst all this, she was looking for somebody else to hang with. And when she got chased away from me, she moved on to Brandon Young because he was always around me. And so then Brandon Young was happy as a pig in shit because he was getting the chick drop off. And then her husband stepped in, and how do you pronounce the fucker's name? Liam Nielsen? Liam Nielsen? Yeah. He pulled the Liam Nielsen, and her husband called up Brandon Young and said, Taken. Yeah, from the line from the movie Taken, I will hunt you down. I will find you. I will kill you. And that's when Brandon Young said, oh shit, I need a place to hide. And he ran to Peter Moon. And he stayed with Peter Moon. Peter Moon offered him a safe house for months while he was hiding out from Dion Lapierre's husband. And then Peter Moon, when I brought this up on air just about, hey, you remember that, keep a quiet chick? And then Peter Moon says, yeah, she's okay now. Her husband stepped up and started fucking her again. Like, how would he know that? How would he know that? It goes to show you how incestuous this whole community is of Stephen Outram, Dion Lapierre's husband, he had been monitoring me. That's how she discovered me. Does that make sense? How else would she find out about me? Yeah, and then then you add in V, all the rest of them, his whole family. This is the level at which we're dealing with. Now, what is so disgusting about this was that I don't know if you remember this, George. Do you remember Brandon Young brought on his girlfriend, a school teacher he met at the school he teaches at, where he teaches young kids? Her name was Kelsey. Do you remember this girl, Kelsey, came on my show?
I think so, Douglas. I think I can remember, him bringing on a female. Yes,
yeah.
I think I can, yeah.
Yeah, so she was a real person.
Yeah.
And then what happened was Kelsey wanted some of that money, and she figured, hey, if I marry this guy, he's obviously, brain damaged, but hey, I'll marry him, get into the family fortune. Anyhow, he proved such a piece of shit. She wasn't having no more of him and, dumped him. And that's when he started saying on air on my show, oh, she's had an acid bath accident. A whole bunch of acid fell on her. Yeah, and he, and Nemo's convinced that she's dead and that he actually killed her in an acid attack and probably used the acid to dissolve her body. That's this is the Brandon Young we're talking about. And to think that he comes on my show acting like this semi-retarded son of a bitch who's naive and, well-intentioned, but you might remember. Yeah, then he started preaching Satanism. I mean, that's when it all came out, when he started preaching Satanism and saying, yeah, they're people just like us, Lilith and Michael Aquino. And then when I, tactfully challenged him about it, he went to deny. I never said that. I mean, believe that shit? It was like, it wasn't like, yeah, it's so disgusting because I said, hey, the other day on my show, you were defending Michael and Lilith Aquino. No, I didn't. I was like, it's on record, you dumb fuck. It's recorded. It's like, anyhow, so you finally get an image of what we're dealing with. And again, remember that Michael Aquino was on Second Montenegro. He was a member of the World Affairs Council. He was opening up these branch churches that they called pylons in England. And that's how Nicholas, what's the guy's name again, that British intelligence officer, that Hugh Mint freak?
Davies.
Nicholas Davies got recruited.
Yes.
He was a member of the pylon of the Temple of Set. And, and that's how he met Stephen Outram. They're all members of the Temple of Set, and thanks to George Knight, we've got the screenshots, which I've got filed, of Stephen Outram talking to Michael Aquino. These guys are, they're brazen about their connections with each other. And there you go. Now you're all caught up on Brandon Young. Any impressions or memories that come to your mind with everything I'm relating, George?
No, you've outlined that very, very well, Douglas. Yes, I think you've painted that picture just perfectly, and I couldn't add anything more that could bring credence to it. So thank you so much. Yeah, it just outlines the gravity of what we're dealing with, and that deep-rooted connection. And it's just like they were there to begin with, and it's just that was what you've just what you've articulated. Is that these individuals, they were always on that side to begin with. Yeah. And you can distinguish them. You can distinguish the people who were always there on that side just by what they say. It's again, I use the expression, it just makes your eyes roll back and you're like, you knew, so you just knew.
You try to think the best about these people, but here's how expendable they are to each other.
Yeah.
It was when he approached me asking for help about his family's reputation concerning the Kennedy assassination and said Peter Levenda was framing his family for involvement in conspiracy to murder their own president, in other words, high treason. Then what happened was that after that, they attempted the assassination on him, which truly happened. They did, we know this because the forensics investigators told him, so there's documentary evidence of this, that they had put a firebomb that was supposed to blow up and be what the mafia calls a torch job, burn him alive in his own car. But as a backup, because that didn't work, they had also cut his brakes. And because they severed his brakes, that was how he wound up rolling off and going into this coma for about a week. And he's been disintegrating ever since. He's just been getting worse and worse. But he was always a baseline psychotic, but he was becoming, but the fact that this guy's teaching kids, but all that outrage aside concerning that, it shows you how expendable he was as the heir to an extraordinarily wealthy dynastic fortune, and yet they tried to kill him, the Temple of Set, that he himself is involved with, because he was always a Satanist. He was always, all he ever delved into was Satanism. If you ever took a look at, Brendan, who was that guy he was making the videos with, where they were always quote unquote trying to deconstruct people, and you know, they'd attack. Yeah, who do you remember that guy?
Rasmus?
Something like that. Might have been that.
Are you talking about Brandon Young?
Yeah.
Making videos?
Yeah.
I think he kept saying my friend Rasmus.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they were making.
They would just find old occult books and like talk about them or something.
Yeah, that was his life.
Yeah.
And it's like these people have nothing else other than their Satanism. They are married to it. And so all that being said, so it is what it is. But we know now that we're down to the unkillable core, pretty much. We're like, the people around me now are trustworthy. They've been through it all, and that includes yourself, George, of course.
Yeah. Yes. Much appreciated. Yeah, thank you. And I was going to say, I do appreciate you having me on the show, and I do appreciate our time together tonight. And so, I will say goodbye very soon to you. But yeah, thank you for enlightening me on that situation and the development with Brendan Young and what has been ascertained about him. And so, just put things into perspective. It puts things into a more dynamic and more, it just makes things more crystal clear, more clarity to it. And it just shows the evidence that he was always there on that side. And he was certainly brain dead and brain damaged. I remember you tried to help him out by going, look, you suffered brain injury. This is now developed into brain damage. It's incurable now. And so I remember that very well. And he just didn't take that to heart. He didn't take it as a sense of you were literally trying to like help him out. He took it as like kind of like an offense. And he was just always with this monotone, this stigma of he tried to get response out of people by you don't know whether he was being serious or whether he was just talking shit. You just didn't know with him because he was so monotone. He didn't have any sense of delivery, and he was just, you didn't know whether to take him seriously or not, this individual. So it was just elaborating that he had brain damage. This guy was literally impotent. Yeah, but he was always fascinated with his Satanism because that was the only thing he would ever talk about.
That's right. And he called himself what was it again? Some kind of investigator of some sort. I mean, what a load of shit. He's a practitioner, not an investigator.
Practitioner, yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was a practicing, Satanist. But I don't miss the guy. Don't miss him at all. And it was always the same with anyone that was on the show. I always show them respect because they were on the show. And I always, you have to show people respect because they were on your show. And because this is your show, Douglas, with, I give you the utmost respect out of everyone, and including that includes Brendan as well and Aristides and Sammy Romero. I have utmost respect for all them. But, when anyone that appears on the show and Nemo, of course, as well, can't forget Nemo. But with everyone that comes on ever in the past, I've always shown them respect, because they're on your show. But then, as soon as they get exposed, it's like, I don't miss them. It's not a loss. They were expendable to us, and it's what happened to Brendan. He's an expendable asset to that Forbes dynasty. They could give a shit about him.
Thank you.
Trying to kill him off.
He must be a real idiot. It's like, because the logical question is, well, why don't they just give him a job? Like, you know, like a cushy position as a CEO. That's kind of like a dead-end office job where, you know, you're just being paid to say you're a CEO. And
It'd be good, yeah.
But like Brendan, yeah, he's too crazy.
Didn't he call up his Didn't he call up his neighbour and say that I'm going to kill you? And
yes.
His neighbour called the police as well.
Yes.
And he said that. Oh, I was only joking. It's like, well, if you ring someone up and say you're going to kill them, I would expect them to take it seriously.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially with your monotone, you know, the way he communicates. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Because he would always say something. He'd be like, he would start laughing. It's like nobody else is laughing.
That's right. Yes.
What? Nobody. What?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, from my background as a barman, I would, you know, get the punters that come in on their own, and they got no one else to talk to, so you're forced to talk to them because you have to serve them, and then they try to get in a conversation with you, and you end up learning to give them the noises they want to hear, kind of like when you're intimate with a person that you don't enjoy having sex with or copulating with. You kind of like give them those noises, those fake noises, just to
it's
make
kind of like what I was doing with Peter Moon.
Like
when Peter Moon would talk, I would basically tweak his balls and giggle and coo. Yeah, and like you know, Brooke Gibson said, it always sounded like I was sucking cock, and it's pretty much what I was doing. Only the horror is, you know, here I am. It feels like I'm sucking cock, but it feels like he's draining me. That's you know, that was what it was like with Peter Moon. But anyhow, so go on.
Yeah, exactly. That was just like with Brendan when he would say something. And do you know what? I've purged all the examples. So I had examples at one stage. I can't remember any of them now because I just purged them from my memory. But like some instances, he will come up with something. He would just throw something in the mix, just throw something completely random in there. And I was like, he would start laughing. I go, all right. It had no connection to what I was speaking of. And he just throws something in just to throw me off track, just to throw me off line.
By the way, Brendan Zogate called his laugh the Squidward laugh. Is that right, Brendan? The Squidward laugh is what that which in
it was
case
sinister.
Yeah,
Squidward or Squilliam. Yeah.
You'll have to explain to our man George who Squidward is. It's like Peppa Pig. It's like an American Peppa Pig type show. It's
SpongeBob. I'm sure you know what SpongeBob is. It's just he was the grouchy neighbor, but he would only get off on other people's suffering. He's like, because all the squids were all like uptight and shit in that show. So he would just like, every time SpongeBob would be all fucked up, he'd be like, ha, ha, ha, ha, ha, you know? Stuff like that. And that's what Brandon would do. He would be like, when people were suffering, he'd be like, ha, ha, ha, ha, you know? And it was bizarre the way he would do it. It was just very odd.
Yeah, and I like what you said to him, Douglas.
Where he thought he was smarter than everyone.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, we don't know where the fantasy ends and when the reality begins with him. We just didn't know ever. Yes, it was just,
Well, like I said, there were a few things you knew were true. Like his assassination attempt, we knew that was true because there was documentary evidence of the forensics on the car.
And his car crash and everything.
And his hospitalization. So we knew that much, and that's why we gave him so much leeway. We kept thinking of him as being brain damaged, as well as drunk all the time. But in terms of other than that, now we know far more. He's far more worse than we've ever imagined. It's he's literally unspeakable. There we go with that. And
and it's just like with Ian West just say, oh yeah, I used to hang out with Liam Payne. It's like, no, you didn't. Where the hell did that come from? Oh yeah, he's my boy. Yeah, we used to hang out. Yeah, give drugs. Apparently he was on drugs when he was pushed out the balcony. Yes. You're not helping your cause here.
Exactly as you said, it turned out it was a whole gang of people that sacrificed him on Aquino's birthday. And that makes sense because the British connection through the Hellfire Club and the pylons of the Temple of Set in England. And
he had multiple injuries as well. He had multiple injuries prior to falling. So the coroner, the autopsy could conclude that based upon evidence of his decrepit body, just his mangled body. He had prior damages, so it showed he was beaten up, and he had burnt candles everywhere. He had all these lit candles. He had, the room was smashed up, so it showed evidence of resistance. This wasn't a boy that just randomly, through any means of any form of response, started going off on a tangent or rampage or started destroying the hotel room. The actual, some of the work staff actually heard a commotion. So it was a resistance. So there was damage to his body prior to the fall, and it wasn't a result of falling damage or hitting the pavement beneath him. There's a 3-story, it was like 3rd floor up. So it was, enough to, cause fatality. But it wasn't like indicative of a fall. It wasn't, the results was not anything that could be a result of just a simple, he just slipped over the edge and he fell, plummeted to his death. No, he had injuries sustained prior to the fall itself. They had concluded that, but also they detained various people from members of the staff at the hotel to people he was involved with, that he rendezvoused with in Buenos Aires in Argentina. And this is the final conclusion, and we haven't heard the end result yet, but and then you had Ian West just say, he was my guy, we hang out with each other. He was part of the Disney cult with like Zac Efron and all that. He was part of that Disney background, Britney Spears and all that. It's just
and then later he claimed he was the drug dealer,
Oh my fucking
After we
god.
called him out.
It was
Oh god, how could I forget? I remember it now that you say it. It's one of these things I try to forget. It's
he said it's like, he flew in every 6 months. After we countered him on it, then it was every 6 months.
What no wonder. Go on.
Sorry, Douglas. I was just going to say, with the 16th of October being Michael Aquino's birthday, it was also the anniversary day of the Nuremberg hangings of the prominent military echelons of the Third Reich, where they executed.
And it was in Argentina, which is
That's right, which is a Nazi.
The Reich's escape zone.
Yeah, the Reich's primary escape zone. Yes, that's and that makes sense.
It's a sacrificial day. Yes, a sacrificial day, and and that's what people have concluded it was. It was a sacrifice, and it was just really bizarre with like the numbers. When it comes down to occult numbers, it was people would point it out like, oh, he had like 333 million followers. Something. It was so precise. It was too much of a coincidence. You know what I mean? It was like it was synchronistical. It was just too much of a coincidence. So many things happened on that day that it was just too much of a coincidence. You can't have so many multitudes of factors going into play that was just by just chance, by sheer miracle. It was something far more sinister at play, and so we understand that. Yes. But yes.
But he tried to cover. He tried to cover the slime trail. He was trying to cover the slime trail.
Yes. But at any rate, where to go? Yeah. Anything else to add, Brendan? At all? Is there anything else to that, or anything else?
Brendan, if you can think of anything else to bring up while we're blessed with George's presence, that would be appreciated. I'm always.
Some combo with George. George is, has brains.
Yes.
Try to anyway.
And he's able to. Yeah, he's able to articulate properly and all this.
Yes. Yeah, and definitely. And so, George, did you ever have a chance to read that article on the National Health Service and the decline of the British life expectancy and all that?
Oh God, yeah, just like the deaths, the amount of people that have died as a result. Yeah, I've got the article right in front of me, Douglas, and so I had read it a few weeks ago when you first sent it to me.
By all means, share with our listeners. Share with our listeners what you've learned, and please, because your own wife Sarah worked with this environment for so many years. You have a deeper insight than most certainly. I'm sure she could go on about it for hours.
No, absolutely, yeah. Just to stay on that train of thought as well. Like I said earlier with Brenda, I think when we were talking privately, just when you were on your break, Douglas, mentioned the fact that when it comes down to people's perception of World War II, they conclude, and I mentioned about the number of deaths. So the Russians, they would say that we lost more men, we had far more sacrifices, we had more fatalities and casualties than the Axis. Therefore, we had such a we had a far more sacrifice. We sacrificed more for our freedoms. And with the other factor, people think that they're victorious, but they are unaware because ignorant of history, their naivete with history, is that it was the Allies that paid reparations to the Axis nation states. It was the Allies that paid reparations to the Japanese for the reconstruction. This was all thanks to several factors with Douglas MacArthur and George Cartlet Marshall, who was a general. He was the only general in world history who was given the Nobel Peace Prize because he was the only general, the only military man in history that helped establish the Marshall Plan, which was the distribution of Allied reparations to the Axis to rebuild Germany in Europe and to rebuild Japan. And the difference between every conflict or declared war in history, the one thing that all other nations, apart from World War II with the Axis, the one thing that they all factor in, which is common, that they all have similarities to, is that countries such as Vietnam, Cambodia, Iraq, you go through every conflict, they have enormous amount of poverty. Whereas when it comes down to the Axis during World War II, they were paid reparations by the Allies, equivalent to billions of pounds sterling in today's money, to rebuild and reconstruct their country and their economy. And this is what the Allies were forced to do based upon the result and the decisive conclusion of World War II. They lost that war ultimately because it was the Allies that paid reparations to the Axis, not the other way around.
That's quite
the
correct.
Allies lost that war. And with Britain suffering the loss of its global empire in 1945, they were forced to give up their empire. They suffered years of austerity, meaning the cost of living was so detrimental. We had a significant surge in deaths based upon years of austerity after World War II, and this was a result, the ultimate result of losing that war. And so that's just what I wanted to just throw out there, Douglas, when it comes down to that. When it comes down to World War II as a historical reality, the Chinese suffered more deaths than anybody else. But then you'd think by a form of like monopoly, in terms of, who would be the winner in a war game, you'd think the side that lost the most men would be the losing side.
Of course.
Well, the Russians admit they lost more people than anybody else. But the reality is the Chinese lost far more than the Russians ever did. They both ultimately lost hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. When it comes down to the Americans and Britain, they lost very few casualties compared to World War I.
Yes.
They lost far less. And yet they portray themselves as victors, but yet they lost the equivalent. After World War II, they've lost tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, as a result of losing World War II.
It's true.
The years of austerity. It baffles the mind. And this is why I don't tolerate these people anymore. When I present them with this information and they tell me, like that individual did, that you don't believe a word I'm saying, it's so insulting. And it's like, if you went up to a Holocaust survivor, and I'm not talking about how Benjamin Netanyahu propagandizes Holocaust survivors, because they tell you that they're the ones that suffered on Vladimir Putin's birthday on October 7th, 2023, that they suffered. Holocaust survivors living and raving in a festival in Tel Aviv. I kind of don't even know which part of Israel it was based in. It could have been Tel Aviv, it could have been one of the other major cities. But like, when you get these, if you got to an actual real Holocaust survivor and you deny the Holocaust, this is the equivalent when people tell me about, I'm making shit up. It is so insulting, and it is so, what's the best word in the English to express it? It is just...
It almost defies putting into words. It defies.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you got to a Holocaust survivor and say, don't worry about it. It's like going up to a rape victim. Someone who has experienced rape. She's expressed, or he or she is expressing to you their feelings and what they went through, and then you turn around to him and say, "Oh, you'll be all right. Don't worry about it. It wasn't that bad." And, that's the level. That's how I felt when this individual was telling me I'm making this shit up and I'm basing everything on fact, and it's like you're basically denying the deaths. You're denying everything. And it's like with my book, Douglas, it's a result of the disc war. It's a result of our ongoing legal state of war with the Third Reich. Now, men have died fighting them in belligerent combat, in belligerency, in actual armed combat.
Well, not only that, you would think that the British people that you're speaking to would be quite proud of the fact that they had a secret space program in which the British, not the Americans, built combat spacesuits. It wasn't the Americans.
In the 1940s. In the 1940s. This was beyond the realm of just a conceptualization. This was implemented. They had a strategic plan to counteract that government in exile. They knew what they were contending with. And so, it's just like you bring up all these factoids, all these factors to these people, and they go into this denial mode. And it's just like tens of thousands of Air Force pilots and our Royal Air Force pilots have died, and the Soviets have lost far more than what we have in actual armed combat with the Third Reich in exile. And then they go into this denial of history. They go into this level of denial and just... self-loathing, pittiness, and it's just like, they know what I'm saying is true. They know they have lost. They got nothing else to show for or be proud of. There is nothing else they have. What else have you got to be proud of? Because nowadays you have these stances of anti-immigration, and you've got this other stance of people just saying that we are being outbred. We are being the white race is being outbred. And I say to people when they say about, deport all the immigrants, all these asylum seekers that come to this country, and it's like, what are you going to do when you got no one left to pick the cornfields? When you got no one left to do all the stuff? What are you going to? Are you going to go off in the fields and start doing the farming? Are you going to go off and start? Are you going to do all the hard labor work? No. And it's just they're on that, like you said earlier, Douglas. They're on a sandcastle. It's going to eventually fall. Well, that's the trajectory. I'm going off on a tangent. I'm making coherent sense. I'm just rambling. I'm going on a tangent because I understand the gravity of the situation. I can fully comprehend it, and it's just trying to express that to people. And it's just like that's what I'm contending with. I'm dealing with people who want every single person of foreign ethnicity out of this country. They want everyone out. And it's like, who's going to be left to do all the hard work?
Thank you. No. It's so true. It's like there's this racism about the immigrants that they're economically dependent on. It is something that it blows my mind that they can't see what's coming, the results of their asinine actions. I'll obviously touch on this, if not in tonight's monologue, then certainly, Sunday. But in the text box, if you'll take a look in the text box, Brendan Zoget just entered the fact that Biden is blocking Nippon Steel, who wanted to buy the very company that helped build World War II hardware. And so this sounds like, more proof the Japanese won the war. They're buying up our decrepit companies to the point where the president has to step in to keep them from doing that. So if you take a look at that link, that's another, the evidence is just, it piles up and piles up, but none of these people will see it for what it is.
I'm looking right now, Douglas, at Japanese technology. I've got Sony, I've got Samsung, I've got all this in front of me. This would not be here in front of me if they had lost the war.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be a single Asian Pacific Islander, whether it be the white Caucasians of Asia, being the Japanese, whether it be the Sino ethnicity, whether it be anyone in Asia. Because if the Americans had it their way, and the Allies, they would have exterminated every single last one of them.
Yeah, they would have. They would have, because that's what they articulated. Yes.
They were, and they were following up on Jack London's plan of the yellow, the unparalleled invasion. The unparalleled, yes. They were following up on this insane plan of populating Asia with white Caucasians.
Yes. Yeah, that was
this is their intent, the ultimate plan. And so when you have, when you got technology in front of you, which sources from Japan, it's just, you can't deny it. And they live one of the highest quality of life, if not the most highest quality of life compared to anyone in the West. They don't sustain things. They are not susceptible to homelessness and anything they do is so minuscule, comparatively speaking, to the amount of poverty and just that it's just I could go on about it for hours. Yes, thank you, Brendan, thank you, Douglas. It's just,
of course, not perfect, but compared to any other country, it's like leaps and bounds ahead. I mean, of course.
Yeah, as you said, it's not perfect. I mean, they're a country that sustained more earthquakes than anybody else. One of them are on one of the worst, and they seem to just they thrive and sustain very, very well.
I guess a better way to put it would be they have their own idiosyncratic issues, of course. But how would I put it? Culture has their own things going on in amongst themselves. Overall, in a world level, doing amazing.
Not to mention you mentioned about cars. Toyota, the most purchased car in the United States. That and it's German cars. It's Japanese cars. It's
like the car I have is built by Fujitsu. It's called Fujitsu Heavy Industries. Those are the same people that made the Zero and everything. Yes. And people cry about that, but we still buy them because it's the best car you could buy, and it's an all-wheel drive. It can go up in the mountains. It's like American cars are shit.
Yeah.
But I basically am supporting the company that quote unquote destroyed the battleship and all that shit.
Yes, and that's right. The battleship.
I'm proud of, which is
it's
why
all
I chose
office. It's all Office of War Information bullshit. Elmer H. Davis, who turned every single battle into a victory.
Yeah.
Douglas, I do apologize. I do have to make a move on.
Understood.
But
we love you dearly.
Soon, so we can continue.
Of course. By the way, just so our listeners understand, the battleship that Brendan is referencing is the Arizona in Pearl Harbor, where the Americans go to see that, and they don't understand the horror behind it is that Americans were left alive in that battleship, so that they couldn't report how the battleships had been mined and taken down by the Americans themselves, so that they would have something to galvanize and mobilize the public. And certainly the Japanese did their part to sink them.
What about the cigar subs? I thought that was the cigar subs that got past the blockades.
Yeah, they were in the port and they did damage, but the Americans wanted to make sure. The Americans really didn't think the Japanese could take these things down. And so they mined them, and the people in the ships would know that. And they didn't want any witnesses, so they wouldn't allow them to be rescued by the salvage divers, who could hear them knocking from inside the ship for weeks thereafter. Probably ultimately succumbing to cannibalism before they died.
And people see that shit. I can believe people paid extra for that stupid boat ride to go see the bubbles and shit.
They go see the bubbles coming out of the sunken battleship. If only they knew the story behind it, so that they would have a greater appreciation for what they're looking at. Murdered by their own government, of their own troops. But yes, so we love you dearly, George. Stay safe and be well.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, I'll speak to you soon, Douglas. Thank you so much. And Brendan, thank you so much as well. It's great being on with you, gentlemen. And look after yourself. And good night and good morning to everyone listening. And I'll join you again soon, Douglas. Take care. Please support Douglas.
Thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate that.
Good night.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
That's nice to see you.
No, thank you for having me on again, Douglas.
Of course.
All
Anytime.
all my love.
Yeah. All my love, and share it with your family. Okay. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, Douglas. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Gratitude, George. It was good hearing
Yes.
from you.
Yes. So always good.
The only one who never pushes for donations, but it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't,
He did. He
not-
says, "Please support Douglas." He says that.
I'm saying I've never said it.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. There we are.
But
That's
I hope
true.
another way.
That's true. That's true. If you said it somehow it might discourage them.
That's why I don't say anything. They're much more articulate with it. I'm just like, this dude needs a toaster, man. You know?
Yes. That's it's sad. Yes, but well, hopefully I get that soon enough. What I will do now is I'll launch monologue. You're welcome to hang and interject if you feel like it, but I wouldn't be surprised if you want to take off and go to sleep yourself. And it took me a while to get the fish joke, the fish flopping around, and then you gave it the name.
Yes.
You saw that when I wrote. Oh my God! Once I got it,
That's what you meant. Yeah. That's what it
Oh.
feels like. It's fucking Magikarp.
Oh my God. It's it's apropos. Oh man, it's yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we don't all have money for Kratom, you know. Kratom, but it's okay. It's whatever.
Okay. Well, do say good morning to everyone.
Yes, good morning, and yeah, support Douglas if you can.
Thank you.
He needs a toaster.
among so much else. Yes, that's ultimately some woman to take me in out of this hellhole. Yes. I'm open to propositions, ladies. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. At any rate, okay. With
we
that,
need those. What did they call them? Those thick goth chicks. We need a goth chick stat.
Yeah, there we are. There we are. Yeah, I'm eclectic in my taste. Pretty open.
I mean, who else would want to sit with a vampire? You gotta pick. You gotta kind of like.
Dude, you'd be amazed. It's like you said. There's a thrall there. I mean, I told all these ladies you don't want to come to this flat, and they want to come to. They keep wanting to come to the flat. It's like I don't know. There's some mystique about how horrible it can be. It's but yeah.
I heard you were using a hammer and a chisel to open your cans. I knew how bad it was. I grew up in a house like that. Yeah,
Thank you.
That.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Yeah, thank you. But beyond that, it's the all the normie chicks, not just the goth chicks, the normie chicks, they love that vampire shit because they grew up with fucking Twilight and Anne Rice and all that shit. So all the chicks are into the vampire trip. So we'll just see if it finally pays off and gets me a new home. Vampire seeks adoption. Okay. Looking for a chick takeover, and it's
I'm telling you, we got to merch,
Yeah, merch and shit.
Once you have a brand happen,
Well, I mean, Victoria would be great, but I don't think she wants to stay out there and bumfuck in the middle of the woods. I just would not be comfortable out there. I would not be comfortable out there in the fucking, every camping trip I ever took turned into a reenactment of the Blair Witch Project, and that's what I'd feel. That's what I would feel like out there.
I could imagine.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Of course. It's like, but
like, what did you say earlier? It was almost sounded like you were like going camping with Q or something.
Oh, that was what. Okay, that's what you were talking about. Yeah. That's right. What was I bringing up about that? Where I was talking about the. Fuck, where was that? Was that in Africa, or was I talking about the actual camping here in the United States with the police?
No, this was something around. Yeah, it was something around here we were talking about.
Oh yeah, the snowballs. Was that the snowballs?
Yeah, the snowball fight. You out camping or something?
Yeah, Police Athletic League. Police Athletic League. When I was at John O'Connell Vocational Institute, and then the Police Athletic League was taking ghetto kids out to Yellowstone Park. So I mean, there was, get this shit. We had this one just drop.
Yosemite.
Yeah, Yosemite. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out with that. How did you know?
Because Yellowstone is in Wyoming, unless you guys drove all the way over there.
No, it was. I hated that experience so fucking much. It was, yeah. What was it again? The other
Yosemite.
one. Yosemite. I hate that place.
It's like a beeline. It's a beeline from like SF. You just go down to.
There we are.
You go through Livermore and over the hill, and you're pretty much there.
That's it. We went to Yosemite. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, we went to hell. As far as I'm concerned, we went to fucking hell. There was this one girl, drop dead, beautiful, gorgeous chick, looked like Penelope Pitstop. It's a bigger tits. And I don't know if you ever saw the cartoon Penelope Pitstop, but
and lock that down.
I wish. The fucking police were all over her. The cops were taking us out there, but there's this little black kid who was with her, and he was like, it's obscene. You're talking about somebody who was like, it's like Gary Coleman when he was like 12. Imagine that. And this fucker is like talking about this white chick who had this growth spurt in everywhere imaginable, like in all the right places. But and he's talking about her just out loud. I want to get between them legs. Slop, slop, slop, slop, making all these sucking, lapping sounds like a dog. It was like, and it's at 12. At 12, it's like it's like really obscene. It's like no sense of boundaries. No sense of boundaries. Yeah. It's just like I guess you could say. And the funny thing is, of course, I grew up in the Tenderloin where I was surrounded by blacks and that kind of talk, but you'd think you would escape it, but you can't. It's just like just out there, and it's that was the least. That was the least of my traumas. Of course, it's just awful. It was just awful. The whole experience was awful. Honestly, she was the only redeeming feature. But yes, I was not jumping into it because I was afraid one of the cops would shoot me. At any rate,
but say you fell off a cliff in Yosemite.
Oh, which I pretty much did anyway. Oh my! I actually got lost at one point and somehow found my way back. It was just wretched people. It's just but there you go. It's and I kept thinking it's me. So I tried camping again, a few times after that, 3 or 4 times. That's how stupid I am. And each time, no, it's not me. It's the outdoors.
You definitely don't have that. You have a city.
Thank you.
Chart. Your chart is more city.
Thank you. Definitely, I'm a city boy all the fucking way. Yeah, that's my jungle. Okay, that's my home. Congested, urban, concrete, asphalt jungle. Okay, that's my jungle.
There's still nature there. I mean, you can still find it. It's just.
Oh, believe me, it's encroaching more and more. Take a look at Florida. There's this woman who specializes in photographs of how Florida's sinking back into the fucking sea. Let's see. Photo essay. Florida sinking into climate change. And see if I get that. Climate change as you've never seen it before. Here we are. Yes. Here we go. Let me do a screen share here. And it's like, okay, can you see the cursor moving? There we go. And here we are. Climate change as you've never seen it before. Russian-American artist Anastasia Samoylova documents the aftermath of rising sea levels in South Florida, challenging the way we think about climate change. And she says it just right. Basically, it's so fucking funny what she says. It's flood zone. She calls it flood zone, and it's like, they don't show it in this article, but in other articles she said, we're all going to die. She said, because the gators are everywhere. The fucking gators. This is like in a swimming pool and shit. The gators are everywhere. Yeah, the palm trees are taking.
Apparently, they deal with them so much they call them swamp puppies. They're just like, you just like slap them on the head and just they run away and shit. Like people have gotten used to them or something.
Yeah, that's if you're lucky. That's if you're lucky. You know, there's times when they don't respond like that, and believe me, they'll smell a woman's period. They'll come up and just try to snap her ass off. When they so here we are, look at that, Miami is flooding. Yeah, it's oh man,
too bad Ian's not there.
I was just about to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth.
What was he talking about? He's like, I've been in Orlando forever. Why didn't you just stay with the ship? Go down with the ship.
No shit. Well, he's sinking where he's at, man. He's in fucking swampland out there in the nether fucking world.
He never did tell us where he moved the second time.
That's right. That's right. But he told Brooke, because he asked her to move down with him, remember? Come on down, Brooke, become a waitress here. I'll get you a job as a waitress. He was wanting her to be the breadwinner while he stayed home smoking pot and meth and crack all day and shit. Yeah, and she could go out and earn the tips. And he had it all planned out.
Fuck getting a job out there at a restaurant. It's like they pay you $2. I'm not joking. They pay you $2 an hour.
Yeah.
In the presumption that you're gonna live off tips. I mean, how evil? What kind of system is this?
Well, it's, what do you think? It's Ayn Rand's ultra godless capitalism. It's godless capitalism.
Stupid. And I'm sure, and they're like, oh well, we make more than an average minimum wage worker, but it's like, but they should still be paying you so you can make even more.
Why
are you settling for that?
I mean, why are you even bothering with logic? Their logic is, I'm big, you're small. I'm rich, you're poor. It's there you go. It's
we're gonna have more of them.
Well, I'd better get to monologuing about these fuckers. So
go ahead. Because people are gonna revolt against me if I keep you from monologues. All right, good.
Okay. Well, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Blessings.
Right. That's our man. Okay. And so now it's 12 minutes after 8. I'm jumping right into it. And okay. So what you need to know today. The FBI director, Chris Wray, is resigning under pressure from Trump. Elsewhere, price growth ticked up in November as inflation progress stalled. The pace of price growth ticked up in November to 2.7%, a sign that efforts to cool inflation in the U.S. economy may be stalling. The stalled progress adds pressure on the Federal Reserve, which had hoped to continue bringing down interest rates heading into the new year in tandem with slower price growth. Now, analysts expect the Fed to pause its rate cutting in January. And after trois major New York City cases made news on Monday, CEOs conferred on the United Healthcare backlash in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco about online fans of the Creed assassin. A Long Island man who choked an unarmed New York City subway rider for 6 minutes in 2023 was acquitted by a Manhattan jury in his death, immediately inflaming issues of race, crime, and disparate treatment. The verdict cleared Daniel Penny, whose attorneys told jurors he was trying to protect other riders from an agitated, gesticulating Jordan Neely of criminally negligent homicide. A more serious manslaughter charge was dismissed because the jury deadlocked on that count. Neely's father decried the verdict as unjust. During jury selection, the New York Times reported prosecutors had accused the defense of weeding out potential jurors because of race. You see, Penny, the Long Island murderer, is white, whereas Neely, the victim, was black. Penny was recently sued by Jordan Neely's family over his death. Meanwhile, with sympathetic merchandise up for sale and one-star reviews proliferating, companies are trying to stifle support for the man arrested in the killing of a healthcare CEO, a 26-year-old man suspected in the fatal Manhattan shooting of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson, having been arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania. According to police, the man in question, identified as Luigi Magnoni, was found with a manifesto, multiple fake identifications, and a so-called ghost gun with a suppressor, similar to the one used in the shooting. Now, this is in an era of underperformance. The crisis neither party is equipped to handle. America is again facing an educational crisis, and there is scant evidence of the political will necessary to address it. A new study conclusively proves that adults are becoming less literate. Roughly 1/5 of people aged 16 to 65 perform no better in tests of maths and reading than would be expected of a pupil finishing primary school. We must transition through dictatorship to earn democracy, because decivilization may already be underway. You see, in 1957, the Greater Soviet Union shocked the world with the launch of its Earth-orbiting Sputnik satellite. These United States, fearful of the security risk and hoping to make the nation more competitive with foreign powers, reacted with dramatic investments in science and technology education. In 1983, A Nation at Risk, the title of the report published by the National Commission on Excellence in Education, warned of a rising tide in mediocrity in American education that threatens our very future as a nation and a people. Those warnings helped spark a bipartisan national effort to improve the schools, and the following decade saw major federal initiatives such as George W. Bush's No Child Left Behind Act and Barack Obama's Race to the Top program, accompanied by a major state-level reforms to boost achievement. America is again facing an educational crisis. Yester Septimania, last week, the New York Times reported that American students turned in grim results on the latest international test of math skills. That test, the TIMSS, or the TIMSS, Trends, that's an acronym, it's acronymous for Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, found that fourth graders have dropped 18 points in math since 2019, while eighth graders have dropped 27 points. The math scores of both high-performing and low-performing eighth graders fell. The coronavirus pandemic is a major contributor to the decline, but not the only one. As the education reporter Dana Goldstein has writ, in the United States, academic declines and widening gaps between stronger and weaker students were apparent before the pandemic. In 2019, the National Assessment of Educational Progress found that 2/3 of American children could not read at any proficient level. In math, Americans now lag behind our counterparts in places such as the city-state of Singapore, South Korea, Great Britain, and even Poland. Only 7% of American students scored at the highest levels in math, far behind the 23% in South Korea and the Empire of Japan, and 41% in the city-state of Singapore, who scored at that level. The decline in math scores is part of a much larger decline in educational performance overall, and an exacerbation of the achievement gap between rich and poor students. But despite the appalling numbers, the educational crisis was barely mentioned during the presidential debates, and there is scant evidence of the political will necessary to address it at all. Any bipartisan consensus on education has shattered. President-elect Donald Trump And Republicans at the state level seem more intent on waging culture wars about gender and religion than talking about tackling achievement gaps. The education initiative that Trump has been most vocal about is his threat to abolish the Federal Department of Education, which he is unlikely to achieve because dismantling the department requires an act of Congress. Meanwhile, many congressional and state-level Democrats are reluctant to push back against either the educational establishment or the teachers' unions. This dynamic appeared most notably in their failure to resist the unions' push to keep schools closed during the early pandemic. Some state educational bureaucracies have responded to the decline in student achievement by simply lowering their standards. In New York, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, and Alaska, for instance, education officials adjusted their passing scores on standardized tests or changed their definition of proficiency. And American parents continued to think their kids are doing just fine, in large because of schools' inflation of grades. For decades, the consequences of underperformance have also been masked by the influx of international students into American higher education. A 2022 study found that foreign students made up a majority, sometimes as much as 80%, of students in United States graduate programs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, acronymous as STEM, S-T-E-M. Meanwhile, immigrants make up about a quarter of all workers in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math. It's not yet clear how Trump's massive crackdown on immigrants will affect opportunities for foreign students or their willingness to even come to these United States. The federal government does not have total power to fix the issues in schools, but with the right amount of political motivation, it could increase efforts to enforce states' accountability for their students. Once upon a time in America, we would have risen to the challenge, mobilizing our national will and resources to confront the crisis. But you understand, this is how political violence goes mainstream. It is tempting to think of political extremists as those who have had their brain flambéed by a steady media diet of oddball podcasters, fringe YouTubers, and do-your-own-research conspiracists. Dylan Roof, who killed 9 people at a black church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015, was known to hang out in white supremacist forums. Robert Bowers frequently posted racist content on the right-wing site Gab, where, of course, my gang stalkers hang, when he wrote, "Screw your optics! I'm going in!" just before murdering 11 people at a synagogue in Pittsburgh in 2018. Now, you notice I use the word people here. I humanize them. I don't just call them Jews. Brenton Tarrant's manifesto explaining why he murdered 51 people in 12 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019 was filled with 4chan jokes and memes, proving that he had spent ample time on the platform. Yet at first glance, Luigi Manioni, the suspected killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, doesn't seem to fit this mold. Manioni was active on social media, but in the most average of ways. He seemingly posted on Goodreads and X, and had public photos of himself on Facebook, and reportedly spent time on Reddit discussing his back pain. Perhaps more details will emerge that complicate the picture, but however extreme his political views were, he is, after all, charged with murdering a man in Midtown Manhattan, and reportedly wrote a manifesto in which he called health insurers parasites. This does not appear to be a man who was radicalized in the fever swamps of some obscure corner of the dark web. On the surface, Manioni may have just been a fundamentally normal guy who snapped. Or maybe the killing demonstrates how mainstream political violence is becoming. A Goodreads profile that appears to have been Manyoni's showed that he had read books written by the popular science writer Michael Pollan and Dr. Seuss. He gave the Lorax a 5-star review. But by the way, that's what rotted his brain right there. It's Dr. Seuss. He was an American propagandist in World War II who dehumanized the Germans and Japanese. There you go. That's where it all went wrong. On what is believed to be Manyoni's X account, he followed a melange of very popular and ideologically mixed people, including Joe Rogan, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ezra Klein, and Edward Snowden. In at least one instance, he praised Tucker Carlson's perspectives on postmodern architecture. His most extreme signal was a sympathetic review he gave to the manifesto written by Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. But as the writer Max Reed points out, that's not uncommon for a lot of younger politically active people who identify with Kaczynski's environmentalist and anti-technologist perspectives, though it's unlikely many of them are in lockstep with the Unabomber's tactics. Again, there are still many unknowns about Manyoni, yet that has not stopped people from celebrating his purported cause. In fact, his bland social media presence may only have made him easier to identify with. Jokes about Thompson's death have gone viral on virtually every social media platform, and they have not stopped in the week since the shooting. People filled comment sections for videos and posts about the shooting with unsympathetic replies, pointing out United Healthcare's reputation for denying claims and ruminating on how much suffering Thompson was responsible for at the helm of the company. The network Contagion Research Institute, a nonprofit that monitors and analyzes online extremism, found that 6 of the top 10 most engaged with posts on X about Thompson or United Healthcare in the shooting's aftermath expressed explicit or implicit support for the killing or denigrated the victim. These responses weren't politically divided either. When the conservatives Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro made videos complaining about people dancing on Thompson's grave, people pushed back in the comments and called the commentators out of touch. In this way, Manyoni's act and the response demarcate a new moment and a new movement of the moment, one in which acts of political violence are no longer confined to extremists with fringe views, but widely accepted. This has been bubbling up for years. Jokes about eat the rich, guillotines, and class war have been memes for the young, online left since the late 2010s. Milder versions of this sentiment occasionally seeped out to wider audiences, such as yesteryear, when people online applauded orca whales for attacking yachts in the Iberian Peninsula. Many young people are furious about the economic lot they have drawn by being born into an era of significant wealth inequality and have made winking jokes about addressing it through violence. After Thompson's murder, this sentiment broke out of its containment walls, flooding comment sections and social media feeds. This response probably isn't any aberration, but instead is the ascendant. America isn't yet experiencing its own years of lead, a period in Italia from the 1960s through to the 1980s in which political violence and general upheaval became the norm in response to economic instability and rising extremism. But political violence in these United States is slowly yet steadily becoming more common. In the past several years, it has surged to the highest levels since the 1970s, and the majority of ideologically motivated homicides since 1990 have been committed by far-right extremists. Experts have different theories as to what's exactly driving this, but many agree that we're due for more acts of political violence before the trend even begins to dissipate, if indeed it ever dissipates at all. The response to Thompson's death isn't just people reveling in what they believe is vigilante justice. It may also be a sign of what's coming. As Adrien Lafrance has written, Americans tend to underestimate political violence, as Italians at first did during the years of lead. Magnoni's alleged act and the public response prove that there's an appetite for political, cause-oriented violence, that these acts may not be committed or applauded just by terminally online weirdos. There are millions of guys who view the world the way Magnoni does, and millions more willing to cheer them on. At the Fortune CEO Initiative dinner the night before last by now in San Francisco, yesterday night by my experience, Tuesday night by yours, my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, observed that at least one attendee brought extra security and spracketh about how they now have someone protect their family at home. Earlier this week, a CEO told Sugar Daddy that their child is having nightmares about them being killed. The arrest of Luigi Magnoni has done little to calm corporate leaders who are struggling to understand the outpouring of support for the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. My son's husband has, by dint of circumstance, circulated with literally dozens of leaders and has thusly been related their reaction and has graced myself to share some thoughts anonymously. You see, CEOs are used to being targets. What feels different to them this time is the lack of consequences for people issuing threats or cheering on a man's murder on social media, not to mention the rhetoric coming from some politicians. One leader who'd been through both so noted, "I don't think you could be a CEO and not have threats against your life if you're going through bankruptcy or have to reduce labor. There are people in Congress who want to stick it to corporate America. Well, corporate America is made up of hard-working Americans who do their best to reward the investors, and many times those investors are pension funds." One CEO in the insurance sector said their challenge is keeping employees engaged. "How do you maintain a sense of purpose if you think your customers hate you?" Another thus noted, "I have to wonder if the demonization of corporate America and the wealthy over the last 4 years planted a mind virus in the assassin's mind." For that, some blame, my own sector, the media. "Journalists look for heroes and villains. Life is not that simple. Why is the killer getting 10 times as much press as the person who was killed?" And some have taken this moment to reflect. "When I was growing up, CEOs didn't make millions more than everyone else in the company. I think we have to reflect on why there's so much anger and do something about it." Well, Luigi Magnoni and the era of normie extremism will take care of that for you, Mr. Big. This is what a single act of mayhem can do. The line between a normal, functioning society and catastrophic decivilization can be crossed with a single act of mayhem. This is why, for those who have studied violence closely, the brazen murder of a CEO in Midtown Manhattan, and, more importantly, the brazenness of the cheering reaction to his execution, amounts to a blinking and blaring warning signal for a society that has become already too inured to bloodshed and the conditions that exacerbate it. In recent days, journalists and other observers have worked to uncover the motivations of the accused killer. This is a worthy exercise when trying to understand a single, shocking event. But when attempting to understand how brutality spreads across society, studying individual ideologies only gets you so far. As violence worsens, it tends to draw in and threaten people of all ideologies. So if in the early stages of a violent upswing, law enforcement can see clearly that the greater threat comes from right-wing extremists, which has been the case in these United States in recent years. As the prevalence of violence snowballs, the politics of those who resort to it get messier. That's in part because periods of heightened violence tend to coincide with social and political reordering generally. Moments when party or group identities are in flux, as they are in America right now. As I've spraketh on before via this program, eruptions of violence are not necessarily associated with a clear or consistent ideology and often borrow from several, a phenomenon that law enforcement calls salad bar extremism. We already understand many of the conditions that makes a society vulnerable to violence, and we know that those conditions are present today, just as they were in the Gilded Age. Highly visible wealth disparity, declining trust in democratic institutions, a heightened sense of victimhood, intense partisan estrangement based on identity, rapid demographic change, flourishing conspiracy theories, violent and dehumanizing rhetoric against the other, a sharply divided electorate, and a belief among those who flirt with violence that they can get away with it. These conditions run counter to spurts of civilizing, in which people's worldviews, their Weltanschauungs, or Schwangs, I'll have to ask Brendan about the German pronunciation, generally become as more neutral, more empirical, and less fearful or emotional. One way to understand which direction a society is going, toward or away from chaos, is to study its emotional undercurrents and its attitude toward violence broadly. Medieval Europe, for example, was famously brutish. As the German sociologist Norbert Elias wrote in his 1939 book titled The Civilizing Process, impulse control was practically non-existent and violence was everywhere. But as communities began to reward individuals for proper etiquette, adherence to which was required for entry into the most desirable strata of society, new incentives for self-restraint created substantially more peaceful conditions. The push toward cooperative nonviolence happened organically, whereby people's more animalistic human activities, as Elias put it, took a backseat to the premium they placed on their communal social life. This change in priorities required and perpetuated steady self-control among individuals across society. Elias so wrote, "It is simple enough. Plans and actions, the emotional and rational impulses of individual people, constantly interweave in a friendly or hostile way. This basic issue, or he says this basic tissue, resulting from many single plans and actions of men, can give rise to changes and patterns that no individual person has planned or created. And it is this order of interweaving human impulses and strivings, this social order, which determines the course of historical change. Often, when people choose violence, it is because they believe that it is the only path, a last resort, in a time of desperation, and they believe that they'll get away with it. Over the centuries, humanity has become more civilized, largely drifting away from violent conflict resolution. And to be clear, I mean civilized in the spirit of Elias's definition, the process by which the use of violence shifted to the state, and decivilization to suggest a condition in which it shifts back to individuals. Today, most Americans enjoy extraordinarily peaceful conditions in their daily life. But obviously violence has never entirely receded, and progress has been uneven. Elias's own interest in violence stemmed from his experience fleeing Nazi Germany. And it's a fantasy to believe that an advanced democracy like ours is somehow protected by its very nature against extremism. Democracy can be self-perpetuating, but it is also extremely fragile. Complex societies, and in particular backsliding democratic nations, are often among the most violent in the world. As the writer Rachel Kleinfeld noted in her book titled A Savage Order, Mexico saw more violent deaths from the year my own father was thanatized, as the medical industry caused their processing of him unto death, to 2014, than the combined civilian death toll in Iraq and Afghanistan over that same period of time. Recent bloodshed is not new to America, not even close, yet this is still a distinctly precarious time, along with layers upon layers of social conditions that make us especially prone to political violence. The Machiavellianism of contemporary politics has stoked both the nihilism of those who believe that violence is the only answer and the whitewashing of recent violent history. This is how a society reaches the point at which people publicly celebrate the death of a stranger murdered in the street. And it is how the January 6th insurrectionists who ransacked our United States Capitol came to be defended by lawmakers as political prisoners. It matters when people downplay and justify violence, whatever form that downplaying and justifying takes, whether by revising history to say that something that was violent wasn't so bad, or by justifying a murder because of the moral failures of the victim's profession. When growing tolerance for bloodshed metastasizes into total indifference for, and even a clamoring in support thereof, the death of one's political enemies, civil society, is badly troubled indeed. Graham Wood, who has spent much of his career studying the people and societies that resort to violence, has made the case for a greater degree of sanguinity about political violence in America, given how much worse off many other countries are. Earlier this year, Wood wrote that in Latin America, the violence reaches levels where even a successful assassination is barely news. The thing is, you can't fully understand the extent to which a society has become inured to violence by counting individual attacks or grotesque social media posts. You have to assess the entire culture and its direction over time. A society's propensity for violence may be ticking up and up and up, even as life continues to feel normal to most people. A drumbeat of attacks by different groups or individuals with different motivations may register as different kinds of problems. But take the broad view, and you find they point at the same diagnoses. Our social bonds are disintegrating. Another word for this unraveling is decivilization. The further a society goes down this path, the fewer behavioral options people identify as possible reactions to grievances. When every disagreement becomes sum zero, or rather I mean to say zero sum, and no one is willing to compromise, violence becomes more attractive to people. And when violence becomes widespread, the state may escalate its own use of violence, including egregious attacks on civil liberties. The barrier that separates a functioning society from all-out chaos is always more fragile than we'd like to admit. It can take very little for peace to dissolve, for a mob to swarm, for a man to kill his brother. In a society that is consecrated to freedom, as is ours, the power of the people is not only a first principle, but a promise to one another, and most of all a safeguard against the centralized power and violence of the state welded against the people. In the weeks after a sharply divided election, ahead of the return to power of a president who has repeatedly promised to unleash a wave of state violence and targeted retribution against his enemies, Americans have a choice to make about the kind of society we are building together. After all, civilization is, at its core, a question of how people choose to bond with one another and what behaviors we deem permissible among ourselves. You cannot fix a violent society simply by eliminating the factors that made it deteriorate. In other societies that have fallen apart, violence acts as a catalyst, exacerbating all of the conditions that led to it in the first place. The process of decivilization may begin with profound distrust in institutions and government leaders, but that distrust gets far worse in a society where people brutalize one another. There be no shortcut back to a robust democracy. But one way to protect against the worst is to force change only through processes that do not lead to bloodshed, and to unequivocally reject anyone, whether that person is sitting in the White House or standing in the street, who would choose to justify violence against the people. Now, here we have some breaking thoughts on America's fascination with the California exodus. Everyone is leaving California. Or are they? The Franklin wildfire in Malibu that broke out near Pepperdine University has exploded to 2,200 acres, prompting mass evacuations. A wildfire in Malibu, California exploded to 2,200 acres overnight, prompting evacuations and shelter-in-place protocols at Pepperdine University. The city of Malibu said the Franklin fire has spread south across the Pacific Coast Highway toward the Malibu Pier area, a popular tourist attraction that is also beloved by locals and surfers. Now the beaches are empty in Malibu as a wildfire tears through swaths of the iconic Southern California coastline, consuming homes and vehicles and forcing residents to flee their coveted hillside properties, including the legendary actor Dick Van Dyke, as he nears his 99th birthday. When asked about his brush with flaming death in an emotional Coldplay video interview, he said, "I'm acutely aware that I'm, could go any day now, but I don't know why it doesn't concern me. I'm not afraid of it." I guess he just didn't want to die on fire. I could relate to that. This week's red flag warnings brought a threat of wildfires that was realized late Monday when a blaze broke out in Malibu, prompting mass evacuations of nearby homes and forcing students and staff at Pepperdine University to shelter in place. More than 800 firefighters from Los Angeles County and neighboring agencies were on the scene to try to contain the Franklin fire, which was reported just before 11 p.m. Monday along Malibu Canyon Road in the hills north of Pepperdine. The blaze engulfed more than 2,000 acres overnight as crews contended with strong Santa Ana winds. Here is the latest information from our fire officials. More than 3,980 acres have burned, according to estimates posted at 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. Last time I checked. The fire is only 7% contained. At least 7 homes were destroyed and 8 damaged, but officials said that number will rise. About 6,000 people remain under mandatory evacuation orders. No serious injuries have been reported that I have yet learned of. And the cause of the blaze is still under investigation. A 3D map from CAL FIRE showed the burn zone extending into the campus and right up to the buildings. Videos posted to social media showed students watching flames burn right outside the buildings they were sheltering in, shrouded in an orange-gray glow of fire and smoke. During a Tuesday morning interview, Pepperdine student Nick Geerding told KTLA-TV, "It was so close that we got the warning to stay away from the windows because the trees that were a good 20 feet ahead of it were on fire." meaning the heat would shatter the windows and cut people to ribbons, the shards of glass, when they went flying with the heat explosion. Many residents have been without power, certainly throughout Tuesday, the day before yesterday, because of emergency shutoffs by firefighters and power utilities. Cell phone service was also limited because the fire damaged cell towers, according to the Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Officials from Pepperdine also reported the campus was without power, save for several buildings that were able to run generators. Press reporters spoke with residents who recounted their harrowing experiences. One Malibu couple, Jessica Jones and Matthew Ryder, barely had time to grab important documents and clothes as the fire headed toward their ranch home. But they also had to wrangle their 3 goats and a pot-bellied pig before making their getaway just as flames reached their property. Jones told the Fourth Estate, "I wish we had grabbed more stuff or been better prepared this time around. I guess you could say we were a bit complacent." The Franklin fire is burning within much of the footprint of 2018's devastating Woolsey fire, which destroyed more than 1,600 structures and burned about 97,000 acres in Malibu, the Santa Monica Mountains, and surrounding communities of Thousand Oaks, Oak Park, and Aguara Hills, or Aguara. Research shows wildfires have grown more intense in recent decades, fueled by wildfire weather, hot, dry conditions plus wind. That's become more frequent, especially in California. In a statement, Alex Hall, director of UCLA's Center for Climate Science, wrote, "Southern California had a couple of wet years in a row, and that means a buildup of fuels in wildlands. The current wet season has been very dry so far. The sequence of very wet followed by dry conditions sets the stage for big wildfires." The origin point of the blaze is textbook Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, pronounced WUI. Those are the places where human development spreads into wild, undeveloped spaces. Historically, wildfires are a regular and natural part of the ecosystem in and around the Santa Monica Mountains. But in modern times, humans nearly always cause wildfires, and the presence of homes and other structures adds to the destructive potential. CAL FIRE estimates that 95% of wildfires are caused by humans, including from carelessness, deliberate ignitions, and infrastructure failures. This brings us to the severe weather. A multi-day rain event is shifting from the northeast to the southeast, where the Weather Prediction Center has issued a slight risk for excessive rainfall from southeastern Alabama to upstate South Carolina. New England suffered a midweek washout as potent storms delivered heavy rain and whipping winds. New England is seeing its most significant storm of the season, yesterday it did at least, as a rapidly intensifying low-pressure system emerged alongside an approaching cold front, bringing rounds of heavy rain and some thunderstorms to the region. This set the stage for a turbulent atmosphere starting overnight, last night. The night before last by now. What ramped up in 12 big waves of precipitation throughout the day. What was today for me, but yesterday for you? Meanwhile, a powerful Santa Ana wind event is bringing particularly dangerous fire conditions to Southern California. This comes just over a month after a similar wind event helped fuel the mountain fire, which scorched nearly 20,000 acres in Ventura County and sent residents scrambling for safety. More than 12 million people across the region are under red flag warnings through Wednesday. Santa Ana wind forecasts have prompted a red flag warning and public safety power shutoffs across San Diego County. Keep your home and family safe. Prepare for a windstorm. Charge your devices, trim your trees, and secure that oversized lawn gnome You call Santa. Powerful Santa Ana winds will tear across much of San Diego County, but there are steps residents can take to prepare, including securing any freshly installed outdoor Christmas decorations. A red flag warning was issued for areas east of Interstate 15, and San Diego Gas and Electric preemptively shut off power to tens of thousands of customers. Here's how you can prepare for the windstorm and for any potential power outages. First, secure your home. Before the winds pick up, make sure outdoor patio furniture and lightweight yard accessories are tied down or brought indoors. Felipe Gonzalez, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in San Diego, especially warns about outdoor umbrellas, which he says become projectiles with strong gusts of wind. Gonzalez also advises residents to safely fasten outdoor Christmas decorations. Lights that are securely attached to the roof should be fine, but East County residents with lights and ornaments in trees and bushes may consider taking them down until the winds calm later this week. And inflatable Christmas decorations are a definite no. As Gonzalez put it, you'll risk seeing Santa Claus go, in his words, airborne with no sleigh. You're going to have to put those away. Otherwise, you'll have a miniature Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade scenario in your backyard or your neighbor's backyard. Oh, keep an eye on the trees. The National Weather Service recommends trimming tree branches away from your house and away from power lines in particular. That should also be a regular part of residents' yard maintenance year-round, along with checking for dead or weak branches. Residents with eucalyptus trees in or near their yard should also be on alert since the trees are highly flammable and have shallow root structures. They burn like candles, and they fall over in your average Santa Ana breeze. And of course, prepare for potential power outages. Keep electronic devices charged in the case of a power outage, which SDG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric officials say could last for multiple days. The company suggests staying prepared with flashlights, extra batteries, a battery-operated radio, and a phone that doesn't need electricity. Consider putting together an emergency preparedness kit as well. For customers affected by public safety power shutoffs, SDG&E also has community resource centers that offer water, Wi-Fi, phone and medical device charging stations, snacks, and more. Find a location near yourself. You just need to look up SDG&E Community Resource Centers. Residents should report any downed power lines to SDG&E, but be careful never to touch a power line, as it could still be energized. And finally and foremost, take care of your own health. This week's Santa Ana winds are coupled with low humidity, so stay hydrated to combat the dryness. The dry air, coupled with an increase in particles and pollen flying around, may especially impact residents with allergies and respiratory issues. I myself strongly advise that residents avoid driving in a strong wind event. If you do drive, I suggest steering clear of high-profile vehicles like semi-trucks, which can be knocked over by strong gusts. In general, stay indoors if possible. The aforecited Gonzalez concludes, if you don't have to expose yourself to dust in your eyes or other flying objects, you're probably better off not wandering outside when it's windy. Now everyone is leaving California. This brings us back to America's obsession with California failing. It's been written again and again, so frequently since the COVID-19 pandemic, that it must be true. Even, I would say, people that once presented themselves as my allies were guilty of chronicling my state's population fluctuations. People like Laura Lee Solomon, who became radicalized by her Russophilia, her love of the Russians, who feel that California belongs to Russia because of its former possessions on the West Coast. And they interpret our California bear as a Russian bear. Still, the outflow that occurred in 2020 and 2021 has largely rebounded. And data supports the fact that most of the movement happened within the Golden State itself. Yet politicians, the media, and the internet at large continue to bullhorn through it all. California residents can't leave the state fast enough. To quote, "They seek what California no longer provides them. Reasonable housing prices, little crime, uncongested roads, more traditional and more homogenous lifestyles." Meaning white flight people. That's what they're really saying is, we want to be with others that look like ourselves. Of course, you can bet your ass, generally blacks are seeking to move away from people who look like themselves. You're forgiven if you thought that quote, not the one about the blacks, but the one that might as well have been about people seeking more traditional and homogenous lifestyles, was from something written this year. You know, it's actually a line published 35 years ago in the San Francisco Examiner. The state's significant boom eras, the gold rush, post-World War II, and the aerospace rise of the early 1980s, had new residents flooding into this state for decades. But finally, the expansion stalled. The prosperity had to end somewhere, at least according to the media, which glommed onto the idea that the idyllic, palm tree-studded California dream may as well be dead. Now, nearly 40 years of flight since then, the Examiner declared that the glow of my golden state was dimming, overshone by gridlock, smog, and outrageous housing prices. The article concludes with interviews from residents bound for Oregon, Texas, and Washington, who wax about buying twice the house for half the money. It's deja vu all over again. That first exodus cry continued through the early 1990s as fear of natural disasters grew in the wake of the Loma Prieta earthquake, and the once thriving aerospace industry began to dry up. In 1991, a Time magazine cover read, "California," subtitled "The Endangered Dream." The article within probing at whether the state could maintain the allure we had held for decades amid an economic decline and growing social pressures. The story reads, "To an increasing degree, California's fabled magnetism is reversing itself, repelling as well as attracting many of the get-up-and-go Americans who have flocked to the Golden State in search of the California dream." The population never actually declined during that period, buoyed by immigration and birth rates, according to figures from the State Department of Finance. Growth simply slowed. The dot-com boom ushered in a new era of prosperity that would ultimately crumble in the dot-com bust, kicking off another infamous period or decline for California. News articles frequently cite high housing costs as the main reason behind people moving out of state, so much so that one enterprising Californian created the Living California website, formerly at leavingcal.com, now defunct, in 2001, which helped connect people with resources for relocating. At the time, the Greater San Francisco Biotech Bay Area Silicon Valley website creator told the Associated Press, "I can't afford to live here anymore. It's a sad realization when it hits you that you can't afford to live in your home." The Great Recession caused upheaval across the nation, though there was no better scapegoat for people's financial woes than California. A 2009 New York Times article read, "The rest of the nation, which has historically looked to California as a model for fierce economic independence and freewheeling innovation, may now see that the state looks like every place else, just with better beaches." Even in both those recession eras, the state grew at a slow but steady pace. And we all know what happened during the pandemic. Widespread claims that California was shrinking fast. Still, the state never lost more than 1% of our population. In fact, we've never lost more than 1% of our population, ever. Even in the past 3 years, that resident numbers have declined, according to the United States Department of Finance. U.S. Census data estimates a slightly bigger outflow, but the losses are still relatively meager. California is, of course, beaten to its own drum. Hans Johnson, a demographer interviewed for an Exodus article in the Examiner in 2000, wasn't surprised to hear any of this. He quickly pointed to specific times when the Exodus fascination peaked. The aerospace bust, the dot-com bust, now, but laughed, referencing bumper stickers that said, "Don't Californicate Oregon," which popped up in the 1970s. This moment in time does feel different, however, because it feels more politicized than ever before. Johnson recalled the governors of California and Florida battling it out and the jabs aimed at Texas. Then he expressed concern about the real implications that a slowed population growth could have politically while other states' numbers swell. California lost one of our 53 House seats after the 2020 census, and we could be at risk of losing more in the future. Still, we're the 5th fucking largest economy in the world. And, thusly, the country as a whole has to be more invested in what's going on here. What happens in California often has a ripple effect, after all. And while slow growth is necessarily a problem, it could lead to other issues. I could point to some states in the Northeast as examples, like Massachusetts, but no state affords an apples-to-apples comparison. Due to California's size and geographical makeup, having both large metropolitan areas and sparsely populated rural regions, it's also incredibly diverse in ethnic, cultural, and socioeconomic ways, or socioeconomic matters. It's simply a new phase for my state. Emphasizing how different the state is demographically from others, the aforecited Johnson concludes, "A lot of people think that means that California has failed, but California is beaten to its own drum. The big challenge for California going forward is how do you be a slow-growing state that's successful where the economy is strong?" So we're in a new era with the same old problems. While people would have previously cited employment or family as a major factor for leaving the state, today the dominant reason for exiting California is high housing costs, according to the Public Policy Institute of California. In the organization's 2023 survey, 1 in 3 Californians have considered moving out of state because of it, and even the best efforts to solve the housing crises are crawling along. The 2024 election revealed that the state's politics are in flux, prompting questions about whether Republicans will take their values to a more aligned state or renew efforts for red-pocketed areas to secede. President-elect Donald John Trump boasted about how even a billionaire like Elon Musk have left our state for Texas, as if his departure foreshadowed the downfall of California. But Jason Sexton, an author and cultural historian who is also an expert on renowned California historian Kevin Starr, reminds us in his own words that California is not one place. The idea of the California dream lumps a giant expanse into one ideal, even though there's a big difference between the farmer moving out of Kern County, for example, and the 20-something who can no longer afford to live in LA. And both sides of the political spectrum can gatekeep the dream of owning a home. Still, for many, California is, in Sexton's words, a kind of mindset, and that's what cultivated the idea of the California dream. Starting as far back as the gold rush, it was a place to find wealth and success, and you could do it all in the shadow of golden-hued mountains, towering palm trees, and sandy beaches. As Sexton says, people have long come to California looking for things, a better life, but then, in my understanding, leave with the same mentality. This brings us to the distorted picture of it all. The California dream may be dead, but the current movement, or rather I should say the current moment, could be the inflection point California has needed for years. Dowell Myers, a demographer and professor at the University of Southern Carolina, thinks it's time for state lawmakers to step back and think about the future. Ultimately, for Myers, the media and nationwide fascination is about jealousy, especially as baby boomers retire and states compete for workers. Myers said it's in other states' best interest to build a story about how California is going down and encourage people to buy a home in a place where you can afford it. The past 5 years may also turn out to be a blip on an otherwise predictable new slow growth pattern for California. Myers has affirmed that the pandemic was a distorted picture. We don't know what's ahead, if this year's numbers will rise or fall, but for so many of us who don't continue to live here, we know no other state is quite like California. Myers is right. To quote his T, there's some things that you just can't get. Other states are closing the gap, but they can't get the ocean. They can't get the mountains. They can't get the cool temperatures we have. It's like there was a fire burning and people were leaving, and that fire is not going to burn every year. I think it's really great to not have it growing so fast. We never really did catch up from the 80s. They don't like that California has this romantic image. They'd really like to see it go up in flames. On the other side of the Pacific, another wind is rising as Red China escalates. Red China's escalating conflict with these United States over trade is now extending to drones that have become a vital part of Ukraine's defense against Russia's war of aggression. Communist Chinese manufacturers are said to have recently begun limiting sales to these United States and Europe of key components used to build unmanned aerial vehicles. The maneuvers are said to be a prelude to broader export restrictions on drone parts that Western officials expect Beijing to enforce in the new year. China also has opened a probe into NVIDIA over suspicions that the American chipmaker broke anomaly, or rather, I mean to say anti-monopoly laws, around a 2020 deal. A huge shot across the bow of the artificial intelligence heavyweight, just as Donald Trump threatens ramping up U.S. sanctions. Chinese authorities say they opened the investigation into NVIDIA's recent behavior as well as the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of Mellanox Technologies. Beijing gave approval for the deal over 4 years ago on condition that NVIDIA not discriminate against Chinese companies. This brings us to NVIDIA versus Red China. The People's Republic of China is going after NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is too powerful for the Communist Chinese Empire to constrain. NVIDIA, the AI industry's favorite computer chip builder, is facing an investigation in Communist China on the Asian mainland. The country is accusing the company of violating anti-monopoly laws. There is growing tension between the American and Communist Chinese empires over access to the materials to build semiconductors and other computer components needed to develop AI technology. Both countries recently announced prohibitions on exports of those materials to one another. On Monday, Red China's market regulator said that it's opened a probe into a long ago completed acquisition by NVIDIA Corp, the world's second most valuable company. Its takeover of Mellanox landed by the U.S. company as well as a way to sell a more comprehensive product by also providing the networking gear to connect its powerful GPUs, or general processing units, may be in breach of anti-monopoly regulations because of the bundling of products, according to the Communist Chinese Agency. The State Administration for Market Regulation played a key role in China's domestic crackdown on big tech and still wields formidable power to also sink the stock prices, internationally. But 3.4 trillion United States dollars was, NVIDIA was only down 2.5% on Monday amid a weaker, or rather wider, market pullback. It was a signal of confidence in the company building today's most essential AI hardware, and perhaps a hint of the diminishing importance of the world's #2 economy for tech giants. Now, checking some things here. Excellent. Okay. There's the threat of a substantial fine, to be sure. But NVIDIA could stomach that without imperiling its entire business. What's less certain is how far Beijing is willing to go. As several analysts have said, antitrust is one of the government's favored weapons against foreign firms. Witness the way regulators held up or effectively killed a number of global game-changing acquisitions over the years, including a Qualcomm Incorporated's abortive $44 billion takeover of NXP in 2018. 3 years earlier, Qualcomm changed some of its key business and licensing practices and paid up a 6 billion yuan, or $975 million, fine to put an end to a year-long antitrust case in Red China. There was no choice but to appease the authorities, controlling a market about half its revenue. The case was a milestone in many ways, but the key lesson for foreign firms was that Red China is willing to leverage its massive power to bring names on the negotiating table and extract concessions. Now, NVIDIA might be the next flashpoint, though the risk to the company is far smaller. China only contributed 15% of NVIDIA's sales in the most recent quarter, down from 22% a year ago. The day before yesterday, Bloomberg intelligence analysts Kunyan Sobani and Oscar Tejada wrote, given the potential for tariffs under the Trump administration, the probe is also likely geopolitical. Red China has a history of abusing its antitrust laws in this way. In the escalating Sino-American tussle, the tech tussle, if you will, which grew hostile in Donald Trump's first term, Beijing doesn't have many cards up its sleeve. Access to its huge domestic market and raw materials for advanced manufacturing, like rare earth minerals, have been the primary means to influence decision makers in Washington. And China already slapped an export ban on gallium and germanium. The same U.S. government actions that might now be giving NVIDIA headaches have also insulated it somewhat from Beijing capriciousness. Because of American sanctions, NVIDIA no longer sells its top-tier artificial intelligence chips in China. Yes, the company's $5.4 billion quarterly revenue, there is still an impressively large number, but on a global scale, the communist Chinese empire on the Asian mainland is not a make-or-break market for NVIDIA. Since the big Qualcomm probe, we've watched other U.S. multinationals from Microsoft Corp to General Motors Co. bend a knee and comply with the requests of CHICOM, our Chinese communist antitrust investigators. Apple Incorporated also sends its chief executive officer on regular diplomatic missions to Red China, with 3 public appearances just over this year. NVIDIA presents an interesting case study in how convincing Beijing's power play still is. There are many details we don't know yet, but if the company is confronted by an ultimatum to relinquish some Mellanox or related technology to return to compliance, it has the real option to decide against doing so. Because selling on all NVIDIA data center hardware kit has proven hugely lucrative so far, and its most important customers are all neighbors in Silicon Valley. Now, out of the rubble, a new African country is arising. Somaliland's top diplomat in Washington, D.C., called Trump's return a golden opportunity. Trump's White House could recognize Somaliland. Somaliland, an unrecognized state, is winning friends abroad, but storing up problems at home. Somaliland, a self-governing region within Africa, within Somalia, on the Horn of Africa, will be much closer to being recognized by these United States as the world's newest nation state when Donald Trump returns to the White House in January. Support for the region has grown strong among Republican U.S.-Africa policy leaders on Capitol Hill and likely Africa advisors of Trump's incoming White House. Many of these people told the American press that they would encourage Trump to recognize Somaliland, even if it wasn't on day one. Recognizing Somaliland could enable U.S. intelligence to set up long-term operations to monitor the movement of weapons in the volatile region and the activities of the Communist Chinese Empire, which has a military base in neighboring Djibouti. Last month, the territory held its 6th successful election since reclaiming independence from Somalia in 1991. Peter Pham, a former Africa envoy, in Trump's first term, said Somaliland's democratic process had demonstrated its attractiveness as a partner to the United States and other countries. On July 1st of 1960, 5 days after it cut its colonial ties, the former British Somaliland merged with the one-time Italian Somaliland to form a united Somalia. It was a bad move. The dictatorship of Siad Barre, who took office in 1969, marginalized and massacred Somalilanders. On May 18th of 1991, 5 months after his fall, what was by then simply Somaliland declared independence. It was a statement of intent and regret. Exiles returned home to rebuild their nation. What happened next is Somaliland's founding story. At confabs, under trees or desert stars, clans agreed to share power. Presidential elections followed with regularity. The country is poor, but without much aid, it has developed somewhat. Hargeisa is not the prettiest capital, but it serves a fine camel milkshake. All of this contrasts with the chaos in Somalia, where foreigners have lavished money and guns. This month, Somalilanders will mark 30 years of peace. The country of 4.5 million people is winning friends abroad, but its sovereignty remains unrecognized. When discussing it, the West defers to African countries, which defer to Somalia, which is dead against ceding suzerainty. Saud Ibrahim Abdi, a campaigner for women's rights, has recalled that Hargeisa had been destroyed to rubble. There were no buildings, no water. The big question is, fine, we've made progress, but where are we going from here? Pointing to the expanded port opened in 2018 by DP World, Khalifa Ibrahim, an advisor to the mayor, says one answer can be seen in Berbera on the Gulf of Aden. The quote is here, we call it our hope. Somaliland hopes that the investment of $442 million, the largest in its history, by the Dubai-based port operator will prove catalytic for its economy. Port fees and custom taxes already account for 70% to 80% of government revenues. Planned alongside the new facility are a free trade zone, an aeroport, hotels, an oil terminal, and a park for 1,000 lorries, meaning trucks, in the British sense. It used to be British Somaliland, so I used the English terminology. Americans don't speak English. They speak, Yankee barbaric or something. And the land values of all that I've just described have soared tenfold. Somaliland sees the port as bringing political benefits as well. Abdi Shakur Mohammed Hassan, the mayor, argues in his words, "It has upgraded our position in the region. Ethiopia, under Abiy Ahmed, its prime minister, has grown closer to Somalia. His landlocked country depends on the port of Djibouti for most of its imports. The new facility at Berbera, in which Ethiopia has a 19% stake, gives it another option. Berbera also gives the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, an alternative foothold in the region. After a long dispute, Djibouti seized the DP World facility there in 2018. Somalia's government in Mogadishu is allied to Turkey and Qatar, which are rivals to the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, which in March became the first Arab country to send a permanent diplomat to Hargeisa. It has joined others in establishing a presence. Kenya recently announced it will set up a consulate in the capital. And in August, My Taiwan opened our East Africa office there and pledged aid for our fellow sovereignty-challenged country. The Communist Chinese tried to block our maneuver, but Somaliland said it would not support the principle that there is only one China, with My Taiwan a part thereof. Alan Chenhua-Lu, the Taiwanese representative, declared, "Somaliland showed backbone." Such diplomatic advances show how far Somaliland has come in 30 years. Yet some locals worry about whether its clan-based political system that established stability is still the right one. YULETIDE of the Human Rights Center, a local NGO or non-governmental organization, has said, "Somalilanders always say that we're a good model for the continent, but I don't think we are anymore." The constitution passed in 2001 was meant to loosen the grip of clans on politics. It limits the number of political parties to 3, encouraging coalitions. But most voters still invariably vote by clan. Mohammed Fadel of the Social Research and Development Institute, a local think tank, says that it is a system that makes us less prosperous. Jobs and contracts are spread around on the basis of clan, not merit. "You cannot leave a clan behind" is the founding principle of Somaliland's politics. So explains Mohammed Farah of the Academy for Peace and Development, another think tank. It may be a better model than the winners takes all ethnic politics in some countries, but many citizens feel it stunts the development of true democracy. Institutions meant to hold government to account are weak. Judges bow to the executive and rarely prosecute corruption. Parliament is a rubber stamp. On May 31st, Somaliland will hold parliamentary elections for the first time in 16 years. Media could be much freer. Foreign journalists are treated with grace and kindness, but local ones can be arrested for upsetting the wrong person. Yesteryear, a court ordered a local social media star to be deported for a post in which he drank tea from a mug with a picture of Somalia's flag. In the courtyard of the Hargeisa Culture Center, young Somalilanders are dancing and making music videos. Jama Muse Jama, the center's director, points at them through his office window, noting that 70% of the country is under the age of 30. To quote his tea, "Peace is not enough for these young people. They need jobs and opportunities." An estimated 75% do not have a job. Women are neglected as well. Sukad Otowa spent 24 years in London before returning to Hargeisa. Citing how women lack rights to divorce and need the consent of a male relative for cesarean sections, she says, "But I didn't count on the status of woman in my country. Woman's inequality has led her to run for parliament against the wishes of her clan elders. The 82-member lower house has but a single female MP, or minister, in this case ministress of parliament. Islam is another conservative force. A women's football tournament was called off last year for apparently transgressing Sharia, or the law of the Quran. In the city of Burao, a vice prevention committee has closed several female-owned businesses. Some Somalilanders privately admit that the lack of international recognition is a handy excuse for domestic shortcomings. Yet, so long as it is unrecognized, it is hard for the government to get aid and loans and for businesses to sell things abroad. Traveling on a Somaliland passport, which many countries do not recognize, can be a nightmare. Soon, Somaliland will have spent longer as a de facto independent country than it did as part of a united Somalia. Most Somalilanders know no other status, and they want their country to write its own story, even if it is not always a fairy tale. But that brings us to the Middle East's dangerous new normal, because it's right across the waters. Iran, Israel, and the delicate balance of the new disorder. After a civil war and a lightning offensive, Syria's longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad is out. But the country now faces Islamo-fundamental totalitarianism at the hands of rebels led by an al-Qaeda militant. This past week, Syrian rebel forces toppled the regime of Bashar al-Assad, breaking a decade-old stalemate in a civil war that has left hundreds of thousands dead. The ouster has the potential to upend the balance of power in a region locked in conflict, and has dealt a particular blow to Iran, which had long relied on a close partnership with Assad to project influence in the Arab world. The Syrian leader's fall is just the latest in a series of problems for Iran, which has also seen its regional proxies and its own defenses degraded by Israel since Hamas's attacks in October of 2023. But Iran's current vulnerabilities are unlikely to chasten Tehran. Over the past 45 years, Iran's leadership has navigated many significant setbacks with surprising agility. And with Israel and Iran having traded direct strikes for the first time after years of proxy battles, the tit-for-tat has boosted the odds that the two most powerful states in the Middle East will fight a full-scale war. Then we have the preemptive occupation. Israel has been warned over its Syria airstrikes, even as it denies its tanks are near Damascus. Exploiting the disarray in Syria, Israel is grabbing more of the Golan Heights. While many in Syria are inexplicably celebrating the stunning political fall of longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad that caught much of the world off guard, a rebel-linked caretaker prime minister has since been appointed to oversee the transition of power. Analysts concur that those rebels must now try to unite a country cleaved apart by more than a decade of civil war, one in which dozens of heavily armed militias and remnants of the old regime still linger. Meanwhile, the expansionist aggressor state of Eret̶ Israel has boasted that it struck Syria nearly 1,000 times in just 2 days, hitting most of the country's strategic weapon stockpiles and destroying the Syrian Navy fleet. The United Nations Special Envoy for Syria has urged Israel to stop striking the country. These incursions are neither justified nor necessary. The UN Special Envoy to Syria has cautioned Israel that its aerostrikes and ground invasion need to stop, citing that it is violating the 1974 agreement. Gradually, then all at once, the Syrian rebels dealt a blow to Vladimir Putin, while Khamenei of Iran loses everything. This past weekend, Syrian rebels prompted the downfall of a more than 50-year Rushist regime. The day before yesterday, rebels freed detained prisoners, some so traumatized they could not remember their own names. People trampled on burning images of the ousted President Bashar al-Assad. Families strolled through a ransacked presidential palace taking pictures. Assad and his family have fled to Moscow, where they have been granted asylum, according to Russian state media itself. Some Syrian refugees are waiting at border crossings to re-enter the country they had fled during the Syrian civil war, which has been ongoing since the death year of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb Mezron, my mother, in 2011. Until now, Syria has been part of an informal network of autocracies. The downfall of its leader represents the possibility of change, not just in Syria, but in other members of this network. Here's where we pass the port. The loss of a key Mediterranean port will hobble the Russian Navy. Russia is one of the big losers from Syria's upheaval. Its navy relied on Bashar al-Assad's regime for access to a Mediterranean port, so expect his fall to hurt Vladimir Putin's ambition to be a major military power beyond Europe. In reaction to the overthrow of the Islamic Republic's close ally, Syria's Bashar al-Assad, an Iranian member of parliament, said Iran must now test an atomic bomb. Tehran politicians were left shocked, angered, and fearful after the Syrian leader's sudden ouster, which has revived simmering fears of foreign plotting against Iran's own discredited and weakened regime. An immediate target of their ire was Turkey, which has given its backing to some of the Syrian rebels. One member of parliament, Ahmad Nederi, tweeted on Sunday that Assad should not have trusted the Arab states of the Persian Gulf, which evidently had worked to bring him closer to the conservative Arab fold, adding that Iran's strategy from now on must take shape around two issues: reviving the injured axis of resistance and testing an atomic bomb. Mohammed Taqi Naftali, a member of parliament for Khomeini-Shar, took a more socio-economic approach instead, raising the precarious conditions of the country's population when addressing parliament. Every day, people are losing their trust in the Islamic Republic. Young people have lost hope when it comes to their economic situation, employment, and housing. Events in the region should be heeded, and we must consider people's essential needs. The Speaker of Parliament, Mohammed Bakr Kalibaf, also observed that day, rather cheekily given Iran's own repressive methods, that we told Assad time and time again to pay heed to his people. Sorry I made that sound Asian Indian instead of Iranian, but what he said was just too stupid. A former foreign minister turned foreign affairs advisor to Supreme Leader Khamenei, Ali Akbar Veliati, separately told the Tasnim news agency that, unfortunately, for some time now, Turkey has been a tool in the hands of America and the Zionist regime, meaning Israel and its Zionist occupation government over these United States. Why did the Assad regime fall now, after 54 years? The Syrian people's loyalty to Assad eroded gradually, then all at once. Doubts grew after Assad's Russian backers began to transfer troops and equipment from Syria to Ukraine in 2022, and the more recent Israeli attack on Hezbollah's leadership hampered Iran, Assad's other ally, from helping him as well. Autocratic regimes use brutality to eliminate any hope their populace may have for a different future. The slogan of the Assad dynasty was, "Our leader forever!" But all such eternal regimes have one fatal flaw. Soldiers and police officers are members of the public as well. They have relatives who suffer, cousins and friends who experience political repression and the effects of economic collapse. They too have doubts, and they too can become insecure. In Surya, we have just seen the result. The turning point was the surrender of Aleppo with almost no resistance. It was almost like the regime melted away as people saw that no one's fighting for it, no one's going to support it. Why should we fight for it? So what comes next for the Syrian people themselves? The case for optimism exists. Hayat al-Yir al-Sham, the group most immediately responsible for Assad's overthrow, has announced that victory is not a license to wreck the institutions of the state. If the rebels sustain this merciful beginning and enshrine into law and practice tolerance and equal rights for women, Alawites, Christians, Kurds, the Druze, and other groups, then they will deserve apologies from all who delayed their victory, including Western politicians. However, there be good reason to doubt that the new Surya will resemble this gumdrops and ponies utopia. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham's leader is Abu Mohammed al-Jolani, who formerly led Jabhat al-Nusra, the Syrian franchise of al-Qaeda that functioned as a slightly less evil twin of ISIS. Still, the images of Syrian citizens on social media show hope and solidarity. So far, Syria has had 100 years of Rushism, and one day of its opposite. If it can string together more such days, perhaps a month, and dare one hope for even a year, the previous decade of resistance will have been worth it all. In the coming days, observers may start to get a clearer picture of what Surya's future looks like. What should we watch out for? Look at the peacefulness of cities. Will there be an out-of-control panic, looting, and riots? Or will people be staying at home to watch what happens? Observers should also look at what the institutions and the government does. There are a lot of people in Surya who make different pieces of the state function. It's not a very effective or well-run state, but there's an electricity system and traffic laws. There are people who are enforcing those things. Whether those people stay and continue to do their jobs in some kind of organized fashion will give you an indication of whether there will be a peaceful transition after all. The third thing to monitor is how the various armed groups in Surya interact with one another. Some of them have been using very open language and trying to speak for the entire nation. They have different backgrounds and different origins. Some of them come from the Islamist world. Some of them come from the Syrian opposition. Some of them are Kurds. If they create some kind of council or transitional government, something that brings them all together, that's a good sign. And if they don't do that, well, it's a bad sign for a united Surya. We will see balkanization, but as far as I'm concerned, that's even better. Certainly good for the future that I envision. That will be better for humanity rather than some nation states in question. And what does the fall of the Assad regime mean for Iran and the Russian Empire, the two long-time backers of Surya? Iran has lost another of its regional proxy forces. Iran is a strong state in the sense that its people are deeply rooted in a shared history and culture, but it has a relatively weak military. It has invested heavily in proxy warfare with notable success, including against these United States in Iraq. But with the defeats of Hamas and Hezbollah, and with the collapse of the Assad regime, Iran has suffered irrecoverable losses. The Russian Empire has also been humiliated by its client's collapse, and it too now faces an enduring hostility from a Syrian population that it helped to mercilessly suppress, the Syrian rebels having dealt a blow to Vladimir Putin's naval ambitions. For half 100 years, Russia's foothold in the Mediterranean has been bound up with the Assad dynasty in Syria. It was in 1971 that Hafez al-Assad, the father of Bashar, Syria's dictator until last week, became president of the country. And it was the same year that the Greater Soviet Union signed a deal with Syria to lease a port at Tartus on Syria's coast. That enduring Russian military presence now hangs by a thread, following the swift collapse of the Assad regime. The Kremlin appears to have avoided a panicked and disorderly departure, but its influence on NATO's southern flank is likely to wane. For the Russian Empire, Syria was an important partner long before its civil war broke it into pieces. In 2012, Russia's then Navy commander Viktor Chirkov declared, "This base is essential to us. It has been operating and will continue to operate." Russia's footprint in Syria expanded dramatically in 2015 when it intervened to save Mr. Assad's regime from advancing rebels. It sent jets to the, I think it was the Khmeimim Air Base, further north in Latakia, from which it pulverized the rebels and naval forces to Tartus, which had largely fallen into disuse in the 1990s. According to satellite images analyzed by M.T. Anderson, a ship watcher on X, Tartus has not yet been evacuated, though as of December 9th, Russian warships were lingering around 8 kilometers west of the port, well away from danger. Separately, the Israeli Navy said on December 10th it had earlier used anti-ship missiles to destroy Syrian warships around Miniyat el-Beidabeh in Latakia port. A spokesman for the Kremlin said that Russia had taken necessary steps to establish contact in Syria with those capable of ensuring the security of military bases. One of those steps appeared to be a more emollient tone to the people that Russia once bombed. Russian media have hurriedly switched from describing rebels as terrorists to the armed opposition. Michael Kaufman of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, a think tank, observes that the HTS, the Hayat Tahrir-e-Sham, the most powerful rebel group, has been pragmatic in its tone and seems to be keeping its engagement options open. It is possible that the group would allow Russia to keep the base in exchange for arms, diplomatic support, or some other quid pro quo. What is more likely is that any deal will be a temporary arrangement. Mr. Kaufman concluding that Russia is negotiating the terms, but is on the way out. To quote as he, one way or another, Moscow will likely have to abandon its bases in Syria. Frederik van Lokeren, a former Belgian naval officer, notes that if Russia is eventually given its marching orders, this would have a major impact on its naval posture. Russia's presence in Tartus has been modest, a handful of submarines, frigates, and corvettes, but those ships have in the past carried dummy long-range missiles, promoted as capable of striking NATO targets in southern Europe, and the port has served as a springboard for Russian naval power in an area, the eastern Mediterranean, where NATO forces have tended to have a minimal presence. Russia was able to dispatch larger flotillas south in the knowledge that they would be able to rest, refit, and refuel en route. Tartus became especially important as a logistical hub after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, when Turkey restricted access to the Black Sea and Russia's fleet there. Without Tartus, Russian naval operations in the Mediterranean are likely to become shorter, more expensive, and more sporadic. there are few attractive substitutes. Algeria and Egypt, two alternative hosts, are unlikely to embrace Russian forces for fear of the geopolitical fallout. Russia has been in talks with the Sudan over building a naval facility there, but Port Sudan lacks the necessary infrastructure. Russia might therefore look to Tobruk in Libya. The port is controlled by Khalifa Haftar, a Libyan warlord who has long maintained close ties with the Russian Empire and has welcomed its ships in the past, including a cruiser and a frigate as recently as this summer. But without the development of onshore infrastructure, these anchorages are likely to be a pale shadow of Tartus. The loss of Khmim would also be a blow, though a lesser one. The aero base has been an important hub for Russian aero power. John Foreman, Great Britain's former defense attaché in Moscow, notes that is perfectly placed between Russia and Africa to allow Russia to supply its mercenary forces in Libya, the Sudan, the Central African Republic, and Mali in all of their mass exterminatory anti-black genocidal operations. In 2017, SYRIA granted Russia a 49-year lease on the base, and its runways were expanded to accommodate larger aircraft. That also allowed it to be used as a springboard for Russian strategic bombers, which were used to simulate anti-ship missile runs against Great Britain's aircraft carrier strike group in the Mediterranean in 2021. But the Syrian base would be relatively easy to replace. Russia still has 3 alternative aero bases it can use in Libya, who, as the Mr. Kaufman would emphasize, adding himself that personnel and equipment appear to be leaving Khmim already. Well, 9 years ago, Russia's intervention in Syria marked its resurgence as a major military power beyond Europe. Russia's tyrant, Vladimir Putin, fresh from invading eastern Ukraine and annexing the Crimea the previous year, swooped in to save his ally with a decisive show of aero power thousands of miles from home. The events of the past week mark a sharp reversal in fortunes. Sabine Fischler of the SWP think tank in Berlin has written that Mr. Assad's fall is a major blow to Putin's dream of Russia as a global player in a multipolar post-Western world. Many influential Russians appear to have reached much the same conclusion, propagandizing that Russia's absolute priority is the Ukraine and spinning that Russia is better off being a regional power focused on Europe. Fyodor Lukyanov, an analyst close to the Kremlin, wrote that the new rulers of Syria create the impression of being rational and civilized. Ruslan Pukov, an expert at the CAST or CAST think tank in Moscow with close ties to the defense establishment, agrees that Russia had won fast but failed to consolidate its victory politically. To quote Mr. Pukov, Moscow does not have sufficient military forces, resources, influence, and authority to intervene effectively by force outside the former Soviet Union. The Americans have been through this before in Iraq and Afghanistan, but the Russians, by our national tradition, must necessarily step on the same wreck themselves. So what does the fall of the regime mean for these United States? The American empire is scrambling to contain the Syrian chaos. Of all the foreign upheavals that the Biden administration has had to confront and manage in recent years, Syria was not on anyone's list of likely crises. A U.S.-backed Syrian peace process, begun after civil war broke out in the year of my mother's murder, circa 2011, was moribund. Lines dividing the country into spheres of influence among world and regional powers hadn't changed significantly for years. Arab governments that once worked to dislodge Iranian-backed President Bashar al-Assad had started to enfold him in their embrace. The sudden offensive launched by the Islamist HTS, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham rebel group, leading to the collapse of Assad's government and military forces in less than a fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks, has left governments around the world scrambling to figure out what to do about it, none more so than the Biden administration. Thus, America has been thwarted once again in its desire to leave the Middle East, and it faces an even more urgent problem. If Iran does indeed choose to sprint for nuclear weapons, Trump's White House will have to decide whether to call in the heavy bombers and forestall that maneuver, which would trigger a landslide of nuclear proliferation well beyond the Persian Gulf. It might face that decision very early on. And here's what else to know. Thousands of family and friends held at Suria's infamous Sednaya military prison, known as the Slaughterhouse, were combing through the facility, hoping to find loved ones, or at least confirm their deaths. The United States is focused on ensuring that the Islamic State doesn't reemerge in Syria. Matthew Miller, a spokesman for the State Department, said such a day after Washington launched aerostrikes against 75 Islamic State targets in the Syrian desert. So America's already involved in this war. Hezbollah said Israel's actions amounted to blatant aggression and a blatant violation of Syria's sovereignty in its first statement since the fall of the Assad regime. Even as Netanyahu has taken the stand in his corruption trial, Israel is deploying troops across the Syrian border for the first time in half 100 years. Here's what to know. Israel has deployed troops across the Syrian border for the first time since the official end of the Yom Kippur War in 1974 and conducted 500 aerostrikes inside Syria itself. On Monday, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, yes, his name is Israel, his first name, his parents had quite the imagination. It's like naming your child America or Russia or Japan or something. I mean, like, what the fuck? Anyhow, he said that the Israel Defense Forces are authorized to go beyond a UN-monitored buffer zone separating the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights and Syria. In a statement, Katz's office said that Israel seeks to gain complete control over the buffer zone and seize weapons and terrorist infrastructure so they can't be used to target YİЗRÂ. Days earlier, rebel forces had taken control of the Syrian capital of Damascus, forcing President Bashar al-Assad into exile into Russia and overthrowing his regime. Israeli troops were looking for weapons caches, including chemical weapons. The Washington Post has so reported. The IDF saying that it had deployed additional tank, artillery, and infantry units to the border, but that no additional reserves had been called up. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was expected to testify in his corruption trial the day before yesterday morning, becoming the country's first sitting leader to take the stand as a criminal defendant and marking an unprecedented moment in its political history. His testimonial appearance is unfolding against the backdrop of the war in Gaza, regime collapse in Syria, and an attendant incursion by Israeli forces into Syria amid a tenuous ceasefire in Lebanon. Netanyahu has tried for years to avoid appearing in court, with critics accusing him of undermining Israel's judicial system, most recently by encouraging members of his right-wing Likud party to call for the firing of the Attorney General. The stakes have never been higher, both for Netanyahu, who may ultimately face jail time, and for the court itself, which the Prime Minister's far-right supporters have laughably characterized as a threat to democracy. Trump's return may be a boon for Netanyahu, but challenges abound in a changed Middle East. Shortly after Donald Trump's win in last month's U.S. election, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rushed to congratulate the president-elect. history's greatest comeback, he gushed. If Trump's staunchly pro-Israel first term and his nominations for top administration positions of a kaikocracy of Jews, a true Zionist occupation government in face as well as function, are any indication Netanyahu's glee is justified, he effectively becomes a co-ruler of the American empire. But much has transpired since Trump left office in early 2021. The wars in the Middle East, the lofty ambitions of Netanyahu's far-right governing coalition, and Netanyahu's personal relationship with him could dampen that enthusiasm and complicate what on the surface looks like a seamless alliance. Referring to the Israeli leader by his nickname, Mazel Mualem, an Israeli journalist and Netanyahu biographer, has gone on record to say, "For Bibi, this is his dream. He wanted this. For Bibi, it's too good to be true." With Netanyahu set to testify in his corruption trial and facing an international arrest warrant over the war in Gaza, Trump's backing will be all the more significant. During Trump's first term, he adopted policies largely favorable to Netanyahu. Trump broke with long-standing American policy to recognize Yerushalayim as Israel's capital, moving the United States Embassy to the contested city over Palestinian objections. He recognized Israel's claim to the Golan Heights, which the international community considers occupied Syrian territory. He also turned a blind eye to Israeli settlement construction in the occupied West Bank and presented a peace plan that would leave dozens of settlements intact. The Palestinians seek all of the West Bank, captured in 1967, as the heartland of a future state, with East Yerushalayim as its capital. The international community considers settlements in both areas illegal. At Netanyahu's urging, Trump withdrew the United States from an Obama-era deal between world powers and Iran over its nuclear program and ramped up sanctions against Iran, while also assassinating, by power of the state, under direct executive order, a top Iranian general. And in the final days of his presidency, Trump brokered a series of diplomatic deals between Israel and Arab countries, shattering a long-standing assumption that Arab countries would not normalize ties without progress on Palestinian statehood. These accords, the Abraham Accords, where Palestine was thrown under the bus, marked a major foreign policy achievement for Netanyahu. Likely to top Netanyahu's wish list this time around is for Trump to be tough against Iran, or perhaps even provide Israel with all the weaponry it needs for an effective strike against Iran's nuclear program. Netanyahu will also want to see progress on normalization with the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, but he will seek to minimize Israeli concessions to the Palestinians in return. And he will likely expect Trump to give East Israel a free hand in the Gaza and not pressure it to withdraw troops, even under a successful ceasefire deal. In the weeks since Trump's re-election, Netanyahu and his allies have expressed hope that the good times will return after strained relations with the Biden administration, pointing out that Netanyahu's appointment of a hardline settlement advocate as ambassador to Washington was a sign of the Israeli leader's confidence in the future under Trump. Aviv Bushinsky, a former advisor to Netanyahu, has been quoted as saying, "The belief for now is that Trump would deliver." Netanyahu could certainly use the boost, especially after seeing his popularity drop after the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks. Despite important battlefield gains against Hamas, including the death of its leader in October, and the recent ceasefire that ended nearly 14 months of fighting with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, opinion polls have repeatedly predicted that Netanyahu's governing coalition would fall far short of a required majority to stay in power if new elections were held now. Netanyahu is also scheduled to testify in his long-running corruption trial this month, setting the stage for a spectacle that could draw unwelcome attention. and the International Criminal Court warrant, which could complicate his travel to dozens of countries worldwide, is a new blow to the Israeli dictator. Some of Netanyahu's aides are also embroiled in a series of scandals over leaked or doctored sensitive wartime documents. But there be no guarantees that Netanyahu will get, well, that he'll get what he wants from Donald Trump. For starters, it's not clear whether their relationship is as strong as it once was. Netanyahu upset Trump when he congratulated President Joe Biden for his win in 2020, despite Trump's claims that the election was stolen from himself. Although Netanyahu visited Trump in Florida earlier this year, it's not clear if Trump will hold a grudge once back in office. Trump also returns to the White House with the Middle East roiled by conflict, potentially scrambling their alignment. Although the ceasefire with Hezbollah appears to be holding, Israel is still fighting in Gaza 14 months after the Hamas attack that triggered the war. Trump has indicated he wants Israel to wrap things up in the war-ravaged Palestinian enclave, but he hasn't said what that might even entail. He has demanded that Israeli hostages held in Gaza be freed before he is sworn in January, warning that if they are not released, there will be hell to pay! Sans any elaboration whatsoever. It is far from clear whether Netanyahu's post-war vision of the Gaza, which includes an open-ended military presence in the territory, is even acceptable to Donald Trump, although I would speculate it most certainly is, due to Jared Kushner's investments. Trump may also have bigger plans for the region, based on Greater Israel. He has talked in the past, of normalizing ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the wealthiest and most influential Arab country. His first-term peace plan, while heavily favoring Israel, nonetheless called for the establishment of a Palestinian state, albeit far smaller than what the Palestinians seek. Progress on either of these tracks would require Israel to make concessions to the Palestinians. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula has repeatedly said there will be no normalization with Israel without a clear path to Palestinian independence, an idea that Netanyahu and his hardline governing partners reject. Even if Netanyahu comes around, his government would almost certainly collapse. Per Amos Harel, a commentator with the liberal Haaretz Daily, Netanyahu is convinced that he will be able to recruit Trump to his goals, as happened in the past. However, the American president-elect has been sending, as usual, difficult-to-decipher messages since the victory on November 5th. Trump's strategy on Iran is also murky. Netanyahu expects Trump to resume exerting maximum pressure on Tehran to rein in its nuclear program, but he might give negotiations a chance in a second-term bid to secure a legacy as a peacemaker. You know, that's the reputation of the Antichrist after all. The Bible specifically warns us, beware the peacemaker. Trump's possible positions on any of these issues could force Netanyahu to choose sides, setting him up for a clash with the parties that hold the key to his political survival. Eitan Gilboa, an expert on U.S.-Israel relations at Israel's Bar Ilan University, concludes that, in his words, Netanyahu has described Trump as Israel's greatest friend in the White House, and if Trump asks something of him, he won't be able to say no. All sorts of problems can arise here. This brings us to the Trump family's many entanglements. Between Donald Trump's new business ventures and his family's expanding role in American politics, his next term introduces the inevitability of some tricky entanglements. President-elect Donald Trump is, in some respects, a family man. During his first term in the White House, his children regularly surrounded him, appearing in important meetings and at major public events. Ivanka Trump served in an unpaid advisorial role to the president, along with her husband Jared Kushner, and his 12 elder sons ran the family business while their father served in office. Ivanka was notably absent during her father's 2024 campaign, having retreated to a semi-private island in the Miami area with her family. And in 2023, Trump told Fox News' Bret Baier that his family members would not serve in his administration should he return to the White House, himself so saying, "It's too painful for them." But as he prepares for Inauguration Day, a new set of more distant family members is stepping in. Trump has already bestowed official positions upon the fathers-in-law of his daughters, Mossad Boulos. Tiffany's husband's father has been named a senior advisor to the president on Arab and Middle Eastern affairs. And Charles Kushner, father-in-law of Ivanka, was nominated to serve as U.S. ambassador to France. Having family members serve in key government positions presents such clear opportunities for conflicts of interest that most government officials avoid it altogether. And there are legal barriers as well. After President John Fitzgerald Kennedy selected his brother for Attorney General, Congress passed an anti-nepotism law in 1967 restricting presidents from appointing relatives to agency jobs. White House roles are still permitted, but most presidents don't go near the line. Trump, however, happily did so in his first term. Trump's family benefited from this arrangement. In 2020, Franklin Foer wrote, "Both the Kushner and the Trump families have tried to turn the White House into a vehicle for self-enrichment." He thus argued that Jared Kushner had become his father-in-law's most dangerous enabler as he led some of the country's pandemic response strategies. Foer so writing that what Kushner lacked wasn't competence, but the courage to challenge his father-in-law's fantasies. In this case, familial appointments weren't just unseemly, they hindered the government's capacity to function well in a moment of crisis that resulted in 1 million dead. Trump's potential entanglements extend beyond his family's role in the White House to his businesses. After winning the presidency in 2016, he promised to avoid conflicts of interest introduced by his involvement in the Trump Organization, though he ultimately just transferred control of the company to his 2 older sons. The Trump Organization's 2017 ethics plan said that it would restrict dealings in foreign countries. It is apparently not planning to do so to the same extent this time. The New York Times reported earlier this month that Eric Trump, who leads most of the Trump Organization's operations, was preparing to limit deals done directly with foreign governments, but not to restrict deals in foreign countries altogether. Eric has openly justified a looser approach, telling the Fourth Estate that the first term, we did everything imaginable to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Yeah. And frankly, we got crushed anyway. We can't just sit out in perpetuity, and I won't. Meaning, hey, the pussy's wide open, I'm gonna rape it. Donald Trump racked up some 3,400 conflicts of interest during his first term, according to a nonpartisan ethics watchdog. In recent months, per the press, Eric has struck deals in Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Jared Kushner, who has said he will not return to an official White House role, in recent years has gone into business with the governments of Saudi Arabia, which contributed roughly $2 billion to his private equity firm, and Serbia, with whom his firm plans to share profits from a hotel on the site of the former Yugoslav Ministry of Defense. Trump's business interests have only gotten more varied and complex since his first term. Trump and his sons, including the youngest, Barron, helped launch a cryptocurrency project in the fall. Trump's social media app, Truth Social, debuted on the public markets in March. Both welcome foreign investments. His team has waved away criticism, saying that Trump didn't get into politics to make money and that he would follow ethics guidelines in his next term in office. But Trump has not promised to divest from any of his business interests, and the ethics code that his team issued last month for the transition period notably appeared to exclude restrictions on the president-elect himself. Trump's first term was rife with apparent and actual conflicts of interest. This time, it be self-evident there will be even fewer constraints, and his loyal advisors and family members will remain disinclined to raise questions when he crosses ethical lines, given that many of them stand to profit, be it financially or politically, from his success. Writing shortly after Trump endorsed Lara Trump, the wife of his son Eric, for RNC, or Republican National Committee co-chair, earlier this year, David Graham noted that the president-elect ran both his companies and his White House by stocking them with questionably qualified ultra-loyalists, himself writing that this approach helps ensure that the only thing that matters and the only person who decides is Trump. You see, Republicans are no longer a political party. When historians chronicle the end of the grand old party, they will mark 2024 as the turning point. Something called the Republican Party will surely exist for years to come, like a legacy brand subsumed by a competitor. But by all evidence, it appears to be coming to its end as a functional party. Instead, the Republican Party has become just another subsidiary of Donald Trump Incorporated. The day before yesterday, Trump announced his effective takeover of the Republican National Committee, endorsing Michael Whatley, the chair of the North Carolina Russell Collaborationist Red Republican Insurgency, as chair, his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, as co-chair, and one of his top campaign advisors, Chris LaCivita, as Chieftainess Operating Officier. LaCivita will reportedly also remain with the Trump presidential campaign, splitting time. The current chair of the party, Ronna McDaniel, is stepping down because of pressure from the Trump. Officially, these are only recommendations, but they seem nearly certain to become reality. Trump has long ago held de facto sway over the Republican National Committee, but these maneuvers give him de jure control as well. The reorganization is especially striking because it comes in the midst of what is a moderately competitive presidential primary between Trump and Nikki Haley. Although no one really thinks Haley had any chance of beating Trump, he already began asserting control over the party that now oversees that primary, like a basketball coach appointing one of his assistant coaches as referee. Trump's approach is familiar from the way he ran his family business, the Trump Organization, and his White House. He stocks them with ultra-loyalists who will take hits for him, and with family members who are questionably qualified, to say the least. The effect is to efface any organizational identity or institutional structures, to ensure that the only thing that matters, and the only person who decides, is Trump himself. The Trump Organization, unusually for a company of its size, was run with a small staff, a few long-time lieutenants, such as Alan Wieselberg, its longtime CFO, or Chief Financial Officer, and a now estranged fixer Michael Cohen, and then Trump's children Donald Jr., Eric, and Ivanka. This generation of Trumps has shown no particular genius for real estate development. 12 of them were reportedly nearly charged with felonies after the collapse of one high-profile project. When Trump won the presidency, he nominally placed Eric in charge, but revealed his faith in his son's abilities by continuing to be highly involved. By faith, I mean lack thereof, if you catch my nuance. Meanwhile, in Washington, Trump appointed Ivanka and her transgender husband, Jared Kushner, to senior advisor roles in the White House, barely skirting anti-nepotism rules for the executive branch, even though neither of them had any experience in government. But Trump erred, in his own view, by failing to appoint sufficiently sycophantic aides to other roles. Too many of his appointees were determined to defend the processes of government and the rule of law, infuriating him. He and his allies have vowed not to make the same mistakes again. Now Trump is abusing the same playbook for the RNC. Whatley is a veteran party official serving as general counsel, but his major selling point in Trump's eyes is that he is a loyalist and faithfully backed Trump's bogus claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Laura Trump has been a frequent surrogate for Trump on the campaign trail and television, but she has no experience at the RNC. Signs of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's terminal illness have been present for years. Trump began what amounted to a hostile takeover in 2016, breezing through the Republican primary despite the opposition of most of the party establishment in a demonstration of the weakness of party structures. Long before he decided to depose her, McDaniel was his own pick for chair. Presidents always exercise great influence over their party committees, but the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency was particularly supine. In 2020, the RNC didn't even bother with one of the most fundamental roles of a political party, putting forth a platform. Instead, it resolved that the Republican Party has and will continue to enthusiastically support the president's America First agenda. Opposition to Trump within Congress and in state parties has also been slowly suffocated. The full conquest of the RNC is good news for Trump personally. He can take advantage of the party's resources, such as they still exist, and make it do whatever he wants, without the pesky problems of existing structures. But given what we know about the Trump Organization and the Trump White House, it is unlikely to be good news for the party. In Manhattan this week, a judge is expected to rule in a civil fraud trial that could fine Trump hundreds of millions of dollars, cancel the Trump Organization's license to operate in New York State, and strip it of marquee properties. Wieselberg is reportedly in talks to plead guilty to perjury in the case, atop a prior felony guilty plea. The Trump administration was, if anything, worse run. It was 4 years of constant chaos, punctuated by 2 separate impeachments, and concluding with an attempt to steal a presidential election. Trump is in court over that too. None of this is a good omen for the RNC's future as a Trump subsidiary. This is where I give my transition of power alert. Trump's cabinet. There'll be 40 days, well 39 at this point, until Donald Trump moves back into the White House and Trump's assembling a doom squad. Donald Trump's administration is already shaping up to quite the disaster. Trump's administration is a who's who of scandals, felons, and abusers. Surprise! Most Americans don't want a cabinet full of abusers and drunks. Some of Donald Trump's cabinet picks met again with lawmakers Tuesday as key Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators appear to be falling in line on the president-elect's nominees. Top Republican senators have signaled support for Trump's plan to oust the current FBI director in favor of the ultra-loyalist Kash Patel, while keeping the door open for his defense secretary, Pick, I meant to say prick instead of pick, Pete Hegseth, who faces a slate of misconduct allegations. It is still early in the vetting process for Trump's cabinet nominees, and confirmation votes won't occur until next year. But in the meantime, it is clear that many Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent senators are being cautious about how they approach and criticize the president-elect's selections. Donald Trump himself has appointed a noteworthy coterie of convicted and accused criminals to serve in his second presidency in what a pair of experts warned was an alarming signal about his intentions. The former president has himself been indicted in 4 cases, convicted in 1, and penalized in several civil lawsuits. Political scientists Austin Serrat and Tom Dum wrote a column for Salon magazine stating the significance of Trump adding others who've served prison terms or been accused of crimes to serve in the government. He's asked former trade advisor Peter Navarro to return to the White House after serving a prison sentence for contempt of Congress, and will send his son-in-law's father, Charles Kushner, as his ambassador to France, despite his own criminal convictions. He's tapped former Fox News host Pete Hegseth to be defense secretary in spite of troubling allegations of misconduct, while former Republican, or rather I mean to say Representative, Matt Gaetz had to withdraw as Attorney General nominee over his own proven wrongdoings. Trump and his MAGA allies insist the criminal prosecutions against the former president were politically motivated, although the indictments were handed up by grand juries. The pair Serrat and Dun so wrote, and here I read therefrom at length and verbatim. There is, of course, nothing wrong with giving people second chances after they have paid their debt to society. But everyone Trump has nominated or appointed thinks they owe no debt to society. Each of them contends or is portrayed by Trump's transition team as a victim of a political persecution, actually what they say here is prosecution, or a left-wing smear campaign. Before discussing Trump's rogue gallery and the jailhouse to White House pipeline, we want to explain why it matters and what it means for America's democratic future. Much of the commentary on Trump's appointments has focused on questions of their competence or what it would mean for the jobs they are being asked to do or the agencies they are being asked to lead. We want to call attention to the messages it sends to Americans, how it coarsens our civic life, encourages cynicism, and prepares the way for Trump's distinctive brand of strongman rule. There is no better way to construct a criminal state than to appoint criminals and ne'er-do-wells to positions of power and to pretend that they are something else. And most importantly, there is no better way to undermine democracy and the rule of law than by making criminals our political leaders. The criminal state eliminates one of the final barriers to absolute rule. It prepares the citizenry to accept anything from the government and turns it into a passive and lonely mass, and fearful of the consequences of stepping out of line. In the end, the promotion of criminals to places of power is a feature, not a bug, in Trump's appointment strategy, and one important step toward ending American democracy itself. President-elect Donald Trump might not care that he's assembling a cabinet that's chock full of people with little to no relevant experience, many of whom are accused of sexual assault and have well-known drinking problems. But Americans sure do. In fact, according to a survey from YouGov, which was fielded in late November, the majority of Americans surveyed said that they view allegations of sexual assault 62%, domestic violence 61%, and a history of substance abuse 51%, as disqualifying to serve in a presidential cabinet position. American adults also suggest that they didn't want cabinet picks who had links to extremist groups at 70%, allegations of links to hostile foreign governments at 66%, and past criminal convictions at 61%. These numbers will never dissuade Trump, however, who is actively rolling out new names for those who he wants to fill out his administration. Several of Trump's picks are embroiled in controversy, and it's quite probable that Trump is hoping that Americans will turn a blind eye to these lower-level cabinet members. After all, Trump himself was held liable for sexually abusing the writer E. Jean Carroll. And that wasn't enough to stop Americans from electing him again. The fact that he's also a convicted felon wasn't enough to stop him from almost winning the popular vote either. Matt Gaetz is getting his own post-congressional TV show on the OANN, the One America News Network. Whether Americans or the senators who have the power to block some of these nominations will go as easy on Trump's band of misfits, is still somewhat up in the air. Already, former Florida Representative Matt Gaetz withdrew his name for consideration for Attorney General following allegations that he had had sex with teenagers at drug-fueled parties and then bragged about those encounters with his House colleagues. And let's not forget there was also the lengthy, reportedly incriminating report the House Ethics Committee was set to release about his conduct. For what it's worth, according to YouGov, Americans overwhelmingly think allegations of having sex with a minor is disqualifying as well. But other nominees who have similarly damning allegations leveled against them, whether it be sexual misconduct allegations or alleged drinking problems, are still in the running for a cabinet spot despite Americans' wariness toward this. Notably, of course, the survey found a slight gender gap when it came to whether allegations of sexual assault were enough to disqualify someone from joining Trump's cabinet. 66% of all women said that it was, compared to just 58% of men. Of course, if public opinion were enough to sway those that toe the party line, then former Fox News host Pete Hegseth wouldn't still be in the running to serve as Secretary of Defense. Aside from being completely unqualified for the role, he has no experience running anything larger than a small nonprofit. Hegseth was accused of sexually assaulting a California woman in 2017, and a police report was filed. Beyond that, according to NPR, a former colleague of his from Fox News accused Hegseth of getting handsy while drunk and claimed that he groped her bottom at a Manhattan bar. Pete Hegseth has mounted a media blitz as his defense. Nomination continues to flame out. The former Fox News host and commentator Pete Hegseth is abusing the weapon he knows best to fight for his troubled nomination to be Secretary of Defense: the media. Hegseth is under fire for a series of revelations about his past. These include allegations of rape, sexual assault, public drunkenness, and financial improprieties at a conservative nonprofit for veterans. He's groping the men too, I guess. Now on Wednesday, don't give me that shit about, yeah, but women are veterans too. They kind of show up at different gatherings, so unless he went to an all-women's veterans conference, they normally wouldn't be at a veterans conference where men are the majority because they'd only get, they'd get what Hegseth gave them from everybody else. Now, yesterday, at this point, Wednesday, that's yesterday, Hegseth wrote an op-ed. I'm just reminding myself, not you. Hegseth wrote an op-ed, an opinion editorial column, for the Wall Street Journal, which is owned by Fox News owner Rupert Murdoch, arguing that he would not back down. To read therefrom: the press is peddling anonymous story after anonymous story, all meant to smear me and tear me down. They provide no evidence, no names, and they ignore the legions of people who speak on my behalf. Hey, I guess I can speak on his behalf. I haven't been raped by Hegseth. Yet. But, maybe if he caught me in drag, I wouldn't stand a chance. In trying times like... did I get that out right? In trying times like these, one might expect that if anyone would stand up for Hegseth, it'd be his family. Not so much. In fact, one of the most prominent sources of information about Hegseth is a letter his own mother, Penelope Hegseth, wrote describing him as an abuser of women. She has admitted that she wrote the letter, but has now said she doesn't hold that view of her son anymore. Like, how does that change? Amid Hegseth's contentious divorce, in 2018, his own mother criticized his complete and total lack of any character and routine mistreatment of women. His mom has since said that she wrote this out of anger and is currently on an unfortunate apology tour on Hegseth's behalf. As of yesterday, she was making calls to senators, especially the female ones, presumably to get them to understand that her son isn't that icky of a dude. A mother's love, or something like that. But the allegations of sexual assault and general grossness extend well beyond Gates and Hegseth. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Trump's pick to run the Department of Health and Human Services, also stands accused of sexually assaulting his family's part-time babysitter. What's worse, the woman, Eliza Cooney, said that Kennedy apologized via text, though Kennedy insisted that he had no memory of the incident. Then there's Linda McMahon, Trump's pick to run, the Department of Education. McMahon is named in a lawsuit brought forth by 5 men who worked as WWE ring boys in the 1980s and 90s. They allege that McMahon and her husband, Vince McMahon, from whom she is now separated, knowingly allowed another employee to abuse his position to sexually exploit young children. The McMahons, of course, have denied any wrongdoing. Besides the host of demons in many of these appointees' closets, there's also just the simple fact that many of them are wildly unqualified for the roles they're about to fill. But never mind that. At least in Trump's eyes, a fealty to him might be enough, even if Americans are begging for something more. Peter Navarro! Trump has tapped his fresh-out-of-jail former advisor to help tank our economy, even as a federal judge has expressed that he is very interested in details of a January 6th defendant's plan to join the Russian army. Donald Trump on Wednesday announced that he tapped Peter Navarro to serve as senior counselor for trade and manufacturing, making him the second person Trump picked for his misadministration that has served federal prison time. Navarro, who served as a Trump trade advisor in the first Trump administration, was released from federal prison in July after serving a 4-month sentence for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena. Navarro, who pushed Trump's lie that the 2020 election was stolen, both refused to testify and supply documents to the now-defunct House Select Committee probing the January 6, 2021 attack on our U.S. Capitol. According to a House resolution recommending that Navarro be held in contempt. Peter K. Navarro, a White House trade advisor, worked with Stephen K. Bannon and others to develop and implement a plan to delay Congress's certification and ultimately change the outcome of the November 2020 presidential election. In November of 2021, Mr. Navarro published In Trump Time, a book in which he described this plan as the Green Bay Sweep, and stated that it was designed as the last best chance to snatch a stolen election from the Democrats' jaws of deceit. Navarro took pride in his decision to refuse to testify before Congress in the January 6th probe, bragging about it in a speech at the Republican National Convention in July, the same day he was released from prison. To quote as Navarro, "The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. I went to prison, so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call." Kevin Loftus is among the many far-right Donald Trump cultists who answered that wake-up call against wokeness and has since faced charges stemming from his role in the January 6th, 2021 attack on our United States Capitol building. Now, according to Politico magazine's Kyle Cheney, the judge in USA versus Loftus, Daniel L. Friedrich, is very interested in the details of the January 6th defendants' plan to join the Russian army. Loftus, as the Wall Street Journal has since reported, wanted to join the Russian army in order to fight against the Ukraine, but he was unable to leave the United States as he was stopped from boarding a flight to Turkey. A December 9th court document in USA versus Loftus reads, "On or before December 10th, 2024, the government shall provide discovery related to the defendants' alleged plans to join the Russian army, including but not limited to the audio tape of the defendant's statements to law enforcement." Discovery is the requirement that attorneys representing opposing sides in a case share evidence. According to the document, a sentencing hearing is scheduled for December 14th. That's the day after tomorrow. The sentencing comes at a time when President-elect Donald Trump is promising to pardon all J6 defendants, whom he calls hostages, after returning to the White House on the 20th day of January in 2025. Trump brought up Pete Navarro's conviction in a Truth Social post, announcing that he is bringing Navarro back to help him implement his destructive tariff plan that will amount to a tax hike on every American. Trump wrote, "I am pleased to announce that Peter Navarro, a man who was treated horribly by the deep state, or whatever else you would like to call it, will serve as my senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. During my first term, few were more effective or tenacious than Peter in enforcing my two sacred rules. Buy American, hire American." Hey, he forgot his own series. "Fire American." Anyhow, Trump says, "He helped me renegotiate unfair trade deals like NAFTA and the KORUS, KORUS, all uppercase. That's an acronym for Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, believe it or not, as opposed to what you might assume, a Korean-Russian trade agreement, and moved, back to Trump voice here, and moved every one of my tariff and trade actions fast." Navarro is the second convicted felon Trump has picked for his administration. Did I remember to tell you that? Over the weekend, Trump tapped Charles Kushner, another felon, to be ambassador to France. Kushner, who is Ivanka Trump's father-in-law, was sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty in 2004 to filing false tax returns, lying to the Federal Election Commission, and retaliating against a witness by actually hiring a prostitute and then filming the act and sending it to the witness's wife. Trump pardoned Kushner in 2020 after Trump lost re-election. And lest we forget, Trump himself is a convicted felon, as he was found guilty on no less than 34 fucking counts of falsifying business records to conceal hush money payments he made to a porn actress who has proven herself to have had an affair with Donald Trump. Aside from nominating actually convicted criminals to his misadministration, Trump has also nominated multiple people accused of sexual assault, did I fail to mention that, to serve in high-level cabinet roles. That includes now former Representative Matt Gaetz, who had to withdraw his nomination to serve as Attorney General because Republicans were uncomfortable with the child sex trafficking crimes he had committed. Imagine that. Gaetz faces charges, still upcoming, on his crimes. There is also Fox News personality Pete Hegseth, whose nomination to serve as Secretary of Defense is in trouble amid allegations of rape and alcohol abuse. And then there's Billy Long, Trump's pick to lead the IRS, wants to abolish the IRS. But of course, let me get you a picture of this son of a bitch. This guy, forget whatever they said about Huey Long. Billy Long puts that guy, well, I guess to pride, because Billy Long makes him look like an actual human being. Billy Long looks like shit. Man, I don't think I can find some of the really bad photographs of this guy, but this guy looks like a cartoon caricature. He does not look good. This guy looks like a jerk. Okay, here we are. Let's see if I can get you a link. All right. So, watch. Missouri lawmaker launches into auction chant to drown out protester. Holy shit. This has got to look like shit. And here you go. Enjoy it. That's comedic. It's pure comedy gold. Yesterday, Donald Trump nominated former Representative Billy Long to chair the Internal Revenue Service, a Missouri Republican who tried to abolish the tax collecting agency while serving in Congress. Long was a co-sponsor of the Fair Tax Act, a bill that would abolish income taxes and instead implement a whopping 23% sales tax. If you think things are expensive now, wait till this fucker gets up your ass. This is a regressive tax that the Tax Policy Center said would lead to a tax increase on the middle class and a massive cut for the wealthiest Americans. The bill Long co-sponsored also sought to repeal the 16th Amendment to the Constitution, which gives Congress the power to create and collect income taxes, and ultimately would abolish the IRS entirely. The bill Long co-sponsored tracks with the goals of Project 2025, the right-wing roadmap to dystopia for Trump's second term. Like the Fair Tax Act, Project 2025 calls for replacing individual and corporate income taxes with a consumption tax, which the Center for American Progress said would lead to a $5,900 tax increase for the middle 20% of households and an average $2 million tax cut for the top 0.1%. Long also was the co-sponsor of a bill that would repeal the estate tax, which only kicks in for people who inherit more than $13.6 million, amounting to yet another giveaway to the mega-rich. Since leaving Congress in 2023, Long has been serving as a tax advisor to businesses and has encouraged them to abuse a pandemic-era employee retention tax credit that's cost the government billions of dollars more than anticipated due to its being rife with fraud. Trump touted this work as a reason why he chose Long to lead the IRS. In a Truth Social post, Trump said, "Since leaving Congress, Billy has worked as a business and tax advisor, helping small businesses navigate the complexities of complying with the IRS rules and regulations. I have known Billy since 2011, the year my mother died. He is an extremely hard worker and respected by all, especially by those who know him in Congress. Taxpayers and the wonderful employees of the IRS will love having Billy at the helm. He is the consummate people person, well respected on both sides of the aisle. Democratic senators are already concerned about Long's work helping businesses scam the government. The Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, told Roll Call magazine, "There are a lot of reasons why former Congressman Billy Long is a bizarre choice for this role. What's most concerning is that Mr. Long left office and jumped into the scam-plagued industry involving the Employee Retention Tax Credit. In order to get Long confirmed, he has to fire current IRS Commissioner Daniel Werfel, whose term expires in November of 2027. The New York Times reported that Werfel has no intention of leaving his post, saying that he told the podcast in November, "I have a vision of my last day on the job being November 12th, 2027. My frame of mind on the IRS is that it's nonpartisan, is that our priorities can and should shift with new Treasury leadership." Well, it wouldn't be the first person Trump intends to fire in order to install his own corrupt cronies. Think about the next FBI, the Federal Bureau of Intrusion. Trump also wants to fire FBI Director Christopher Wray, whom he himself appointed during his first term, and replace him with the Yellow House nigger Kash Patel, a right-wing conspiracy theorist and Trump cultist who wants to help Trump seek revenge on his perceived enemies. Referring to the 2020 presidential election, in which Biden, the Democratic challenger, defeated Trump, in a separate interview with conservative strategist Steve Bannon, Kash Patel said he and others will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We going to come after you, whether it is criminally or civilly. We'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. Shortly after Trump left office, Patel launched Fight with Cash, that's spelled with a K, an organization that funds defamation lawsuits and peddles a wide variety of Chotsky merchandise, including branded socks and other clothing with the Cash spelled K$H logo. Tacky. Patel has also turned to publishing. He wrote a book called Government Gangsters, which is part memoir and part screed against the so-called deep state. Patel teamed with Bannon to release a film version. Man, that's got to be bad. Patel has also authored, of course, children's books that lionize Donald Trump. One titled, The Plot Against the King, features a thinly veiled Hillary Clinton as the villainess, going after the great, not the good, but the great King Donald, while Cash plays a wizard who thwarts her plans. And I don't know if I can go on. Patel helped produce And Justice for All, a rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner sung by a gang of men incarcerated for their role in the Capitol riot. Man, it would have been better off with Roseanne Barr singing that. Patel's candidacy has won support from prominent Trump cultists, including people who support the president-elect's agenda at the FBI and Justice Department and the idea of abusing his electoral win to pursue retaliation against his perceived adversaries. A trashy mob of individuals indeed. The Florida Mafia. Whether Putin is paying Tulsi Gabbard is beside the point. If Tulsi Gabbard is confirmed as Directoress of National Intelligence, she will become the President's top intelligence advisor and the head of the sprawling U.S. intelligence community. She will be tasked with evaluating and synthesizing intelligence from 18 different agencies. Above all, the job requires discernment. It should therefore alarm us that Gabbard is incapable of disambiguating fact from fiction. Gabbard's political allegiances shift like quicksilver, but her devotion to conspiracy theories remains constant. Her career arced from Democratic Congresswoman to failed presidential hopeful to Trump surrogate. In every era, she has spouted conspiracy theories on topics ranging from Syrian chemical weapons attacks to Ukrainian biolabs to antidepressants. Gabbard rails against an alleged Great Reset by a think tank called the World Economic Forum. The Great Reset is the conspiracy theory that the WEF cabal exploited the COVID pandemic to usher in what Gabbard calls the totalitarian dream of a cashless society where people own nothing and are subject to constant surveillance. The WEF, the World Economic Forum, which my son's husband has attended, is akin to the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, or the Bohemian Grove in the paranoid imagination. These are NGOs. They're non-governmental entities with no real power onto which paranoids can project their fears. In consensual reality, the WEF is best known for hosting a swanky annual meeting in Davos. To sensible people, Davos is a byword for self-satisfied CEOs rubbing shoulders with politicians. Not great, but not particularly sinister. To conspiracy theorists, it's the Illuminati. When the World Economic Forum mildly suggested that insect protein might help avert world hunger in the face of climate change, the conspiracists alleged that the cabal was trying to force us all to eat bugs. Gabbard's Twitter feed offers a glimpse into her deeply conspiratorial mindset. In July, Gabbard tweeted, "Just like Biden wasn't the one calling the shots, Kamala Harris won't be either. She is the new figurehead for the deep state and the maidservant of Hillary Clinton, queen of the cabal of warmongers." Then she upped the ante, accusing the establishment TV networks of committing electoral interference as the propaganda arm of Kamala's campaign and deep state. Gabbard has even dabbled in the big lie of electoral fraud, claiming that Joe Biden was only elected because the Dem/National Security State/MSM rigged the election by deliberately suppressing Hunter Biden laptop story. This is Peter Moon level bullshit. In 2019, Gabbard sued Google for $50 million for violating her freedom of speech after her AdSense account went down for a few hours on the night of the 2020 Democratic primary debate. Gabbard's only evidence that she faced censorship rather than poor customer service was her mean tweets about big tech. Google explained that the account was temporarily frozen by an automated security system that detects unusual activity and reinstated after Gabbard complained. The lawsuit was dismissed. Gabbard traffics in false flag allegations worthy of Alex Jones. She claimed that Russian-allied Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad was framed for chemical attacks he unleashed against his own people. In fact, the Syrian regime's abuse of chemical weapons has been confirmed by the United Nations, the OPCW, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, the HRW, the Human Rights Watch, and countless media outlets. Russian intelligence waged a disinformation campaign to discredit claims that Assad used poison gas on his own people, and Gabbard fell for it. In 2017, as a matter of fact, Gabbard secretly traveled to Syria and personally met with Assad. She later claimed she didn't know she was going to meet with the dictator, but former Republican Congressman Charlie Dent told MSNBC that Gabbard told him she was planning to meet with Assad before she left. Gabbard ended up paying for the Syria junket out of her own pocket because the Assad crony, who initially footed the bill out of his own pocket, falsely claimed that the money came from a mainstream Islamic social services charity. Russian state media celebrated Gabbard's 2020 presidential bid. Even though Gabbard was a nuisance candidate who won less than 1% of the vote, state media gave her twice as much coverage as the frontrunners Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Gabbard appeared on the Russian-funded Tenet Media Network, which funneled millions of dollars to right-wing influencers in a bid to influence the 2024 election. When Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine in 2022, Gabbard leapt to the Russian Empire's defense, tweeting that the war could have been avoided if the West had acknowledged Russia's legitimate security interests. What she meant to say was imperial ambitions in Ukraine. Russia's most bizarre pretext for invading Ukraine was the baseless charge that the United States was filling Ukraine with biolabs, with an eye to destroying the Russian people at the genetic level. The Kremlin even insinuated that the COVID-19 virus was produced in one of these non-existent facilities. Russia's defense ministry unveiled the official crazy wall, tracing a fantastic biolab narrative that encompassed Hunter Biden and George Soros. It should come as no surprise that Gabbard amplified the biolab lie, tweeting a 12-minute video demanding that these imaginary facilities be immediately dismantled. You remember how Ian West was pushing this bullshit. It has become a parlor game in Washington to speculate about whether Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. A New York Times investigation found no evidence that Gabbard has ever knowingly collaborated with Russian intelligence, but then she would be just too fucking dumb to know. Gabbard dropped her defamation lawsuit against Hillary Clinton for suggesting that Gabbard was being groomed by the Russians before discovery could shed light on the matter one way or the other. In other words, if she had carried out her lawsuit, it would have evinced her status as a foreign agent. However, the question of whether Gabbard is being paid by Russian intelligence is a red herring in a sense. The problem is she genuinely loves conspiracy theories and broadcasts them for free to anyone who will listen. It's hard to imagine any person on earth less suited for a high-level intelligence position when they lack innate intelligence. Now, the tech billionaires are preparing to invade the Pentagon. Jarek Isaacman, Trump's pick to lead NASA, a billionaire who wants to privatize space, among a handful of Silicon Valley executives, could help transform this country's largest bureaucracy, the Pentagon. NASA comes in second, perhaps, and benefit themselves while trying. Donald Trump added yet another billionaire to his administration yesterday with his announcement that Jarek Isaacman will become the next NASA administrator. On Truth Social, Trump wrote, "Jared will drive NASA's mission of discovery and inspiration, paving the way for groundbreaking achievements in space science, technology, and exploration. Isaacman made headlines in September after becoming the first private citizen to accomplish a spacewalk while in orbit around the Earth in a SpaceX chartered flight. This was Isaacman's second chartered flight with Elon Musk's privatized space exploration program, or should I call it space ejaculation program. His first was a 3-day orbit around the Earth financed by Isaacman, which included 3 other private citizens and boasted no professional astronaut in its crew whatsoever. So, had things gone awry, they all would have been fried. Not unlike Musk himself, Isaacman made his money setting up a payment processing company named Shift4 when he was 16. The company went public in 2020, making Isaacman a billionaire. Aviation began as a hobby for him and turned into a business after he founded Draken International, which has had hundreds of millions of dollars in defense contracts with the U.S. Air Force, providing pilot training. Draken also boasts one of the largest private fleets of fighter jets. This man has a private Air Force. Isaacman sold his majority stake in Draken International to the Blackstone Group in 2019. In 2022, the Air Force announced it would not be renewing its $280 million Red Air adversary training services contract with the private defense firm, saying its services were inadequate for training high-end. I guess they just couldn't keep up. In 2021, the then 37-year-old Isaacman linked up with Musk and announced he was chartering a SpaceX flight for his first trip into orbit. In an interview at the time, Isaacman said, "We want to work towards a Jetsons-like world." By the way, that is all too telling a statement. He's really betraying it all right there. What is a Jetsons-like world? If you ever look thinkingly at the Jetsons cartoon, they are all in high towers in the sky above the clouds, and no one can see the Earth. They are in just mega towers. These are not skyscrapers. These are fucking star scrapers. They're not just above the clouds. They're practically above in fact, they're above the atmosphere, because everyone has to wear bubbles in order to breathe. That's the Jetsons. When they're outside of their containment units, they are still in individual containment units with fish bubbles around their heads to help them rebreathe oxygen. Now, that means something terrible has happened to the Earth. In the Jetsons cartoon scenario, they're all living in the sky because the Earth is no longer habitable. The Earth, the land below, is uninhabitable. Something terrible has happened to the Earth. Whatever's going down on the Earth is never hinted at. No one knows. No one dares to speak of it. No one speaks of it. It is so horrible. Their intergenerational trauma so deep, they never speak of the Earth. They are cloud dwellers. They live in the sky. This is what he wants? This is the Jetsons-like world he wants to create. In a statement posted on Musk's social media cesspool X, promising to work toward ushering in an era where humanity becomes a true spacefaring civilization, which I will provide you the link thereunto right here in the chat, so you can amuse yourself with this idiot. Isaacman wrote, "I am passionate about America leading the most incredible adventure in human history." Like many of Trump's picks, Isaacman has no specific science or government background. John Grunsfeld, a former NASA associate administrator and an astronaut himself, told the Washington Post that Isaacman is an out-of-the-box candidate. To quote us Grunsfeld, "He doesn't have government experience. He doesn't have previous NASA experience. He doesn't come from the NASA contractor or the science side. A culture clash is headed for Washington that will pit the risk-embracing, fast-first nature of Silicon Valley against the lumbering bureaucracy of this country's largest federal bureaucracy. Donald Trump has already tapped billionaire finance executives to be Navy Secretary and the Pentagon's number 2, and startup world successes are in the running for other Pentagon posts. If they all make it, the long frustrated kings of the valley, who bristle at the doddering pace of Pentagon decision-making, could force real change in the building, the largest office building in the world, built on 9/11 in 1941, and benefit themselves while trying. They'll be tasked with building weapons first, building weapons faster, fixing a broken shipbuilding system, and matching the communist Chinese empire's tech prowess. And while every new administration tries to clean up the Pentagon, this crew of outsiders has animated the tech sector. At a recent defense forum, Joe Lonsdale, founder of software company Palantir and startup investor, said, "A lot of us are hoping there's a revolution coming where we hold the bureaucracy accountable, where we shock the bureaucracy." The Trump team has worked to fill the Pentagon with picks such as Steven Feinberg, a wealthy investor with no experience inside the building, as Deputy Secretary of Defense. Palantir's Chief Technology Officer, Shyam Sankar, is being considered for the Pentagon's top research and engineering job. Trey Stevens, co-founder and chair of Anduril Industries, is also in the mix for a high-ranking job at the Pentagon. The executives all have investments and stakes in multiple companies working with the Pentagon and will need to determine how they detangle a web of potential conflicts of interest, such as Anduril's drone development or Palantir's software platforms the Pentagon is helping fund. Several other serial investors with deep interests in defense companies, such as SpaceX's Elon Musk and venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, are close to Trump and playing a role in putting the new misadministration together. Many in the Valley, and by that, of course, I mean my own Golden California Silicon Valley, cheered Trump's picks, especially those frustrated that the Pentagon hasn't more fully adopted their tech despite years of conversations and pledges of more cooperation. Per Steve Blank, an entrepreneur who was one of the pioneers of the Silicon Valley tech explosion in the 1980s. "I'm hoping the new administration realizes that they have a blank slate and that we're in a crisis. If you want to respond to a crisis, you can't keep appointing the same people you did 10 years ago. You can't have the same organizations you had 10 years ago. And you can't have the same processes. But any significant changes to how the Pentagon does business won't come at the commercial tech industry's breakneck pace. This is especially true of a sprawling bureaucracy built on institutional practice." One entrepreneur who has had success in getting small contracts with the Pentagon and, like others, was granted anonymity to avoid blowback from the incoming misadministration, has gone on record to say, "They're going to have to learn how to speak the same language, and even that will take some time." The tension between the startups and the institution was on display recently at the Reagan National Defense Forum in Simi Valley, California. The annual event, once a gathering of Republican lawmakers and defense industry executives, has over the past 12 years been dominated by startup investors looking to elbow their way into defense contracting with drones, lasers, software solutions, and other weapons developed outside of the traditional government-controlled process. Senator Deb Fischer, a Republican from Nebraska, a top Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, offered a warning to the newcomers. "When you look at any kind of efficiencies or cuts to any government program or any government spending, each and every one of us, each and every one of you, needs to propose a program that you personally benefit from that you'd be willing to cut. Others also questioned whether the break things mentality of Silicon Valley can work in an organization with 3 million employees and layers of process. One tech executive said, "The hardest problem by far will be, can they redirect enough money with enough flexibility into next generation programs to move the needle? That's like number one." Several billionaires with Trump's ear have already called for the F-35 fighter jet and Abrams tank to face the chopping block in favor of drones. Such a maneuver would upend tens of billions of dollars in contracts, not only in these United States, but with dozens of close allies. Many generals and other Pentagon leaders aren't bristling at change, but they're still cautious about moving too fast to alter weapons that, despite their flaws, are effective on the battlefield. At the Reagan Forum, Air Force Chief of Staff General David Alvin said, "Warfare is always a human endeavor. My own belief is that the future is really about the most effective human-machine teaming." And many legacy weapons systems, while expensive, have proven that they work against the Russian army in Ukraine, or in shooting down ballistic missiles and drones built by the Russian Empire, Iran, and North Korea. Even outspoken billionaires already working with the Pentagon, such as Musk, or at least so far, have had limited success. Musk did not respond to my request for comment. Perklon Kitchen, managing director at Beacon Global Strategies, a national security advisory firm. "There are a number of tech leaders who say, if I parachute inside of these buildings, I can break things loose. This will be the closest Washington and the Valley," meaning, of course, California's Silicon Valley, "have been latched up to this point. The U.S. government wants it all. Big programs, little programs. What the Valley wants is a customer who can actually buy stuff." This brings us to what keeps space entrepreneurs up at night. The day before yesterday, at Brainstorm AI, my son's husband had the opportunity to speak with Chandra Donaldson, the Chief Data and AI Officer of the United States Space Force, and Arvind Srinivasan, the Yellow Nigger CTO of Maxar, the high-res satellite imagery company. Both have responsibility for systems that maintain United States national security from space. Space Force, a branch of the U.S. Armed Forces established 5 years ago by then-President Trump, protects, maintains, and develops space infrastructure with commercial partners. It is also charged with defending these United States against threats from hostile nation-state actors and terrorists. In the course of business, Sugar Daddy found out what keeps them up at night. For Donaldson, it's knowing our adversaries understand our reliance on space and are taking deliberate actions to hack, undermine, and destroy space-based capabilities like GPS, geosynchronous positioning satellites, secure communications, and threat monitoring. Donaldson qualifying that it's not going to be a job for AI agents alone. To quote his team, "When it comes to high-stake things, there will always be a human in the loop." For Srinivasan, a big worry is deep fakes. "Besides the rocks coming at our spacecraft at 27,000 miles per hour and the solar storms, there's the immense capabilities that generative AI has and the ability for it to create concepts from very little information that are believable and real. One person who has spread deep fake propaganda generated by AI is, ironically, Elon Musk, the founder of SpaceX, whose rockets are now the leading space launch vehicles for these United States' government, and Starlink, whose satellite communications network is used by the U.S. military. Musk is both an opportunity and a threat for space entrepreneurs, but Srinivasan insists that his companies are probably a net benefit to the ecosystem, so saying that a decade ago, space was not accessible. Now, robust satellite infrastructure and low launch costs, much of it pioneered by the muskrat, have created an ecosystem where space is democratized for the right players who know how to turn it into a profitable business. It's like that's not democracy. That when only the ultra rich have a say, that's not democracy. Coon. At any rate, then there's Kelly Loeffler. Curious about Bitcoin after it hit $100,000? Here's what to know. Trump is giving a loser former senator a cushy government gig after all. And even though financial advisors are hearing a lot more interest in digital currencies as Trump promises to boost the market, they still argue for a cautious approach. President-elect Donald Trump nominated former Senatoress Kelly Loeffler, one of the wealthiest people ever to serve in Congress, yesterday to head up the Small Business Administration, boasting that Loeffler will bring her experience in business to unleash opportunity for small businesses to grow, innovate, and thrive. Trump wrote that small businesses are the backbone of our great economy. Despite her new gig, the obscenely wealthy Loeffler, founderess of a cryptocurrency company and former owneress of a WNBA team, doesn't really embody the idea of small business. Bitcoin's value soared to new heights this week, extending a post-election surge as President-elect Donald Trump vows to boost cryptocurrencies. Wealth advisors and personal finance experts say they're hearing from more people taking a fresh look at the market, but their advice remains, dip a toe in, don't dive head first. Per Samuel Dean, President and CEO of Dean Wealth Management, a financial advisory firm. My POV, meaning point of view, on the risks and benefits of Bitcoin hasn't changed much, if at all. Though the incoming administration is pro-crypto right now, I've seen enough in politics to know that can change at any time. The price of Bitcoin traded north of $100,000 late last week after clearing the six-figure threshold for the first time midweek on Wednesday of Yester-Septimania, as investors bet on the next misadministration resetting the rules for an industry that has drawn scrutiny from regulators for all the right reasons. Trump, who swiftly took credit for the Bitcoin milestone, named billionaire investor David Sachs a White House crypto czar and tapped crypto advocate Paul Atkins to lead the Securities and Exchange Commission. The president-elect wrote on his social media app that Atkins recognizes the digital assets and other innovations are crucial to making America greater than ever before. But for ordinary investors, the same old tenets apply. While their foresighted Dean's a long-term Bitcoin investor himself, he says clients who've added crypto to their portfolios are doing it on their own after we establish the proper guardrails. First, understand the basics of Bitcoin as a decentralized digital currency, which Dean advises includes taking stock of its volatility. The token was trading at around $43,000 back in January and hovered around $70,000 days before the election. But around this time, 12 weeks ago, it cost just $17,000. Investors have to decide if they can stomach such big swings. Lee Baker, founder and president at Claris Financial Advisors. said his firm has received multiple queries from clients looking to learn about Bitcoin as it surged following Trump's win, but he's heard more interest lately in other coins such as XRP, the cryptocurrency of the Ripple blockchain network as well. He said he advises first-time crypto investors not to allocate more than 2% of their portfolios to Bitcoin. To quote his T, "This is something that's been going on forever as it relates to the cryptoverse. You get these quick run-ups, but then you get some very sharp pullbacks. The thing you have to caution clients and other investors is that, hey, listen, you've got to be real careful to do this stuff in small doses." Bitcoin-based exchange-traded funds can help limit direct risk and are often a good place to start. These options are new, but there are already plenty of popular ones to choose from, such as the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, which launched last year after the company won a lawsuit against the SEC, the Social Exchange or Securities and Exchange Commission, that helped open the door to Bitcoin ETFs, or electronic transfer funds. Some of those investment products have exploded since Trump's re-election. Yet, the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, spoke skeptically of Bitcoin this week, saying that it's still widely treated as a speculative asset. At a midweek Deal Book conference, he warned that contrary to what advocates have long argued, it's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. The aforesourced Dean also sounded a note of caution amid the recent excitement, so stating, "Not every investment that does well needs to be a part of your portfolio." Crypto devotees, however, are feeling buoyant. Leaders in the space have credited Trump for Bitcoin surge, heralding a new era of looser regulation after SEC Chairman Gary Gensler's impending January 20th exit. Gensler, who was appointed by President Joe Biden, has taken a hardline approach to cryptocurrencies, which have contributed to a spate of cybercrimes and scams that the FBI says cost consumers billions of dollars last year alone. Under his leadership, the commission tried and failed to block Bitcoin ETFs from hitting the market and also took major crypto exchanges to court in recent years, part of a controversial effort to assert more control over the sector. Isaac Boltanski, a director of policy research at the financial firm BTIG, which sounds like the something gangster rapper or something, has predicted that for the crypto industry, Gensler's departure in and of itself was a positive. There will be a sea change ideologically at the commission and throughout government. If confirmed by the Senate, to a 5-year term, succeeding Gensler, Atkins is expected to take a similarly aggressive stance, just in the opposite direction. He'll be aided by two sitting commissioners, Hester Pierce and Mark Ueda, who previously worked with Atkins during his earlier stint at the SEC during the George W. Bush administration. But despite the personnel changes, in his own noting that the agency and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission have sometimes stepped on each other's toes over crypto regulation, Boltanski forewarns that there are still jurisdictional battles to come. To quote his T, "There are too many cooks in the kitchen, and they can't agree on what they're cooking." Well, if you smell what they're cooking, it smells like shit. He added that the key question of whether cryptocurrencies should be classified as securities is still being worked through in the courts beyond the reach of federal regulators. The answer will determine whether they can be treated like stocks. But Boltanski said the next Congress, which will be narrowly Republican-led, is at least likely to deliver more clarity on stablecoins, a type of cryptocurrency whose value is pegged to that of another currency or commodity, such as the US dollar. In the meantime, prospective investors should think through how and whether crypto fits into their existing progress on other financial goals. Kevin Mahoney, a certified financial planner and founder of Illumient, a millennial-focused firm, advises trying to avoid being put in a much less stable financial situation, or you've missed out on some of the other longer-term investments that you wanted to make because you put too much in. Rather than bet on what the government may or may not do, Mahoney is quoted as saying, "I'd rather have my clients focus on what we know to be true, or what historical stock market data, for example, tells us is likely to be true. That's often going to be much more empowering for them and much more likely to succeed." Trump's relevant cabinet announcement comes after rumors circulated that the aforecited Lassie Loeffler, I'm calling her Lassie, would be tapped as the Secretary of Agriculture. Trump's decision to hand Loeffler a role, after all, may or may not have something to do with the fact that the felon-elect cost her a re-election bid. She briefly represented Georgia in the Senate from 2020 through to 2021 before losing in a runoff election to Senator Raphael Warnock. A day before the runoff, Loeffler stood alongside Trump at a campaign rally where he spewed claims of voter fraud and authoritarian calls to overturn the 2020 presidential election. To add insult to injury, she also faced accusations of insider trading after she dumped millions of dollars in stocks following a private briefing for senators in January of 2020. Loeffler is just the latest Trump misadministration pick with scandals in their closet. Again, other controversial choices include Peter Navarro, who was just released from federal prison after a 4-month sentence for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena, Charles Kushner, who happens to be Ivanka Trump's father-in-law, also served some time behind bars. Kushner was sentenced to 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to filing false tax returns, lying to the Federal Election Commission, and retaliating against a witness. Trump pardoned him for his troubles and just nominated him as ambassador to France. This dubious duo is set to join fellow felon Trump, along with picks like Fox News host Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary nominee who has garnered attention for rape allegations, reported public drunkenness, and his stance against women serving in combat roles. Welcome to the circus, Kelly Loeffler. You'll fucking fit right in. So, I'll probably close with a comment on the Great Barrington Declaration and how polarized we are. Last week, Trump picked Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, another Yellow House nigger, to run the National Institutes of Health, the United States federal agency responsible for public health research. Dr. Bhattacharya is best known for co-authoring the Great Barrington Declaration, an October 2020 open letter to the U.S. government arguing against COVID lockdowns. It was drafted in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, hence the name. Alongside 2 epidemiology professors, he advocated to let healthy adults freely contract the COVID virus in the name of reaching herd immunity. An insane proposition, if ever there was one. No one in their right mind would ever voluntarily contract COVID. You never want to get it. because, in essence, you never really get rid of it. This declaration was endlessly politicized, and still is. Dr. Fauci called it nonsense, which is why Pete the Moonsock hated him. Facebook consequently removed it for a week. Twitter shadow banned Bhattacharya. Personally, I understand why public health officials went educational ham, HAM, health action model interventionist, to hold the line in 2020, and why trust and safety employees at Twitter may have been quick to push the shadow ban button. 2020 and 2021 were scary, uncertain years, and yet the pushback GBD, the global burden of disease, that's a scientific effort, the largest and most comprehensive study of its kind to quantify health loss across the world, including diseases, injuries, and risk factors, feels overblown to me. I'm curious how it feels to you. Scientists now agree we may never reach herd immunity as was envisioned in 2020 and in the declaration, because COVID evolved so fucking quickly. On Medium magazine, epidemiologist Gideon M.K. notes that Sweden implemented some of the GBD's recommendations and did not achieve herd immunity. Sweden's curve swung up and down just like the rest of the world's outside of my Taiwan's in the long run. Only my Taiwan had effectively, statistically, demographically, zero COVID, thanks to the Dietrich Artelect, protecting Taiwan throughout the COVID crises. Most of what I've read points to the fact that the GBD was misinformed. But we were all misinformed in 2020 to some degree. We were all trying to figure it out, and there wasn't a right path forward, only a path that would reduce some risks at the expense of others. When Dr. Bhattacharya was nominated, bulletproof coffee inventor Dave Asprey called the declaration an attempt to stand up to evil. That feels extreme and emblematic of how polarized we've become. Why do we need to frame this in terms of good versus evil? How is that helpful? Ever? What I see is a philosophical disagreement over how to weigh pros and cons, which is hard in a situation where some of the first-order risks are clear, lives being lost, but the second and third-order risks are less clear. Schools closed for 18 fucking months. That wiped out a generation's worth of education and left us with, morons on the march. But remember, this isn't policy. It's a personal vendetta. Last week, House Speaker Mike Johnson announced on Fox News that he plans to cut funding for Planned Parenthood, a move that would leave millions of Americans without access to essential health care. Johnson feels emboldened to pursue these drastic cuts after holding closed-door meetings with billionaires Elon Musk and his coon dog Vivek Ramaswamy, trois extremists who plan to slash regulations, spending, and federal staff. The so-called Department of Government Efficiency being touted by Johnson, Musk, and Ramaswamy is nothing more than a direct line to Trump's White House plans to gut social programs and agencies that millions of Americans depend on, all for the benefit of Trump's personal agenda. Throughout his career, Johnson has co-sponsored a total federal abortion ban with no exceptions and has been advocating to defund Planned Parenthood for years. This isn't policy, people. It's a personal vendetta. Johnson also openly stated that this new agency's goal is to take a blowtorch to the regulatory state, putting countless lives at risk by dismantling funding for affordable abortion care. And the Muskrat's own bloated government contracts thanks to less regulatory oversight of billionaires like him, will ensure that the rich get richer at the expense of crucial social programs. Which brings us to another big thing. Deep student loan debt, as exemplified by my own golden state nation of California. Californians collectively owe more than $148 billion in student loan debt. As to why it matters, President-elect Trump will put an end to his predecessor's years-long efforts to erase that financial burden. The big picture? Trump has repeatedly bashed the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plans, but has not said how he would handle the mounting debt in another White House term. Point, the president-elect has also vowed to dismantle the Department of Education, which is the loan holder for most federal student loans. Point, the Trump campaign did not immediately respond to my request for information on Trump's plans for the Department of Student Loan Relief. In fact, they have not responded at all. By the numbers, nearly 3.9 million Californians have student loans, about 10% of my state's population. Point, borrowers owe about $38,000 on average, which is higher than the national average of $36,207, as shown by federal data. Point, 1/3 of California borrowers have $10,000 or less outstanding. The majority have $20,000 or less in student debt. The intrigue, while California's college tuition costs are slightly lower than the national average, UCSD, University of California, San Diego, and SDSU have been raising tuition each year. For a quick catch-up, after the conservative majority Supreme Court blocked Biden's signature student loan forgiveness plan last year, his administration still found ways to deliver relief to some borrowers by circumventing the need for congressional or court approval. Point, Biden used the Department of Education's existing authority to provide more than $168 billion in relief to more than 4.7 million borrowers since 2021. As to what to watch, the next Trump misadministration could roll back the efforts through similar regulatory changes. Point, per NerdWallet leading expertess Kate Wood, the future of student loan debt forgiveness may be in jeopardy with an incoming Trump administration, which may be unlikely to appeal rulings in the outgoing lawsuits targeting the SAVE, S-A-V-E, all uppercase, plan, and Biden's Plan B. Point, on the other hand, as the Wood woman says, plans created by Congress, like public service loan forgiveness, could be tougher to eliminate, but could also be made less accessible. Now, the bottom line is that DAJI is a scam. Republicans are pushing quiet cuts to your own benefits. So, takeaway, kids, it's all happening all over again. Republicans, with help from billionaires like Elon Musk, are quietly trying to gut Social Security and Medicare, programs that millions of Americans rely on every day. They're calling it the DOGE, D-O-G-E, Department of Government Efficiency. But make us no mistake, it's just an excuse to cut the support that helps older Americans stay afloat and line the pockets of billionaires. Meanwhile, Trump is once again flirting with killing the Affordable Care Act, even though most Americans want the government to ensure everyone has coverage. I tried to warn you. If you hand the keys to billionaires and self-serving politicians, they'll come for the very programs that keep us safe, healthy, and secure. And here we are, watching these leopards continue to feast on their own faces, threatening our dignity, our health, and our future. just to line the pockets of their wealthy donors. This is exactly why we cannot stay silent. So, with that having been said, I need your help, and I need your contributions to make it through Christmas. So let's try and raise, at the absolute minimum, $1,000 as soon as possible. Contribute everything you can. Oh yes, do say good morning, my dear man, Aristides.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I'm putting the donation link in the chat so that people can forward their.
Fuck! What the fuck was that? Damn! Call ended. I didn't do that. Christ! What the fuck happened with that? Did he? If he pressed the button by mistake because he's the only other guy on the call, that would have shut the call down. Okay, well, we're gonna end transmission. But my love to you all. Join us again on Sunday. We'll start probably with Social Security. I'll work our way there. And of course, for those of you who support myself financially and morally, by all means, my love to you. Kisses to the ladies. Hugs to the guys. For people who ask me questions about the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, yes, that's my son and I when in some downtime after honoring the millions of Armenians killed by the Turks in World War I, the Armenian Holocaust, which you never know about because the Jews deny it. Israel denies an Armenian Holocaust, and the rest of the world follows Israel's suit. Fuck that shit. The Armenians had a Holocaust, and the Jews deny it. Fuck them. That's bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit. They want total monopoly on Holocaustic victimization. And that's just plain fucking wrong. So, okay, on that note, we're going to basically end transmission. Be here on Sunday night. All right.